It was the day when Felix, who after the end of his college finally succeeded in getting the useless certificate of degree in his studies of communications, and had to start his job at a call center nearby. Well, it can't be helped as he was one of the many orphans staying at the Prospects orphanage, where even food was hardly given to the always growing children. So there was hardly anyone getting into a prestigious college for better education unless they got a scholarship. Taking care of oneself was the basic skill that the kids needed at any orphanage for them to survive in this harsh world unless they were lucky enough to be adopted. A thing that Felix learned because he became used to taking care of himself. Walking down the pavement of the road with one hand carrying his suitcase and the other hand busy searching the way to his future workplace in the maps on his smartphone, Felix gasped at how hot the climate was. Man, why is the sun especially hot today? Is it telling me to stay at home and not go to work by burning me up? As he blew some air at the gap near the neck of his shirt, Felix couldn't help but think about how his whole life had gone and had come to this. As far as he remembers, he was always at the orphanage and had no recollection of what could be a family. Well, even though he didn't have any family, the kids and nuns at the orphanage gave him much love for him to never wish for something more. Among the kids at the orphanage, he was the most average one. Some were good at studies and some at sports, while all he did was surf the net for anime, web novels, and games. So a bit ashamed of what he was doing, Felix gave his best in studying and somewhat got passable marks in school before getting himself into college to study BA in communications, which was, as per his concern, the perfect degree for him, as he was not good with studies and also too poor to afford those expensive but good education. That made him more ordinary and average than he previously was. Now that he had finally completed his studies, and after getting some luck with his job interview, Felix decided to give his new job the best he could and at last try contributing to the orphanage with some small donations. Ah, why are the cars so slow? Hurry up, I got a job to do. Jogging in the same place, Felix cursed seeing as how he was getting late to his work. He looked at his third-hand watch that at least showed the correct time and started panicking at how late he could be. Am I going to get scolded on the first day of my work, or at worst fired because I'm not fit to be an employee at their company? Ugh, I better stay positive and not wish for my own downfall. Somewhat stressed and unhappy, Felix turned away from the unstoppable traffic and looked at the sky as he thought, well, after living an average life and also being an ordinary person, I don't think I'll ever have a happy life that I can enjoy. The traffic lights turned green and our protagonist took his steps crossing the road when suddenly his suitcase felt somewhat empty. Stopping in the middle of the road, he looked down to see that his documents and files were all on the ground, and the button of the case that should have kept it all safe was slowly rolling down across the road. His face scrunched up in annoyance looking at the mess. Oh damn, is this for real? How can I be so unlucky for doing this on the first day at my job when I'm also being late? It must have been a scam when that suspicious guy was selling a nice suitcase for such a cheap price. Felix thought of the guy with silver teeth, who had his hands clasped together selling the bunch of bags with a cheap smile on his face while bragging about how they were made by first-class tailors. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth and curse that scammer. Just you wait, the next time I see you, I'll make sure to break those teeth of yours and make a selling from them. Bending down to pick up his belongings from the ground, he started collecting them under the horns of the vehicles in the non-stop traffic. After finally picking them up, he stood in the middle of the road when suddenly a loud horn made him turn towards the source. Honk, honk, and there he saw it, a large truck that seemed too old to be driven and might break apart at any moment. But the thing that made him widen his eyes was that the forsaken truck was rushing straight toward him, almost making him pee in his pants. Ah, this must be the legendary truck kun that sends Isekai aspirants to their desired worlds. Knowing that the truck was at a speed that he couldn't escape from, Felix smiled sadly as he gave up on running away and decided to do something that made the public around him scream in horror. Well, my life was not that satisfying anyways, at most average. The only regret I may have is that I cannot give back to the people who made my life somewhat good, and if there was a next life, I hope I can be content and enjoy it without holding back. The truck drifted on the road, turning sideways, but it didn't change its direction as it headed right onwards to the frozen Felix. Also, somebody please delete my computer's history. Sigh. Closing his eyes as he didn't want to look at the horrified driver from the truck's window, who was pressing the broken brakes of the old truck, Felix made the famous Titanic pose that Rose did by raising his arms and making himself a T figure. Many people at the scene took out their smartphones to capture the shocking yet artistic moment. A guy wearing an anime t-shirt on the side was rendered speechless as he gawked with envy. The world turned silent, except for the screeching of the truck and the clicking of photos, and at long last, the legendary cliché of a truck crashing into an average, pathetic young man took place on this fateful day. CRSHHH, thud. Equal, 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 equal. Dark, that was all he could see. Wait, maybe the word see doesn't fit right here. He could feel it, the darkness that didn't leave any space for light. Where am I? Feeling as if he was floating in some direction, the soul tried to move his body or what could be his apparition possibly. After trying some more, the soul finally stopped as he felt he was not moving in his desired direction, but moving towards something that was pulling him in its direction. He didn't have any collection of what was going on as he spent his time in the dark space, where he couldn't produce any thoughts, or more like something was not allowing him to have a stable mind to think. Being in the dark and unknown could make even the toughest and strongest of beings feel the terror of what was yet to come. But the soul, as if not having the slightest inkling of what was happening, just floated about the space. Felt like an eternity, while it also felt like a few minutes had passed, when suddenly he felt the pull he was feeling all the time become stronger and stronger. His surroundings started dazzling as they changed from a mix of different colors like that of a rainbow, and he felt himself dragged into the infinite end. A few seconds later, the pull reached its peak, and suddenly everything became bright white. The soul couldn't resist anything as he felt like dropping into a white canvas with great force. And then everything disappeared, becoming dark again, as if all of what happened was a dream. Felix felt like he spent a lot of time traveling somewhere, and at long last had reached his destination. Ouch, it hurts. Struggling to move his body, which seems to have been tied strongly, he felt pain around several parts of his body. Slowly opening his eyes, which happened to be the only thing he could do at the moment, he gazed at the world after a long time that felt like an eternity. It was still dark, but not so dark that he couldn't even perceive his surroundings and look at where he was. It seemed that he was inside of something with a relatively small space, but it was still tightly occupied with things here and there. The thing that he was on seemed to be moving as he felt it slightly shaking, and giving a bump as if on a poorly maintained road. Where is this? He tried saying, only to find that his mouth was stuffed with a cloth, because of which he ended up making some gibberish sounds. Felix felt his arms hurt before he looked at his body, which appeared to be smaller and malnourished, and skin that looked a bit pale with lots of bruises on every part of his body. It was the first time for him to feel such pain, as he never got that badly hurt or in an accident considering his crappy luck. Why is my body covered in bruises that don't look like it was done by merely falling or an accident, more like getting thrashed around by buffed guys in a UFC match? His mind buzzed with thoughts. Wait, what am I even wearing? He turned down to look at his clothes. No, it wasn't worthy enough to be called a cloth because it was just a piece of sleeveless white dirty rag that covered his body from the neck to his ankles, something that could be torn apart by just pulling at it. What the hell is going on? Felix tried removing the ropes that were tying him, but gave up after some minutes of struggling as he couldn't seem to free himself of the constraints. He tried poking his tongue out as the cloth that covered his mouth slowly came out. Huff, huff, oh shit, that felt suffocating, he gasped. Wait, my voice seems different. Cough, cough. Mic testing 12. 3, my voice seems childish. Did I become younger? Still clueless about what was going on, a thought suddenly entered his mind. No way, did I get ice-guyed? Staring at the ceiling and shaking with excitement as his hands trembled with joy, Felix shouted, holy shit. Wasn't I killed by that truck? How the hell did I get sent to another world? And then he remembered the cliché trope. Wait, if I got transmigrated to another world, then that means, acting like a rabies patient with red eyes, he started shouting again. System, come out. Seeing that nothing happened, he tried again, now on the verge of insanity. Status. Yes, show me my status. Still, nothing out of the ordinary happened as he barked like a dog. Where is my golden finger? A bit flustered, Felix asked himself, wondering whether his potential system was still locked or if he didn't get one. Huff, let's try to calm down and analyze what's happening around first. Calming himself down as he took deep breaths, he started thinking about his situation with closed eyes. First of all, why am I tied? Thinking for a bit, Felix started thinking that after getting thrashed around for some reason, the same guys must have tied him up. But for what reason? Wanting to think of a good reason to tie a small and malnourished boy like him, he sank into deep thought. Sadly, he didn't have the time to do that as the thing that was carrying him suddenly stopped, making his body jolt forward and hit his head on the wooden wall. What the? With a neigh sound of that of a horse, the curtains that did not let much light inside of the small space opened up, revealing the blazing sun out there. And with the sunlight came a shadow of a huge guy who used 2 of his bulky arms and picked Felix up by holding his neck. Now, kid, what were you muttering inside the carriage? Don't you know that slaves are not allowed to speak and shout? Lifting Felix above him, the buff and bald guy who was about 2 meters tall shouted near his ears, almost making him deaf. Resisting the strong arms on his neck and gasping for air, Felix looked at the scary guy with fear and thought about what he said. Slave, did I just become a slave? Widening his eyes, Felix screamed inside his head. Why is my isekai so different from the cliché one? You handle the merchandise with caution or you'll regret it. A stern voice made the huge guy stiffen up as he hurriedly placed Felix on the ground and patted his small head. Yes, master. I'll make sure to handle the job perfectly." The huge guy looked at his master, trembling as he remembered what happened to his partner who didn't do his job as his master said. The man being called master was a bit shorter than the huge guy, standing at about 1.7 million tall, and was wearing a brown robe over his thin body and holding a cane. His sharp nose and pale lips showed a lack of sleep, and his long gray hair looked not combed for several months. He looked around his 40s if you ignore his non-beard chin. His brown eyes were narrowed as he looked at a small booklet in his hand, calculating his profit and loss that may result from the trade today. Felix, on the other hand, who finds it hard to accept that he got turned from a new employee to a slave after getting Ice Guide, just muttered something in a low voice. "Slave? How? But why? Wasn't I supposed to be a hero? Rule the world with my golden finger and get a harem of world-class beauties? What the hell happened?" He roared at the sky. Abruptly hearing that shout, the huge guy jumped up with a confused face, thinking what was wrong with this slave. What's wrong with this little fella?" he said with a curious expression. The gray-haired man looked over at Felix, who was staring at the ground with dull eyes that belonged to a person who got betrayed when he was at his happiest moment. Well, it can't be helped after living in the slums all his life and getting thrashed around. He was lucky enough to be alive, so it doesn't matter if the kid is a bit broken. His buyers don't need a slave for handling work, but just his body to practice some dark ritual anyways, he said without the slightest of emotions in his eyes. The huge man gulped, scared of hearing about such rituals, and looked at the kid who was zoning out with a bit of sympathy before an evil idea came into his mind. Master, if the B-boy is going to be sacrificed, then why not give him to me to play with for a few hours?" he said, somewhat holding back his desires. His master turned to him as he looked at the huge guy's perverted eyes, thinking how he ended up with such fools and making sure to not hire such worthless workers next time, but then he sighed. "Whatever, just don't kill the kid, because if you do, then you'll have to take his place." Patting his robust chest, the huge guy replied, "Don't worry, master. I like to do it slow and gently." The man just waved off his hands, telling him to go away and do his thing, not to involve himself in such foul acts. Felix, after hearing their conversation, seems to have finally woken up as he felt cold sweat running down his back. Looking at the buff man, he thought, "This gorilla wants to do what? No, what?" But before he could continue his shout, the huge guy suddenly caught him in his arms and ran towards a broken house near them. He pushed open the door with great force before throwing Felix over the other end of the room and rubbed his hands together as he licked his lips in a perverted manner. "Haha, kid, you should be proud to be the first boy to get together with me. And don't worry, I'll take good care of you." Felix widened his eyes at the thought of being the first boy for the huge man. "What the hell do you mean be proud of that?" Sitting himself up and mustering his courage, he looked at the huge man and said, Mister, I'm not that good for you to enjoy. In fact, I'm so small and dirty. It's not going to be worth it." He tried convincing the huge man as they were almost 1 meter away from each other. Meanwhile, the huge man just made a huge grin as he kind of trembled, but out of bliss this time. "Just perfect, I say. Small and dirty. That just turns me on more, this sick mathafu," Felix thought as the huge man came near him while bending down and grabbing a knife from inside his bulky jacket. What's he doing with the knife? Felix thought as he turned paler. Taking the knife and slowly cutting the ropes that tied the boy, the huge man took heavy breaths as he looked at the pale face of Felix and gently said, "I'll make sure to remove the ropes to not make them interfere with our holy practices." Felix felt like vomiting when he heard the sweet voice that the huge man used to quell his worries about removing the ropes for their heavenly practice. This guy is for real. I better look for a way out or else. No, don't even think about it. After removing the ropes and also taking a deep sniff of the kid, the huge man stood up again, throwing the knife away into a corner as he looked down at the kid as if he were beauty and his trophy. Felix hurriedly moved backward, putting his back against the wall, and looked at the huge man with a glare while protecting his body with his small and thin hands like a damsel in distress. "How can I get away from this?" thought Felix as he looked around the room looking for something that could save him from this pervert man. "Hee, you doing that makes me want to embrace you more." The huge man laughed, scratching between his pants as he looked at the small figure of the boy. Thinking of jumping at the little boy, he suddenly remembered the fetish of his old partner, of using some unspeakable objects when doing the art of pleasure. "Oh wait, to make it more memorable, as this is the only chance I'll get to use them on you, I'll bring something that will make you feel really good, my dear boy." Saying that, the huge man who was going to remove his belts ran out of the house, holding his pants tight to not make them fall. Finally some time for myself." Standing up while holding the wall with one hand, Felix looked around the room and tried walking around searching for anything. "I better look for something to defend myself with against that pervert." Remembering how that guy was gonna come back with potential relief objects, he trembled out of fear and anger. "I must escape from here, but running out of this house is not an option as there is another one of them near the carriage, so I must think of another plan." Thinking about a plan to escape from this forsaken place, he saw the knife that the huge man used to cut the ropes lying in a corner. Picking it up and weighing it in his hands, a thought came to him. How about I kill him? Felix looked at the knife while sinking in deep thoughts, but what he did not realize was that he was smiling eerily with a crazy look in his eyes. Hearing the rushing footsteps outside the room, Felix quickly went back to sit on the floor with his back against the wall and made a fearful expression on his face. He didn't forget to hide the knife behind his cloth rag to fool the pervert. The huge man entered the room and saw Felix looking at him with fear. He couldn't help but chuckle as he made his way towards the boy. Hee hee kid, did you miss me? Look at what I brought for you. Raising his hands, he showed the fearful boy things that a young child should not know the use of. But looking at those things that he was slightly familiar with as a young boy going through puberty with some fetishes, Felix felt a chill run down his spine. Did those toys that some professionals used also got transmigrated with me? Realizing how similar the objects looked like those toys in his previous world, he froze at the mere thought of getting played with those things, especially when it was done by a huge buff guy. There's only one option left, or else I'll get my chrysanthemum forcibly plucked by this pervert gorilla. Forcing himself to stop thinking of the scene of being forced raw-ped by the huge man, Felix looked at what was going to happen next and readied himself by holding the knife behind his back with one hand. The huge man threw the things beside him within his arm's reach and knelt in front of the cute little boy. He couldn't help but reach out his hands and caress the face of the scared boy while looking at his fearful eyes. I'll enjoy you to my heart's content. With a perverted expression etching on his face, the huge man bent his head down between Felix's legs. This is it. I must do it. Not holding back any longer, Felix raised the hand that he held the knife with, and bringing it above the huge man's head, he gripped it with both of his hands before stabbing it down as fast as he could. Whoosh. The knife deeply entered through behind the huge man's neck, and blood suddenly splashed on Felix's face. What the fuck? The huge man shouted as he tried removing the knife that was deeply stabbed behind his neck. Tightly grasping the hilt of the knife with both of his hands raised back, he pulled the knife out as more blood fell from the wound. Felix, looking at so much blood for the first time, blanked for a few seconds as the thought entered his mind. Did I just do that? After finally removing the knife that was implanted in him by the little boy, the huge man fell behind on the cold floor as he could feel the pain traveling from every nerve of his body starting from the neck. You bitch, fuck this shit, I'm gonna kill you now, shouted the huge man as he felt hatred towards the little boy for hurting him with a knife. He tried sitting up from the ground, but failed as his spinal cord was not allowing him to perform such movement. Felix broke out of his thoughts as he hurriedly crawled near the knife that was thrown aside. Holding the knife with trembling hands, he looked at the fallen huge guy and made his heart cold. It's do or die now, I can't hesitate or it'll be me getting killed. Pushing away all his thoughts and running towards the huge guy, Felix tried stabbing him again, but only this time he aimed the knife at the guy's heart that was right in the open as he lay on the ground huffing for breath. The hurried footsteps made the huge guy turn towards his right, only to see a cute little boy with an eerie smile on his face, running towards him with tightly holding a knife in front of him. What are you doing? Stay away, fro. Too bad he couldn't end his sentence, as Felix stabbed the knife right into the middle of his chest. SSHH luck. The knife entered deeply into his chest, and he felt pain spreading across his chest. But it was not the end, as he felt the boy removing the knife and again stabbing him on the left part of his chest. Felix didn't stop as he raised the knife again and brought it down on the right part of the huge man's chest as his eyes turned red from all the craziness. The huge man stared at the ceiling of the broken house as he took his final breath after saying the last words. It was supposed, to be fun. Felix looked at the corpse of the huge man before he squatted near the wall and vomited very little as he had nothing in his stomach to vomit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the skill creation system. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang inside his mind as Felix looked around cautiously before shouting. System, is that you? Felix shouted as he asked vehemently towards the blank space. The host seems to be in an abnormal state. It is advised for the host to stay calm and not act stupid. What did you say, stupid? Shut the fuck up. You useless system came so late that I was one step away from getting my cherry popped. Remembering how the pervert huge man caressed his face, Felix couldn't help but kick the guy's corpse on the ground a few times in anger. Finally, a bit satisfied, he turned to look around as he asked curiously, anyways, system, tell me about you. After successfully killing a being higher than your own rank, you proved that you were worthy enough to use the system. You mean after escaping from something what was worse than death? Felix asked sarcastically, as he didn't believe that the system would let him suffer so much. Do you miss a screw or something? Weren't you supposed to come out the moment I woke up? The system was initially programmed as such, but looking at how the host was behaving after he woke up, it was decided that the host was not deemed worthy of using a system. Looking back at how crazy he acted after he woke up in the carriage, Felix couldn't help but blush in embarrassment as he snorted at the system. Well, after getting Ice Guide, of course I'll look for a system in this new place. It is advised for the host to handle his current situation before acting stupid again. Hearing the system say that, Felix came back to reality and felt cold sweat running down his back as he remembered that there was another man who could be much stronger than the huge man. System, quick, tell me what you can do. System can show the host his status and skill creation board. All right then, show me my status. Ding, calculating the stats and abilities of the host. Finished. As Felix looked at his status, he couldn't help but ask the system, how is my age 14 when I look like a 10-year-old kid? The host's body seems to have been malnourished and weak, resulting in no growth in the structure of its bones and muscles. Damn, did this boy not eat anything for him to be so thin and short? Well, considering he was an orphan just like me, while also being in the slums, it must have been hard to even survive already. Felix thought deeply as he saw the bruises that were covering almost every part of his scrawny body. Suddenly his stomach growled as he felt hungry after surviving all the trouble. It's not the time to think about food. I can find something to eat later. But before that. System, it says that I'm rank 0 here. Tell me more about it. Making some quick calculations in his mind, he thought that he had at least a few hours before the man standing outside came to check over. But not taking any chances, he decided to make a plan in a few minutes and escape from there. Yes, as the host has not started any cultivation, you are at rank 0, while the being that you killed before was at rank 1 in warrior cultivation. Felix looked at the corpse of the huge man and asked again, how many ranks are there in both the cultivation? According to the information that the system can reveal at the moment, there are a total of 9 ranks in both mage and warrior cultivation, with rank 1 being the lowest and rank 9 being the highest. If this pervert was a rank 1, then the guy outside must be higher, possibly rank 2 or 3. And you said my race was human. Does that mean there are other races out there? Yes, there are many races in the world that the host has come to. But it is advised that the host find the answers to the questions that are related to the world by himself. Felix replied as he was still not happy when the system advised him to seek answers by himself. Glancing at the status screen again, he asked again, what does talent mean, and is having 2 stars good or bad? Talent is a factor that determines the aptitude and capability of a person to achieve something effortlessly. Having 1 star means being useless in their work for their whole lifetime, while having 2 or 3 stars means being average and capable enough if they spent more effort and hard work. A being with 4 stars is considered a genius and can excel at many things, while having 5 stars means 1 in 1,000 years genius with lots of potential who ends up becoming someone great unless they get a quick death. Damn it, so with 2 stars I'm just an average boy even in this world. Felix cursed as he felt the world hating him for some reason. Finally arriving at the state, in the status which perfectly told the story, he moved his eyes at the last section, which made him grin as a wide smile formed at his lips. Now tell me how I got 10 skill points by killing that huge guy. Skill points are given for killing every being with a rank higher than the host's, which you can use to access the skill board. Killing a rank 1 will give you 10 skill points, while a rank 2 will give you 100 skill points, and it gets multiplied by 10 with every increase in rank. But you'll only earn skill points if you kill a being higher than your own rank. Killing a being of your same rank will not get you any skill points. Holy shit, this system really wants me to go on a killing spree. Imagining himself being wanted across the countries for murder made Felix gulp at the sheer pressure. Oh, okay. How about you show me the skill board? Ding, activating the skill board. Skill board. Host can now use the skill points to create any skill that he desires. Current skill points, 10. Wow, does that mean I can create any skill from anime and manga like Kamehameha and Racing N and such? His excitement reaching its peak. Affirmative, the host can use his memory or imagination to create any skill by using the available skill points. Let's try it. Closing his eyes and imagining how Jiku used his 2 hands to pull back and then shout, Kamehameha, before releasing the white and blue beam of light. Felix considered the skill's strength and power, then asked. System, create the skill Kamehameha, processing the skill's power scale, grading the skill, estimating the possible points required, skill successfully moduled. Ding, skill name Kamehameha. Description, by drawing mana in the user's cupped hands instead of kai. It is then concentrated to the point that it is released just before the blast, as a powerful beam of energy explodes out from the user's palms. The power of the skill depends on the amount of mana used. Cost, 100,000 skill points. Felix stood rooted on the spot as he stared with wide eyes that the system actually created the said legendary technique. He read the name and description of the skill with heavy breaths before finally arriving at the cost of the skill. Are you serious? 100,000. Why are you destroying my dreams? You hateful system. It is advised for the host to calm down and not act crazy because of his patheticness. YESS. I'll calm down. Huff, panting at the mere sight of the expensive skill he thought he could create. Felix started to calm down, and after dismissing the message of the skill board, he went into deep thinking about what skill he truly needed at the moment to survive this predicament. I need something to help me escape, possibly making me leave this place as soon as possible. Thinking for a few moments, somewhat hurriedly to run away from here, he spoke to the system again. System, try creating the skill. System, try creating the skill invisibility. Felix said as he raised his hopes in trying to create a skill that many people of culture would wish to use for gathering some important information regarding forbidden in-depth gender interaction, processing the skill's power scale, grading the skill, estimating the possible points required, skill successfully moduled. Ding, skill name, invisibility. Description allows the user from being impossible to be seen or perceived by any sight sense. Cost, 8,000 skill points. Oh god. Felix groaned at how even this skill was not something he could afford at the moment. What do to now? Maybe something like a basic stealth move would be good. He tried imagining himself walking around covertly and people not looking in his direction as he walked by. Even though it was a bit hard to do that, he forcibly calmed his mind and made use of whatever ideas came into his mind. He finally said, System, give me a skill that allows me to move around stealthily and makes my presence seem to go unnoticed. Processing the skill's power scale, grading the skill, estimating the possible points required, skill successfully moduled. Ding, skill name, description makes your aura and sound undetectable and lowers the overall presence. Your footsteps become untraceable. The skill does not work on someone if the user is in their sight. No effect on beings 2 ranks higher than the user. Cost, 10 skill points. It's not that strong, but it works in my situation. Not wanting to waste more time in this place, Felix asked the system to confirm this skill as the one he wanted to create. System, create this skill. Please name the skill before you create it. Name the skill as Silent Steps. Yes, that seems nice. Do you wish to use 10 skill points and create the skill Silent Steps? Yes. Ding, successfully created a new skill. Hearing the chime from the system, Felix looked around but didn't see anything change or feel any different. Somewhat suspicious of having become the victim of a scam before, he asked cautiously, So, how do I use the skill, or am I getting scammed? The host is advised to think of doing the skill and you'll be able to use it. Okay, let's go. Felix thought about using the skill, Silent Steps, as he started walking around the room, and slowly but surely his steps became inaudible, as he felt like moving like a ghost, even slightly increasing his speed. If I'm right and if the system is telling the truth, maybe I can use this skill to slowly walk out of this place and run away the moment I'm far enough. He took a deep breath, calming his pounding heart, and moved towards the door of the broken house. Slowly poking his head out of the door, his bruised eyes became blinded by sunlight as he hurriedly focused on the outside situation. There he saw the other man who was called Master by the pervert guy standing near the carriage, still looking at his small booklet with a frown. Seeing that the man was busy with his work, Felix looked around the place to get a better look at where he was. It looked like he was at a farm-like place that had a few broken buildings in the compound, with a slightly 1-meter-tall fence that seemed too easy for robbers to climb in from surrounding the farm. The farm had a wooden gate that seemed to have been opened up by them. There was also a dilapidated well in the middle, but considering the harsh sunlight, it must have already dried up. Outside the farm, it looked to be a forest with tall, unfamiliar trees on all sides. Felix quickly decided to make a plan as he sorted out his thoughts. There's no way I can walk right out of the gates as that guy is right beside them. So jumping over the fence seems to be the only way I can escape from here. Felix quickly made a plan before thinking something as he entered back into the room and knelt beside the corpse of the huge guy. You shitbag. Be proud that the great me is going to loot you now, hee. Giving back what the pervert had said to him, he moved his hands around the huge body, searching his pockets and jacket. He found a wallet which he kept aside, and some ID cards with the guy's face which he threw away. Realizing that he couldn't put the wallet anywhere, while the huge guy's clothes were too big for him to fit, he took out the guy's belt and tied it around his waist. Well, before it was ropes tying me, and now it's a belt. I swear I don't have any weird fetish of getting myself tied. Tightening the belt, he looked at the knife stabbed into the chest of the guy and slowly took it out. For my safety, I better take this. He took the knife and cleaned it using the guy's jacket as he didn't want to carry blood with him. After doing that, he looked at the knife's reflection but couldn't see his face on it clearly as it was earlier splashed by blood. Wow, I look like a psycho with all the blood on. Again, using the guy's jacket, he cleaned his face a bit, but then decided not to waste any more time. He inserted the knife in the belt like how a pirate would do, and took the wallet, which he made the middle part of it enter the belt. Huff, all that I need to do now is to make a successful escape and run away from here before that man realizes what's happening and comes to catch me. Felix thought as his eyes became determined while calming his heart that seemed to come out of his throat. Taking steady steps and his hands trembling a bit as he walked towards the door, he wished himself luck. Now ready, he stood at the door to finally start his escape from this place, where he could have been raw-ed and possibly sacrificed in some evil ritual. Taking a glance at the man outside to check what he was doing, Felix again started thinking. Great, he's looking inside the carriage with his head poked inside. This was like a chance given by the heavens that he needed at the moment, and he rejoiced, getting a bit surprised at his finally working isekai luck. Not waiting anymore, he hurriedly thought of using the skill, Silent Steps, as he made a quick run in the room to make sure it was working. Making sure that it was working perfectly fine, he quickly moved out of the broken house while sneakily looking at the man. Sayonara as whole, I'll be sure to repay what you did to me. Cursing inside his head, Felix ran towards the right side from the door of the broken house that was also on the opposite side of the man as he suddenly dashed behind the building, making his way over to the fence. Taking a bit of effort, he hurriedly jumped over the fence while holding his hands that were hurting a bit from suddenly pressing his hands against the fence with too much pressure. It seemed he was not yet used to his new small body, as moving in it felt unfamiliar and slightly abnormal. Deciding to eat a lot after escaping and training his body to become fit to survive in this harsh world, he ran, taking long steps towards the forest. He used his injured body to its peak as he entered the forest. Eyeing the tall trees around him with a curious look, he ran between them, making himself as far as he could from the place. 20 minutes later, he couldn't help but stop himself after all the running as he sat down on the ground while grasping for breath. Huff, huff, I don't think I can continue to run anymore. Felix gasped as he tried to catch his breath. Calming down a few minutes later, he thought of getting help from the system. System, do you think I'm far enough from that man, or at least tell me where I should go next? It is advised that the host seek answers by hymns. Oh, come on, you stupid system. Why are you even here if you can't help me with something? Replied Felix as he angrily flipped the bird at the system. Does the host wish to deactivate the system? No, wait, I was wrong. Don't deactivate. He immediately shouted, afraid of losing his only way of surviving in this cruel world. Damn, I ended my story before it even began, sweated Felix as he imagined his life without his beloved system. The system cannot give host any answers regarding this world or the situation you're trapped in. The host has to find clues and find the answers yourself, so as to improve your way of handling problems. You're right, Felix pondered about it and realized that if he always depended on the system, then that wasn't much different from the system controlling him. Even though he was thinking positively, Felix didn't have a clue where to go and what to do, especially considering that the slave traders may come search and find him. Sigh, why is my fate so miserable? Taking deep breaths, he calmed down and surveyed his surroundings. Knowing that he was far away from that man, he decided to look at himself and make plans for where he had to go from here, but then he heard his stomach growl, making him feel weak all of a sudden. First of all, I need to look for something to eat. I'll be dead if I stayed in this state any longer. Slowly getting up, he started moving around the tree nearest to him. Looking up, he couldn't seem to find the sun that was ever blazing earlier to be seen, now that the tall trees with their huge leaves were getting in the way. Thankfully, it's not as hot as it was before at the farm. Searching around, he couldn't find any fruits hanging on the trees. Even if there were some, it would be too high for him to reach. He saw that behind the tree, some mushrooms were growing out. Nearing them, he thought of plucking them and satisfying his hunger, when suddenly he realized that there were some purple spots on them that looked horrifying enough to make babies cry. He hurriedly moved back at the mere sight of it. No shit, that's a straight ticket to hell. Going back to where he was, he slowly started walking away from the direction of the farm as he looked around for anything to eat, his hunger not reaching the point of making him insane. Many things in his surrounding were foreign to him, giving him a disadvantage of not knowing what were edible and harmful, so he thought for a second and said, System, can you create a skill that lets me analyze and identify all things? Processing the skill's power scale, grading the skill, estimating the possible points required, skill successfully moduled. Ding, skill name, inspect. Description, it allows the user to identify any object and find out its stats and uses. Cost, 500 skill points. 500 huh. It's a skill that's really useful, especially for someone like me for not knowing anything of this world. Too bad I can only create the skill with 500 points when I have nothing at all. He continued walking ahead, searching for any food he could find as he looked in every direction. The dense forest seems to be at peace, as the slight chirping of the birds could be heard flying between the branches. It looked so unreal that Felix had to stop himself as he looked at the slight sunshine entering the forest through the leaves of the trees. A bit overwhelmed by the beauty of nature, something which he couldn't enjoy in his previous life by always staying inside the busy city, he walked peacefully as if nothing was better than this. Finally coming across a group of squirrels who were eating a bunch of berries from a bush, he quickly moved towards them. The small animals ran away when they saw a human come nearby. That must be edible, not minding them. He took all the berries from the bush and the ground, eating them the moment he picks one. Nice, it's sour yet sweet, reminding me of strawberries, but only these are not ripe yet. Still not stopping himself even as his mouth felt a bit distasteful, he ate all the berries he could find only to find his stomach quarterly full. Walking ahead again from there, he couldn't help but wonder, does this world have fruits and the foods that were back on Earth? Not possible. Maybe they have their own culture and traditions. Thinking of such random thoughts, he walked ahead when suddenly a weird noise made him stop. Queek, queek. He suddenly became alert and stayed cautious as he hid behind a tree, slowly looking at the thing that made those weird sounds. And there he saw it, the first monster that he encountered after his transmigration. Is that? These were his only thoughts as he stared unbelievably at the famous fantasy creature, with wide eyes almost coming out of his sockets. Is that a goblin? Felix hid behind a tree as he stared at the creature that didn't exist on Earth but existed in many fantasy stories, including animes and web novels that he read. The creature before was a short and skinny, slightly hunched back humanoid figure. It had green skin, a long nose, pointed ears, a wide mouth, and small, sharp fangs coming out of its jaws. Its limbs were thin to the point of showing the outline of its bones. Felix cautiously looked at the goblin without making a noise and found out that it was using a short blade-like weapon to slash a small animal that looked like a big rabbit. Is that monster hunting rabbits? He tried asking the system about the monster in a low voice. System, can you tell me about that thing in front of me? Affirmative. The monster in question is called a goblin, and it is a rank 1 being. Is that all you can tell to me? Host is advised to find everything out yourself. Well, whatever, I'll have do it myself. Felix gave up trying to find out anything from the system. It seems he could only count on himself in this forsaken world. It said it was a rank 1 monster, so that means it could give me 10 skill points. Having thought that, he made up his mind to take down the monster, because only having more skill points could make him stronger and increase his chance of surviving in this foreign world. Thinking about fighting the monster, Felix couldn't help but remember how he used to fight against the other kids in his neighborhood. It all started when he was 11 years old. The kids at the orphanage used to go out to the local playground, where many children from the area came to play together. One day, while they were playing games at the playground, a bunch of kids around 11-13 of age started bullying a boy from his orphanage. Wanting to stop them from doing that, Felix and a few of his friends ran toward them to protect the boy. He tried making peace between them and stopping them from ever bullying that boy, but the bullies told him to mind his own business or else they'll beat him together with the kid. A bit annoyed at what the kids were saying, he told them that he would complain to their parents for doing this. But it appeared that they did not like that idea as a kid who looked like their leader furiously punched him in the face. Holding the face that hurt a bit, something seemed to have made him forget all his reasons as his body trembled out of anger before he started dashing forward, beating that guy without stopping, even going as far as pushing him down and raining punches on the kid's face. His friends and the other kids tried to stop him, but it was too late as that boy who Felix was holding under him was already bleeding in his head. After finally stopping the fight with the intervention of some adults at the scene, the boy was taken to the hospital, while Felix was given punishment at the orphanage, as even police officers came to inquire and scold him. This made him have a bad history, because of which he did not get adopted by anyone. Even the kids at the orphanage started to look at him scared faces, as they were afraid he would come and hit them until they bled. They were little children, and as kids, they didn't know how to justify a situation or find the real reason for it. Instead, they just believed what they saw and heard before acting upon it. After that incident, for a few years, Felix got into many fights with kids around his age, as even though he didn't like it, words of his actions spread with many coming to him looking for trouble. Seeing the never-ending line of troubled children, students, and delinquents that came for him, he didn't shy away and faced them with everything he got, but every time he was stopped by the adults before it went too far. As it became a daily occurrence, the nuns and the caretakers of the orphanage decided to give him a lengthy consultation for many days, telling him that if he got into trouble again, then he'll get expelled from the orphanage. With no other choice, Felix had to stop his violent tendencies of getting into fights and focus on studying to make plans for his future. Still, feeling bound by the rules and regulations of society that made him hold back his desires, he felt it was suffocating to even live that life. He felt as if staying in such a peaceful world while getting knocked down by the higher class people and living a pathetic average life was not something that made him feel satisfied. That was why when he got the chance to end his life, he did not try resisting, not knowing that his fate had stored something else for him. Coming back to reality, Felix shook his head off his thoughts and planned on sneaking behind the goblin as the monster had his back towards him. He removed the knife hanging on his waist and clutched it tightly with both of his hands. After calming his mind, he considered, I must do it as fast as possible before the goblin notices me. The surroundings turned silent as the only noise that he could hear was the small growls of the goblin. He quickly made a plan of stabbing the knife right into its neck to kill the goblin as he concentrated on using the skill, Silent Steps. Upon feeling the change as his presence dropped to increase his stealth, Felix jumped out from behind the tree and rushed at the goblin, who was poking the small animal with his short blade. As he felt the wind pressure blow against his face while he ran, Felix neared the unguarded goblin. When he reached around 1 meter away from the creature, he suddenly widened his eyes as the goblin slowly turned around coincidentally. The monster was dumbfounded and looked surprised at the human that magically stood behind him without his notice. It seemed as if time stopped for the both of them as they stood there looking into each other's eyes. A pair of beautiful crystal red eyes stared right at another pair of dirty yellow eyes before chaos erupted. Sorry, I ain't a killer, but I need skill points. Breaking away from the staring contest with the stupefied goblin, Felix sprang forward using his left leg and slashed the knife right at the poor monster's eyes by swinging his hands. Finding that a human was already this close without his knowledge, the goblin wanted to retaliate by raising his blade, but the knife was too fast as it slit its eyes from the left side of his huge forehead and came out from the right side. Krijuek. The monster let out a furious shriek as he felt tremendous pain that almost made him pass out and quickly raised his blade to stab the hateful human. But Felix was faster. Soon after slashing the knife, he kicked with his leg exactly on the crotch of the furious goblin. Quack! The goblin let out a disgusting growl as he held his aching jewels. But before it could feel any more pain, something sharp entered its chest and made it fall to the ground. Laying on the floor, the goblin gradually lost consciousness. Ding! You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. Huff huff, Felix squatted down on the ground breathing for air. It seemed that it was the most his body could do at the moment. Gazing at the goblin's corpse right beside him, he hesitated a bit before slowly poking its arms with his finger to check whether it was still alive. It's still warm. The monster had rough skin and it did not feel good touching, so he stopped doing that. He couldn't bring himself much closer to the corpse to confirm whether it died or not. Well, the system already gave me the reward, but I'm still a bit suspicious of it. Deciding to place his trust in the system's ability, he smiled as he gained 10 skill points. As Felix looked at the skill points that went from 0 to 10, he considered what skill he should create this time. Haha, this time I'm not forced to make a skill, that means I can create whatever I can. Imagining lots of different skills from the animes and web novels, he had a stupid grin on his face. He didn't want to create his second skill while being forced by the situation like the last time. With the new 10 skill points, he wondered what kind of skill he should try to create, but then something happened. ROOAR. A loud roar suddenly went throughout the forest as Felix jumped back to his feet, putting on a scared expression while gazing around fearfully. Many birds flew out of the trees and small animals ran away as they appeared to have met their enemy hearing the monster's roar. Damn it, why did I have to jinx myself? Wanting to cry but also not wanting to waste his time acting stupid, he removed the knife and placed it back into the belt as he started thinking. That roar was just too powerful. I don't think that monster will be as weak as the goblin. That means running away is the only option. Felix did not wait any longer as he activated his skill, Silent Steps, and ran along with the small animals away from the monster that had yet to show itself. The forest did not have any clear path for him to run, so he had to jump over bushes and tiny plants to not lose his momentum. Some time later, he turned behind to check whether the monster was in his sight. The monster did not seem to follow him, so he relaxed, but continued moving forward, not wanting to be around any danger. He only stopped when he found some berries or any fruits on plants to fill his stomach. Felix walked aimlessly without a specific direction as a few hours went by. Gradually, the sun started to go down. Not knowing what time it was, he wondered whether it was going to be dark soon. Do I just keep walking? I don't even know where I'm going right now. Sigh. A bit dejected, he kicked a small stone on the ground. Staring at the rolling stone, he followed behind it to kick it again, but suddenly stopped surprised. The stone that he kicked reached a wide path that seemed like a path for traveling. Is this a road? But where does it travel to? Sadly, there was no one to answer him. He had to either go left or right from there. There's no other choice. I'll have to go in any one direction. Standing in the middle of the path as he deliberated on which direction to go, Felix found a small stick nearby. Picking it up, he balanced it between his finger and the ground before letting it go. The stick stood still for a second and then fell in a random direction. And there I shall go. Leaving the stick, he took quick steps in that direction as it was starting to get a bit cold and dark. Felix was still on the road as it became night. Under the three moonlights, his shadow deepened. Yes, this world had three moons. Looking at the dark sky adorned with twinkling bright stars and three beautiful moons, he couldn't focus on the road and walked slowly. Wow, this is just so amazing. I bet those sky lovers back on Earth would get a noseblood staring at this scene. Growl. He broke out of his thoughts, hearing the pitiful sound his stomach was making. Sigh, this again. Well, it was not the first time this happened, but Felix didn't have anything to sate his hunger. His body was getting tired from all the intense fighting and running, and he felt like resting, but his hunger did not allow him such luxury, so he could only limp forward to arrive at whatever was on the other side of the road. Suddenly he sniffed a faint, sweet, and aromatic smell that made his tummy tremble with joy. What is this smell? So hungry that he felt it was a dream, Felix hurriedly went toward where the smell was coming from, taking quick steps. He saw that a bit forward on the road, there was a medium-sized tent on the right side where a few people were camping out. They surrounded a bonfire where they were heating some meat jerkies with sauce and vegetables. Oh dear, finally something to eat. He gulped at the mere sight of it, but stopped himself from running over and grabbing them. I'll eat that no matter what I have to do. Felix suddenly felt motivated as he planned to steal their food, without realizing that something else was lurking in the shadows as it eyed the humans. The people sitting around the bonfire were talking with each other, waiting for the food to get cooked. A carriage was parked beside them with two horses resting on the ground. The fire brightened their surrounding as Felix could faintly make out their appearances. There were a total of 6 of them, 3 guys wearing light armor and carrying a sword on their waists. A middle-aged man in brown uniform-like clothes was dozing off leaning on a tree, and a couple wearing fancy attire who looked recently married. Felix was standing a bit far so he could not hear what they were talking about. He activated his only skill as he stealthily moved toward another tree that was near them. Now he could hear clearly what they were saying. The journey had been long, but we're finally arriving at the next city, said one of the 3 guys who looked like a guard. He was talking with the other 2 guards as they cooked their dinner. Yes, we'll reach the city by tomorrow evening, another replied. The other warrior, who looked like their leader, reminded the 2 of them as he glanced at the couple. We can receive the reward from the guild after we successfully escort them back, so don't slack off or we'll fail the task. Come on, Captain, we can relax now. There won't be any problems here now that we're near to the city, the first guy said, not wanting to be always tensed. Well, you're right about that, but it just doesn't feel right for me to relax on a mission. The 2 looked at each and chuckled as they remembered how a crow shat on their captain's head when he was sleeping a few days ago. The captain's face turned red from embarrassment as he glared at them. Felix just looked at them from the side as he mused. So there's a city a bit away from here. That's good. I'll be able to hide there from that slave trader in case he's searching for me throughout the forest. Also, he said something about a guild. I wonder if it's the same guild from the fantasy novels. He rejoiced for finally encountering some people and coming to know that there was a city he could stay at. He curiously thought about what a guild could be. I still don't have any plans for the future, but I'll think about them after getting to know more about this world. But before that, I need to find clothes, food, and a place to live. I can't always be wearing this rag. Turning back to the group of people, he saw that the food was finally cooked as they passed the plates around for them to eat. The middle-aged man also woke up as he started joyfully blowing the hot food to cool it down. The couple looked at the food and sighed as they missed the food at their manor that was cooked by professional chefs. The man looked at his wife as she started to eat her food on a plate. Don't worry about the food, Jenny. After reaching home, you'll be able to enjoy whatever you want. I'll make sure you eat well, he said lovingly as he patted her head. Jenny looked back at her husband and said as she happily ate the food. It's okay, Dillian, I'm fine with whatever you give me. I married you because I love you, not because you're rich. Dillian smiled at how sweet his wife was. He shook his head and replied, I know that, Jenny, and also, I love you too. They both stared at each other and held hands, showing off their love to the other people at the camp. The middle-aged man didn't mind them as he was busy eating his food, but the 3 guards watched with blank eyes as they never experienced love, or more like no girl ever willingly talked with them. Felix too looked at the scene, giving a sad smile, as girls always used to avoid him in his previous life. Rumors about how he gets into fights made them think of him as a scary guy. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly there came a noise from the bushes near them, making them all tense up. The guards stopped eating and stood up cautiously from their places, looking at the bush while holding their swords in a defensive stance. The middle-aged man hopped up as he anxiously grabbed a small knife from his coat, while the young couple stayed behind, huddled together. The captain took the lead as they slowly moved towards the bush when suddenly a huge wolf jumped out, attacking them. It was a 1.8 million tall black wolf with sharp fangs and had long nails on its paws that it used to launch an attack on them. Felix became alert as he placed his hands on the knife, looking at the monster that came out. Thank God I did not move from here and quickly activated my skill, or else I would have been discovered by that monster. Sighing in relief, he turned back to watch as the guards got into a fight with the large wolf. System, check that wolf for me. That is a creature called Dark Wolf, and it is a rank 1 monster. I expected you'll say just that. The wolf was quite cunning as it tried sneaking toward the weak couple during the fight, but the 3 guards did not allow it to do that. Surrounding the lone wolf, they attacked it one by performing some special movements. As it couldn't win against the 3 humans, the wolf wanted to retreat, but a slash from the captain's sword injured its leg, making it go limp. The guards quickly took advantage of this, using their different warrior techniques, and slayed the wolf. That was fast. Maybe they have experience doing this. Also, what did they do with the swords while fighting? It looked as if it was glowing a bit. After the fight, Dillion sighed in relief as he walked to the guards who were inspecting the wolf's corpse. He smiled and spoke to them. The captain had a serious face, looking at the dark wolf before he relaxed and turned behind to reply to the young man. It's all right, you do not have to thank us. We are just doing our jobs. While they started talking and handling the corpse, Felix's eyes lit up as he stared at their food, which they were ignoring at the moment. He activated his skill as he sneaked toward the nearest plate of food. Making sure that no one seemed to notice him, he quickly picked it up and ran back again behind the tree. I should probably thank the dead wolf for today's dinner. He did not start eating right away, but moved away from there and looked for a safe place to sleep tonight. After finding a large tree that had a burrow where he could fit, Felix sat down and started wolfing down the food. Finishing it all, he leaned back on the tree and started to doze off. But suddenly he remembered that the 6 of them were going to the city tomorrow morning. System, can you wake me up in the morning at around 7 a.m.? He guessed that system would not reply, but it finally did. Yes, Felix smiled and thought that the system was actually pretty nice, but just a bit shy. Shaking his head at the tsunder's antics, he closed his eyes and went into a deep slumber. Ignoring the cold of the night, he slept peacefully under the moonlight, totally tired from the whole journey. Alert, 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 Felix jolted awake, his heart racing in response to the sudden and loud voice that broke him out of his sleep. He blinked, his eyes adjusting to the dappled sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above. Why are you shouting? He asked, unhappily widening his eyes. Dear host, it is morning. Still a bit sleepy, he snorted at the rude system that seemed to make fun of him. HMMPH, you're not nice at all. Getting up, he stretched his body as a few popping sounds came from his body. Let's check up on what they are doing. Felix moved through the forest, activating his skill that made him realize that he was acting like a thief. Well, because of what he did last night, he was already a thief. The early morning felt a bit chilly as the mist seemed to cover the forest. Hidden in the shadow of a tree, he watched the group with a mixture of curiosity and envy. Felix's gaze lingered on the spread of food laid out before them, a hearty breakfast that looked both delicious and inviting. The sight of golden pancakes, crispy bacon, and steaming mugs of coffee filled him with a pang of hunger. This time he could not just go and steal their food, as it would be quite suspicious, so he just held back his hunger. All of a sudden, he perked up his ear, hearing them speak about something. Haha, Captain, don't lose your breakfast like how you lost yesterday's dinner. One of the guards said, holding his stomach as he laughed at how their captain just seemed to always get into trouble. Shut up, try eating grass for dinner once and then make fun of me. The captain retorted back as he cursed at his bad luck while greedily eating the breakfast. Yesterday's events made his stomach not feel well in the morning, as it growled the whole night. Felix sweated as their talk made him feel guilty for what he did. Sorry, brother captain, but it was a choice I made for my survival. I'll surely repay you one day for your contribution. He promised himself that he would pay back the captain for stealing his food. The middle-aged man took care of the horses and prepared the carriage as they ate. So he was a driver, and those 2 a married couple who hired the 3 guards. He pondered as he guessed their identities. After eating breakfast, the group placed their packs on the carriage and set off to the city as they traveled under the shades of the forest. At last, it's time to get away from this forsaken place. Felix gave the forest one last deep look and followed behind them as he jumped from one shadow of the tree to the other. A few hours later, the group finally reached a city. Standing behind a tree, Felix looked ahead and stared blankly at the walls that rose from the ground, reaching 20 million in height. The walls of the city looked mighty and strong with its dark appearance, showing that it was capable of defending against a horde of monsters, who can even infiltrate the city if the walls are so high and thick. Looking ahead, he saw that the group was approaching the gates of the city, where 2 soldiers stood checking on the travelers that wished to enter the city. I don't think entering the city will be that easy for me. Felix didn't think that he could enter the city by just using silent steps. He pondered for a while and made a plan. Taking a risk, he activated his skill and ran behind the moving carriage, getting near to it. When he reached behind the carriage, he quickly got under the carriage and held the lower bonnet of it as he stuck his body upwards. Holding it hurt his thin and weak arms, but he tolerated it as the carriage stopped for a brief moment near the gates before finally entering the city. While holding onto the bonnet, he looked around from under the carriage and felt amazed by everything of the city in his sight. There were stalls selling beautiful gemstones and strange spices on the stone streets, with people haggling and discussing among themselves. Bright banners of different organizations' ad shops danced in the air, making patterns of light and dark. Entertainers amazed the people with their tricks, and the smell of fresh pastries filled the air. It was a world of wonders he had never seen before. Back on Earth, things were completely different. The streets were lined with buildings made of concrete and glass, with billboards and traffic lights at every corner. People hurried past each other, lost in their own world. Felix started enjoying his view when his arms started to feel weak. Staring around, he found an empty alley as the carriage moved. There's my chance. Waiting for the carriage to get near to the empty alley, he quickly activated his skill and slowly let go of the wooden bonnet of the carriage. Swiftly getting up, he ran into the alley as a few pedestrians were surprised at his sudden appearance. But they just minded their own business and walked away, ignoring the boy. Running deep into the alley, Felix stopped when he felt that nobody seemed to follow him into the alley. Sigh, that was stressful. Thankfully, I did not alert anyone when entering the city. He sighed as he thought that if anybody saw him as he was now, they would think of him as a runaway slave and lock him up in their basement. It was already tough and dangerous for him to have escaped from the slave traders, and he was sure he wouldn't be as lucky as he was now if he got caught again. Felix found a quiet spot to sit and relax, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. He leaned against the wall in the alleyway, taking a moment to soak in the tranquil surroundings. The gentle sound of the wind and the distant hum of the city's activity created a soothing backdrop, and he closed his eyes, allowing his mind to wander. As he drifted into his thoughts, a sudden voice in the atmosphere jolted him back to the present. His eyes snapped open, and he felt a chill run down his spine. A childish voice tinged with curiosity and mischief cut through the tranquility. "Hey, look over there. What's that guy doing?" Felix's gaze shifted toward the source of the voice, his eyes widening as he saw a group of 5 kids around the age of 12. They stood a short distance away, their fingers pointed in his direction. Their expressions were a mix of intrigue and suspicion. He felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him, his previous relaxation shattered by their scrutiny. He wondered if his presence had caught their attention, or if they wondered about his identity because of his clothes. Trying to appear nonchalant, Felix offered a friendly smile to the kids. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Nice weather today, right?" He didn't know what could be a nice thing to say at the moment, as it was the first time he was actually having a proper conversation with a person from this world. As for the talk between him and the huge pervert, he preferred that he completely forget about it. The kids exchanged glances, their suspicion not entirely dissipated. One of them, a young blue-haired boy wearing a light brown vest and black pants, ventured closer. "Are you from around here? You look kind of different." Felix wondered why they were saying that as he looked at them and asked back. "Different? How so?" The boy replied matter-of-factly. "Because it's rare around here for someone to have silver hair and red eyes." Felix tilted his head as the boy's words rang inside his mind. "Silver hair and red eyes. Are you talking about me?" Felix asked as he touched his long hair that fell just above his eyes, covering his forehead, and widened his eyes hearing that. The boy with blue hair looked back at one of his friends and shrugged his shoulders. "Shea, why don't you give him your mirror for a bit?" The girl named Shea had brown hair reaching her shoulders and a small, cute face. Wearing a green color gown with white lacings, she looked at Felix for some while before she handed him a mini mirror she was keeping in her pocket. "Here, don't break it. It was a gift given to me by Mother." Felix curiously held the mirror and looked at his reflection. His silver hair had an ethereal sheen that catches and reflects even the faintest traces of light. With each movement, his hair seems to shift and dance, almost as if it possesses a life of its own. His pale white skin and cheeks looked a bit thin, but the crimson eyes that filled his sockets were like precious rubies set within a bed of snow, his eyes shimmering with an inner fire, capturing the essence of danger and mystery. As he stared at his new appearance for the first time, Felix couldn't help but want to scream out, "That's so fucking cool." His hand trembled as he glanced at his handsome face reflected in the small mirror. "If I had this face on Earth, I could have easily become a celebrity or a model. My previous average face was like 1,000 times worse than this." Still impressed by his beauty, he realized why that huge pervert wanted to assault him. No wonder that pedophile couldn't hold himself back after looking at me. He had a question, but he shook his head and returned the mirror to the girl who was looking blankly at him. Felix scratched his head as he laughed it off. But the kids just thought that this guy must have never seen a mirror before. "By the way, my name is Felix. It's nice to meet you." Felix gave the blue-haired boy his hand and asked for a handshake. The boy stared at the hand in front of him before he held it and slowly shook it. He smiled and replied back, "You can call me Noah, and it's nice to meet you too." Noah then pointed to his other friends and introduced them. "The girl that you gave you the mirror is Shea, and they are Thomas, Kevin, and Betty." Thomas was a dainty boy with black hair wearing a tight white shirt and brown shorts, and Kevin was the tallest among the kids, having short dark brown hair and wearing loose pants with a black top. "Hello there." said Thomas in a quiet voice, wearing a pair of glasses from his pocket to take a better look at the silver-haired boy. Kevin, on the other hand, just remained silent as he gave a suspicious look to the boy who seemed too out of place. Betty, on the other hand, was a shy girl standing behind them all as she seemed scared of Felix. She had long red hair that reached her waist and wore a pink frolic gown and white leggings. "So Felix, where are you planning on going?" Noah asked as he stared at the white rag that Felix wore. Meeting his glance, Felix tugged at his only cloth as he replied back, "Well, I don't have any place to go. In fact, I just arrived at this city and don't know anything about it." He acted as if he was a traveler who came back from a journey and didn't mention anything else. Noah nodded as he thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. "If you don't have a place to live then, why don't you stay at our guild?" He naively asked Felix as he thought staying with him would be fun. Felix looked surprised when he heard that they came from a guild. He curiously asked him back, "Guild? What is a guild? Can you tell me more about it? I don't remember many things." Shea elbowed Noah as she took the initiative to speak. She folded her arms in front of her flat chest and looked seriously at Felix in the eye as she told him. Guilds are like private organizations created by some qualified people, where people of different professions come together becoming its members and do tasks and missions from which they are rewarded with money and other commodities. Noah nodded and added, "There are a lot of guilds in Edenmont City, but unlike them, our guild is a bit open-minded, and even though we are kids, they accept us as unofficial members for completing simple tasks around the city." Felix heard Noah say that, as he finally came to know the name of the city to which he had traveled. Edenmont City High, and there is not one but many guilds here. He wondered as it seemed a bit different from what he had guessed. Glancing at Noah, who looked happy at how their guild treated them, Felix questioned him with a curious tone. "You said that I can join the guild. Is the requirement not very much?" Noah coughed embarrassingly when Felix came to know that as the other kids wryly smiled. Cough, cough. "That you see, our guild is a bit, special as it has some circumstances that led it to become like this." Felix raised his brows, noticing the kids that were looking away while whistling at the sky. "It doesn't matter if they can accept me and give me a place to stay, then joining their guild does not seem that bad." He ignored Noah, who was showing him a guilty face, and asked Shea, "Is it compulsory to do the missions, or do we do them whenever we want?" Shea, a bit taken aback by the question, thought for a moment and nodded. "The guild does not force us to do anything. It is our own decision when we accept the missions. Sometimes, when necessary, they give exclusive missions, but they are only for the official members, so we don't have to worry about it." Felix heaved a sigh as he did not want to get forced by them to do impossible missions. "Well, that's all good then. What is the name of your guild? It must have one, right?" The question, Noah hurried forward excitedly, raising his hands as he spoke out. "Me, I will tell you." Looking at the blue-haired boy jumping about almost screaming, Felix chuckled before agreeing. "Okay then, tell me." Noah took a deep breath with stars in his eyes and blurted out, The name of our guild is Twilight Chaos." Felix gulped as he felt an invisible pressure descend upon him when he heard the name of their guild. Twilight Chaos, Twilight Chaos. Wow, that sounds so badass. He spoke to himself as the name felt so cool. Be badass? Why would you say that? The shy Betty exclaimed as she held her hands together while looking at Felix with disgust. Even Kevin and Thomas were looking at him with sickening looks. No, what I was saying was. Felix hurriedly shook his hands as he tried to correct the misunderstanding, but Noah patted him on his shoulder, interrupting him. "Felix, it's not good manners if you don't clean your as." Before he could add fire to the already messed up misunderstanding, Felix closed his mouth and glared at him with his crimson eyes. "Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. What I meant was, your guild has a nice name and it sounds really awesome," he said, correcting their misunderstanding, and everyone nodded as they understood what he meant. Shea looked at Felix as she said to everyone, "Well, I think we should head back. We have yet to submit today's mission." Noah finally remembered that they had to submit the mission back to the guild, and before Shea could continue, he told Felix, "Let's go, we'll take you the guild, and there you can apply to become an unofficial member." Shea grumbled at always annoying Noah and shook her head, as he would never change his habit of interrupting others when talking. Not wasting any time, Noah took the lead and led everyone out of the alley and started walking toward the center of the city. Felix stood out in the crowd as he only wore a piece of rag, but people did not focus too much on him, as it was not a rare sight for them in such a large city. Felix again looked shocked at seeing the medieval setting of this world, as a symphony of sounds enveloped him, the cheerful haggling of merchants, the rhythmic clatter of hooves as fantastical creatures pull carriages, and the variety of garments that only existed in fantasy games. But he knew that it was all real and there existed dangers beyond his powers that he needed to avoid at the moment. Gaining information was the most basic rule for a king to conquer, and that is what he did. While they were walking, he tried asking Noah more about this world in an indirect way. "Hey Noah, do you go to other cities while doing missions, or do you just do it here?" Leading them, Noah didn't mind the question as he replied back, the unofficial members do not get missions that need to go outside the city, so we always stay inside here. But the official members do frequently travel to different cities to complete their missions. Felix deliberated for a second before he asked again, "What kind of cities do the official members go to?" He asked, nonchalantly staring at the buildings that were made of brown and red stones. He did not want them to feel his curiosity, and just wanted them to feel it as pastime talk. "Well, they go to many cities, but I don't know much as I never talked with an official member that much. They rarely talk about their missions, as it can lead to the spread of our information to the enemy guilds," Noah said unhappily, as he did not seem to like that some guild had a beef with them. "If you want to know more, then you can ask the receptionist. She's a good person and will help you with your application and your stay." Felix nodded and felt like he should not ask more as it would look suspicious. The group walked for 15 minutes traveling inside the city as they crossed many streets and stores. "Here, Felix, this is our guild," Noah said as they finally reached their destination. Felix looked at him, pointing at a building in front of them. The building was 7 floors tall, with black stoned walls and Gothic-styled windows. The gates had demonic symbols on them that felt scary to look. With pointed corners at the walls of every floor, it had a menacing aura that kept pedestrians from coming near it. Even the sky above it felt a bit dark, as the building towered above many buildings around the surroundings, which were only about 2 or 3 floors tall. "Gulp, guys, are you sure we're at the right place?" Felix couldn't help but ask them as he looked at the building, which gave him a chill in his spine. His subconscious mind did not want him to enter that building, making it dangerous and terrifying to even think about the appearance of the building. "Of course, we're at the right place. Don't mind the scary feeling. It's not that bad when you enter it." Noah smiled at the boy who acted just like them when they first entered the guild. The others were also grinning as they remembered their first time here. "I don't think I can go, th." He tried refusing, but Noah and Shea held his arms and pulled him while mischievously smirking at his nervous expression. The other 3 shrugged at their behavior. Thomas adjusted his glasses, acting like a senior, and spoke to Kevin and Betty. "I wonder how the face of this boy changes when he understands the truth of this dark world and comes to know the secrets held within." Kevin ignored his Chunabu friend as he shook his head and followed the others with Betty, leaving him behind. "Wait, guys. It was necessary for me to act like that," Thomas cried as he hurriedly followed them as they all walked into the gates of the guild that automatically opened, welcoming them in. The gate then closed by itself as the kids went inside the building, which seemed to grow darker and darker with the setting sun. The eerie Gothic structure stood tall in the dying light, an amalgamation of stone and shadow that seemed to breathe a life of its own. Bathed in the final vestiges of daylight, the building took on an even more sinister aspect, an embodiment of the macabre that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to gaze upon it. And this is where Felix came into contact with one of the many forces that governed and ruled the world, the guilds. Felix, along with the others, stood nervously in front of the door of the guild. The door was black in color, with red demonic engravings reaching close to 3 meters above the ground. It looked suffocating standing there, as if being looked at by evil devils. Did I make the wrong decision coming here? He did not think it was a great idea to enter the building, but the blue-haired Noah did not seem to notice his plight as he took a card out of his pocket and pressed it onto a drawing in the middle of the door that looked like an evil eye. "Okay, and here we go." The drawing made Felix feel like a devil was peeking at him from inside, making him shiver at the mere sight of it. After Noah showed his card, the door glowed reddish around the engravings before it slowly opened. Felix widened his eyes as the door opened, revealing a hall with many empty sofas at the right and a reception area on the left with someone sitting behind. The hall appeared like it was well maintained, with lots of unique paintings hanging on the white wall and a magnificent golden chandelier on the ceiling. There was a big board pinned with many papers and notes on it beside the reception area. The floor was made from what looked like black marble and had an elegant feel to it. Straight ahead of the door, around 10 meters away, there were stairs that led to the second floor. Overall, it seemed that the person who designed the hall had a dark and Gothic sense of style. "Beautiful," Felix blurted out absently as he stared around the hall, which was not something that an ordinary person would ever see in their life. He had never seen something like this even on Earth. Maybe only those large castles of some royal families would look similar. "Come here, Felix, I'll introduce you to the receptionist." Noah went ahead to talk with the receptionist. They seemed pretty close to her as she smiled happily and stood up when they came inside. The receptionist was a mature-looking woman wearing a dark red robe over her curvaceous body with shining black earrings that enchanted her looks. Standing straight at 1.65 million tall height, she had her blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and her flirty blue eyes seemed to want to make fun of little kids. "Miss Elsa, we brought a new member for the guild. Oh, and also here to submit our mission." Noah smiled as he pointed at Felix, who was standing there nervously. Hearing Noah call him, he looked at the receptionist and greeted her. "Ah, hello there. My name is Felix and I wish to join the guild." Felix said unsurely, as he was not yet ready to join something that he had no idea of, but he also had nowhere else to go. That was why he decided to come here. Miss Elsa seemed to have noticed his obvious intentions as she smiled at the boy and spoke with her alluring voice. Nice to meet you, Felix. My name is Elsa, and I'm the receptionist of the Twilight Chaos Guild. You must have some difficulties in joining the guild, right? It's not a problem. We can sit in the lounge and discuss it. But before that, let me submit their mission. Felix just nodded at her and went to sit on the sofa per her instruction. He relaxed, leaning back on the sofa as it felt nice and comforting for his tired body. He looked back at the kids and Miss Elsa, who were working on submitting their mission. What should I do now? Joining and staying here is not a bad idea, but I don't know anything about them. Well, considering that Noah and the kids can become their unofficial members, means their work, or should I say missions, must be not anything dangerous. Is there no other way? If only I had some basic knowledge of this world. Sigh. Felix sighed as he closed his eyes and rested his head comfortably on the sofa. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as he remembered what his quirky system could do. Wait, I could create a skill for knowing more about this world. As he was in the city right now, the chances of getting into something dangerous seemed low. That made him think of creating a skill to help him with knowing more about this world. Like finding water in a desert, he felt happy knowing he had what many did not, a system. He turned to the side and looked at the others. Seeing that they were talking and not watching him, he softly asked the system, "Hey system, do you have any idea for a skill that could help me with getting some information about this world?" Host is host and system is system. Imagining a skill is your job and creating them for you is mine, so it is advised for the host too. Okay, I understand. Felix shouted out loud without thinking, as he was getting tired from the system by now. But then he remembered he wasn't in the forest anymore, and there were others present here. Hey Felix, are you all right? He jumped up at Noah's question and turned around, only to see that all of them were looking at him with pity and sympathy in their eyes. His face turned red as he realized that his shout must have made him look like a madman to them. Don't worry, guys. I'm all right, you guys can carry on. He shook his hands at them as he smiled awkwardly, making it the second time for him to act weird in front of the kids. They just nodded and went back to discuss their work. Felix sighed in relief and quietly cursed the system in his head. This bastard of a system. Why does it always make trouble for me? Was it made to kill me or to help me? First of all, the system cannot be a bastard. What the hell? He jumped up again when a voice spoke in his mind but stopped himself from shouting. Then he realized that it was the voice of the system. You can speak in my mind. Wait, more than that, you can hear my thoughts. Affirmative. I never made trouble for the host. It was the host himself who acted crazy at serious times. And yes, I'm here to help you and not kill you. Felix shivered at the end of the sentence, but he shook his head and asked the system again. Wait, if you can speak in my mind, then why didn't you tell me about it before? The host never asked. Sigh. There's no way I can depend on you from now on. Shaking his head, Felix cleared his thoughts and again leaned back on the sofa as his muscles relaxed. His internal mind wasn't working right at the moment because of the intense situations that kept happening one after the other, especially when his previous life was mundane and boring to the point of calling it gray. If I can't ask the system, then I'll have to create something myself. Felix closed his eyes as he started imagining any skill by remembering many anime and manga that could help him at the moment. What should I create? He sank into deep thought as nothing seemed to come inside his mind that could potentially let him know more about the world. Even if there is a skill that could do that, it's not something my 10 skill points could afford. That means I'll have to think of a simple skill and not something grand. Think. Holding his head, Felix groaned as he tried really hard to think. Wait, I think this may be possible. Let's try. Almost giving up, he asked the system. System, create the skill. System, create the skill. Flashback. Felix hopefully asked the system after he imagined the uses and the applications of the skill, processing the skill's power scale, grading the skill, estimating the possible points required, skill successfully moduled. Ding, skill name. Flashback. Description lets the user see and hear into the past by touching a person or an object. Cost, 300 skill points. Damn, as I guessed, it's not something I can create at the moment. Felix grimaced at having only 10 skill points. He looked around trying to find a solution before curiously asking the system. System, for this skill, can I reduce the skill points by adding limitations and specific rules? Yes, the host is allowed to change the description as he wishes. Later, the system will grade it and give it a price. If that's so, then, he thought again for a few seconds and changed the description. Add a limit so that the skill can only be used once on something, and only 1 minute of the past is shown from a specific moment. How much will that reduce the skill points? Processing the skill's power scale, grading the skill, estimating the possible points required, skill successfully moduled, cost 40 skill points. Nice, now one more limit. Yes, remove the ability of sight, only hearing it is enough. Show me the skill now. Ding, skill name. Flashback. Description lets the user hear the past of any person or an object after touching them. The skill's duration is 1 minute for the part of the past that the user desires to hear, and it can only be used once on anything. Cost, 10 skill points. You wish to use 10 skill points and create the skill, flashback. Is there a need to ask? Of course, yes. Ding, successfully created a new skill. After finally creating the skill, Felix closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on the sofa he was sitting on. He considered what kind of past he wanted to hear before calling out. Flashback. After activating the skill, he felt his mind buzzing like that of a static television sound. BZZZZZZZZ. Slowly, the sound died down and he could hear faint voices inside his head. We can complete this mission. It's relatively easier than most of them as we only need to visit 2 cities in the Sephila Kingdom, a deep voice said. Another voice that seemed energetic sounded replying to the first voice. You're right. The Sephila Kingdom is about 6 days of travel away on the east from our Dracovia Kingdom, and considering we're at Edenmont City, located in the eastern part, it'll take us around 2.5 a day of travel using a carriage. The deep voice that seemed to be the leader of the squad sounded again. Among the 4 of us, you 3 are rank 1 warriors, while I am a rank 2 warrior, which is sufficient for us to complete the mission. All we gotta take care of is to hide our identities when doing the mission and not alert the other guilds from the great cities. The other 3 murmured in response as they seemed to agree with what their leader said. The voices then stopped as Felix opened his eyes and grinned as the skill worked just like he wanted it to. So this the Dracovia Kingdom, and there's another called Sephila Kingdom on the east side. And Edenmont City seems to be located on the eastern side of the kingdom. But what does he mean by the great cities? Still having many questions, Felix sneakily looked at the others before slowly sitting on the sofa behind him. He needed more information about what the great cities were. So placing his hand on the sofa, he again activated the skill and heard a different conversation this time. Opening his eyes, he nodded at the information that he got for the second time. So when the number of strong guilds in a place reaches a certain threshold, that place will be called a great city. And in this kingdom, there are altogether 9 great cities including Edenmont City. Other places are called just towns and villages, as they have less influence and strength compared to these cities. Felix placed his finger on his chin as he wondered. But what makes them so special is that there seems to be a chamber of guilds in every great city where the leaders of the top 10 guilds rule and make the laws and regulations relating to the guilds matters. In Edenmont City, Twilight Chaos Guild stands at the top 5 among all the 24 guilds present here. With both allies and enemies among the guilds, it has a decent reputation in the city. 8 of the great cities have a duke of this kingdom keeping a watch over it, while the strongest of the cities, which is the royal capital, has the king himself. Felix organized all this information in his mind as he finally came to know more about this world. Even though he couldn't get much information about the outside of the kingdom, it was enough for him at the moment. My, you seem to enjoying your time here. Felix got surprised at the alluring voice that made him break out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw that Miss Elsa was looking at him with her flirty eyes giving a mischievous smile, which couldn't help but make him blush. "Oh, Miss Elsa, how are you doing?" He blurted out, slightly nervous, looking at the beautiful yet seductive receptionist that seemed to like making kids embarrassed. "Let's get to the point and discuss the matter of you joining the guild, shall we?" Felix looked back at Noah and the others and saw them giving him a thumbs up while grinning. He smiled at them and waved his hand. Turning back to the receptionist, he took a deep breath and nodded at her question. "Yes, Miss Elsa, please let me join this guild." The receptionist smiled at the enthusiastic silver-haired boy. She pointed to the reception desk and asked Felix to follow her. "How about we go there and fill out your application form?" Saying that, she went to her desk and sat on the chair. Felix naturally followed her and stood in front of the wooden desk before Noah came beside him. "Hey Felix, good luck there. Now that we have completed our mission and it's already getting dark outside, we'll be going home. We'll see you tomorrow." Felix smiled as he waved at Noah and the others who were leaving the guild. They too wished him luck and said their farewell and left the hall. Now it was only him with the receptionist in the guild's hall. He looked at the blonde, mature woman and felt that she looked like a celebrity starring in many movies. Her serious face when she was handling her work and the swift movement of her body as she did her job made Felix stare blankly at her. Seen enough. She suddenly raised her eyes and looked at the stupefied crimson eyes at her abrupt question. Oh, sorry, was not, Miss Elsa giggled at his antics and raised her hand, pointing her finger at him in a cute manner as she reprimanded him. "Boy, it's rude to not compliment a lady after you've taken a good look at her." Felix almost choked at her advice as he blushingly scratched his head and replied, "Really?" "Then, Miss Elsa, you're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Is that fine?" She raised her brows at the boy who said that matter-of-factly without any lie or hidden intentions. thinking that this boy was honest and not like the others. She nodded inside her head as she smiled sweetly at him. Elsa thanked him as she held a pen and started writing something on a form paper. Okay, so we'll start with your name and age. Is your name only Felix, or do you have a surname? Also, do you have any guardians that can vouch for you? Felix did not have to think much as he honestly replied. Yes, I am an orphan, so my name is only Felix. As for my age, it's 14. The receptionist stopped her hand as she raised her head to look at the boy with pity and sighed as she shook her head. Sigh, no wonder he is wearing a rag and appears scrawny with no muscles on him. Even though he is 14, he looks like a 10-year-old. Felix noticed her reaction, but kept quiet as he slightly pulled at the rag. Will they not accept me for being a slave, or am I getting her sympathy? If it's the latter, then I can use it to advantage. He then looked at the receptionist with his ruby-red eyes almost having tears in them as he pleaded with her in a cute voice. Miss Elsa, I don't have anyone to take care of me and a place to stay. I have also not eaten anything for the past few days. I'm willing to do any work, so please let me in the guild. The receptionist of the guild looked at the boy trying his best to join the guild that many were thinking of leaving because of their members' eccentric nature. She tilted her head as she remembered what their leader has asked of her. Smiling with a beautiful grin that could make flowers bloom, Elsa stood up and placed her hand on the boy's silver hair and ruffled it, making him close his eyes joyfully, pretending to be cute. Felix, it's all right now. The guild doesn't care where you're from or what you have, as it is in need of many members for several reasons. That is why you can easily join and stay at this place. As you do not have anywhere to go, you'll also be given a small room on the second floor that is also the living quarters, she explained as she went back to sit on her chair and continued writing on the form. Next, do you have any prior training or experience in combat? I have never done any of those. Felix didn't lie as he really did not have any experience in this world. Well, the fights of his previous did not matter, as it was just child's play compared to the cruelty of this world. In any case, an orphan with combat skills would just make them suspicious. Maybe my chances of getting into some missions may be decreased if I don't have experience with combat, but it doesn't matter now. I'm only starting as an unofficial member anyway. Elsa asked some more questions that Felix answered in an appropriate manner without making it look like he was lying. After the end of her questions, she handed him a contract paper and told him to read the guild's rules and regulations. Make sure you read everything on the contract to have a better idea of what it means to become an unofficial member of the guild, and then sign at the end of the page. Felix took the paper and started reading everything. It seems to tell that I can leave whenever I wish to, and I have to do 2 missions every week and pay for the cost of staying in the living quarters. Other rules are also not that bad. Having no problem with the contract, he took a pen from the desk and signed it. Whoosh! Right after signing it, the contract started floating up and dispersed into tiny black particles before going inside a black orb on the desk, and a small part of it touched his hand. Felix anxiously looked at his hand after witnessing the magical scene. His hand appeared to be fine, but there was a symbol of an evil eye on the back of his palm glowing a bit red eerily. What was that? Is that anything dangerous? He couldn't help but ask Miss Elsa, who looked amused at his reaction as she intently looked at him, slightly biting her lips. This boy really is different. How can he act so cute even when he is just shouting? She looked at the boy who was rubbing his hand, trying to remove the symbol, not knowing that he was just acting cute to impress her. It's all right, Felix. That is the mark of recognition that members of the guild get after joining the guild. It won't affect you in any way, and it will go away after some time not to appear again. Also, take this card. It is used when going inside and outside the guild building. You can also use it as an identity card in the city if you do not have any other. Felix sighed in relief, knowing it won't have any weird effect on him. He received the card and held it in his hand. It was white in color with the same symbol of the evil eye on one side and his identity details on the other side. Hearing the sound from his stomach, he put his hand on his tummy and requested the receptionist. Miss Elsa, do you have anything to eat? I don't think I can handle my hunger anymore. She smiled and got up from the desk, leading him toward the stairs. Let's go. I'll lead you around the place and show you your room as well as the dining hall and other facilities. As Felix followed her to the stairs, she suddenly stopped on the first step and turned around grinning at him. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. He raised his head and stared at her as she looked breathtakingly beautiful at that angle, as the golden rays of the chandelier shined on her white and glossy skin. The blood-red carpet on the black stairs in her background gave her curvy body a slightly evil disposition. She raised her red lips at the corners as she gave a grin that could make babies stop crying in fear and said, "Welcome to the Twilight Chaos Guild." Following behind the now calm receptionist to the second floor, Felix couldn't help but remember her devil-like grin that made him feel a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, he could only give her a small nod and act scared, forgetting his plan of pretending to be cute. Holy she, what did I get myself into? Is she really a human and not a devil in a human's skin? Felix really regretted it, thinking about whether it was the right decision to have joined the guild. There was no way a receptionist would act like that. Was she just trying to scare me? Or did she get to know that I was pretending to be cute? No way she'll eat me now, right? He took nervous steps following her as they arrived at the second floor. Elsa ignored his fearful expression as she turned to him and stated, "On the first floor, there was the hall with lounge and reception with some storage rooms in the corner. The second floor is the living quarters with the dining hall. The third floor is for official members only and off limits for unofficial members. If you're seen there, you'll have to face punishment." She gave him a serious face as she continued, "Moving up, every floor is unavailable for you, so there's no need for any unnecessary details of them. Come here, I'll take you to your room. You can have food at the dining hall after this." That being said, she walked deeper into the second floor and took a left turn, entering a wide corridor with many doors on the sides. After walking for a few seconds, they stopped in front of a door with the number 132. "Here, this is the key to your room. Don't lose it or you'll have to pay a fine for that. You don't seem to have any other clothes, so I'll inform a worker to bring you some." Elsa took a key out of nowhere and gave it to Felix, who looked at his cloth that was just a rag and couldn't help but thank her. She shook her head as she replied, "Don't worry, we'll cut the reward of your first mission in exchange for this. Also, the dining hall has breakfast, lunch, and dinner free for everyone. You'll have to pay for anything extra you'd like to eat." He widened his eyes at the treatment he was getting. Really, not even free clothes. Whatever, at least they give food. "Well then, my job here is done. Enjoy your stay, Felix." She smiled sweetly as she went back to her work, swaying her hips as she hopped a little and left Felix alone in the corridor. This woman, I can't seem to understand her. Was she acting earlier, or is that how she usually is? Felix shook his head as it was not that important. He would know everything as time went by. He inserted and turned the key in the keyhole and opened the door to his new room, 132. Entering inside, he carefully locked the door and gazed around the room. There was a small single bed at the left corner, along with a window above the bed having brown curtains. On the right side, there was a desk along with a closet. There was a door on the right wall leading to a washroom with a bathtub. It's not bad. A lot better actually than what I expected. Knock, knock. "Room service," a robotic voice sounded outside the door. Felix turned the key and opened the door, as a man wearing a white and black uniform gave him a packet and went back. Not wasting any time, he quickly locked the door and removed the rag he was wearing. Opening the door of the washroom, he turned on the hot water and lay down inside the tub. Sigh, this is what I call life. Relaxing in the hot water, he washed his body and hair even though he still had many wounds on his naked body. Looking down at his lower waist, he grinned at the length of his little brother. Whoa, it has nice potential there. He touched his tower as he felt it was bigger than the one in his previous life. Not wanting to awake the dragon, he pulled back his hands and just stared at it. Just looking at it makes me have no regrets about being reincarnated in this body. After 5 minutes of bath, he came outside and wore his new clothes. It consisted of a brown shirt and dark blue pants with a black belt. Just something simple but still better than a rag. There were 2 other sets in the packet which he kept in the closet. "Let's go the dining hall, or else I'll pass out any time now." Felix did not have a watch, so he couldn't tell time, but his hunger made him just move to where food would be. Coming out of the room, he locked the door and started walking toward the dining hall. Instead of taking a right which led to the stairs, he went ahead crossing many rooms and stood in front of a double door that had "Dining Hall" written on it. He pushed the doors open and peered at the dining hall. There were tables and chairs on the left side with some people having dinner there. On the right side, there was a buffet where you could take anything you wanted to eat. Felix quickly entered, took a plate and started filling it with many things. After making sure he had taken a piece of every food that he didn't even know the name of, he walked toward an empty table and sat there. Gulp, time to dig in. Nothing could stop him from gobbling up the food as he started eating in a crazy manner. Some people looked at him in amusement at how he was acting, but he didn't mind them as his only thoughts were to eat as much as he could to improve the state of his body. After finishing everything on the table, he gave a burp and drank a glass of fresh juice. How that felt good. Nothing beats a plate full of food. Sighing in contentment, Felix went out of the dining hall picking his teeth and entered back in his room. Making sure that he locked the door, he lay on the bed as he called out to the system. "Starting tomorrow, I'll have to do missions and get to know more about this world. Also, I have to make some money for staying here and pay for my expenses." Wait, did I not have that guy's wallet with me? Recalling the wallet of the huge guy, he suddenly got up and looked at the rag in the corner. He put the knife on the desk and took out the wallet from his rag. "There's nothing here except some papers and waste. That poor bastard had nothing on him." Sigh. Throwing the wallet into a corner, he walked back to the bed when suddenly an idea hit him. It's worth a try. Going back and bending down to take the wallet, he held it in his hand and sat back on the bed. He took a deep breath and stared at the wallet before whispering. Flashback. Came the static noise of a broken television for a few seconds before it died, and faint voices could be heard. The voice of the huge guy could be heard as he seemed to be haggling with a street vendor. "Hurry up, you idiot. Did you think I hired you to waste my time?" A stern voice sounded that seemed to make a fuss about taking this guy to do his job. Why, yes, master, I'm coming, just that these toys were not that bad so. His voice trailed silently as he gulped in fear at whatever his master did there. Don't make me repeat myself. The people of the Dark Guilds don't care about people's lives. So if you make any mistakes, be ready to face something you would never wish to. I understand. The huge guy's head must have been face downwards as he spoke with a scared voice, not disturbing his master again. Let's go, we need to find someone before moving to the meet-up place for completing the deal. I don't want to fail this mission as it can greatly help me in. The voices died down there as Felix opened his eyes and stared intently at the wallet in his hand. His red eyes were tinged with hatred from hearing their voices again, but he took a deep breath, relaxed, and calmed down. Those bastards, sigh, I didn't get much out of them, but this is still fine. He didn't think that the information was less as he knew beforehand that using flashback on a thing was random of his desired wish. If he wanted to hear the past of something and wishes for it, the sounds are what he wants to hear, but it can also be something that is of not much use. The only thing of importance from their conversation I heard was about the Dark Guilds. What are they? Some gangs, criminals. Most likely something similar to those. I need to find more about them and remain hidden. The next thing was that gray-haired man's mission. It seems that he had gotten a mission from somewhere to deliver a sacrifice to the people of Dark Guilds, and I was chosen as the pig. Felix gnashed his teeth in anger as he felt like tossing them in magma and roasting their dicks with charcoals. His wrath made his crimson eyes give a slight glow as the decreasing sunlight from outside the window seemed to fall on his silver hair, shining it. Shaking his head, he tossed the wallet on the desk and laid his head on the soft cushion of the bed. Giving his body a stretch, he started dozing off as he had a last thought. I'll find out about everything later and make sure that bastard pays for making me go through hell. But right now, I'll go to sleep and recover my body. Closing his eyes, Felix swore to himself as he fell asleep on a bed for the first time after transmigration. Deep snores could be heard as he already reached dreamland with a dead, tired body on the bed. Edenmont City, the 7th floor of the Twilight Chaos Guild. In a dark room that had a few dark crystals emitting light, a tall man with long black hair that reached his waist was standing in front of a large gridded window. He wore a tight robe over his sturdy body that gave his already strong muscles a firm shape. His face had a long and thin scar that looked like it was carved with a sword across the right side of his face. His lips raised in an arrogant manner as his blue eyes peered through the windows from the tall building of the guild looking over the city. Things have calmed down a bit, but the other guilds have not accepted my proposal yet. It seems I have to show them what it means to oppose my Twilight Chaos Guild. The man spoke with a cold voice as he grinned, looking over the dark city that was going to sleep, and rubbed the ring on his finger, which gave a bright light on his hand. A small white orb materialized from the light in his hand, to which he gave an incantation. The orb then started turning from white to black as a voice came out of it. Please give us your orders, Guildmaster, requested a burly voice that appeared to be desperately wanting to create more trouble and destruction. Make your preparations and remain on standby. The moment I give you the signal, that is when you all will break hell loose in the city. The man spoke with a cold voice as he gave a demonic grin and turned off the communication orb. Turning back to his office, he went and sat on a cool and dark sofa that was behind his table as he stared at the only thing on his desk, a letter. The white letter looked beautiful with golden inscriptions on it that glowed under the faint light of the room's dark crystals. It looked quite otherworldly in contrast to the dark desk and room as it faintly emitted a strong presence. He took the letter and read through it again like he did many times before. Putting it back on the table, he leaned back on the sofa and heaved a sigh. Now what am I gonna do with this? Did he forget that I'm not interested in such things? Shaking his head at the proposition given to him by the person he always wanted to surpass and keep up with, he spoke with a resigned expression. He's just giving me more work than I already have, but I can't just ignore him. That's why I asked Elsa to take care of it. Giving away all his work to his subordinates, which he always did, was the reason he rarely left the 7th floor. So most of the people in Edenmont City had never seen the mysterious leader of the Twilight Chaos Guild. Opening his drawer, he took out a file and checked today's report given by the receptionist. It seems we got a new member today. So far so good, but I wonder how the fate of this city will change in a few months. He smirked at the thought of his guild creating and spreading chaos in the ever-peaceful city. It's time we make a change for good, as nothing lasts forever. The guild master of the Twilight Chaos grinned evilly like an old demon as he clasped his hands together near his chin. Yawn, Felix sat on his bed stretching his body as the early sun rays of the morning peeked into his room. He thought of what happened in the last few days and smiled. It was nerve-wracking at first when I got suddenly turned into a slave, but now it's all good with a place to stay and a guild with my backing. The only thing that terrified most of the people was being caught in something unprepared, having no clue as to what they had to do. With choices that seemed very hard to tread upon, most of them get destroyed. But there are those who, even in the most difficult of situations, try to remain calm and analyze their behavior, situation, and predict the future. These people are called by many as cunning. Felix got up from the bed and entered the washroom. Taking a small shower and brushing his teeth, he wore his clothes and opened the door to go outside. An anxious voice sounded as Felix came out of his room and glanced at the two boys standing outside another room. They seemed to wait for another person inside the room who just woke up and was getting ready. "Wait a moment, guys. I'll be done right now." The person inside the room spoke without any worry as he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Felix didn't mind them as he walked to the side and went past them. "Hey, you." He stopped as he felt a hand on his left shoulder and turned to look at the person. It was a boy who looked like an 18-year-old with curly brown hair and narrowed black eyes. "Who are you?" Felix tilted his head and blinked at the question. He felt slightly annoyed when someone was stopping him from going to the dining hall to eat his breakfast. So he replied back, "I don't have time for your questions." Stating that, he jerked off the hand on his shoulder and started walking towards the dining hall. The boy froze as his hands remained in the air before glancing at his partner who was holding back his laughter. "PFF, PFFF, you got rejected, ha ha ha," laughed the other guy with dark green hair and a small face as he held his stomach tightly and leaned on the wall. The boy with curly brown hair got angered as he kicked his friend's leg. "Shut up, HMMPH, that was pretty rude. If it wasn't for the rules in the guild, I would have hit him right on his face." Yeah, of course you would, as that is the only thing you do," the dark green-haired boy retorted as he shook his head at his friend's impulsiveness. Felix ignored their chatter as he was too hungry for breakfast. It seemed that after getting reincarnated into this body, his hunger reached another level considering that the boy hardly ate anything in the slums. Arriving inside the dining hall, he took the breakfast to a table and ate it joyfully. No matter what, food always made him forget his worries. Coming out from the dining hall, he walked downstairs and arrived on the first floor. There seemed to be some people here and there, talking and planning, but they made sure to not disturb others and used a small voice. Felix came to the reception desk and saw that Miss Elsa was sitting on a chair doing her work. "Miss Elsa, I'm here to do my first mission." He called out to her, to which she raised her head and smiled at him. "Oh, my boy Felix, you woke up. I thought you were going to sleep some more as you were looking really tired yesterday," Felix blurted with a slight sarcasm in his voice. Elsa shook her head at his frustration but did not speak about it. "Well, you can look at the missions pinned on that board. Everything there is for the unofficial members. Choose one and bring me the mission scroll that you want to accept." "All right, I'll do that." He replied back and went to the mission board. Glancing around, he saw many scrolls with ordinary missions like delivering goods, finding lost things, helping in shops, and many others. There was also the reward written down at the bottom of the page. These missions are not that dangerous for a beginner like me, so it's a perfect way to earn some money." Felix neared his face to the board and looked at the reward. Most of them had numbers written there which could only mean the currency of this world. All of them have around 1,000 to 10,000 as a reward, but how valuable is this currency? He took a mission scroll which was about finding a lost pet and went back to the reception. "Miss Elsa, can you tell me more about this mission?" Seeing that Felix had already chosen his mission, Elsa took the scroll and studied it. "This is relatively easier than most as you only need to find a lost pet along with the client. Having a reward of 1.5 thousand, it's a good mission for a beginner." He nodded at her, thinking that the mission was not that bad for his first mission because delivering or working in unfamiliar shops would be quite hard as he was new to the city. "What about the reward, Miss Elsa?" "I have never possessed any money, so I don't know how much they are worth." Elsa widened her eyes in surprise when he didn't even know such a basic thing. She thought that he must have been too poor to have never seen money as she smiled sadly in her mind and explained to him. "So basically, the currency of this world are coins called tal, and an average person's monthly salary in Edenmont City is around 5,000 to 10,000 tal. There are different values for a different color of tal. White coin means 1 tal, green coin means 10 tal, yellow is 20 tal, with orange and blue is 50 and 100 tal. Silver coin is 1,000 tal and a golden coin is 10,000 tal, while the last one is a platinum coin worth 100,000 tal. Do you get it? Well, even though this mission is safe and easy, don't forget to be careful and take care of yourself." She reminded him as he took back the scroll and started walking towards the main door. Hearing her words, Felix smiled at how she was worried about him when he suddenly remembered something. Awkwardly going back to the desk, he scratched his cheeks and asked the receptionist, Miss Elsa, do you have a map of the city?" Elsa looked at the awkward boy who was too embarrassed to look at her as she took out a piece of paper from under her desk. "The price of the map will be 200 tal, and it'll be deducted from your first mission's reward. Is that fine?" She gave a smile of that of a businesswoman. "Yes, fine. Of course it's fine." Felix gritted his teeth as he seemed to get into debt for the third time now. First the room, then the clothes, and now a map. Sigh, I better start earning a lot from missions to cover my expenses. He shook his head and took the map while nodding toward the happy receptionist. Not wasting any more time, Felix started walking to the main door and began his first mission. Felix took out the ID card from his pocket and showed it to the evil eye in the middle of the door, just like how Noah did it yesterday. The door glowed a bit reddish and slowly opened, making the morning sunlight enter the hall. The weather outside looked peaceful as a few birds flew over the horizon. The clouds looked gray as they blocked the sun and made the surroundings cool and humid. He kept the ID card back in his pocket and went outside the building. Taking short steps, he arrived at the gate, which automatically opened to let him go out. When outside the guild, he turned back to look at his new home, which was the guild's building. It looked enchanting and impressive as the morning rays shined on the tall, dark architecture. It still feels a bit spooky, but inside it felt really warm and pleasant. Appearances cannot be judged at all. Felix pondered as he smiled at how the guild was not a bad place, ignorant to the fact that it was all a facade for the new members. Well, let's start the mission. Turning back, he took out the map bought with his debt money and took a look at it. The map of the city looked detailed and irregular in shape, but it was divided into 5 main parts: the north, south, east, west, and center. He studied the map and found that the guild building's location was in the southern part of the city. And the place for his mission was near to it, a short distance of 1.2 kilometers from here. Carefully sorting his thoughts, he started walking in its direction while glancing at the streets in his surroundings. There seemed to be fewer people in the morning, except for some going about their jobs. The slight gust of wind made him feel cool as the clouds kept the city in their shadows. Holding the map in his hand, Felix navigated through the streets and roads to his destination. 15 minutes later, he stood in front of a neighborhood having identical houses. Checking the house number on the gate, he walked to the house mentioned in the scroll. He opened the gate and walked inside the compound. Arriving at the door, he gave a few knocks. Knock, knock. Hello, did you submit a mission? After a few seconds, the door of the house opened up and a fat lady walked out, wiping the tears from her face. She looked sad as she observed Felix. Oh, are you from the guild? She asked strangely as the boy looked too young to be a member of a guild. Yes, ma'am, I'm a new unofficial member of the guild and I'm here to complete the mission, he replied to her. Is that so? Well, for now, come inside. Let me tell you more about the mission. She turned to the side and welcomed him in. Okay. They both entered the house and sat in the living room. Do you need anything to drink? She asked as Felix sat on a chair. No, ma'am, I've had my breakfast. At his reply, she nodded and sat on a different chair, a bit larger. Then let me tell you about my request. Please help me find my baby cat, Suzy. Sniff, sniff. She is just 5 months old, and while roaming around in the neighborhood, she never came back. The fat lady cried as she wiped her tears with a handkerchief. She appeared to have already searched the neighborhood where she could not find any clue. I have also asked many people about her, but they seem to have not noticed her at all. Felix already knew the mission from reading the scroll, but he still frowned as they had no clue at all. If we have no idea where the cat went, then we'll just have to look around in random locations. But she said that there's no clue even in this neighborhood. Then where did the cat go? As he pondered about where the cat could possibly go, the fat lady again started crying, getting no reply from the boy. Sniff, sniff. Do you have no way to find my cat? What am I going to do now? He got worried and consoled the lady. Don't worry, ma'am, we'll definitely find her. To find a way, maybe I can use my skill. He got up and called out to the wailing lady. Ma'am, can you show me where you saw the cat for the last time? The fat lady looked surprised before she nodded and walked out of the house with Felix. It should be just outside the gates of the house. They came outside the gate and she pointed at the right side of the wall where there was a pillar for the street lights. There, I saw it strolling around there. Felix nodded and went near it. He acted as if he was checking around the place looking for the cat's footsteps. Slowly, he placed his hand on the pillar while thinking of hearing the cat's voice and closed his eyes. Flashback, the voices turned silent as he could faintly hear a cute animal's sound. Meow, meow. The voice came again before silencing down. Meow. He concentrated on the direction the voice was going before opening his eyes. Ma'am, I think it went in that direction. Felix pointed to the right side of the street and smiled assuredly at the fat lady. She was a bit doubtful at his answer, but having no choice she could only nod and reply to him. Okay, we'll go in that direction as you say. They went there with Felix pretending to look around as he found another pillar a bit away. He told her to wait there and again used the skill on the pillar. Coming back, he pointed to her in a different direction to where they traversed again. Doing the same thing several times, they finally arrived at a bridge with a small stream flowing under it. Ma'am, let's check under the bridge. Maybe it's hidden there. The fat lady could only hopefully nod right now as she felt a little tired from all the walking. You go and check there. I won't be able to climb back if I go there. Felix smiled strangely as he went to the small bridge. Walking down the area, he arrived at the banks of the stream and looked beneath the bridge. Meowa, he grinned at the small cat that was staring at him curiously from under the bridge. It appeared a bit dirty with some mud on its shiny white fur, but he didn't care about that as he caught the small cat with his hands. Resisting a bit, the cat tried to run away from his hands, but he didn't allow it and held it tightly near his chest. Climbing back to the top of the bridge, he saw the fat lady running toward him as she spread her arms. Suzy. She cried out loudly before snatching the cat from his hands and hugging it tightly in her large bosom, almost suffocating it. "Ma'am, I think you should not hold it so tightly. It's already a bit weak and needs a bit of care." Felix just smiled at her joyfully as he finally completed his first mission. It was easy money. Maybe I should open a Finding Lost Pets office. He thought that it could be a profitable business. "Here, give me your scroll. I'll sign it so that you can accept your reward from the guild." He took out his scroll and gave it to her. She signed it and gave it back to him. With the cat in her arms, she waved at him and walked back to her house. He thanked her sweetly and waved at her retreating figure. "Nice, I got my first mission done. That too only within 1 hour." Felix rejoiced as he opened the map to find the way back to the guild. Where am I? The silver-haired boy looked aghast, holding the map, realizing that he got lost on his first mission. "Really, I got lost." Felix stood rooted on the spot as he speechlessly stared hard at the map in his hands. Fucking hell. That was all he could utter as he cursed himself for getting lost in the new city. He fully opened the map and searched for any clue he could find. The location of the guild is marked on the map, that's all right. But the question is, where the hell am I? There was no point or indicator showing his location on the map like on a smartphone, so he could not find his position there. He tried hard to look for any way to get the location right, but it was of no use. After getting the lost kitten back, is it my turn now? He ridiculed himself, shaking his head at the dead joke. What do I do now? Glancing around, he saw the bridge where he found the kitten. But he didn't know the way back to the fat lady's house as he was too occupied with using the skill on the way, and thus did not remember the path they came from. Many people walked by him as he stood at the place with a large map of the city in his hand. Some were curious about what he was doing, but nevertheless, they ignored him and went about their daily tasks. He considered asking a passerby for directions and went toward an amiable old man walking on the street with a stick. Excuse me, do you know what place is this?" The old man with short white hair stopped and turned to him, surprised at the question, as he intently looked at the boy who was asking for directions. "Boy, did you get lost on the way home?" he asked as he rubbed his beard while narrowing his eyes to take a good look at the silver-haired boy. It's not that I got lost. It's just that I wanted to find a place to go and couldn't find it." Felix lied without changing his expression as he pointed to the map in his hand. "Can you please help me point at where we are, then I'll be able to find my way." The old man gawked at the map as not many had a detailed map in their belongings. It could be said that such a map was very rare and only high-ranking people had them. He speechlessly looked at the boy who did not know the value of such a map. Shaking his head, the old man studied the map and pointed to a street drawn on it. "This is where we are, at Erling Street. You can check the map and find your way back." "Haha, it's not a problem. At least these old bones could help you with something." The old man chuckled and joyfully accepted the young boy's gratitude. "I'll be going now then." Felix waved at him and walked away, holding his map and searching the way back to the guild. The old man looked at the retreating figure of the boy and sighed. Sigh, it's really good to be young. He shook his head as being old made him regret a lot of things that he didn't do when he was still young. "Grandpa, where were you?" A man around 22 years old came running as he saw his grandfather walking in the street again, forgetting the way. "Grandpa, you got lost again. This is Denise Street, not the Erling Street where we were planning to go." What did you say?" The old man shouted as he couldn't believe his grandson saying that he got lost. "There's no way I got lost. Maybe they changed the name of the street, but there's no way I'm old enough to lose my way." The man sweated as he rubbed his forehead at his grandpa, who had dementia and always lost his way, but he never accepted the truth and just argued with them. Yes, Grandpa, maybe they changed the name. So how about we go back to where we were?" Let's go. I'm tired from all the walking." The old man and his grandson went about their way as Felix went in the wrong direction the eccentric grandpa gave. A few minutes later, Felix stood in front of a random building as he looked back and forth between the map in his hand and the spot. "What the fuck, did I get lost again?" Felix exclaimed as threw the map down and squatted on the ground, not believing that he became directionally challenged after reincarnating. "Is there something wrong with the map? But it was worth 200 tall. There's no way Miss Elsa sold me a counterfeit map, right?" He sighed, grabbing the map back and keeping it away as it had no use to him now. What now? It appeared that he was in an alleyway where there was hardly any public. The dark shadows of the houses and the buildings hindered his eyes from seeing much. He started going deeper into the alley to look for a way out. Traversing through the narrow passageway, he crossed many diverging paths but still remained on the main alley. Now it was pure silence. He could not hear anything except for his footsteps. There were no living beings to be seen as he slowly trod forward into the dark alleyway. "This is getting scary." Felix cautiously gazed around him as he felt quite scared at the growing broken buildings that he met on the way. It seemed he was entering some kind of ghetto of the city, but he could still not find anything or anyone. Suddenly, he heard a distant sound of a melody. It appeared to be a welcoming song, but it was more of a soft type that made people feel relaxed and sleepy. What's this music? It sounds really suspicious. Nevertheless, he followed the faint music and searched for the source. Finding the place it was coming from, he hid behind a wall and peeked at it. The place appeared to be a dome-like tent made up of different colors. The tip of it was pointed toward the sky, and a small opening of the tent made the music faintly escape out. A circus, seriously. Felix was dumbfounded at what he found. He did not imagine there could be something like a circus in the fantasy world. Maybe I'm only thinking about all those anime and web novels that I forgot that this is an actual world. I should stop comparing this world to those stories. He gulped at his naivety and ignorance that could one day make him regret ever believing in his stupid fantasies. There's so much that I do not know about this world. If I remain clueless and unaware of the things here, then I'll be just digging my own grave. Felix took a deep breath and shook away his stupid tendencies to make fun of things. He stared seriously at the circus tent and contemplated to himself. So, should I go back or? He gazed forward with a piercing glare and finally made his decision. Curiosity killed the cat, a proverb that is used to warn of the dangers of unnecessary investigation or experimentation. It also implies that being curious can sometimes lead to danger or misfortune. And here we have a silver-haired boy looking curiously at the circus-like place that he deemed was the perfect definition of suspicion. But the questions as to what it was and why was it in an empty alley made him forget the fact that this was a cruel world devoid of a speck of mercy. Felix prepared himself for whatever he was going to face at the place that looked like a circus. He inwardly activated his skill, silent steps, and strode forward, sneaking up to the opening of the tent. Holding the soft curtain-like opening, he parted it slightly as he gazed inside. There he saw it, cages that were too big for a human, and certainly it did not confine humans, but monsters. What the hell is this? Felix cried out in his mind as his brain failed to process the horrible scene in front of him. Monsters like goblins, wolves, trolls, kobolds, and much more were held captive, being bruised and wounded as they seemed to be on their deathbed, jailed within the cages. They could not detect his presence as he was using his skill, but even without activating it, they would not be able to sense him as they were laid unconscious in the cage with their twitching bodies. Felix took a deep breath, calming his racing heart that felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Around the cages there were chests and other wooden barrels laying on the ground. They seemed to be filled with water and food to feed the captured monsters. What should I do? What should I do? His mind raced as he bit his fingers, trying to comprehend the surreal scene that lay in front of him. A nervous energy coursed through his veins, his palms growing damp as he clenched his fists. This seems too terrifying. Maybe I should run from here. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether to approach or retreat from the horrible spectacle. But before he could do that, he heard footsteps approaching from behind him. Someone was walking toward the opening he was at from the alley he came from. Hurry, hide. Without wasting any more time, he quickly entered the tent and hid behind a large chest, shrinking his body and making no sound. Heck, Sir Oswell, you will not regret choosing to make a deal with us. We will certainly give you something worthy for a noble. A sinister voice sounded, as a man of short stature entered the tent, rubbing his hands together while wearing a professional smile on his face that had a few broken teeth. I expect that you have already prepared what I requested. This time, an arrogant voice could be heard as another man walked in. He was a bit on the taller side, with a large belly that could be mistaken as a pregnant woman's stomach and a handlebar-style mustache on his face. Felix stealthily peeked at them and saw that they were walking deeper into the other section of the tent. Are they doing business with the monsters' bodies? Is that even legal? But that man seems to be a noble from what I heard. Considered his options carefully. If caught, he'd face the same fate as the monsters. However, his main concern was, these are free skill points. The silver-haired boy's ruby-red eyes gleamed greedily as he looked at the many wounded and half-dead monsters that wouldn't give any resistance. If I kill them and escape from here, wouldn't I make wholesale of skill points? He became breathless at the thought of earning numerous skill points that his weak body and combat skills would struggle to obtain currently. It's now or never. I cannot always be indecisive. There won't be any more chances like this. Making up his mind, Felix brought out the knife from his back. Before leaving his room, he had hidden it under his shirt, just in case something unexpected happened and he needed it. Felix took a deep breath and walked to the nearest cage, holding the knife with both his hands. Inside the cage, there was a kobold, a monster that is a craven reptilian humanoid with red skin and short scales on some parts of their bodies. It was 1.45 million tall with thin horns on its head. The kobold was laying unconscious like every other monster in the tent, with its body leaning against the bars of the cage. Felix stood behind the caged kobold and slashed his knife at its neck. Whelp. Blood spurted out of the wound as the monster's neck looked half-severed. Finding that the stab did not kill it, he took another deep breath and swung the knife at its neck a few more times. SQLP, SQLP, SQLP. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. At last, Felix heard the message from the system and stopped his actions. Looking at his red hands and the flowing blood from the neck of the monster, he hardened his heart. It's not over yet. Swiftly moving toward the other monsters, he did the same movements and slashed their necks by inserting his hands into the cage. SQLP, SQLP. A wolf, goblin, kobold, troll. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. After killing 8 of the many monsters in the tent, he sat on the ground with an exhausted, pale face from all the carnage he did. Haya, that was crazy. He couldn't believe he had mercilessly killed the motionless monsters. If it was a fair fight in a forest, I would have already been dead and eaten by those monsters, so there's no reason for me to show sympathy toward them. Felix clenched his hands to keep from passing out, not wanting to give himself a reason to feel guilty. No, I gotta do it. There's no guarantee I would not fall into dangerous situations again. Only by being stronger can I keep myself alive. Steeling his heart, he rose up to his feet. He held the knife tightly and again went on a killing spree as he continued to take the lives of the miserable half-dead monsters. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. After killing all 22 monsters in the section of the tent that he was in, he laid down near a chest, resting his body from the overexhaustion. Ha, ha, it's done, there's no monsters remaining here. Glancing around at the tent with all the dead monsters, Felix made up his mind to not stay here anymore. He quickly got up, his body limping from the fatigue. Walking out of the opening he came from, he hurriedly moved away from the tent. Going far away as he could, when suddenly he heard loud shouts from the tent behind. Who did this? Find HIM now. The screams reverberated through the alleys, making a chill running down the spine of everyone who heard it. Felix froze as the people in the tent seemed to have finally found out about the mess he had made. Shit, I got to run. Not wasting a single second, he activated his skill and started running through the alleys without looking back. Unfortunately, he met a dead end without a single way out after sprinting toward a narrow path. Before he could run back and escape down another alley, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Fuck, they're going to catch me at this rate. He looked around where he was and couldn't find a way to escape, making him scared shitless and feel terrible about the situation. What do I do now? Gulp, what the hell should I do now? Head clouded with doubts and fear, he could not make a thought of what to do in this predicament. He could hear the rapidly approaching footsteps and the shouts of the people who came to catch the culprit of the mess in the tent. And he stood there, glancing around in panic, not making head or tails as to what he had to do to save himself from getting caught. Calm down, Felix, you have a system, calm down. Reminding himself that he had a system to help him, he stopped his restlessness and started thinking of a plan to use the new skill points he got. I need to create a skill to escape. Shit, why am I always escaping? Still cursing, he deliberated on what skill could help him from escaping from the dead end without a single way out. Eyes closed, his mind replayed many scenes ranging from abilities to powers of different characters from his fantasies. He widened his eyes when he remembered a scene from an anime he saw. It was his favorite anime from his previous life, One Pi E, and the ability was from a devil fruit called Sway Sway no Mi, which made him feel that it had a lot of potentials. Felix closed his eyes and quickly imagined the skill and its uses. System, hurry and create that skill. Processing the skill's power scale. Grading the skill. Estimating the possible points required. Skill successfully moduled. Fucking hurry. Ding. Skill name, Earth Swimming. Description, the skill allows the user to swim in a solid matter such as ground and walls as if they were water, even allowing the user to swim upwards, seemingly defying gravity. Cost, 90 skill points. Do you wish to use 90 skill points and create the skill, Earth Swimming? 90, fair enough, I guess. Yes, create it now. Ding, successfully created a new skill. Confirming that the skill was created, he didn't waste any more time and quickly thought of using the skill. Slowly, his feet started to sink into the ground. As if the ground was water, Felix's body started to drown in it. When his whole body sank into the ground and disappeared without the slightest hint of his existence, the people finally arrived at the dead end. There seems to be no way ahead. Let's go back and search through the other paths. After finding that there was no here and no way to go ahead, they discussed it among themselves and turned around to leave the place. The sound of their footsteps went back from where they came from, as nobody was left at the scene. This is fucking awesome, Felix thought as he swam through the ground. He could not see much as he was inside the solid, yet liquid for his touch surface. As he quickly moved within the ground, he could not help but think that this skill was a cheat through and through. It could be used to infiltrate, escape, steal, and much more without any fear of being caught. Damn, now there's no need to be afraid of people ever catching me. He grinned evilly as he slowly surfaced his head to see if they were still running after him. It seemed that he was already far from them, as he could not see or hear their footsteps any longer. Thinking that there was no need to be afraid of them catching him, he slowly swam on the ground, finding a way to the public streets. After a few minutes of struggling and navigating through the alleyways, he started hearing the common hustle and bustle sound of the public streets. Sigh, I'm finally safe. From behind a wall, Felix hid and slowly came out of the ground to the surface, then deactivated his new skill, earth swimming. Making sure that nobody was looking at him, he swiftly joined the crowd and started walking. Wait, I don't even know where I'm going. Realizing that he still did not know the way to the guild, he took out his map and started asking some people the directions. Hello, do you know the directions to the Twilight Chaos Guild? Felix made sure to ask multiple people this time in case they gave him the wrong directions. Now, with the direction that many people gave, he found the way and rapidly navigated toward the guild. The 7-floor tall dark Gothic building stood in front of him. Sniff, I'm finally back. Felix felt like crying after seeing the not-so-scary guild building that he kind of missed after getting lost in the unknown city. Oh, right on time, huh? Rubbing his roaring tummy, Felix smiled at how today's events went. I completed my first mission easily and even got many skill points from a fortunate encounter. Even though I spent some of them creating a new skill, it was worth it. He started walking toward the gate and entered the compound. Taking out his id card, he pressed it against the evil eye on the door. Creak. The big door slowly opened up, revealing the hall. Felix made his way toward the reception as the door automatically closed itself. Miss Elsa, I have completed the mission. He called out to the receptionist who was busy arranging some parchments on her desk. Oh, Felix, you completed it so quickly. Elsa responded, a bit amazed that he completed it so fast, considering it was his first mission and with his inexperience in such things. Here, this is the mission scroll. He took out the scroll, which was signed by the client, and gave it to her. Checking the scroll, she took out a stamp and made the mission's status complete. After that, she opened a drawer from the desk and took out some coins. Congratulations on completing your first mission. This is your earned reward. Elsa applauded the happily smiling boy as she placed some coins on the desk. They were 1 silver coin and 5 blue coins. This is the reward you get for completing the mission. Do you wish to pay the debt you owe us right now, or will you pay it later? Felix stopped his hands that were moving toward the desk to snatch the coins he saw for the first time. His face turned from joy to dumbfounded as he remembered the money he owed them. With a resigned expression, he turned to reply to the receptionist, who wore a devil-like smile on her face as if finding joy in torturing a little kid. This, sigh. All right, I'll pay them right now. Wonderful, taking into account the price of the map was 200 tall and the set of clothes was worth 60 tall. She took 3 blue coins back and put 2 yellow coins on the desk. Pushing it toward Felix, she smiled at him. Felix looked at the now reduced coins and took them in a flash because he did not want to lose any more of that meager sum. You don't have to worry about that. The rent of the room is paid after every month, so you do not have to pay it every day you live there. That's nice. Growl. Felix and Elsa looked at where the voice came from and stared at his tummy, which was still roaring like a distant thunderstorm. Haha, it seems you have to also reward your stomach with something. The receptionist chuckled at the boy, who turned red from embarrassment as the growling voice was too loud in the quiet hall and it could be heard echoing across. I'll get going then. He could only blurt that out before dashing toward the stairs, not minding everyone's strange looks. Elsa shook her head and smiled at Felix, who seemed like he would empty the kitchen with that ferocious look on his face. Boy, you have to eat a lot and grow strong, or else you won't be able to keep up with the events that have yet to come. Her face turned grim as she remembered what their leader had ordered them to do and what fate their guild would have in the near future. After running inside the dining hall and having a full meal, Felix decided to return to his room. Sigh, I'm dead tired with a full stomach. Opening the door with the key, he entered his room and jumped onto the bed. All I need is a quick nap right now. He closed his eyes and rested his overused body that was exhausted from running and slashing his knife around. His deep snores were the only thing left in the room. Hey, Miss Elsa, do you know where Felix is? Called out a cheerful voice at the reception desk. Elsa raised her head above and saw Noah and his friends standing in front of her. Oh, Noah, hello there. About Felix, he just completed his mission and must be resting in his room. What, has he already completed his mission? But that's too fast. We were just about to ask him if he could join our group and complete a mission together. Noah exclaimed as he couldn't believe that thin and weak boy could do a mission on his own, that too this quick. Shea and the others were also surprised at hearing that. What they didn't know was that he had already completed the mission only in 1 hour and had to spend the other 2 hours finding the way back to the guild, almost getting himself caught. Well, that's too bad then. If you guys want, you can go to his room and look for him directly. Oka. No, Miss Elsa, I don't think we should disturb him now that he has just completed his mission. Shea interrupted Noah, who was going to agree with the receptionist's plan. The others also nodded, as completing a mission would be quite tiring, and they too would need rest and sleep as they were still young and could not afford to remain working. Noah finally understood what they were talking about as he sighed and reminded Miss Elsa. Well, it seems we'll have to complete our mission with just the 5 of us. Oh, by the way, Miss Elsa, be sure to tell Felix that we are planning to host a welcome party for him at the Joyous Tavern right down the street. How wonderful. I'm sure Felix will be happy knowing you guys are filling his stomach with good food. Elsa clapped her hands as she imagined how happy Felix would be remembering his roaring stomach from a while ago. Haha, we'll be going now to complete our mission. Goodbye, Miss Elsa. Bye. Don't get lost and be careful on the way. Noah and his group waved at her and walked out of the guild building after taking a scroll from the board. Sir Oswell, I'll make sure to find the person who did all this. Back in the tent that looked like a cemetery more than a circus now. The short-statured man was sweating a lot as he gazed upon the mess that was caused around the tent. HMMPH, there's no point finding excuses with me. If you don't get me what I asked for, then you'll have to pack your bags and leave this city. The noble spoke in a furious voice as his plan seems to have been foiled by someone. But as arrogant as he was, he did not want to waste his time finding the culprit who will not even give him what he wanted. I won't tolerate any more mistakes. The next time I come here, I want you to give me the products without any blunder. Do you get it? He gulped at knowing that his small business would be thrown out of the city if he couldn't satisfy this angry customer. Yes, Sir Oswell. I'll be sure to be careful this time and make no mistakes. The man appeased the noble as the consequences of failing in doing it would not be something he could handle at the moment. Damn it, no matter who it was that did this. If you get in my hands, then I'll make your life worse than these monsters. His face contorted as he suppressed his anger toward the culprit and made a helpless face in front of the noble. He promised to take revenge on the hateful person who created so much trouble for him. The culprit behind all this twitched. Felix woke up finding the evening sun rays falling on his face from the slightly opened curtains. Ha, that was a nice sleep. Getting up from the bed, he refreshed his body in the washroom. Wearing his clothes and also putting the knife hidden behind him, he walked out of the room. I got lost 2 times today, so I must start learning the way around the city. This time, he wanted to make sure that he learns what streets he'll be walking on and where to go from there. Coming down the stairs, he walked to the reception but stopped himself as a few guys were discussing something with Miss Elsa. Waiting for them to go, he sat on one of the sofas and thought about the incident that happened earlier. I forgot as I was hungry at that time, but should I inform Miss Elsa about what happened today? He frowned as that idea did not seem to be good. If he had only seen the people from the tent and not caused such a mess, then it would have been fine telling the guild. But he not only made a lot of trouble, but also successfully escaped from them, which would make him a bit suspicious in their eyes for the small and weak kid he was. And then, what will I say if they found the mess that I created? So I think it's out of the question to talk about it. It would look very suspicious if they found out that he escaped from them, and his skills would be brought out to the light. Hey, look at who is here. A playful voice suddenly sounded, breaking him out of thoughts as someone came behind him and shouted out. Felix turned behind to look at the green-haired boy, who was pointing at him and grinning while elbowing his angry friend. Felix knew there was some trouble knocking at his door at the moment. Felix looked surprised as he saw the 2 guys he met in the corridor this morning. The guy who was pointing at him had dark green hair, and he seemed to make fun of his friend next to him, who was the guy that stopped Felix from going to the dining hall. His friend gritted his teeth when he saw the boy who ignored him this morning, because of which his friend made fun of him for the whole day. You punk, it was all because of you. His eyes red from anger, the boy strode toward Felix and stopped just a step away. With his face right before him, he spoke from between his teeth. You don't know what I have suffered. Felix looked really surprised at the turn of events. One moment he was sitting casually on the sofa, and the other moment a guy was suddenly in front of him threatening. What the hell does that got to do with me? Hearing the nonchalant voice of the boy, he felt his head spinning from anger as he raised his hand to cast a spell. Fireball. But before he could continue, he felt a chill run down his spine as a huge pressure seemed to descend on him. Eric, you should stop what you're doing. A cold and alluring voice sounded as Miss Elsa stood behind the boy named Eric and held his shoulder. Feeling the strength from her hands and the terrifying force within her body, he fell down on his knees and started gasping for breath. I am sorry, it was by mistake. He stuttered out as he could not resist the cold mana that she was releasing onto him that made his bones freeze. Felix could not help but gulp at the strange scene as he felt that he had finally come across the different powers of a mage. Is this the power of a mage from the mage cultivation section? The pressure of force ceased as Elsa removed her hand and stopped using her mana. If you do that again, then you'll be met with punishment. Do you agree? Why yes, Miss Elsa, I won't ever do that again. She shook her head with a tired expression and sighed. That's the 16th time you're saying that. Turning her head back to the dark green-haired boy, she warned him. And you, Steve, if you rile him up again, I'll cut that tongue of yours. Her eyes gleamed dangerously as she did not want to take a no as an answer. Steve just put both of his hands on his mouth and shook his head rapidly as he just wanted to run away from there. I won't do that. I won't. The receptionist nodded and looked at Felix, who was just staring blankly at the scene, not having any idea of what just happened and why. Oh, it sure is lively here. Did I miss something good? A boy with long blonde hair walked in from the main door, breaking the silence with his laid-back voice. His hands were in his pockets as he walked inside with a smirk on his face. Steve hurriedly ran toward the boy and shook the other guy's hand and started revealing to him about what happened. Rovan, Eric's done it again, and guess what? A little boy made fun of him. He lied fluently, blaming Felix for getting Eric in trouble when in fact he was the one responsible. Oh, Steve, do you really think I'll believe you? Rovan gave a mocking smile as he ignored his liar of a friend. Anyways, big sis Elsa, who's this new guy? Felix looked surprised at the way the boy named Rovan called out to the receptionist. They both have blonde hair and look slightly similar. Are they siblings? Elsa looked at her little brother and reprimanded him. Did I not tell you to teach your team members some common sense? Why are they making trouble again? Rovan shrugged his shoulders and looked away. You can't blame me. I did tell them to stop doing that, but in the end, I'm not their mother. They just won't listen to me. Steve and Eric scratched their head as they were embarrassed that people were talking shit about them right in front of them. Rovan stopped the conversation and walked near the boy who was acting as if he was a spectator. So who are you? Damn, again that same question. Felix was annoyed by their drama but still answered politely to avoid showing Miss Elsa his bad behavior. Well, I don't know what answer you want from me, but my name is Felix. Rovan rubbed his chin as he pondered about something. Did they make trouble for you? He pointed at his two teammates and asked him again. I don't even know what they were talking about, replied the confused Felix. I guess so, they always do that. Don't worry, if they trouble you again just tell me. No, actually tell big sis Elsa, she'll handle them. The mischievous blonde boy was pleased with himself for making things difficult for his two teammates. The two of them started sweating when they heard that. Elsa twitched her lips when two troublemakers were dumped on her to deal with. Ahem, Felix, come here. I have something to say to you. And you three don't make a disturbance in the hall. Go do your work. At her commanding orders, the two troublemakers were pulled away by Rovan, who waved at Felix with a tired smile. By Felix, try not to get in trouble with them. The silver-haired boy awkwardly waved at them and turned toward Miss Elsa, who was walking to her desk. He stood in front of her and asked what she wanted to talk about. What is it that you wanted to tell me, Miss Elsa? The receptionist paused for a second and told him as she slightly grinned. Noah and his friends wanted to give a welcome party at the Joyous Tavern and they asked me to inform you about it. Felix's eyes widened at what she said. He couldn't help but feel delightful in his heart when he remembered Noah and others. Are you serious? A welcoming party, that too just for me? She chuckled at him and thought how cute he looked at the surprise that the others gave him. Nodding, she replied, yes, just for you. Tonight for dinner, you have to get ready and go there. Felix bobbed his head in excitement as he wanted to taste what other foods the city had. If that's so, I'll get ready and come back in a jiffy. Without waiting for a reply from her, he ran up the stairs and went to his room. Half an hour later, Felix walked out of his room fully cleaned and fresh after taking a nice hot bath in the washroom. That felt good. To think I forgot to take a bath after that tiresome mission. Now wearing a new set of clothes, a maroon t-shirt with a V-shaped neck and cream color pants. He looked handsome with his clean and shining silver hair. He came down the stairs and entered the hall. Standing at the reception desk, he called out, Miss Elsa, I'm ready. She raised her head and nodded at the now good-looking boy. It seems you're going to woo some ladies out there. Felix just blushed at her compliment and handed his map to her. This, please mark the place called Joyous Tavern. Elsa raised her brow at his awkward face but chuckled when she remembered he was still new to the city. Taking the map, she marked some places for a minute and gave it back to him. Take this, I have also marked some other places that can be of use to you, and have a nice party. He bid her bye and walked out of the guild building. Staring at the map in his hand with many new directions and marks while exiting the gate, he smiled. Now, I won't get lost. With the map in his hands, Felix traversed the city as it started getting dark. The street lights were turning on as he finally found the way to the Joyous Tavern and stood at its door. So this is where they called me. It was a brown-colored, three-story building with a big board on it that said its name. Pushing the wooden door, he walked inside. A strong smell of meat and vegetables hit his nose, and he started salivating the moment he entered. There were a lot of tables on the right side with many people already waiting for their food. The left side had a half-open kitchen where chefs were preparing the dishes. Oh, Felix, you're here. A shout from the right corner made him turn to see Noah and others calling him by raising their hands. Come here, we have booked a table. Felix waved back at them and hurried to their table. He thanked them with a slight blush as he was still new and had not interacted much with them. It's fine, Felix, you don't have to thank us. We are friends, so of course we'll do this. Noah replied as he stood up from his seat and pulled a chair for Felix to sit on while already calling him his friend. Wow, that was fast. I'm already his friend now. He chuckled at the way Noah behaved as the others also grinned at their friend who made a new member his friend this soon. Thomas pressed his glasses and spoke. Felix, you don't understand. Noah will make everyone his friend the moment he talks with them. Shea nodded as she added, yes, Thomas is right. Even the four of us were strangers, but Noah just made us friends and created a team with the five of us. Felix shook his head while being impressed at how Noah could do that because he knew he wouldn't be able to do that. Noah must be a great person to be able to do that. Hee, Felix, you don't have to compliment me. It's making me embarrassed. Noah smiled shyly as he scratched his head and stopped them from talking about him. Well, enough about me. We're here to celebrate Felix joining our guild, so we must party now. Yay. He shouted out and started ordering various foods and drinks from the waiter. The long list of orders made the worker sweat a bit as he glanced at the kids, wondering whether they could eat them or not. After the dishes were served, they all started to dig in while having a nice conversation. Felix had fun with them as they ate and talked a lot. They told him to not hold back and eat as much as he can. As usual, Kevin did not talk much, with Betty being somewhat shy throughout the meal, but they did seem to have fun as they were smiling. Noah and Thomas were the ones who made a lot of mess as they argued about lots of things and competed on who was the coolest. So, Felix, do you want to complete a mission together with us? We'll teach you everything we know and you'll also get a nice experience. Noah asked him out of the blue as they were conversing. Surprised at the proposal, Felix thought for a moment and agreed, as it was not that bad to do some mission together with them. Sure, I'll be happy to do that. Great, then be ready tomorrow morning. We'll show you how we do our missions. They smiled and shared with him about how they do their missions and some stories about the locality. After dinner, they all walked out of the tavern and bid each other farewell. Oh, Felix, what are you saying? There's no need for you to do that. We are friends, right? Felix smiled and nodded his head at the always enthusiastic Noah. I'll be going now, guys. Take care. You too, take care. X5. Bidding them bye, he took out his map and started coming back to the guild's building. Walking on the pavement with the lights of the street poles and the slight noise of a few carriages going by, he felt relaxed. There were not many people on the streets, but it was still safe without any dangers even though it was getting dark. The moonlight from the 3 moons made his silver hair glow bright in the dark night, attracting a lot of attention from the public. Felix didn't mind that and just continued to walk. He reached the guild and entered the gate. Showing his card, the door opened as he walked inside. It seemed that Miss Elsa was busy with something else as she wasn't present there. He climbed the stairs and went to the 2nd floor. Feeling his full stomach, he didn't go to the dining hall and just went back to his room. Laying on the bed, he thought of what happened today. I got a new skill which will be a lot useful to me later on. And I have some remaining skill points, but I'll just keep them for later use if a need arises. Planning for the later events and tomorrow's mission, he started dozing off. Sleep welcomed him as he went to dreamland. So have you done it? A hoarse voice came from an orb as a person kneeled in a dark room. That person trembled as he heard the voice but replied nevertheless. Yes, leader, I have done as you ordered, and issued a mission in the Twilight Chaos Guild. Good. The voice seemed happy as the person being called leader chuckled from within the orb. Now we can give them a surprise. He stopped and added while cackling, a surprise that they'll surely like kekekek. The person in the room deeply bowed, hiding his terrified expression, as he knew things were going to get out of hand now. The sunlight greeted his face as he opened his eyes to a new day. Today, we'll do a mission together. He smiled at the thought of spending the day completing a mission with his new friends. Getting out of bed, Felix stretched his body and entered the washroom, refreshing himself. Wearing his clothes, he exited his room and ate breakfast in the dining hall. After filling his tummy for the morning, he walked out and descended the stairs to the main hall. The moment he came downstairs, he saw Noah and the group already there, standing in front of the mission board discussing. Thinking of pranking them, he smirked and activated his skill, Silent Steps, before sneaking behind them. Felix's eyes gleamed evilly as he stood behind Noah and shouted like a ghost. Boo! His shout was met with a girly shriek. Ejek! Noah jumped in the air before hiding behind Kevin as his eyes revealed panic and fear. He turned to find Felix laughing as he held his stomach and pointed toward him. The others were also holding back their laughter with their hand on their mouth. Ha ha ha, Noah, you got scared like a girl. Why you, Felix, how could you? Noah felt betrayed as his new friend was making fun of him and his eyes turned teary, looking very sad. I thought we were good friends. Felix stopped and regretted it as it seemed that Noah took things seriously with friends. Noah, I'm sorry. I was just playing with you. He shook his hands and came near Noah to pat his shoulders. There, you're a grown boy now. Don't need to cry. Noah rubbed his eyes as he retorted and chuckled. Who's crying? I'm not crying. There was some dust in the air. Shea and Thomas looked at the clean hall which had practically no dust and shook their heads at his lie. Kevin patted Noah's back in pity as he could not even lie properly. The shy Betty twitched her lips and pointed at Felix without any of her previous fear. You can't do that again. Friends don't scare each other. Felix sweated as he raised both of his hands in the air and surrendered. Okay, I promise I won't do that again. Seeing him agreeing to her, she couldn't help but smile victoriously and fold her hands on her flat chest. "What are you guys doing here in the early morning shouting around?" Miss Elsa suddenly broke their drama as she joined the group who were making a scene in the hall. Noah hurried to the front and stopped her from hearing his embarrassing moment. "Nothing, Miss Elsa. We were just wondering what mission we could do together." The blonde receptionist nodded and asked again, "So, have you decided what mission you guys are doing?" At her question, Noah ran to the mission board and took a scroll which he handed to her. This one. Felix was a bit curious about the mission scroll, but he waited for them to discuss it first. This mission is not bad. You guys together can complete it. Come here, I'll give you the specifics for this." She moved to her desk and sat down, bringing some files and items out of the drawer. The group stood at the desk and waited for her to brief them on the mission. Elsa studied the scroll and various other documents before she handed the scroll back and stated, "The mission is simple. Go to the abandoned factory in the eastern part of the city and find if there is anything useful left behind by the previous owner. The things that you find are to be brought back to the guild, which would be later delivered to the client. This mission has a reward of 12,000 tall. Is that clear?" "Yes, ma'am. X6. Everyone nodded as they understood the details of the mission, and Felix also thought that it was a nice and easy mission. "Well then, good luck with the mission and take care of yourselves." Miss Elsa bid them bye and turned back to her work. The six of them strode toward the door and exited the guild building while planning for their mission. "I know the way to the abandoned building, so I'll be leading the way." Noah raised his hand enthusiastically and began guiding them out of the gates. Without a map in his hand, unlike Felix, he started walking ahead, moving through the streets and the alleys as the group traversed together. The soft hues of dawn painted an enchanting scene in the city, bringing joy to the people starting their morning. Hawkers and vendors bustled about, setting up their colorful stalls as the streets gradually awakened to the day's activities. The aroma of freshly baked pastries mingled with the sweet scent of flowers, creating an inviting atmosphere that beckoned passers-by to explore the bustling market. The group of 6 kids traveled through the city enjoying the moment and made their way toward their destination. As they walked, they entered a sparsely populated region in the eastern part of the city as the number of buildings and public grew less. They seemed to have reached the suburbs of the city, where tall grass and trees started to appear with the buzzing of insects. The sky started to become slightly dark even though it was in the morning, as clouds covered the atmosphere, making the temperature cold. "Here we are." Noah finally stopped in front of a site from where they could see an abandoned factory inside the closed gates. Crows could be seen flying above the building, which made them uncomfortable. "This place looks like it was uninhabited for a few years." Felix voiced out as the building seemed much older than they thought. It was covered with weeds and garbage here and there. The building itself had a lot of moss around its surface. The 6 kids looked at each other, unsure of whether to go in or not. "Let's go, guys. We can't just turn back now that we're all finally here." Noah stopped them before they could have second thoughts and entered the gates by himself. "Noah, be careful. There may be small animals around." Shea called out to him and followed after him, not letting him make a mess of things. The others followed them into the site as they set foot inside the gates. It was a 4-story tall factory of gray-colored stones with dark brown patches all over it, resulting from decaying and bad maintenance. Felix looked at the abandoned building and couldn't help but think about those horror stories and urban legends of his previous world. There's no way this factory is haunted, right? He was not sure himself, but he felt like something was observing them from the windows of the building. But whenever he turned to look, nothing was there. "Something feels fishy here. I better stay alert." There was no downside of being alert in an unknown area, and that is what he did. "Come here, everyone. I found the entrance." Noah cheerfully shouted as he waved at others standing near to the walls of the building. They approached him as he pushed open the double doors of the factory with both of his hands. Creak. The rusty door creaked eerily as Noah opened it with his full strength. A wave of dust flew over the entrance where they were standing from inside the building. This place is really dusty." Thomas called out as he hurriedly took out a napkin and placed it on his mouth and nose. Noah didn't mind the dust as he just waved his hand over his face and entered the factory through the entrance. "Wow, this place needs a lot of cleaning to do," he exclaimed as the others too followed him and came inside the building. The floor had lots of rubbish, so they had to mind where they were stepping and not fall down. Shea and Betty had disgusting expressions on their face as they looked at all the waste inside the factory. It was not something kids of their age were used to be around. "Let's hurry and complete the mission. I don't want to spend more time in this dirty place," Shea suggested, to which they all nodded. The first floor had a long hall with intersections with other connected rooms. There were some old machines and equipment that were left behind, a perfect hiding place for rats and roaches. "Searching the whole factory will be hard if we all move together, so we will move in different ways and search by ourselves." F&E. Noah planned as everyone nodded and did as he told. The 6 of them separated and moved individually, going about the factory searching for useful items. Felix chose to go into a room on the right side, which seemed to have been a storage room for goods. The room was filled with heavy-looking containers and barrels. Observing around the room, even going as far as opening those large containers, he couldn't find anything that seemed useful, which made him suspicious of this mission. What can we even find in this abandoned factory except for dust and dirt? He gave up probing around the room after a few minutes and came out to the long hall. There he saw the others two coming back while showing their empty hands. I didn't find anything. What about you guys? Noah asked, to which Shea replied, Me too. There seems to be nothing on the first floor. The others nodded while Thomas shrugged. Maybe we should move on to the second floor now. Yes, that seems to be the only option. Noah agreed to his idea as there was nothing of use on the first floor. Hearing that they were going to the upper floor, Felix couldn't help but frown as he felt a bit unsettled about going upstairs. He did not voice that out as he didn't have a valid reason for his suspicion. Maybe it could even be his misunderstanding. The group agreed to the plan and went upstairs using the stairs at the end of the long hall. The wooden stairs creaked when they stepped on it, but thankfully, it did not break down as they reached the second floor. It was dark here as the floor did not have many windows, unlike the first floor. Wish. Kind of cold too, as a chill wind blew over them. The kids trembled, holding their shoulders as the second floor seemed to be unusually chilly. Is it just me, or do you guys feel cold too? Felix asked them out as he felt that the chill must have been because of his scrawny body that was still developing, but he was surprised as the others too held their shoulders and nodded to him. You're right, it did get much cooler here. It is because there are no windows here. Cher agreed while Thomas reasoned for a potential answer as to why it suddenly got chill. Let's not mind the weather, guys. We should complete the mission first. Noah again stopped them from wasting time as he wanted to complete this mission quickly and go out from there. It appeared that he got scared for some reason. They shrugged and carried on with what they did on the first floor and separated, searching around for things. Felix this time chose to walk into a narrow corridor. There was hardly any light there, so he could only touch the walls and move forward. I don't think there's going to be anything useful even on the second floor. He reached a small chamber with no other way ahead. There was nothing much there except for some broken chairs and utensils. Boom! Suddenly a loud sound came from downstairs, almost shaking the whole building. What was that? Felix panicked at the sound that seemed like an explosion as he hurriedly came out to the main hall of the second floor. Haha, kids, are you trying to play hiding with us? Sure, I'll love to do that. Kekek, that sounds like fun. Count me in too. The kids ran and gathered near the stairs before a crazy shout came from below them. The six of them paled when they heard the dark voice of some people. It looked like someone broke into the factory, with them being their targets. Oh no, they must be from the enemy guild. Shea shouted out as she was quick to realize that someone was after them. What should we do? Thomas panicked as Betty already seemed to have started crying with her face pale white. This. Noah was not capable of any thoughts as he could only mutter something incomprehensible. Felix frowned and called out to them. Calm down, guys. First of all, we have to hide somewhere. He motioned them to quiet down with his finger on his lips and pointed to the stairs leading toward the third floor. He pulled Betty's and Noah's hands and moved toward the stairs without making much sound from their steps. Kevin nodded and signaled for Shea and Thomas to run ahead while he stayed at the last. It seemed that he was the second most calm person in the group after Felix. The six of them hurriedly moved to the third floor and continued to the stair that led to the fourth floor. They were in a hurry and thus did not realize that it was getting colder the more they went upstairs. Stepping onto the fourth floor, Felix calmed himself and looked around for a better hiding place. I am the only one who can deal with the enemies, so I must hide them in a covert place. He knew that they were not going to aid him if he got into a fight with the people that were after them, and for their safety, he chose to hide them on the fourth floor. There was a large window on the front side of the floor, with the rest of it being in the dark. He ran to the dark side of the floor where there were several rooms and made his way to the last one. When everyone got inside the room, he quietly closed the door and fell on the floor with some slight fear. Do you guys have any idea as to who they are and why they are after us? He relaxed now that they were far from the intruders and asked the kids. I don't. All of them shook their heads and calmed themselves down, after seeing Felix being serious unlike them. Not getting any answer from them, he narrowed his eyes. The enemy is unknown to them, so it must be some problems with the guild. He wanted as much information as he could, as not knowing anything about your opponent was the same as sacrificing your queen for a pawn in chess. But unfortunately, he didn't know anything about them and could only come to a conclusion by himself. There must be more than two people who came here, so if I take into account that they must have separated to find us just like we did, then I can take them out one by one. He already started forming a plan in his mind, something that he was used to from getting into fights with many people back on Earth. Back then, he was fighting over more than 10 people while being alone, and he did that not using pure strength but with his sharp mind and strategic thinking. He started contemplating how to effectively use his weak body and defeat the intruders. I don't have any skills that could help with fighting, so I better create a new one. System, how many skill points do I have left? Skill points, 130, nice. Now for a good fighting skill. Felix closed his eyes and imagined what kind of skill he should create to handle the situation. Think. Felix was deep in thought as he sat with his back against the door of the room they were hiding in. I cannot fight them head on. My only choice is to sneak behind them with earth swimming and silent steps and defeat them in a single strike. He considered his advantages and weakness, then narrowed it down to the fighting skills that could be of use to him at the moment. Something like one punch kill, but I have a knife with me so that eliminates any hand-to-hand combat skills, also taking into account my bony and weak right hand. There were not many skills he could think of using a knife that deals on one strike, but he still imagined and replayed all his knowledge and finally decided on a skill that could be used pretty usefully. System, create this skill. Processing the skill's power scale. Grading the skill. Estimating the possible points required. Skill successfully moduled. Ding. Skill name, ratio technique. Description, the user can divide his target with 10 lines and forcibly create a weak spot at the ratio point of 7:3. Striking at the weak spot generated, it can cause massive damage. This skill can be used on living as well as non-living objects. Cost, 60 skill points. Does the host wish to use 60 skill points and create the skill, ratio technique? Felix frowned when he saw that it was asking for 60 skill points to create the skill. Then he remembered how useful this skill was, as it could be helpful for him even in the long run, and thus agreed with creating it. That guy Nan Mi could defeat enemies much stronger than him using this skill, and it also doesn't require much strength, so it's perfect for me right now. Taking a deep breath, he thought of many other scenarios the skill could help him and commanded in his mind. Create this skill. Ding, successfully created a new skill. Felix opened his eyes and looked at Noah, who was blankly looking at the ceiling, and then activated his new skill. In his vision, there were suddenly grid lines of 10 divisions on several parts of Noah's body. It was on his arms, legs, biceps, torso, and many other parts that he focused on. One of the lines from among the 10 divisions glowed red, which showed the weakest point of that part. So that's how this skill works. It looks the same as in the anime and is pretty helpful for making a single strike attack. He nodded and slowly stood up, alerting the kids. Everyone, stay hidden and don't move from here. I'll go out and check if they have gone or still looking for us. The kids widened their eyes in surprise and tried forbidding him to do that, but before they could voice out their concerns, he opened the door and closed it tightly. Sorry guys, but I'll have to do this. He locked the door as he heard a few bangs from inside the room but ignored it. Taking out the knife from behind his back, he walked to the stairs. Let's do it. Clenching his fists, Felix activated his skill, silent steps, and sneakily moved downstairs. There seems to be no one on the third floor yet, so he quickly ran toward the stairs that led to the second floor. Hee, you kids are pretty fast. Already hiding on the second floor, huh? Hearing the raspy voice coming from the second floor, he hid near the stairs and slowly peeked out from the third floor. He could see a lanky man wearing black robes moving about the room searching for them. There seems to be only one of them on the second floor. I better hurry up and defeat him before the others come. System, what rank is he? The human ahead is of rank 1. Hearing that the man was of rank 1, Felix took a deep breath and rid himself of all confusing thoughts. He was again taking a life of a human. Last time, it was the pervert guy who wanted to take his cherry, and now it was someone who was after him and his friends. He was not allowed to make any mistakes, as that would cost him the lives of the 6 of them. Considering the intruders were from the enemy guild, their fate would be anywhere near good. Focus. It will be a single strike at the weak point without alerting the others. Peeking out from the stair, he saw that the man was entering a different room. Making sure his skill was activated, Felix hurriedly moved out and sneaked near the room, standing at its door. The lanky man seemed to be checking around the room, opening the cabinets and barrels with his back toward the door. It was the perfect chance for him to attack, so he did not waste any time more and gripped his knife hard. Activating his new skill, ratio techniques, grid lines appeared on the intruder as a red line stood out at its neck. Felix took quick steps and ran inside the room without alerting his target. The moment he got behind him, he focused on the red point and stabbed the place with everything he got. Squelch. The knife plunged into the man's neck with a sickening squelch, accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound of bones. After stabbing him, Felix took a few steps back as the lanky guy slowly turned around with a knife stuck in his neck. He tried to voice out something from his mouth but failed to do so. Ooh, you. Suddenly his eyes turned upwards and the man fell on his knees before laying on the floor unconscious. Felix pressed his hands on his mouth and held back something that was threatening to come out of his throat. It was the second time he took a life, and considering that the first time was something he did to keep his innocence, and this time his life, he calmed down. It's okay, I'm being forced to do this. I don't have any other choice. He relaxed and tried giving himself a reason for killing the man, but his crazy red eyes told a different story. Slowly approaching the corpse of the lanky man, Felix gripped the knife and took it out as a fleshy sound came from his actions. He cleaned the blood of the knife on the man's clothes and came near the door to check outside. Fortunately, no one came upstairs, so he had time to plan for taking out the remaining intruders. Felix left the body and closed the door of the room before again, sneaking toward the stairs that led to the third floor and hiding there. Time for the others to come upstairs. He smiled like a devil, thinking it was him that was playing hide and seek with them, going as far as taking their lives without a second thought. The silver-haired boy waited on the stairs for his next prey to come without realizing that a pair of otherworldly eyes were staring at him with growing interest. Felix hid on the stairs that led to the third floor and waited for the other intruders to come upstairs on the second floor. A few minutes went by when he suddenly heard footsteps from downstairs. There seems to be more than one person coming up. He frowned as dealing with two at once was not something he could do right now. If he killed one of them using silent steps, then before he could attack the other, he would have noticed him, making his stealth skill useless. I better think of a different plan. At this time, the footsteps finally reached the second floor as two men wearing the same black robe as that lanky man stepped on the floor. Where did Wally go? One of the men, who was muscular, asked curiously as he couldn't find his teammate who just went upstairs. Who knows? That guy was in a hurry to have some fun with the kids. Maybe he is already torturing them about right now. The other man, who looked a bit fat with a large belly coming out of his robe, had a twisted grin. Ha ha ha, you're right, but we can't let him have all the fun. Hearing them talk about having fun and torturing the kids, Felix felt something snap in his head as he clenched his hand tightly. These mother uckers, I won't let any one of you alive. His previous concerns about whether to kill them or not vanished as only wrath was left inside his mind. He had no other choice now, because if he failed to defeat them, then these guys would surely make their lives a living hell. Now that both of them were on the second floor, they searched around lazily, not even showing any caution or worry. For them, this mission was as easy as drinking water. They just had to deal with a bunch of kids who were out on their mission of exploring an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city with less to no public. This won't do. I gotta separate them and deal with them before they found the corpse of the other guy. Felix bit his lips and rapidly thought of a plan to do that. After a few seconds, he was ready as his eyes gleamed and decided on his next course of action. Relaxing down, he activated his skill, Earth Simming, as his body started liquefying. The stairs started to wobble like a wave as his whole body sank into it without leaving a trace of his existence. Swimming in the solid of the floor, he came downstairs with his head poked out and sneakily peeked at the two men. Seeing that they were busy going around together while chatting, he looked at the deepest part of the second floor before swimming there. Reaching the corner at a quiet place, he slowly came out and kicked several of the barrels, making a lot of noise before again going back into the ground. The two men perked up their ears when they heard the noise and smiled at each other. The fat man was quick to raise his hands as he licked his lips and stopped the other man from going. Well, how about you leave that rat to me and look for the others? You know I like having fun all alone. The muscular man twitched his lips as he shook his head at his ramblings. Do whatever you want. Just make sure you do the job properly. Of course, I'll do that. You don't have to worry about it. He couldn't wait any longer as he grinned at the thought of playing with the kid and hurriedly ran to where the noise came from. Felix remained hidden from their vision and peeked at the two of them from inside the ground. When the fat man ran deeper into the second floor, he gave a smile and swam in the solid to follow him. Eventually, the fat man reached the corner where he stopped inside a room and searched for the kid. Oh, come on now. I already know you are hiding here. Teased while rubbing his hands, stretching his short neck to look behind the barrels. The place looked disorderly with many boxes and barrels thrown down, so he had to bend down and put them to the side for a better view at the hiding kid. With the fat man now showing clear carelessness with his heavy body bent, Felix did not hesitate and poked his full head out, activating his skill. Grid lines started appearing on the fat man's body with a prominent red line on the left part of his torso. Here goes another kill. Making sure to again activate silent steps, he came out of the solid floor with his knife stabbing forward, while the fat man remained bent down to put away the barrels that were thrown down. Felix quickly reached his target and stabbed the knife right into the red line of the seemingly careless and unguarded fat body. With the pain spreading from the inside of his torso, the fat man finally realized that a foreign object had entered him. The pain of his guts being stabbed made him fall to his knee as he turned to stare at his attacker while letting out a shout. Kaha, Aog. His previous playfulness disappeared when he saw that the kid he was supposed to have fun with had stabbed him with a knife that too deep in his weak spot. Seeing the fat man dropping down and shouting a lot, Felix frowned. Shit, the other man must have been alerted by that shout. Not wasting any more time in handling the situation, he raised his small leg and kicked the fat man right on his face with the soles of his shoe, penetrating his eyes as indicated by the red lines. The man could not react to the kick as he was busy removing the knife, which he thought must have been a lucky attempt of the kid. and that resulted in his eyes getting a direct hit from a fast kick. Ack. Squealing like a pig, he held his eyes that seemed to have sunken inside the sockets with blood escaping from between his fingers. Felix did not give him a single second to recover as he raised his leg again and kicked at the red line that appeared on the fat man's neck. Crack, that was the last sound coming from the fat man as he fell face first on the floor with his body slowly turning cold. Seeing the fat man falling down very likely dead, Felix took some breaths to relax his tired body before he started hearing hurried footsteps from outside the room. Again activating his skill, he quickly submerged inside the floor and vanished from the scene, not forgetting to move under the fat man's corpse and take back his knife that was pierced into his torso. And the moment he did that, the other man entered the room. What? Looking at the corpse of his teammate lying on the floor with a pool of blood, his eyes widened in shock. He took a step back and cautiously surveyed the room. There was no one except the body of his dead friend, with barrels thrown around the room making it messy. Who did this? There's nobody here though. While swimming inside the floor, Felix moved near the man who was still confused with the turn of events. He peeked out from the corner of the room and glanced at the man who was walking toward the corpse. The man kneeled down and turned around the body to check whether his friend was still alive or not. Now, Felix rushed out from the ground, activating the skill ratio technique, and slashed his knife at the man, who was oblivious to the fact that there was somebody else in the room. Targeting the red line on the third intruder's body, Felix's knife stabbed deeply on its back. TSS. The sound of piercing flesh resounded as the man flinched in pain at the sudden attack. He hurriedly turned around with a horrible expression and noticed a silver-haired boy trying to get away. Why you? He stood up angrily, not giving a chance, and kicked at the boy who was thinking of escaping after dealing him an attack. Felix tried to dodge the kick, but the man was faster as his legs strongly hit his stomach. The force of the kick blew him away as his back hit against the wall. Cuff. He coughed out blood and looked terrifyingly at the man who was standing tall with a malevolent face. You fucking rat, were you the one who killed him? The man's hideous face turned painful as he clutched the knife from his back and tossed it away, letting his blood fall on the floor. Nice luck, but it all ends here. He turned back to stare at Felix and slowly walked toward him, taking out a blade from inside his robes while keeping his back straight. Staring at the man who was about to kill him, Felix looked around the room in panic and racked his brains for a plan. There's no way I can fight him head on. That means I have to run away and find another opportunity to strike. Quickly coming up with a plan, Felix held his stomach and stood up before dashing out of the room with all his leftover energy. The man just shook his head and gave chase to the injured boy who thought he could outrun him. But the moment he came out of the room, he stood there petrified as the boy was nowhere to be seen. What? But how? He had no idea how the boy whom he kicked hard on the stomach could run so fast that he just vanished when they came out of the room. While the man paced around, the ground beneath him had slight waves that he could not feel as he was busy looking for any trace of the boy. When Felix swam through the floor and finally reached right behind the man, he slowly peeked out and activated the ratio technique skill. Staring at the red line, he took a deep breath, activated silent steps, and slowly came out from the ground. This time the point of weakness was on his neck, so he had to hold the knife with both of his hands and strike in an upwards direction. With the slight increase in speed from the stealth skill, he quickly reached the intruder only for the man to turn around at the last moment. Felix did not stop. No, it was more like he could not stop. The man widened his eyes at the gradually nearing edge of the sharp knife and tried to stop it from reaching him by punching quickly at the boy. Luck. But it seemed nobody wished him luck on this mission as the knife stabbed deeply from under his jaws and crushed the inwards of his head. Even though he was already dead from the strike, his hand remained in motion and heavily punched the fearless boy on the chin. Felix again blew away from the hit and crashed on the ground while the man stood still for a second and fell back with a thud. Barely having any energy left to stand, he peeked at the corpse of the intruder and let out a sigh. Finally, it's over. His mind suddenly started getting hazy from the pain in his head, and he slowly lost consciousness lying on the cold floor. A deep silence issued on the floor as it gradually started getting freezing cold. When the fight ended with no movements, black mist seeped about in the scene as the only spectator of the fight revealed itself. Kekekek, to think I would get to witness such an amusing fight after such a long time. Also, what was that ability from the little boy? An eerie, androgynous voice sounded, which seemed it could sway the mind of the weak-willed. The dark mist gathered around and formed a creepy shadow that looked irregular in shape. It just had two otherworldly black eyes that sucked every light in the surroundings. It floated above the floor and changed its shape into many forms as it flew toward the boy on the ground. But still, those silver hair of the boy reminds me of someone. Who was it? The shadow stared intensely at the boy in deep thoughts, but then it just shrugged with its gassy shoulders in the end. Whatever, I don't remember much of the past though. Kekek, I must be getting old, but wait, do I even grow old? Tilting its head, the shadow narrowed its eyes before giving up finding an answer to his stupid question. Sigh, there's no point in living for so many years when I don't remember anything and can't even find any answers to my questions. The shadow turned back to look at the unconscious boy, and its black eyes shone bright like it found what he was looking for. Well, for now, I think I can find my answers by being around this kid. He has those weird abilities, so he must be capable of achieving a lot in his life. With no other choice, the shadow circled around the kid before it became small and attached itself to the left ear of Felix in the form of a black earring. The floor again turned into absolute silence, as the fate of the young boy remains untold in the grand scheme of the world. Noah and the kids were scared when Felix ran out alone. They thought he was going to get himself caught and let them safe. But they did not want that to happen, so unwilling of just sitting in the room doing nothing to save their friend, the five of them pushed against the old rusty door. Even the thin Thomas and shy Betty pushed their small bodies and hit the door. After 10 minutes, they successfully broke open the rusty door when Kevin put his body to its limits and hit the door. Coming out of the room, the five kids ran out and searched for Felix and the intruders. They could not find any trace of him on the fourth floor, so they went downstairs to the third floor, then the second floor, where they saw him lying on the ground unconscious. Felix. Noah couldn't stop himself from crying when he saw that his new friend was injured with blood on his body. The rest too had expressions of grief, but when they looked at the grotesque way the man was killed, they were shocked and started vomiting at the scene. Noah turned back to see the corpse finally, and his face paled, but he tried to hold it in. He had already checked that Felix was alive with his heart beating, but he was severely injured on his head and stomach. Now they had to quickly bring back Felix to the guild before it was too late and more enemies appeared. Kevin, come here quick and carry Felix. We can't stay at this place anymore. He called out to Kevin with a red face, still overwhelmed with all that was happening, but he knew staying at the factory any longer was not a good idea. Kevin carried Felix on his back, and the kids did not waste any more time, hurriedly moving out of the abandoned factory and going back to the guild building. They ran away under the strange gazes of the public, who only thought that a bunch of kids were running in panic, without having the slightest inkling of what kind of hell they had just been through. Ugh, an exhausted groan escaped the lips of a boy who was bandaged around his body. Felix woke with his eyes, slowly getting used to the lights from the blazing sun rays that sneaked through the windows inside the room. Blankly staring at the ceiling, his hazy mind started working on knowing the situation, but a series of sounds disturbed him from his rest. Ding, you have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. He jolted awake at the continuous alerts and finally remembered what happened at the group mission. Where am I? He turned, glanced around in panic, and found himself inside his room in the guild building and sighed in relief. So he successfully ran away from them. Felix was actually not sure if there were only 3 intruders or more, but considering now that he was back in his room meant that there were no other enemies and the kids were all safe. He remembered how he killed those 3 men and traced his hand over his face. Feeling the bandage over his face, he came down from the bed and stood in front of the mirror, slowly removing it. Surprisingly, there was no wound or injury, especially considering the punch he was hit that made him pass out. Even touching it did not hurt him, but he was sure that it was paining badly before he lost consciousness. How is that possible? Felix also removed the bandage covering his stomach and found no injury there too. His mind was shocked before he remembered that there was magic in this world, unlike the crazy expensive but useless healthcare from Earth. It seems that the guild used some magic and treated me. He felt thankful for joining a guild that healed him, but then remembered the mission where their enemies came to catch them, which made him frown. How could the guild give us such a mission? Did the details of the mission get leaked or? His expression turned from suspicion to seriousness as he thought about why they could be targeted when they were just a bunch of kids. While contemplating, his eyes went to the mirror and he suddenly noticed a black earring on his left ear. What is this? Completely confused with this new accessory in the form of an earring placed on his left ear, he touched it. The earring felt cold. Its intricate design was astonishing, with thin red engravings slightly glowing in the dark. Felix tried removing it carefully, but it did not budge or move out from his earlobe no matter how much he pulled. It looks cool and all, but how did it get on my ear out of nowhere? He narrowed his eyes and stared speechless at the black small earring that looked nice to wear, especially contrasting with his shiny silver hair and red eyes. It almost looked like someone clearly chose that design to go with his appearance. Felix shook his head as he knew he wouldn't get any answer right now and decided to ask others about it. There were more pressing matters at hand, he thought, and called out to the system. Anyways, system, show me my status. Ding. Looking at the status shown by the system, Felix rubbed his chin and mused. My state looks good now, but I need to eat more to grow. As for the skills, these 4 are nice overall, but I should make a good combat skill sometime later with the remaining 100 points. He sat on the bed and contemplated for his next course of action when suddenly his stomach groaned. Oh, it's time already. Getting up, he freshened himself up in the bathroom and walked out of the room. Entering the dining hall, he looked around before filling up a plate full of lunch food and sat at a nearby table eating alone. Eating something like a mix of non-veg stew and soup with brown pieces of bread and a glass of berry-flavored juice, Felix enjoyed the meal without lifting his face from the plate. After finishing the hearty lunch and letting out a burp, he left the dining hall and went downstairs to the reception hall. He could not see anyone in the hall, so being all alone, he decided to sit on the sofas and wait for Miss Elsa. Where did everyone go? It was strange that there was no one in the hall, and now that he remembers, even the dining hall was empty, but he didn't notice it while eating happily. With nothing to do, Felix glanced around the hall when suddenly he decided to look around the place. He stood up and walked to the mission board and browsed through the mission scrolls. Is it just me or there are fewer scrolls on the board? Compared to yesterday, there were very less amount of scrolls on the board, which confused him. There was no way suddenly a lot of missions got completed, so it means that the scrolls themselves were removed for various reasons. He stared at the board for a few seconds when his eyes lit up, remembering a skill in his possession. I should use flashback on it. Smiling at his convenient way of getting answers, he placed his hand on the mission board and activated his skill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The static noise resounded inside his head before low voices spoke out. Make sure to remove the recent submissions. They have a high chance of being false. Yes, ma'am. Felix heard Miss Elsa order around some workers to take down the mission scrolls and continue. We cannot make a mistake here, as the guild leader himself was angry at us for what we have done. She sounded angry and tensed, but did not stop moving about as her heels made rapid footstep sounds. Suddenly, another panicked voice came from near the stairs that stopped her. Miss Elsa, this. It looked troubled and strange when the voice of a young worker stuttered, showing he was confused with whatever that was happening. What is it? Don't waste my time here and quickly say it. Elsa got angry and shouted at the worker, who gulped in fear and replied slowly. The guild leader issued a meeting for discussing war. Felix could only hear Miss Elsa taking a deep breath before all voices died down. He opened in eyes wide when he listened to their conversation, especially at the end, and also took a deep breath just like the receptionist. Are you for real? A war? What he did not know was that it was just the beginning of the great upheaval that would later serve to only make the fame of a certain silver-haired boy reach throughout the kingdom. As for whether the fame was made from infamy or from honor, it will remain a mystery for all. War, it wasn't something Felix was familiar with. Yes, he had heard a lot about all the wars going about in his previous world, but fortunately, he was in the peaceful part of the world and thus never experienced it himself. Even though he partook in many fights in the neighborhood and made trouble by injuring many people, it was not that serious, with no one actually losing their lives. But the notion of war was a lot more different than that. It was a fight where a lot of people would get involved, and the majority of them would die without even resisting. So when he heard that the guild leader was issuing a meeting for war, Felix felt unwilling to believe that. Just today, he went through something that could take his life if he was a bit careless. It was now fine as he defeated the enemies and had already recovered, but what if he was not that lucky the next time? He contemplated the matter of a potential war with a frown. I don't think they would involve the unofficial members for a war, but considering I already showed them that I could handle rank 1 warriors, I'm not sure what they would do with me. That was what he was worried about. Now that he clearly displayed his power by killing the 3 enemies while being at rank 0, he didn't know what the guild would decide on. He sighed in resignation, but didn't think it was a bad choice to have taken down those intruders. Because if he hadn't done so, then all the 6 of them would be nothing more than toys in the hands of their enemy. Suddenly, he heard a lot of noise coming from the stairway as many members of the guild came down while chatting with each other. Their expressions were a mix of excitement and bloodlust as their loud footsteps echoed in the big hall. Some of them noticed Felix standing at the reception and smiled with a certain look in their eyes. Among them, a grinning blonde-haired boy also walked down and made his way toward the reception. Hey, Felix, I heard you killed some members of our enemy guild on your mission. There was a look of respect on his face as he didn't expect a small kid with such a weak body could take out such strong warriors. Felix looked at him and remembered he was one of those 3 boys from yesterday, and also the little brother of Miss Elsa whose name was Roven. Oh, that. I didn't mean to. It was. He didn't know what to reply and ended up stuttering when Roven casually mentioned killing people with an enthusiastic face. It was amazing, but Roven thought otherwise and held Felix's hands with stars in his eyes and spoke in excitement. To think you could defeat 3 rank 1 warriors all by yourself even though you're only at rank 0. Do you even know how amazing that is? His voice turned loud as the other members who were around them nodded their heads in agreement and cheered him. You did a nice job, kid. Not bad for a newcomer. Right, haha, I wish I could have joined you. For them, it would not be that hard to defeat those simple buffoons, but considering the kid was so weak and thin, it was a miracle how he could do it. As they were all from the same guild, they didn't feel inferior, but thought it was great for such a capable kid to be amongst them. Felix became embarrassed when all of them congratulated him for killing people, but he accepted their compliments with a smile and nodded happily at them. Even Eric and Steve, who were among the crowd, looked at each other before shrugging and smiling themselves. In the midst, Felix suddenly recalled the others and asked Rovan, "Oh, Rovan, do you know where Noah and the others are?" The boy rubbed his chin, deliberating before he shook his head and wanted to speak, but an alluring voice interrupted him. "Felix, you don't have to worry. Noah and the others are safe, but they are currently resting at their homes." He turned toward the stairs and sighed in relief, hearing Miss Elsa say that the kids were fine. If something bad happened to them, then his efforts would have been for nothing. Elsa reached the reception and told all the members to go back to their work before lightly hugging Felix. His head, which reached only 150 centimeters, got buried in her soft chest as she slowly patted his head. "I was worried when you got injured, but everything's fine now that you are all right." Surprised at the sudden closeness, his face turned slightly red as her body was fragrant and smelled nice. He felt he could fall asleep again on her soft mountains, but before he could actually do that, she released him and stepped back. Eric and Steve went back to chat with others, and only Rovan remained, who smiled weirdly, looking at the grinning boy who had just been hugged by his sister. "Really, she is that kind. But she never treated me good." Cough, cough. Felix broke out from his stupor and coughed, hiding his embarrassment. He then looked at her seriously and changed the topic when he remembered what he heard in the flashback. "Miss Elsa, will our guild go to war now?" The sibling duo widened their eyes and appeared surprised that the boy could already guess what was happening. They thought he was smart and analytical for someone for his age, and nodded inwardly. Elsa stared at Felix while crossing her arms and turned serious as well before muttering in a low voice, "You are right. The guild leader just ended the discussion and decided to wage war on our enemy guilds." Now it was Felix's turn to be surprised as his voice stuttered loudly. "Gee, guilds, you mean there's more than one enemy guild?" Rovan interjected quickly and nodded at the stunned boy. "Yes, but it's not like we went around and made enemies. Instead, they were the ones who were doing something bad while we only stopped them." Elsa wanted to smack her little brother's head for interrupting, but she also nodded with a pout when she heard what he said later. "Indeed, we have more than one enemy guild, but that isn't something to worry about, because we're strong enough to hold them back from doing anything." She scoffed. Hearing both of them vouch for their guild didn't calm down Felix, as he felt the need to grow stronger and not be at the mercy of his enemies. Becoming a slave once was already a terrible feeling, and after escaping from that hellhole, he didn't want to experience getting the losing end of the stick ever again. "It seems I have to focus on getting stronger to protect myself from this cursed fate of getting in trouble every time." Making up his mind, Felix asked the receptionist, "Miss Elsa, what should I do in this war? Will I take part in the fights or?" The blonde-haired duo looked at each other and stared back at the frowning small boy who was clenching his hands with an intense look in his eyes. They didn't know if it was their mistake, but his eyes were glowing eerily with a tinge of anticipation. Elsa narrowed her eyes and considered the matter while walking to her seat behind the reception desk. She was not sure whether to let Felix join the war or just leave him out. "Felix, I think you should." Elsa pondered for some time and spoke out uncertainly. "Felix, I think you should not take part in the war." Her blue eyes remained on his tiny body as she refused him to join the war while he frowned, feeling dejected. He was sure he didn't want to partake in the war, but when she directly refused him, it felt odd, as if something important was getting away from him. Unaware of why he was feeling like that, he clenched his hands and asked her in a puzzled tone, "But Miss Elsa, I can already defeat rank 1 warriors, and if I get stronger I think I can participate in the war." Even though earlier he thought it was a bad decision to join the war, considering his weak body, his mind told him that only by getting into risky situations and facing many battles would he be able to grow stronger. Elsa looked at him, insisting on joining the war, and frowned, but he remained standing there with a stubborn expression and did not budge. At last she sighed in defeat and rubbed her forehead. "All right, you can join if you insist so much." Felix smiled happily and wanted to thank her, but she replied before he could do that, "But before you join, there's something important you have to do." "Important?" he asked, raising his brows. Elsa smiled mysteriously as she got up from her seat and walked toward the stairs. Okay." He did as she told and followed her, leaving Rovan behind, who just shrugged and went back to his friends. He already had an idea of what was about to happen and didn't want to ruin it by being there. They went upstairs to the 2nd floor and continued to the 3rd floor. This was the first time he came here, so he curiously looked around the floor. "After you have shown nice merits by defeating strong enemies, the guild decided to make you an official member, which means you'll now be allowed to enter the 3rd floor and above." Elsa smiled at the boy and dropped a sudden surprise to which he stood frozen. "I am going to be an official member now," he asked in shock, as he thought only people who were rank 1 and above would be able to become official members. Yes, you've already proved to be worthy in the previous mission. So, as a reward, the guild will promote you to an official member, and you'll also get a free cultivation manual. A cultivation manual. It was another shock when he heard he was going to get a cultivation manual. He didn't know what exactly it was, but he guessed it was something related to becoming warriors and mages. Damn, seems like it was the right decision to kill those bastards. She continued walking deeper inside the floor and explained, yes, a cultivation manual. But before that, we have to test your aptitude for aura and mana. There are two main professions for fighting, warriors and mages, which respectively use aura and mana in their power system. There are other professions too, but they are not the mainstream and only specially talented people choose them. Felix nodded and followed her until they arrived in front of a heavy and thick-looking green door. There was a large wooden plate attached to it that said, Inventory. Taking out a card from the inside of her robe, Elsa swiped it on the evil eye diagram on the door similar to that of the main door of the guild building. The door opened with a glowing green on its edges, and the interior of the room could be seen. This is our main inventory, where most of the guild possessions and materials are kept. Felix stood there speechless, staring at the shining materials that made it look more like a treasure room. Elsa smiled and broke him out of his stupor, then motioned him to enter. She walked inside with him, following behind, and closed the door again with the card. While Felix looked around the room curiously, she went ahead and took out a cylindrical glass with some liquid inside. Staring at the swords, shields, and various other weapons and materials present in the room, his eyes finally fell on the weird glass in Elsa's hand and questioned curiously, "What is this? A weapon?" "Haha, it's not a weapon, but an artifact that you'll use to check your potential and aptitude." "Oh." Elsa shook her head and placed the glass vertically on a table nearby before saying, "Come here, hold this end of the artifact, and concentrate your mind there." He nodded and placed his right hand on the upper end of the artifact. It felt cold to touch while his mind suddenly felt fresh holding it. "Like this? Yes, now close your eyes and try moving your body's whole concentration towards it." Felix listened to her and closed his eyes. He felt something move inside his body and slowly get attracted toward his right hand that was grabbing the glass. Feeling that he was doing it right, he focused on moving more of it until he heard Miss Elsa stop him. "Okay, you can stop now." He opened his eyes while releasing his hand from the glass and stared at it. The strange liquid inside the glass had turned dark while slightly increasing in quantity. Elsa stared at the artifact for a few seconds with a frown before sighing and telling him the results. "Unfortunately, it seems that you have no mana inside of your body, but there's still hope as you have an average potential in aura." "What? No mana?" Felix's eyes turned bleak when he heard he had no mana inside his body. He knew what it meant to have no mana. It basically means he had no way of becoming a mage. A mage. Someone who could cast magic and do wonders. That was the first thing that came to anyone's mind when they heard fantasy. And now that he was in a fantasy world, of course he would want to be able to do magic and become a mage. But it seems his terrible fate did not even allow him to do that. His mind was on an emotional roller coaster, thinking about the lack of mana, until he remembered he had a system of creating skills. Right, I can just create a skill to have mana, and the problem is solved. His previous downcast expression turned jolly as a smile surfaced on his face. Elsa stared at the cute boy's face and thought he must have been heartbroken hearing he had no mana, but then regained his vigor after knowing he could train as a warrior. She praised the boy inside her mind for his willpower and promised herself to take good care of him until he grew stronger. She then moved toward a wooden rack and took out a book from there before giving it to Felix. "Here, this is a basic manual for aura training. You'll have to comprehend and practice that manual. Also, if you have any doubts, you can come ask me." He held the manual in his hands in anticipation and thanked her. He was back to pretending to be cute and showed good manners in front of her by smiling happily at her. "Don't thank me. It was something you achieved yourself." She also smiled at him and continued, "All right, now that you have got the manual for cultivation, it's time for you to choose a weapon, unlike that knife of yours." She teased him at the end while smirking in amusement. Oh, that knife was something I kept for safety." He panicked at lying, but he wasn't sure what to tell her. "It's fine, I'm not blaming you for hiding that weapon. In fact, it was a great decision to have hidden a knife because it helped you deal with unforeseen circumstances. So basically, you did a good job." Felix scratched his head and just awkwardly smiled. "Well, I should leave that knife and choose a new weapon now that they are giving me one." "Would you prefer a similar type of weapon as that knife, or do you want to choose any other weapon?" He started thinking when she asked him about his choice of his weapon before replying. "I would prefer something similar, but a bit longer than that knife." Elsa nodded before moved toward the weapon compartment and chose a weapon. "How about this?" In her hand was a short sword of around 50 centimeters that looked like a wakizashi of Japan from Earth. It had a pure black sheath with a red hilt and silver mirror-like blade. The short sword had a sharp edge on one side and a thin flat edge on the other side. The moment Felix looked at the weapon, his eyes gleamed and he unconsciously moved his hand to hold it. "Miss Elsa, I think this sword suits me a lot better." He excitedly held the weapon and examined it in his hands. Well, as long as you like it. Elsa decided in her mind and moved toward the hidden safe in the corner and took out a rusty old book after swiping another card at it. Here, they kept some of their important techniques, and it was not given that easily to the members unless they contributed a lot to the guild. Actually, a newcomer like Felix was not allowed to receive it, but she was the receptionist and thus had the authority to do as she saw fit. Also, take this. You can't be swinging that sword randomly, so this sword art will help you understand how to efficiently use it in a fight. She handed the book to Felix, of which he read the title on the rusty cover, The Black Horizon Sword Arts. The Black Horizon Sword Arts, Felix asked with a curious expression on his face. He looked at the rusty, unimpressive gray book in his hands and decided not to judge it from its cover. Yes, this sword art is suitable for beginners to get to know the basics and methods to use a short sword in a fight. Elsa looked uncertainly at the rusty book before voicing out again. Well, for your information, this book was actually unearthed from the ruins of a faraway kingdom by some higher-up members of our guild, but because it was incomplete, it was sent here in the inventory and treated as an ordinary sword manual. He nodded and raised a question he was puzzled about. By the way, are there any ranking for such sword arts and manuals? I remember you saying that the aura cultivation manual was called basic, so are there other grades of it too? Elsa hit her forehead lightly with her fist and smiled wryly. Sorry, it seems I forgot to mention it to you. She turned back into her serious mode and started explaining what he asked. Basically, there are 5 grades for manuals as well as weapons. From the weakest to the strongest, they are common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. All the grades are further divided into low, high, and peak subgrades. The knife you previously had was a low common grade weapon, while your new short sword is of high uncommon grade. She stopped and contemplated for a few seconds before muttering. As for that sword art, it's an incomplete manual from a ruin, so its true value is uncertain, and therefore it's only graded at peak uncommon. Felix processed all the information and realized that the knife he was using before was not that impressive just at the ordinary grade, but considering it was a weapon that he stole from some worker of a slave trader, it was understandable. He felt thankful for the rewards the guild gave as he held the short sword in his hands tightly and looked at the Black Horizon Sword Arts manual. Both of them were of nice quality at the uncommon grade. Is there anything else you want to know about? Elsa asked, crossing her arms. Felix narrowed his eyes over his new weapon and asked, Can you tell me more about the war, like our enemy guilds and other details? She raised her brow and shook her head at his request. No, you are still not ready yet. Only after you successfully attain aura and train the sword arts will I tell you more about the war. Until then, you'll have to grow stronger in order to face the upcoming events. Her tone was stern while refusing him to get anywhere near the topic of war. In her opinion, he was only lucky to have killed the 3 enemies because they underestimated him as a kid. Whereas on the other hand, a war with several guilds fighting would not be easy for a kid to handle. Felix held back his groan when she refused to answer him, but he quickly asked her another question, changing the topic, afraid that she would not allow him to participate in the war in the end at all. Then what will I do after I become an official guild member? She replied while shrugging. Well, you can join a team and complete missions together with them. Most of our missions need to go out of the city, and considering the details of the missions are kept a secret, I don't think you'll be targeted by the enemy guilds. Knowing what he'd do after becoming an official member, he noted it in his head. Okay, I think I should get back to my work. You can go to your room and train from now on. Missions for the unofficial members are temporarily closed, so you cannot do that. So spend this time to grow stronger to become suitable for you to join a team. She walked back to the door, opened it with her card, and left the room with Felix behind. As you are an official member now, the 3rd floor, which has the trading hall for guild members and training rooms, will be available to you. The 4th floor is for guild meetings and research, while the 5th floor is used for other activities like alchemy, formations, and rituals. But the 6th floor and the 7th floor are still off limits for you, as the higher-ups of the guild, including me, live there. Elsa kind of boasted herself in the end, but continued moving back to the stairs while swaying her flirtatious hips. He understood about everything she said and walked behind her until they reached the 2nd floor. Well, I'll be going back to my work while you should go train in your room. If you have any doubts, do not hesitate to ask my help. She grinned and balled up her fist in a threatening yet cute manner. I may not like it, but I'm a really strong fighter with aura. Felix twitched his lips and did not refuse her help. He waved his hands and quickly moved toward his room, holding both the new rewards with a smile on his face. I can finally train to become strong now. Now that he had a manual to train his aura, he could finally become a warrior and say goodbye to his weak body. As for becoming a mage, he was not in a hurry to create a skill to attain mana, because even if he wanted to, he knew he could not afford it. That's why he was thrilled to have finally found a way to strengthen his body and work on training aura for becoming a warrior. With the weak body that he had right now, there would be no Felix in this world, if not for the skills he created with the system. And to get more skill points, he would have to get stronger and kill other beings. Sure, he killed many monsters and 4 humans until now, but that was all by using tricks and weird skills. If he were to fight one-on-one with any one of them, then without the use of his skill, Silent Steps, he wouldn't get to catch them off guard. Also, while fighting, if his enemies get to know about his skills, they will also realize their weaknesses and remain prepared for them. So having the strength and the use of aura would help him achieve much more than he could do now. He also wanted to join a team and start doing missions, which was why he was in a hurry to grow stronger, or else he would be left behind when the guild fought the war. It was kind of crazy how he wanted to take part in the war considering he was a normal modern person a few days ago, but the experiences he had after transmigrating changed his mindset and made his old tendencies of getting into trouble reappear. The subtle oppressive influence of society and the world from his previous life was slowly getting removed from his consciousness. The freedom from slavery and struggles made him feel liberated as his whole body radiated joy and radiance as proof of his smiling face. Opening the door to his room with his card, he entered the room and closed the door locked in a hurry. His face gleaming with excitement, he kept the short sword leaning beside the closet and sat on the chair while glancing at the aura manual in his hands. Taking a gulp, he placed the book on the desk in front of him and slowly opened the first page. Here we go. The moment Felix turned the first page of the aura cultivation manual on the table, his eyes turned wide in confusion. What the hell even is this? Laid before him, the book was written in a text he had never seen nor heard of in his life. His earlier excitement completely died down as he speechlessly stared at the unfamiliar language in the book inside. This is not Earth, so of course it won't be written in English or any other language. He scratched the back of his head and know more about it. Wait, if the language here is different, then how can I talk with everyone just fine? He got confused and called out the system. System, can you tell me how I can converse with everyone in this world normally when I don't even know their language? Answering the host. The system has a built-in function that allows the host to converse with any sentient being in their own language. Felix was impressed with the system, as it could let him talk with anyone who knew how to speak. Wow, I didn't know you were that useful. He sarcastically praised the system that never helped him except for creating skills. Anyways, can you also create a skill that lets me read any text from a language? He imagined the power and ability of such a skill. Processing the skill's power scale, grading the skill, estimating the possible points required, skill successfully modules. Ding, skill name, universal reader. Description: there are countless languages in the universe, and this skill allows the user to understand and read every language that he encounters. Cost: 20,000 skill points. What? He read the description and let out a shout when he saw the high cost of the skill. System, don't you think 20,000 is a lot of skill points for this skill? He couldn't help but question the system about the abyssal amount of skill points required to learn the skill. Does the host not understand? This skill allows you to read every language there is in the universe, and such a feat is not something a mortal could ever achieve in their life. So the cost of this skill is fair. Maybe you're right. Felix sighed and also realized that the skill to read and understand every language was a lot more impressive than he had previously thought. Imagine you could read all the books in the world and gain knowledge. Even those books written in lost and secret languages, if he had that skill, he could get to know about everything stored there. Not to forget all the manuals and different techniques that were from ancient times and kept hidden in different languages. This skill would let him be the only one to decipher them. This skill will prove to be very useful in the future, but I should focus on learning this manual for now. He shook his head and came back to creating a skill to understand the book in front of him. This time he thought of creating a different skill. System, try creating this skill. Processing the skill's power scale. Grading the skill. Estimating the possible points required. Skill successfully modules. Ding. Skill name. Description allows the host to read and understand any one language. Note, this skill only works on the first language host sees. Cost, 10 skill points. Does the host wish to use 10 skill points and create this skill? So this type of skills can also be created, huh? Felix nodded while rubbing his chin and agreed with creating this skill. System, create this skill. Please name the skill. Just name it as first language. He didn't waste time naming it. Ding, successfully created a new skill. After it was all done, he stared back at the content of the book. Slowly, the words started to make sense to him. A few seconds later, he could totally understand what was written inside the book. Now that he understood the language, he focused his mind completely on learning how to cultivate aura and become a warrior without any other thoughts. The room turned silent, with only the occasional sound of pages turning as the bright sun gradually set into the horizon. Crash, a large table was broken into several pieces when a powerful hand hit it with a strong force. Fuck those bastards. How could they fail to complete such an easy mission? An angry voice echoed inside a dark room as a short and hideous-looking man twisted his face while getting up from his chair. And you, Didn't you say that they'll do the job perfectly, and there was no need to send the most powerful guys for the job?" He shouted at the man wearing a black robe who was kneeling on the ground before him. "Guild leader, the mission was just to kidnap a bunch of kids, so I didn't think there was a need to send stronger members because that would only raise suspicions." The kneeling man sweated buckets while replying to his leader. He was the one who secretly issued the mission in the Twilight Chaos Guild in the disguise of a businessman on the orders of his guild leader. But even though he successfully issued the mission specifically for the unofficial members, the other members who were tasked to kidnap them failed to do so and in the end died on their mission. This angered the guild leader, who was planning to use the kids from their enemy guild as hostages and make them do unfair negotiations in the upcoming council meeting. "What do you mean just a bunch of kids? Those little fuckers ruined all of our plans, and now their guild will be alerted of our actions." The guild leader slumped back on his chair with an angry and exhausted expression now that their plan backfired. His previous devious plans all went down the drain. Even though he wanted to lash out his anger at the man in front of him, he couldn't afford to do so as he was a capable person from his guild. Suddenly, the door of the room opened in a frenzy as a man wearing a suit ran inside in panic and fell on the floor. Don't you have any manners?" shouted the robed man at the person who entered the room without knocking. That, yes, guild leader, there's an urgent news." The man stuttered before remembering his reasons and shouted. The guild leader sitting on the chair frowned as a bad premonition went inside his mind. "What is it? If it's not something important, then you will receive a heavy punishment for intruding in the room." The man's pale face was in shock before he regained his bearing and quickly replied to his leader, getting straight to the point. The Twilight Chaos Guild issued war on us." His answer silenced the room as the guild leader's face turned from stern to dumbstruck at the sudden turn of events. What did you say?" He thought he heard wrong as there was no way they would issue war on something so small. In fact, the last war between guilds that happened in Edenmont City was many years ago. Also, the Twilight Guild was known for its mysterious and secret way of handling things, so he never thought they would outright issue war on them. The man gulped and brought out a scroll that had the personal seal of the Duke of the city. The moment he stared at the blood-red scroll with black engravings, the guild leader's heart sank into the deepest of terror. No way. A war between guilds was to be supervised by the highest-ranking noble of the city. So the scroll with the Duke's seal was enough evidence to know that there was going to be a war in the near future. The guild leader shakily took the scroll from the man and read its content with growing horror. It was decided. There would be a war between several guilds as its contestants. As for whether it was a conspiracy, a battle for power, or the never-ending competition between the guilds, the real reason for the war was surely not for kidnapping a bunch of kids. While everyone was getting shocked at the news of the upcoming war, Felix was busy reading the Aura Cultivation Manual. With the skill to learn any one language, he could now perfectly understand the language of the Aura Manual book and had spent 3 hours reading it. In simpler terms, aura is the energy that a living being manifests when they unlock the true potential of their body through meditation and training. By following the meditation method mentioned in the manual, the nerves inside the body of the cultivator get stimulated, and they start to greedily absorb the nutrients present in the blood, stomach, and atmosphere. Getting a lot of nutrients absorbed will cause some deficiency in the body. That was why it was mentioned that the cultivator must cultivate diligently while maintaining a suitable diet, whereas meditating in an area filled with magical energy didn't need the use of a diet. The nutrition-filled nerves later convert all the energy and transfer it to the various parts of the body like muscles, bones, brain, organs, and others while strengthening and improving them. The newfound energy breaks the potential limits of the body and allows the will of the cultivator to manifest in the form of aura. The energy then can be used in a lot of different ways in battles. And when the amount of aura in the body reaches a threshold, the cultivator will break through and advance a rank. It was mentioned in the book that the cultivators who practice aura are called warriors, and the first 3 ranks in this power system only focused on their body, while the information for the later ranks was written in a different book. Felix narrowed his eyes and processed all the information he had read in the manual. Overall, it was easy to understand as only some basic things about aura were written in it. As for the different ways to use aura, it was only mentioned in the book that there were a lot of methods to control aura in battle, but the most basic one of them was improving the overall aspects of the human body like strength, speed, and thought process. There were a lot of battle arts that used aura as the energy for their actions in tandem with weapons and artifacts, but these battle arts were not common, and thus most of the warriors only used aura to strengthen themselves. Felix closed the last page of the book and pondered on the chair for a few minutes. Let's do it. Getting up, his eyes gleamed with determination as he sat on the bed in the meditation form as depicted in the manual and focused his mind. A few hours went by, but he didn't feel any change. There was no movement of energy nor was there any strengthening. He only felt his mind wander as he sat on the bed in silence. At last, he gave up trying to feel anything as his stomach started to grumble in hunger. Sigh, this must be the result of having two-star talent, making me just average at many things. Shaking his head, he felt dejected and sat up from the bed to go to the dining hall. Wasting time doing something fruitless was never going to be useful, so he decided to meditate later and satisfy his hungry stomach for now. Coming out of his room, he walked to the farthest corner and entered the dining hall. It was the exact time for dinner, so there were a lot of guild members busy eating while chatting. Felix glanced around curiously as he got himself a plate full of food and searched for a seat. Yo, Felix, your name is Felix, right? Boy with dark green hair chewed pieces of chicken thighs from both of his hands and called out. Felix turned around to look at him and remembered he was a teammate of Rovan named Steve, the guy who laughed and made trouble for his other teammate Eric. Yes, my name is Felix. Is there anything you need from me? He asked politely as he didn't want to get in a mess with this troublemaker. It's not me who needs something from you, rather it's you who needs something from me. He spoke while letting out a chuckle from his food-filled mouth. Sorry, Felix tilted his head as he felt confused standing in the middle of the dining hall and looking at Steve. A seat. How much longer are you going to stand around for? He answered his own weird riddle and pointed at the empty seat in front of him. You can sit here if you want. Felix stared at the chair and realized what that guy was talking about before he nodded and sat on the chair. Steve looked at the innocent boy trying to sit on the chair and pulled back his leg. He was trying to prank him by kicking away the chair the moment the kid sat. He thought that making another person hate him was not a good idea when he could just trick the kid in front of him into joining in his pranks. Gulping down the food, he drank some juice and asked the boy in front of him. So how is it going? I heard you became an official guild member today. Are there any things you're confused about? You can ask me if you want. I may not look it, but I'm a strong and trustworthy person in the guild. Some guys in the guild even used to call me guru and mentor as I have helped many of them with their problems. He started ranting on about himself with a prideful expression, not minding the stupid glares the people in the vicinity were giving him. Felix heard him talk while eating and did not reply to anything. More like the guy did not give him a chance to reply, as he boasted and glorified everything about him. And so I was given the mission to handle most of the. His mind started to get dizzy when the guy did not stop at all, and he regretted sitting on the same table as him. Now he realized why there was an empty chair here as everyone just refused to sit with him. Even though he felt some pity for this guy for being sitting alone in the dining hall, Felix still waved his hands in an attempt to stop the crazy dark green-haired boy from continuing. Hey, do you want another of that chicken thigh? He picked up a piece of chicken thigh and waved it before Steve's eyes. At the sight of it, he turned silent and eyed the piece of meat. Take this. Ignoring the saliva leaking from the boy's lips, Felix placed the meat on Steve's plate and indulged in the silence that followed. But that was only for a few seconds before he completely ate the meat and was about to start talking again. Felix grew anxious and stopped him from talking as he quickly asked him a question. Hey Steve, do you know how to cultivate aura? The dark green-haired boy raised his brows as it was the first time in a long time that someone actually asked him a question, but he didn't waste time thinking before answering. Oh, you mean the energy that warriors use? Hee, it seems you have found the right person to ask that question as I'm both a warrior as well as a mage. Don't worry, with my help you won't even realize how quickly you become able to use aura. In fact, Felix's face paled as he gulped in fear for having willingly released the unstoppable beast. His confused mind, though, quickly reached for a solution as he tried hooking the boy in front of him with a strategy. With an evil grin on his face, he decided to use the boy for his personal gain and potentially a free information broker. In the crowded dining hall, the guild members were having dinner while discussing and chatting around. Among them, two boys, a dark green-haired one and a silver-haired one, were sitting together at a table, with the former not stopping his mouth from talking and the latter grinning evilly at his plan. Felix raised his hands and interrupted Steve from his never-ending rambling. You know what, Steve? I think you're a nice and helpful person. Really. Steve had a dumbfounded expression as couldn't believe when he was called helpful. It was the first time in his life someone had ever told him as such. Yes, because even now you're helping me learn more about cultivation, so I think that you're a great person. Steve smiled and folded his hands arrogantly when he got praised. He let out a chuckle and waved one of his hands. You don't have to compliment me so much. I already knew that I was great. It's just that people did not realize it all along. Poor them. He shook his head sagely. That's right. I think the same. They are pitiful that they can't even realize your true worth. Felix replied while faking a pitying expression on his face. His words seemed to have boasted Steve's ego that he harumphed and shook his head like some hidden boss gloating over the masses for their ignorance. Seeing as it was the perfect moment, Felix made a sad face and continued. But sadly, the dining hall has many people here shouting aloud, so I can't focus on what you're teaching me. Sigh. Steve frowned, looking around the dining hall, and nodded as he felt it was right. The area was crowded and loud, so it was reasonable that the kid could not understand properly what he was saying. You're correct. Wait a second. Let me tell them all to keep quiet so you can focus on what I'm saying. Saying that, he tried getting up on the table for everyone to hear his speech for them to quiet down, but Felix was quicker as he hurriedly pulled him back in panic. Wait. Instead of disturbing them, I have a better idea. Steve turned to look at the boy who stopped him and asked curiously, what's better than telling them all to shut up? Felix shook his head in fear of angering all the people in the dining hall as he told him what he actually planned. Why don't we just meet in my room and continue our discussion tomorrow morning? Steve pondered for a few seconds and nodded as that seemed nice. He could help this boy in his room without getting disturbed by anyone. Sure, we can just continue our discussion tomorrow in your room, but you'll owe me a favor for assisting you and help me with something later. The deal was not bad as both of them would help each other, so Felix nodded and agreed with him. Deal. Tomorrow morning we'll meet for breakfast here and go to my room for more discussion. I'll be going now. Good night. Oh, you too, good night. Concluding the plan, he got up from the chair to not waste more time listening to his rambling and bid him bye. He left the dining hall, leaving the tricked boy sitting alone on the table, and walked back to his room. Closing the door, he sat on the chair and reread the whole book again, making points here and there for tomorrow's learning session. Even though Miss Elsa had told him to ask her for any doubts, he held back from doing that as he was not from this world, and she could be suspicious of his questions. But the guy named Steve was an easily manipulated person who talked too much for his own good. So using him to gain more knowledge was much better, as he seemed too stupid to notice any fault in his questions, considering that guy said he was a warrior as well as a mage. Closing the book after rechecking and highlighting the important parts, he stretched tiredly and jumped on the bed. Tomorrow I'll make sure to suck that guy dry with all my questions. Smirking at his evil plan, Felix closed his eyes and slept peacefully. Chirp. Felix habitually woke up in the morning at the chirping of birds and refreshed himself in the bathroom. Coming out, he dried himself up and stared at his naked reflection. Looks like I'm gaining some muscles in those thin bones. His previous skinny and weak seemed to have grown a bit from all the nutritious meals he had eaten recently. Promising himself to continue eating a lot, he stared at the earring on his ear blankly for a few seconds. I wonder where this earring came from. Noah and others are not going to be back anytime soon, so I'm left with no one to ask about it. He had asked Miss Elsa yesterday while they were coming out of the inventory, but she just shook her head, not knowing anything regarding the earring. With no one to give him an answer, he decided to wait for the kids to return before asking them. Wearing his clothes, he exited the room and walked to the dining hall before entering. There seemed to be fewer people compared to yesterday, so he quickly found the dark green-haired boy wolfing down his breakfast with both of his hands. Taking a plate full of food for himself, he walked toward the boy and sat down at the table. Hey Steve, you didn't forget our deal, right? The boy eating his meal was surprised when someone suddenly called out to him and choked on his food, but later drank some water and calmed down. Gosh, you scared me. And no, I didn't forget our deal. Steve wiped his mouth clean and retorted back. Then after eating, we'll go to my room. Felix smiled and started eating from his plate, ignoring Steve, who wanted to start another conversation now that there was someone to accompany him, unlike being left all alone on the table. They both finished their meal happily and got up to leave the dining hall. By the way, you cannot tell anyone about our deal, or else I won't help you with your matter. Felix reminded the boy, as that would keep some things hidden from everyone. You can trust me with it. I won't tell a soul about this. The boy replied, patting his chest confidently, but his claim was not anywhere near trustworthy at all. The pair stopped in front of the room and entered secretly without alerting anyone. Felix told him to sit on the chair the moment they got inside and took out his aura manual. Flipping through the book, he paused on one of the pages he was confused about and handed it to Steve. Have a look here. This part confuses me a lot. Without wasting any more time, he started asking him questions to clear his doubts. Oh, this part. It may seem confusing at first, but if you read it properly, you'll understand that the explanation indicates having only focus is. While Steve started his rambling without breaking a sweat, Felix quickly called to the system in his mind to continue the last part of his plan. System, make this skill for me. Processing the skill's power scale. Grading the skill. Estimating the possible points required. Skill successfully moduled. Ding. Skill name, parabolic hearing. Description, this skill allows the host to focus hearing on certain areas and filter out unwanted information or noise from the area or person. Cost, 10 skill points. Does the host wish to use 10 skill points and create the skill, parabolic hearing? Felix briefly went through the details of the skill and agreed to create it before his mind could go crazy from the boy's rambling. Create it, hurry. Ding. Successfully created a new skill. After the skill was created, Felix focused his ears on whatever the boy was speaking out of his mouth and started understanding the actual information that seemed useful to him. Omitting the unwanted information like how he achieved aura and mana in a few seconds, and the color of the receptionist's undergarments, Felix focused his hearing only on the details of cultivating aura and information about warriors. And what he gained from his plan made him dumbfounded, and he realized how lucky he was to have gotten this free Wikipedia without any effort. Being a capable dual fighter of warrior and mage, Steve had some good experiences completing several of the missions with his team. His knowledge, although a bit on the lower side, helped Felix solve a lot of his doubts. With the help of his new skill, Felix made use of the boy and asked him several questions ranging from aura cultivation, warriors, mission, and several others. Steve was especially happy to answer all those questions, as it was the first time someone had actually approached him for help and politely conversed with him. As he got to know more and more information, Felix clenched his hands in joy as all his doubts and insecurities about this world were getting clearer and clearer. First of all, he got to know that the 9 ranks for both warriors and mages were divided into 3 realms. The cultivators in the first 3 realms were called mortals, the next 3 realms were transcendent, and the last 3 realms were called legends. The reason for these titles was because, for every 3 ranks, there was a tremendously difficult bottleneck that cultivators had to face. As such, the number of cultivators in the legend realm was very rare, with no encounter of them ever in Edenmont City. The highest realm of cultivators that most of the cities had were of the transcendent realm. The guild leaders of almost all of the top 10 guilds were of this realm, with some of the higher-up members being there too. Felix also got to know the real reason why their guild was the only one to have unofficial members of rank, while most of the guilds only accepted people above rank 1 and had no members called unofficial members. It was all because of the new rule that their guild leader passed in the guild council. Not all of the guilds accepted the preposition, as they had no need of weak people, and thus only Twilight Chaos were the ones to accept rank 0 people. Their guild leader demanded that it was for the sole reason of giving the weak a chance and helping the budding youths get some experience to prevent many of them from making mistakes and losing their lives just when they were getting ready to deal with the cruel world out there. On the other hand, the other guilds did not look in favor of this idea, as it made them lose a lot of manpower to deal with weaker members, so instead they just focused on their main teams and completed missions. Coming back to cultivating aura, he learned that there are many ways that could help one meditate. Some of the easy ones were sitting in an open area with a lot of sunlight, or being under the influence of various natural wonders like waterfalls, forest cover, etc. Other ways were to use potions, medicines, and formation arrays, but they were not that easily accessible, so only the rich and resourceful used them. Taking a deep breath to process all the information, Felix stopped his automatic Wikipedia, aka Steve. "That's enough for today, Steve. I think I already got to know what I needed." The talkative boy stopped his rambling, which he could have continued for hours without getting tired. "Oh, was that enough for you? If you want, I can talk more with you." It was not an everyday chance for him to talk with someone who could wholeheartedly listen to him like the kid in front of him did, so he felt a bit sad knowing he had to go back to being alone with no one taking him seriously. "I may have more questions tomorrow, so how about we continue this later and rest for today?" Felix replied, not giving up on this useful guild member. "Really? Sure, then we'll continue tomorrow," replied Steve happily, as there was another chance for him to show off his greatness and potentially convince the kid to take part in his pranks in the future. He got up from the chair as the both of them bid each other goodbye and went out of the room. Let's revise once more. All alone, Felix first read the book once again, remembering all the important points for doing meditation. After doing that, he got up and sat near the opened window of the room, where the sunlight of the afternoon was shining brightly. Making a meditative form with his legs crossed, back straight and eyes closed, he emptied his mind of everything and focused on his body. Taking calculative breaths of a certain rhythm, his consciousness slowly wandered about his body before he felt it going deep down into the thin vessels and nerves of his body. Suddenly, his blood started to act strangely, like it was being boiled under a low flame. Little by little, the nutrients in his body broke away from several parts of his body and got absorbed by the nerves that connected them all together. With the addition of the energies from the atmosphere, sun, and wind in his meditative breaths, his body started to absorb all the nutrients, which made him feel like going deep into the lava, and at the same time feeling the coldness of a blizzard. It was a strange feeling, but it also made his mind freshen up, as he could remember everything that transpired today and make accurate calculations of his problems. After a few hours, he opened his eyes, which gleamed energetically. Huff, so this is how meditation is done. He had no words to actually describe what he was feeling, because it was the first time in his life that he experienced such a thing. The term meditation seemed a lot casual when he had gone through something which was a lot more magical and mysterious. Felix got up from the floor and stood straight, clenching his hands to feel the effects of meditation. Even though there were no drastic changes in his body, His muscles and bones were feeling hotter and stronger than before, with a lot of sweat leaking out of his body. He jumped and stretched in the room and got used to the newfound power his body had. I feel so much stronger when I have not even reached rank 1. I wonder how strong I'll be when I get there then. He was happy with the gains from today when his stomach started growling. Growl. He wryly smiled, holding his empty stomach. It was true when the book said there would be a deficiency of nutrients after meditating. Guess I got to go have lunch then. Opening the door to the bathroom, Felix cleaned himself from all the sweat for a few minutes before heading to the dining hall for lunch. Now that he got to know how to cultivate aura and become a warrior, he just had to continue doing this until he could finally reach the threshold for breaking into the first rank and start his journey to become stronger. It was a race against time. For him to become capable of joining the war and prove that he was not the weak boy he was before, he had to become stronger and complete a lot of missions in the guild. While doing so, he would also kill a lot of enemies to get more skill points, which were the only thing that could help him achieve more than what his average talent was capable of. With a look of determination, he walked off toward the dining hall to completely fill his tummy with a lot of nutrients, which were the only thing that could help improve his weak and thin body. Felix had a plate full of food that almost spilled out on the table, but he took care of it and ate everything, filling his stomach. He sat alone a bit far from Steve and had lunch without wasting much time there. Done with the meal, he escaped from the approaching chatterbox and locked himself inside his room. I can't let that idiot disturb me. For now, I need to concentrate and meditate more. Going back to sit on the floor, he continued this morning's cultivation. His mind and body relaxed as he went through the different phases of meditation, with the sunshine bathing his body. 12 days went by as he spent his time cultivating and getting more information from Steve, who occasionally dropped by his room to discuss happily. I'm looking a lot better now. As he stood naked in front of his mirror, he could see the wonders of cultivating, which proved itself in the form of strong muscles and a grown body. His previous height of 153 centimeters had increased to 161 centimeters in just a few days, as he could now not worry about being shorter than Noah and others. If his body previously looked like a small kid's, now he looked like a capable teenager with fit bones and toned muscles. The weak body had changed to become a lean and strong body with more strength and agility. The most fearsome fact was that he had not trained his body at all, but only meditated in the cultivation method written in the manual. And even though he had done so much, he was still a bit far from reaching the threshold for rank 1. Now, after 12 days, he thought he had enough meditation done, so today he was going to the training room with his new weapon that he had not used yet. Steve had agreed to train him today as he was free from his usual missions. I can't keep him waiting. Wearing his clothes, which were getting less for him, he walked out of his room while carrying his weapon. He decided to practice the sword art sometime later, as it was something precious that Miss Elsa had told him to not easily show others. Stopping in front of the door of a room some distance from his, he knocked on it while calling out, "Steve, it's me, Felix. Open the door." A few seconds later, the door opened, and a dark green-haired chatterbox enthusiastically walked out. "Yo, Felix, are you ready to get your ass handed to you?" The boy teased his pupil, whom he had taught with fervor while holding a slim and long sword in his hands. Felix twitched his lips and let out a whisper. "Are you not ashamed of bullying your junior? Ha ha ha, don't worry. With me as your guide you won't be a junior anymore and you'll start doing missions." He laughed confidently. Felix smiled as they both chatted and walked toward the stairs before heading upstairs to the 3rd floor and reaching the training room section. From the stairs, to the left was the trading hall with the inventory at the end of it, while the right side had a long corridor with many specially built rooms reserved for heavy training and mock battles. They walked ahead and chose a room with a stand at the door showing a green color. Steve flipped the stand showing a red color and opened the door, leading Felix inside. The interior of the room was brightly lit and looked a bit larger than the corridor outside in terms of breadth and length. With several pieces of equipment and weapons kept on the side, the room had closed walls devoid of any windows. "Come on, we'll start with a light exercise to stretch our muscles first." It seemed Steve was not that dumb as he instructed Felix to do some light exercises. 5 minutes later, they both stood some meters away from each other as he motioned to start the training. "For now, show me how strong you are in hand-to-hand combat before we start training with weapons." "All right." Felix nodded and took a boxing stance as they had already kept their weapons to the side. "I'll be starting now." With a low shout, Steve kicked off the ground and dashed toward his trainee while throwing out a punch. Having a serious expression, Felix readied himself and tried dodging the punch, which arrived at a fast speed. Turning his head at the right time, he smiled but hurried again to defend against the kick that was followed by raising his arms toward his head. The kick landed on his right arm and he felt some mild pain, but he regained his focus and tried attacking his opponent with his elbow. Steve easily blocked the hit with his palms and pushed Felix away from him. Jumping behind to stop the force of the push, Felix bent his feet and pulled himself together, but he got back into the fight as Steve hurried to hit across his face, to which he bent down and swept his legs around on the ground. Letting out a chuckle, Steve hopped up and avoided getting hit on his legs by moving back. They both stood straight and readied themselves for the next move. Hee, that was not bad at all. Did you have experience fighting in close combat before? Steve praised as he looked at the kid who defended accurately against his attacks even though he was holding himself back. No, I just used to get into some fights here and there with kids. Felix lied easily when he used to make trouble with even gangsters in his old neighborhood, but there was no need to tell everyone that. Then it seems you got some talent at fighting with your body. He raised his brow and smiled at his talented sparring partner, but the fight is far from over. He did not waste any more time talking and started trading blows and hits with Felix. From weak and slower moves to strong and faster moves, he increased his output as the boy slowly started to get hurt here and there. Felix didn't try to use any of his skills as he wanted to grow used to his new strong body and experience a fight with no tricks like he used to do back on Earth. But considering it was several years before that he fought in the streets, his moves were not that coordinated, and his overall performance slowly started to gain a nice footing. They both fought with their hands and legs for about a total of 20 minutes before Felix felt exhausted and asked for a break. Sitting on the floor, he collected his breaths as he looked at the boy who was not tired at all. Huff, huff. Why am I the only one to get tired? Did you not feel anything at all from all the fight? Steve rotated his hands around in a circle as he replied matter-of-factly while grinning arrogantly. Well, I'm a rank 1 warrior, so of course unlike you, I have much more stamina in my body. I guess you're right. Felix nodded and rested for a few minutes before raising himself up and going to the side to wield his weapon. How about we start using our weapons now? He licked his dry lips as he held his short sword straight with both of his hands while showing a mad look in his eyes, eager to test his new weapon. Impatient, aren't we? Steve shook his head as he went and picked up his long and thin sword before standing in front of the boy with an excited grin etching on his face. Don't go crying over me if you get hurt, okay? The silver-haired boy nodded with a serious expression, getting ready to fight with a sword for the first time, unlike just stabbing forward with a knife. His red eyes gleamed with a strong will as he ran ahead, while raising his short sword to meet his sparring partner's sword as they both clashed strongly. The repeated sound of swords clashing resounded in the training room as two boys wielded their weapons and fought in a serious manner. One of the boys, the silver-haired one, was finding it hard to properly hold the new type of weapon that he had never used in his life. On the other hand, the other dark green-haired boy was getting more and more surprised at the quick way his sparring partner was coming to learn the way of swords, considering he was just a newbie at it. They both danced in the room with their swords as the sparks of their battle revealed a marvelous sight. Gradually, Felix was getting used to the way of handling a sword, but he knew that his opponent was holding back and letting most of his attacks divert in the last second. After about a few minutes, his sword escaped from his hands at a strong clash as he fell back on his butt onto the floor. Ouch, he cried out in pain as the hard floor hit against his ass. Looking at the dejected expression on Felix's face, Steve smiled and walked over, placing the sword on his shoulder. Are you sure you're not a newbie at swords? His tone impressed. It's my first time, yes. Did I do good? Felix asked, patting his pants as he stood up. Better than a novice. Steve swung his sword in the air as he said, but your problem is that you don't wait to find an opportunity to strike and just swing the sword as fast as possible. He narrowed his eyes and held his sword above him before releasing a bright energy from his body that gathered on his sword as he slashed to the side. The sword ejected a curve of light from its blade, which hit the wall strongly and dissipated. If you fight with warriors who can project aura into their attacks, then you won't be able to resist them before getting defeated. Felix widened his eyes as he looked at the pure form of aura that Steve had mentioned before to him. Even though warriors used aura to strengthen themselves, only the really talented could manifest it in their attacks and use them freely. Something the guy in front of him did easily, as proved by all the bragging he did of himself. Steve turned to look at the boy in his eyes and grinned. So do you understand what you have to do now? Felix was still confused, but he voiced out. I should try to find an opportunity while fighting. You can also do that, but the thing you have to take care of is to. Steve suddenly stopped talking as he narrowed his eyes and contemplated while rubbing his chin. You know what, just forget what I said. He blinked as he actually didn't have any advice to give him, as his dumb brain failed to form a proper sentence that could sound cool as well as make it seem like something said by a professional. Felix twitched his lips with a strange expression on his face. He knew that Steve was not that great of a teacher and didn't have a knack for explaining, but there was no one else he could have fooled to help him by just praising them a little. He decided to do something a bit different with his sparring partner as he gave an idea. How about this? We'll battle in a slow manner with you attacking me in various directions, whereas I'll predict your movements and block your hits. Steve pondered about it and nodded as he agreed. Sure, we can do that. This was why Felix liked using this guy. He agreed to everything as long as it was not something unreasonable, without doubting or raising any suspicion. Both of them got ready and fought again with their swords, as they tried several other methods of training for Felix to get familiar with the way of handling swords. Steve kept changing his power output and made sure to keep up with the weaker Felix as they engaged in sword fights. Training for more than 2 hours, the two boys fought with vigor and zeal, pushing their bodies to their limits. In the end, they slumped on the ground staring at the ceiling after getting their bodies exhausted. Damn, you can really fight without stopping, huh? Steve uttered between his breaths, regaining his stamina while resting. Huff, I'm already at my limit. Huff, I was just, huff, pushing myself to keep up with you. Felix was too exhausted to even speak, as he had been fighting until now with only pure willpower, with no energy remaining in his body. You crazy bastard, Steve replied with a chuckle, finding it hard to believe a newcomer could make him show his true strength with sword combat. In the fight, he hadn't used any aura or arts, but still, the kid had managed to push him enough for him to be serious in the fight. They two rested in silence for 5 minutes before they felt hungry as if rats running in their stomachs. Steve got up and pulled Felix up by holding his arm. They had enough training for today and wanted to go get some rest. Let's go back. We can continue our training tomorrow, he said, and picked up his thin sword. Felix nodded, and he too picked up his short sword before following him out of the room. They changed the stand back to green color and went to the second floor, limping with their tired bodies. When they were just about to part for their rooms, Steve stopped and asked him curiously, "By the way, Felix, when are you going to start doing missions?" Felix paused at his question and raised his eyebrow before thinking about it. "Maybe when I'm just about to advance to rank 1, that's when I'll start doing missions to break through with actual experience," he answered and asked back in question. "Anyways, why do you ask?" Steve just smiled as his voice trailed out as he entered his room while chuckling. "Well, it's a secret which I'm sure later you'll be surprised of." Staring at the closed door with confusion, Felix had no idea what he was talking about, so he just shrugged and decided it was another of his comments to make him seem mysterious and cool. He walked ahead and entered his room, removing his clothes before going into the bathroom for a relaxing bath. Sigh. It's already been more than 2 weeks since I've come to this world. Sitting inside the bathtub, he wondered about his life after transmigrating in this world. Even though it was laced with dangers and terror, he felt much more alive than spending his life in the same monotonous way of everyday struggles. Especially growing stronger, it was a different kind of feeling than just getting rich in his previous world. As even though you'll have a nice life if you get rich, your life would still not be in your own hands, as you could lose all your fortune in a single day. But getting stronger physically and being able to fight against other enemies made him realize how amazing it was to keep moving forward and achieving more than he could. It was an addictive feeling, making most of the cultivators greedy for power and thus resorting to all kinds of schemes and violence to get things done their way. In all of this, the silver-haired boy also had the deepest of desire, the desire to never be at the mercy of anybody else, and have enough power to make everyone fear to even think of making him surrender. After cleaning his body, he came out of the bathroom, dried himself, put on his clothes, and walked out toward the dining hall. He didn't waste any time as his body was already starving and tired, so he took a plate full of food and emptied it, before taking another plate and filling his stomach to the brim. Coming out of the dining hall, he stumbled his tired body into the corridor and reached inside his room. He jumped onto the bed the moment he entered and went deep into slumber, awaiting a grueling schedule of more meditation and training tomorrow. The next morning, Felix woke up with gusto and refreshed himself before doing his usual routine of morning meditation. 1 hour later, he finished and entered the bathroom to wash off his sweat. Before entering rank 1, cultivators had to cleanse their bodies of all impurities and break the first limit of their bodies. Until then, they could only meditate and train for days and months. From what he had heard from Steve, every rank had 4 minor stages in them. They were early, mid, late, and peak stages. Being a rank 0, he was called a novice warrior and could only get the title of a mortal warrior after advancing. Coming out of his bathroom, Felix flexed in several gym poses in front of the mirror while wearing his clothes, which were getting a bit tight. Holy SHT, I look so damn cool. His fair and fit body looked majestic along with his shining hair. After changing from his previous weak body, he could now call himself handsome with shapely cheeks and beautiful red eyes. Done with praising himself, he came out of his room with a smile and entered the dining hall, eating a nice meal for breakfast. Still eating, he glanced around and failed to find the chatterbox. It seemed the boy was preoccupied with something else, or he already had lunch and was going on a mission. Coming out after a full meal, he thought of going out into the city for today as Steve was absent for more training. His clothes were getting smaller and tight with his growing body, so he had to buy some new pair of clothes and other necessities for him. When he walked down the stairs to the reception hall, he saw Miss Elsa busy with some work. After not seeing her for more than 12 days as he was busy with training and meditation, he kind of missed her. Approaching the reception desk, he placed his hand on it and called out to her with a smile. "Hey there, Miss Elsa, how are you doing?" The receptionist was busy handling her work, so when a voice called out to her, she got annoyed and raised her head to scold the person. "Don't you think it's rude? Wait, Felix, is that you?" Her voice turned from stern to surprised as she widened her blue eyes, reflecting her astonishment. Felix smiled wider and nodded his head while showing his both arms' biceps to her. "Hee, it's me, Felix, Miss Elsa. I've got bulk after training in seclusion for a few days. Don't I look awesome?" He didn't know why, but showing off his gains to her made him feel nice and satisfying. The way her beautiful features changed after looking at his strong body made his heart soothe. Elsa stared in amazement, as the previous weak and small boy had suddenly gotten taller and bigger, almost reaching her height. But what made her heart skip was his handsome face and bright red eyes that seemed to have grown healthier and captivating. You surprised me there, and yes, you look a lot better now," she said with a happy smile while calming her heart from falling for the boy. In her mind, he was still a kid, so she could not have some forbidden feelings for him. The both of them chatted for a while, with Felix telling her about his training, except for how he tricked Steve into becoming his Wikipedia and free training partner. She nodded in appreciation when he gave his best at meditating and training, as now he was just a bit further away from reaching rank 1. If his talent was higher at 3 or 4 stars, then he could have already advanced in about 1 or 2 weeks, but given his average talent of 2 stars, it was a nice result to have achieved this much. "By the way, Miss Elsa, today I'll be going out to buy some things for me, so can you mark some shops where I could buy stuff from?" Felix brought out the map of the city from behind him and handed it to her with a strange smile. She received the map, shaking her head, and marked various shops while chuckling before handing it back to him. "Take it, I've pointed out some places where you could buy clothes, weapons, accessories, and many other things on here. Be careful on your way out there and don't follow some strange people if they talk with you." He thanked her and turned around to leave the hall when she called him back again. "Wait, I forgot about this." Opening a drawer from her desk, she took a bag from there and placed it on the desk as the chimes of coins hitting the wooden table sounded. Felix came back to the desk and curiously asked while tilting his head and staring at the bag, "What's the matter?" Elsa smiled, poking out her tongue, and hit her head cutely. "I forgot about this. As you and the kids were given a false mission and were exposed to danger, the guild had to compensate you and also reward you for saving them. So here is 5,000 tal that you deserve." Looking at the bag, Felix was surprised as he picked it up and weighed it in his hand. "Really, I get all this." He smiled at the unexpected reward. "Yes, you get it, everything. And for the others, their compensation was already sent to their homes." Accepting the money, he tied the bag to his belt and thanked her. His face beamed with joy as he couldn't wait to go buy nice clothes for him. "I'm going now, bye." He waved his hands and walked toward the main door under the engrossed eyes of the receptionist. He's growing stronger while showing incredible spirit for fighting. Although he has average talent, it can be replaced by hard training and sufficient grooming. Maybe he can be the one the guild leader is looking for. Elsa mused as she remembered her leader's job that he had shamelessly handed to her. While the receptionist observed the boy pondering about the future, Felix walked out of the hall by showing his card. Feeling the cool wind of the morning, he glanced around at the sky and sucked deep breaths of the fresh air after staying inside for several days. It feels nice to finally come out and touch some grass." Unlike many hermits who rarely come out of their homes, he was someone with an adventurous spirit who used to walk around the neighborhood. Although he used to unconsciously get into fights and trouble in his daily walks, he swore that he was not the one to hit first. Walking out of the gates, he left the guild building and opened his map. Where should we go now?" Noticing the location of a store not far away from here to the north, he chose to go there and read the directions of the way. "Okay, from here we go north and turn to the east after walking 2 kilometers. He nodded and folded the map before stepping forward in the north direction to the store. Strolling in the busy morning street, he glanced around at the local people and shops who were going about their daily lives. As he walked, other people noticed him and stared at his handsome figure with his shining silver hair dancing softly in the wind. It was the first time in their life to see someone with such a rare color of hair, also with an attractive pair of eyes and face. They thought he was some noble, but rejected that idea when they saw his commoner clothes. The nobles would die but never wear such clothes, which they called as filthy. Noticing the people eyeing him with interest, especially the cute girls and mature ladies, Felix got a bit nervous. "I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare so much." He was never handsome in his previous, just average, and most of the girls he had met would be scared to talk with him, as his notorious reputation was quite famous around the area. Walking while showing a confident expression on his face, he ignored all the people and made sure to not forget the way as he traversed around the streets. Some minutes later, he reached his destination and stopped in front of it. Razil's clothing store. Staring at the big board above the store, he read its name and nodded at himself as the exterior looked grand and posh. I hope they're not too pricey. Shrugging at his not-so-rich self, he walked ahead and opened the nice-looking door of the store. Chime. The bell at the door chimed as someone else walked out the door at the same time and bumped into him with their heads hitting each other. Bam. Auja X2. Felix rubbed his head even though it didn't hurt much and looked straight at the person who head-butted him with almost the same height. Look where you're going, idiot. A clear and soft voice complained in anger, but her words were like ethereal music to the ears, unlike her intended grumbling. With a pair of captivating purple eyes that could charm anyone at first sight, her similarly colored waist-leveled long hair was neatly tied in a ponytail. Her fair face without a blemish was pouting as she looked in slight anger at the boy who was speechlessly staring at her with his wide eyes. The girl harumphed and raised her leg before stomping it onto his feet with a slight force to awaken him from his stupor. But the pain did not faze him at all as he continued to stare at her absent-mindedly before voicing out, "Beautiful." Felix had seen many girls and women in his previous life, of course on the internet, who could make people adore and love them without any effort. But he knew the secret behind all their beauty was a single thing: makeup. If it were not for that deceptive and misleading material, then he could swear most of those beauties were nothing more than ugly swans. In the current situation, on the other hand, he couldn't process his mind to even describe how otherworldly the girl in front of him was. His red eyes stared unblinkingly at her, as any other man would have done, which she was already used to. The girl seemed to have finally lost her temper at the boy who had accidentally hit her and also continued to compliment her. Puffing her cheeks, she balled up her cute fist into a ball and punched him right into his stomach. Oof. The boy, who was out of touch with reality, was dumbfounded at the sudden attack, which hit him with a force that didn't do her dainty arms any justice. Felix finally broke from his dreamy behavior as he bent down and held his hurtful stomach. HMMPHH, that's what you get for acting stupid. When the girl saw the boy whom she hit was kneeling on the floor, she smiled victoriously and harumphed softly before walking away with her stylish gait as her purple ponytail hopped with her steps. For her, even though the boy looked handsome and mysterious with his silver hair, she had enough of these men who always complimented her and fawned over her. That was why whenever someone looked at her with a passionate gaze and told her she looked beautiful, her first reaction would be to kick him or punch him, almost knocking them out. While she walked away from the scene, Felix still held his stomach but gazed back at her as he cursed in a low voice. That bitch, to think she would punch me just because I complimented her. His tone was resentful, as that was only the second time he had ever praised a woman in his life, with his first time being Miss Elsa when she kind of forced him to compliment her. He shook his head as he decided not to curse some mental lady who must have been going through her special days. Maybe it was my mistake when I suddenly praised her, but goddamn, I've never seen someone as gorgeous as her. Trying to get a last glance at her, his tone was impressed despite getting a strong hit on his guts, and she was also strong. In the end, he was left with curiosity and interest in the strange and mysterious purple-haired girl who was the first woman to have hit him in his life. He could attest that he had never hit a woman in both of his lives unless a girl who was cross-dressing just happened to have entered the fight in the streets. As the pain slowly subsided, he sighed and turned around to finally enter the store. Bright lights adorned inside the store, a sight uncommon in the bustling streets of wooden stalls. There were mannequins showing off the latest clothes of various kinds like robes, vests, and many others. Felix glanced around in amazement at the sight that could rival their guild building's interior. Does Miss Elsa come to these luxurious stores often? I'll have to check their prices first, or else they'll kick me out. Noticing a worker of the shop eyeing him with interest, he walked forward. Hello, can you show me some ordinary clothes that can fit me? The worker nodded happily and brought out some clothes from behind the counter. With that appearance, any clothes would look good on you, but I suggest you buy these that match and enrich your already striking features. Along with the enthusiastic worker, Felix tried a lot of amazing clothes of many different colors in the trial room. He would get an excited clap every time he changed clothes, ranging from shirts to robes, vests, hoods, jackets, and many other unique garments. Even the manager of the store came out and praised how nice the clothes looked on him, going as far as gifting him a dozen of those clothes for free and asking him to advertise their store if anyone asked him about them. I never thought being handsome had these many advantages. Of course, Felix agreed to do just that. He was getting free clothes, which should have actually been pricey considering their material and style, so he was more than happy and accepted their gift with a smile, promising them to advertise their clothes if there was ever a chance. As his previous clothes looked a bit tight because of his body's growth, he tossed them aside and wore new clothes in the trial room consisting of a white shirt with silver artistic designs and black trousers that were stretchable and allowed flexibility for fights. At last, he wore a loose black robe on top, which didn't hinder his movements, but instead mystified his looks, adding a dark charm to his whole personage. The worker and the manager bowed when Felix was leaving with a bunch of bags in both of his hands, who was a bit overwhelmed by their excessively cordial service. He nodded and thanked them with a smile. Seeing the handsome boy leave, the worker turned back and ran to the manager's side. "Manager, are you sure that boy was related to her?" The manager, an old man with lush black hair, rubbed his stylish mustache and nodded as his eyes gleamed. "I'm very much sure of that. Did you not hear the both of them talk when she left our store? And even if he's not someone related to her, we couldn't be more cautious unless we want to invite a whole top guild to reason with us." He shuddered at the mere thought of angering the girl who had come to look around for some clothes, but didn't come to like any of their best products. From what he had heard and seen, that girl was not someone a person like him could even talk to. Belonging to one of the strongest guilds in the city, she could destroy their store's whole existence if she was ever dissatisfied with their service. So even if the chances of that boy being related to her were none, he wouldn't take such a risk for the safety of his life and subordinates. Unaware of the misunderstanding that had profited him, Felix carried the bunch of bags with a happy smile on his face and walked back to the guild under the awestruck gazes of the public at his stunning look. His mood was jolly as his steps hopped cheerfully, having done shopping that didn't cost him at all. That manager sure was a good guy for giving me these free clothes. Maybe I should bring Noah and the others the next time. Smiling on the whole way back to the guild building, which he had managed to remember without getting lost, Felix entered the gates and walked to the door. Showing his card, he swaggered inside in new clothes and a bunch of colorful bags as the big door opened. Abruptly, he felt a lot of gazes looming over him the moment he entered. Many guild members were gathered in the reception hall while surrounding the desk in a circle, but what made him stunned was the amount of bloodlust and pressure they were releasing. It seemed the situation was serious, as no one had a smile on their face except for a dumbfounded bags-carrying silver-haired boy. What the hell happened here? The reception hall of the guild building was eerily silent as the main door slowly closed with a thud, jolting Felix, who was the center of attention with his new look that was handsome yet comical at the moment. He had no idea why the guild members were standing in a circle around the reception desk with such intensity, but nevertheless he had to break the silence as he called out to them. "Hey there, my name is Felix. Remember me, the guy who killed those 3 people from the enemy guild." His words seemed to have made them realize he was the new capable member of their guild, and not just a salesman knocking on their doors with all those bags. It was not their fault, as the change in his looks had made them forget who he was. They didn't say anything, and instead turned back to stare at the receptionist with intensity, while taking deep breaths to make sure what they had heard was right. Elsa, who was sitting in her seat, turned her gaze away from Felix, who had just interrupted them, and repeated what she said in a solemn voice. 4 guilds will be participating in the war against us." Silence prevailed in the hall as the guild members looked around at each other with a peculiar look in their eyes. Suddenly, someone let out a chuckle, and then, as if with a snowball effect, everybody started to laugh crazily, with bloodlust spreading out from them. "Ha ha ha, to think we would be able to make 4 guilds scared of us. You're right, they got so scared that they are trying to join hands with each other. Ha 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 ha. Finally, there'll be a big war for all of us to fight. These missions in secret were starting to get boring as of late. Guys, this time you can't stop me from getting into fights unlike in the missions. All right." Felix stood petrified and dropped his bags when he heard they were going to war against 4 enemy guilds, but hearing these guys laugh and cheer without a worry made him speechless. Are these guys also stupid like Steve, or am I hearing something wrong? He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, while questioning whether these guys didn't have any fear or they were just suicidal. The crowd dissipated as everyone just shrugged at the announcement and went to their things, leaving the receptionist frowning as she rubbed her forehead. Hurrying in front of the desk, Felix widened his eyes with a spirit of inquiry as he banged on the table. "Miss Elsa, did I hear it right when you said we're to war against 4 enemy guilds?" Elsa raised her head at him and nodded calmly. Well, yes, we'll be going against 4 guilds in the war." He was surprised at her calm voice and asked again, "Just that, are you not worried about it? We are only 1 guild while there will be 4 guilds." Hearing the anxiousness in his voice, Elsa smiled wryly and answered, "You don't have to worry about those guys. They are not someone who fear death, and we have already prepared a surprise for this situation for our enemy guilds." She sounded confident while revealing a slight killing intent, but she hid it and smiled assuredly at him. Sigh, I'll believe you if you say so." Felix scratched his head and sighed as he needed to grow stronger quickly if he wanted to participate in the war too and not become cannon fodder against 4 enemy guilds. Also, how much time do we have left until the war? Putting a finger on her chin, she pondered for a while and answered, calculating the days left. "There should be around 18 days left until the start of the war. It's not more nor less, but I should hurry and try reaching the 1st rank." Nodding at the information, he clenched his fists and walked back to the main door. Taking the bags back into his hands, he started walking toward the stairs and turned back to tell her, "Miss Elsa, can you tell Steve that I was looking for him when he returns back?" She raised her brow at his request, wondering why he would need that troublemaker, but nodded regardless. "Okay, I'll tell him that." Carrying the many bags, Felix went upstairs to the second floor and entered his room. He kept the bags in the closet and refreshed himself in the bathroom before coming out clean. "I'll need more skill points to create skills that could help me in the war, so I must do some missions related to killing monsters outside the city. But before that, I'll have to meditate and learn the sword arts for my safety." Sitting on the floor where the afternoon sunlight was at its peak with his eyes closed, he concentrated and went into meditation, turning all the nutrients into energy. After some time, he stopped meditating and sat on the chair, taking out the Black Horizon Sword Arts Manual from inside his closet. It was written in the same language as that of the Aura Manual, so he started reading it with focus, understanding the basic ways of the sword and techniques that were necessary for him. Feeling his stomach growl after 3 hours of meditating and reading, he realized it was time for lunch and kept back the book inside the closet before coming out of his room. He went to the dining hall and filled his stomach while also searching for Steve, who was still not there. Missing his training partner, he walked back to his room and took out the Sword Arts Manual again. As he had already read the manual a few times, he didn't try reading it again and instead took out his short sword to practice the moves drawn in the book. Slowly moving the sword, he moved it in a certain flow and stepped around the room. With the air as his target, he slashed, sliced, cut, and stabbed the sword in various directions. He did those moves more than 100 times. Finally, when he got exhausted from doing all that for around 4 hours, the door knocked as a voice interrupted him. "Felix, are you there? I heard Miss Elsa say you called for me." When Felix heard the voice, he kept his book back in the closet before opening the door with a smile. "Hey Steve, where did you go?" Steve looked at the sweating boy and realized he was training alone inside his room. With a nod of admiration, he replied, "There was a small mission I had to do with my teammates, so I couldn't accompany you for training today." Felix waved his hands as if he didn't mind that. "It's no problem, you were busy." Still standing at the door, he took a breath and requested Steve for his help. "I'll start doing official missions from tomorrow, so I need your help with training today." Steve was surprised and a frown took place on his face. "Are you sure about that?" "You can start doing missions after you advance to rank 1 because even though you can fight properly, it'll be a lot more dangerous with only novice strength." Felix didn't want to start doing missions related to killing monsters after he advanced because that would mean he would no longer gain skill points from rank 1 monsters, and defeating higher than that was not something he could do right now. "I'm sure of it. Although I'm still not that powerful, I have trust in my ability to escape if I'm in danger." Steve thought about it and realized he was not his mom, so he could not deny him from doing what he wanted. He just shrugged at the end. "If you say you can do it, then I'll believe it. But only after you survive today's training will you be able to go." Felix grinned at the challenge and nodded while going back inside his room. "Wait a minute, I'll change into training clothes." It seemed there was a nice training outfit in the bag of clothes that the manager gifted him. Wearing the tight and stretchable dark blue training outfit in less than a minute, he walked out carrying his sword. "Let's go, I'll show you how much I've improved." Steve and Felix walked upstairs to the 3rd floor and moved into a training room. After doing a few exercises, they took out their weapons and stood in their stance against each other, preparing for a clash. "I won't be holding myself back, okay?" Steve taunted while swinging his sword. "Come at me," replied Felix while taking a deep breath to adjust his thoughts. Hearing the confident voice of the boy, Steve grinned with an excited gleam in his eyes before dashing forward and showing him the difference between the both of them. The fight started as the silver-haired boy displayed the result of his training and honed his skills under the crazy attacks of the chatterbox. Huff, huff, Felix was finding it hard to breathe while he knelt on the floor on his one leg and supported his balance with his short sword. "God damn it, Huff, when are you going to fall?" Steve was slightly bent down as he too was extremely exhausted from the continuous fight they had. Their serious training without a stop had taken them 2 hours as both of them were slashing their swords at each other with the intention of winning this duel. "I won't stop, Huff, unless I can't stand anymore." Gritting his teeth, Felix stood up and swayed a bit before holding his sword tightly. Steve looked at the boy, who was unwilling to stop, and shook his head, ending their training. "We can stop now. I didn't have lunch today, so I'm gonna have dinner early." He walked to the side and wiped his sweat with a towel. Felix looked at himself and realized that he was still far away from defeating his training partner, and thus replied between his breaths, "You can go. I'll continue to train alone and come for dinner a bit later." Staring at the boy who started swinging his sword in a repeated manner, Steve scratched his head, a bit annoyed. You crazy guy. Just don't knock yourself out from all the hardcore training." Instead of wasting time convincing the boy to rest, he took his weapon and belongings before going out of the room, waving at him. "I'll be going now. Make sure to turn the stand outside the room after you leave." All alone in the training room, Felix closed his eyes and started meditating while standing inside the room. After getting used to meditating and knowing how it works, he could now enter into a focused state like any other experienced warrior could. Breaking out of the meditation, which was of just a few minutes, his mind was fresh and energized as he took a deep breath before raising his short sword up into the air and slashing down with full force. The sword just made a slashing noise and hit the ground without anything happening. Sigh, it seems having average talent really cannot bring me some surprises. He was thinking of imitating how Steve had manifested aura, but it seemed he could not do that yet. Sighing at his untalented self, he continued to step around the room for an hour practicing the basic moves from his sword arts manual. There was no one here, so he could try those techniques and add more to the sword art from his inspiration. After the training session, Felix returned to his room and refreshed himself. He then went and had dinner at the dining hall before coming back and deciding to rest for the day. His mind drifted into sleep with only a single thought left. Tomorrow I'll make sure to gain many skill points, hehe. With a smile on his face, he imagined a lot of skills he could create and went into deep slumber. The next day in the dining hall, Felix sat at the table eating his breakfast while the chatterbox accompanied him and didn't stop talking with his food still in his mouth. Even if you feel that you're confident to take down the monster, make sure it's unaware of your existence. Once I had almost kissed the goddess of death because the monster sneaked up on me. Also, do not go fight with it without checking around the area for any other monsters. Felix slowly ate and listened to his Wikipedia talk while already having activated his skill, parabolic hearing, to only hear the useful information. The other guild members looked in respect at the silver-haired boy who could stay in his right mind while sitting beside the infamous troublemaker and chatterbox. They for sure would have taken out their weapons if the guy ever approached to talk with them. After ending their breakfast as well as the one-sided discussion, Felix got to know a lot of information regarding the way of hunting monsters, as well as knowing a suitable place he could go for missions. Steve had stated that there were a lot of forests surrounding the city, but only the one in the west of the city was where monsters of lower rank stayed. He went to his room and took out his short sword, before going downstairs to the reception hall near the desk. "Miss Elsa, can you show me some missions of hunting monsters?" Elsa, who was busy going through some documents on the desk, looked at the boy and frowned after hearing what he said. "Felix, are you sure about this? Steve had already told me you were capable of fighting on par with him, but I'm still concerned about you going alone in the forest." Her tone was laced with worry, which reminded her of what had happened on his last group mission. Felix didn't go down and decided to convince her in any way. "I won't be fighting against strong monsters, but the same of rank 0 like me, so there won't be much danger as I've already trained a lot these 2 weeks. She thought about that and her tension decreased. If he was going to fight suck weaker monsters, then there was no need to worry so much. Putting forward her hand, she smiled at him and said, "Here, give me your map." He smiled hearing that and took out his map from behind him before giving it to her. Elsa marked some more directions and places, highlighting some details even outside the drawing of the city. After a minute of focused marking, she handed it back. "Take it, and also this and this." She opened a drawer from under her counter desk and took out a few vials that had some green-colored liquid and a scroll. "These are basic grade potions, which may aid you in your mission." Taking the vials in his hands, he thanked her. She shook her head and said, "Don't thank me yet, that'll be deducted from your mission reward, and this is the mission scroll." Cough. Felix coughed when he realized it was not a gift, but calmed himself down and stared at the mission scroll intently. "You'll have to capture a few of these horned hares drawn in the scroll. They can be easily found in the wild, so you don't have to venture deep inside the forest. All right. Also, don't waste time and come as early as you can. The night time is especially dangerous as many monsters start to roam around then." He nodded and took the scroll from her before turning to walk out of the guild building. "I'll be going now, bye. Be careful and good luck." Elsa sighed, looking at the adventurous boy, and wished for his safety. Even though she was worried about him, she knew that only by taking a risk would he grow further into someone strong, and she didn't want to stop him from doing that as that would only limit his potential. With a sword hanging on his belt and a map in his hand, a silver-haired boy reached the western border of the city and approached the big and sturdy gates that led everyone out of the city. So beyond this is the western forest, huh? He kept back the map and took out his guild card ID, which he showed to the guard standing at the gate. The guard checked it and let him go out the gate while respectfully looking at him, mistaking him for a noble with his handsome appearance and expensive clothing. Exiting the tall gate, Felix walked on the straight path while looking around at the several colorful trees of the forest. Yes, the forest was not the typical forest filled with green trees. Instead, there were trees consisting of different colors, like yellow, blue, orange, and pink. Amazing. He stared at the stunning sight of the beautiful trees in fascination. The other people who were going out of the city didn't have much of a reaction except for a rare few who seemed to have also been new to this place. Taking a deep breath, Felix went out from the straight path where all the travelers were walking and entered the forest while putting his hand on his short sword. Knowing there wouldn't be any monsters in the nearby area, he activated his skill, Silent Steps, and ran deep inside the forest with a grin. Skill points, here I come. Without the slightest bit of worry and ignoring what the receptionist had reminded him, the boy sprinted into the forest hoping to quickly find some monsters. After getting a lot stronger than he previously was, he wanted to test his newfound strength by defeating many monsters of the wild until he got exhausted, but he could never imagine that fate had stored something else for him. The colorful forest looked unreal and mesmerizing with leaves of different colors falling about the surroundings. Looking from above the trees, a lush head of silver could be seen running swiftly, but his steps were inaudible and untraceable as he didn't even leave behind any footsteps. Felix had been speeding into the forest for about 10 minutes now, but excluding small animals, he didn't encounter any monster that could make him stop. There are no monsters here, maybe I should go deeper. He stopped for a second and continued running ahead, albeit a bit slower than before, as he didn't want to get tired before the fight even started. Glancing around, he saw many things that could only be seen in a forest of a fantasy world, and unlike the last time when he was escaping from the slave trader, this time he was carefully taking in the strange scenes. The barks of the trees were especially thick compared to the ones he was used to back in his world, and the plants and bushes around were long and wide, spreading on the ground. Unusual fruits hung on the branches that he had no idea of their uses, with occasional birds that were larger and more beautiful in their shapes. His mind wandered in thoughts of the things that were in this world, to which he had a great curiosity. Suddenly he stopped as he could make out a brown furry monster 5 meters away, sitting atop a pink tree, making its whole existence contrast to its background. Finally, it looks like a monster. Speaking in his mind to not make any voice, he slowly hid behind a tree, peeking at the monster to make out its features. System, tell me its rank. The monster in front of you is a fanged ape. It is of rank 1. Sweet. The monster in question was a bipedal creature of 130 centimeters in height with brown fur. It looked like a lean and short gorilla, but with 4 fangs coming out of its mouth and long, sharp nails. Felix stared at it and started thinking about what he had to do. Steve said that before engaging in combat, make sure to look around the area for other monsters. Giving it a thought, he activated his skill, Earth Swimming, and slowly got absorbed into the ground. Swimming inside the soil, he moved around the area and carefully surveyed the surroundings by poking only his eyes out from the surface. It was fortunate that he had decided to do that, as he found 2 more monsters of the same kind. Both of them were together about 15 meters away from the first ape. Sigh. Listening to that chatterbox was worth the effort. Sighing in relief at taking Steve's advice, he swam back to the first ape he encountered and deliberated on how to defeat it without alerting the others. With this skill I can swim to the top of the tree, but how should I attack it? Should I slash it or stab with my sword? Wait, first I have to look for its weakness. Poking his head out of the ground from behind the ape's back, he stared up and activated the skill, Ratio Technique. Several line grids with 10 divisions appeared on the body of the monster, with a red division separating the line into a ratio of 7:3. Here we go. Staring at the weakness that was its neck, heart, and several others, Felix clutched his short sword and moved towards the thick and tall tree before slowly swimming upwards on its bark in a vertical direction. Making his way to the branch where the monster was sitting, he came out of the solid surface from its blind spot and attacked the unaware ape. His short sword moved with deftness and stabbed the ape's neck on its side left, before coming out from the right side. SHW wick. The flesh-tearing sound reverberated in the peaceful forest as the ape struggled to remove the sword from its neck, making its eyes panic in pain. Felix persisted and held the sword tightly with both his hands before swinging it out toward one side. The short sword came out of the ape's neck with a strong force and sliced its neck in half, making it fall from the branch, extinguishing the light in its eyes. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. Felix looked down at the corpse of the ape and smiled at his first hunt of the day. 1 down, more to go. He went back into the solid surface and swam down the tree, moving some meters away toward the other apes who didn't notice the death of one of their kind. Eyeing the 2 apes, he decided to survey around again and make sure there were no other monsters that would disturb his hunt. Initially, he had wanted to do a one-on-one fight with the lone ape, but doing that had a lot of disadvantages. First of all, they would be making a lot of noise, which would alert the other monsters, and after killing one, there would be more appearing, which would only make him tired. Also, with his focus on only one enemy, he wouldn't be able to realize when other enemies had surrounded him. Luckily, after cheeking the area, there weren't any other monsters in the surroundings, so he went back to the apes. Where did they go? Both apes were not at the previous place anymore, so he became anxious and searched for them in the area before finding them at the place where had killed their friend. The 2 monsters were shaking the body of their friend, whose body had already become cold and lifeless. Their eyes turned red as they finally realized it had died, and they started shrieking in a crazy manner, making their voice reach the corners of the forest. Felix looked in panic as both of them screamed in anger, and turned more anxious when he heard the sound of more apes shrieking from afar. Shit, why the hell did this happen? He had miscalculated, leaving the corpse near to them without suspecting they would notice it was his mistake, a mistake he was regretting. But even if more apes appeared at the scene, he was not worried as his skill allowed him to be undetectable by swimming in the ground where their vision would not reach at all. Still watching with his eyes peeking out from the surface, he could see a lot of those apes gathering at the scene while jumping from one tree to other. If he had to count, then there were more than 30 apes of the same kind. Most of them were moving around the area looking for the culprit, while a few carried the dead corpse towards somewhere deep into the forest. Sometime later, the apes gave up on locating the killer of their kind and retreated back into the forest in a frenzy. Felix kept on staring at them and gave a grin that seemed to not hold a bit of mercy. Well, it's not like holding a grudge against you guys, but I need more skill points for my survival, so. His red eyes gleamed terrifyingly at the thought of killing all of those apes and making his skill points hit more than 300. Unlike the jumping apes, he swam in the solid surface of the ground and followed them to their habitat, determined to slaughter the whole tribe of fanged apes for the sake of his survival. Even if what he did was cruel, he wouldn't stop right now, as the desire to get stronger inside him grew the more he fought, making him forget all the reasons as only resoluteness remained in his heart. The apes jumped and ran in the forest while screeching about and catching some small animals for food. In the jungle, it was the law for the strong to prey on the weak, to consume the weaker beings for the sake of the stronger's survival. That was what happened everywhere in the forest and in the world too. Felix swam for about 10 minutes before he stopped as the apes seemed to have finally reached their home. Hidden below a cliff, a dark natural cave could be seen with many of the same monsters going in and out. There were no sentries or guards, anything, as the place looked chaotic with many apes jumping about, sleeping on the trees, bringing more prey, playing and fighting in the space before the cave. Watching all the apes that easily surpassed more than 70 in number, Felix frowned as he was in deep thought. That's more than I expected. If they exceed 70 with more apes in the cave, then I'm sure there'll be a monster of rank 2 too. From what he heard from Steve, if a monster tribe had a lot of their kind gathered, then there would surely be at least one of them who would be a leader with a higher rank than the majority. System, can you tell me how much of these are of rank 1? Peeking from a distance, he looked at all the apes who were outside the cave. Affirmative. There are 55 apes of rank 1 and 18 apes of rank 0 before the host. He could see the normal apes of rank 1 like he had killed, before including apes of smaller size which looked like baby apes. I should not approach the cave and only hunt the one who separates from the group. Staying inside the ground, he moved around the area trying to find if some of the apes were moving away from their homes. After a few minutes, he saw a group of 4 apes jumping on the trees and leaping away to the east of the cave. A chance. Without wasting more time, he swam and followed them as they moved in the forest with quick agility and hunted small animals, reaching a place a bit far from their tribe. The 4 of them did not stay together and were about a few meters away from each other, finding fruits and prey. Felix remained hidden for a while until he made sure that there were no other apes following behind. After some time, he thought it was time to take action and thus moved forward toward a lone ape that was picking something from the ground. Bringing his body out from the solid surface of the ground, he held his sword and sneaked from behind the ape before slashing at the red line of weakness that was revealed from his skill. Slash. A gush of blood spurted out from the ape's chest as it finally noticed the human behind him and jerked away, feeling the pain of his bones getting broken. Not giving the ape a chance to recover, Felix dashed ahead and cleaved his sword toward its head, exerting every ounce of his power. Shriek. The dumb ape screeched in anger at the enemy and tried to catch the sword with both of its hands in the hopes of blocking the attack. Bringing the sword down, it cut through the ape's hands easily and proceeded to tear apart its head. Crick. Feeling the sword entering its brain and continuing to move downward, the eyes on the separated parts of the ape's head glowed fiercely but slowly lost their light. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. Felix couldn't focus on the message sent by the system as he quickly removed the sword from the dead corpse's head and dodged the incoming attack from the other apes. It seemed that the other 3 apes were alerted when they heard the dead ape's last screech and hurried here, only to see it die gruesomely. Can I handle 3 at once? The 3 remaining apes surrounded Felix while screeching madly at him. He could activate his skill and hide inside the ground if he wanted to, but he didn't do that as the reason he came to the forest was to get stronger and test his limits while gaining skill points was secondary. Shriek, X3. The apes pounced on him angrily together, swinging their long nails in an attempt to scratch him to death. Felix swung his sword in a circle and stopped them before they could reach him. His speed was fast as the sword slightly cut through their bodies, giving them a small wound. Pushing away the three of them, he eyed one of the apes and activated his skill before dashing straight toward it. Stabbing his sword toward its heart, he kicked off the ground and jumped forward. The ape tried to dodge the attack, but the sword still grazed sharply at its right shoulder. Quickly sidestepping, he dodged the attack of another ape with pure instincts and ended the life of the wounded ape by stabbing the sword deep inside its eyes as it remained dumbfounded from the pain of its shoulders. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. The remaining two apes again screeched savagely, seeing their comrade die as their eyes turned red in anger. Felix didn't mind their shout and ran between them as he dodged their attacks and slashed at their bodies. The apes had become mad with anger and couldn't make out their attacks as he could easily move around them, cutting at the red line of weakness. Slowly, the attacks grew more and more, with plenty of blood getting lost in the process. Felix thought it was time to end the battle, so he kicked away one of the apes and pierced his sword into the chest of the other. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. The last ape came running at him weakly with several wounds on its skin, but Felix sliced his sword heavily across its neck, severing the head from the body. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. The battle concluded within a mere 6 minutes, eliciting a sigh of pure joy that escaped his lips. I've grown a lot stronger now. Dealing with 4 of them didn't even sweat me. Even though both the apes and Steve were of rank 1, the chatterbox was at the late stage of the first rank, while these monsters were of only the early stage. So the differences were huge. Also, taking into account that these fanged apes were dumb monsters, they didn't have the same intelligence compared to humans, and thus couldn't strategize their way of fighting, and only attacked according to their instincts. Happily smiling at his new 50 skill points, including from the earlier lone ape, Felix gradually sank into the ground and decided to continue the slaughter. He left the scene, moving back toward the cave where the apes gathered, to look for some other groups that were separating from the crowd, and thus failed to notice a different kind of monster appear as it gazed at the dead corpses of apes for a few seconds and joyfully ran in the other direction from Felix. 2 different beings moved in opposite directions with a plan of their own, unaware of the chaos that would result sooner or later. After rushing back to the cave hidden under the cliff, Felix swam around the area and searched for another group to leave. System, show me how many skill points I have left right now. Affirmative. Skill points, 140, so only this much is left. I should try saving more skill points for now and later use them all on a strong skill that can help me in the war. Actually, he wanted to use those skill points and create some skills that could help him in the current situation. But he also wanted to save them if there was any urgent need in the war. Also, there was no need to only depend on new skills, as he could fight monsters head-on and try to grow stronger in the typical manner of a warrior. Or else he'd be left behind in terms of pure combat and be more of a fighter who only knows how to use tricks. As he continued to survey the area, he eventually found another group of 5 apes moving away from the group in the opposite direction where the previous 4 apes went. Let's go, time for duty. Felix trailed behind them for obvious reasons, sneakily poking his eyes out from the ground along the way and making sure that no other apes were following behind. The 5 of them seemed to travel a lot, as although 10 minutes had passed, they still did not stop. Thinking that there was no need to waste more time as they were also far away from the cave, he decided to take action. No need to take a risk by taking them all on, let me just separate them. He planned after some time of pondering and swam up above the branch of a tree. This idea may be stupid, but it's the only way. The apes were running with quick jumps, so he could not outrun them and try a sneak attack from the front. Left with no choice, he could only think of one plan. Standing on one of the branches of a tall tree, he took a deep breath before shouting aloud, "You dumb monkeys, Daddy's calling you." His shout echoed into the forest, but it didn't reach that far, only arriving near the 5 apes. Abruptly stopping at the loud voice that they couldn't understand but still felt a bit insulted hearing it, the 5 apes scanned their surroundings for the source. At this time, Felix was swiftly sneaking toward the 5 apes who made a dumb decision of separating and finding the strange voice. It seemed they had planned to catch a new type of prey that could spew vulgarities and present it to their leader, who would later reward them for the gift. As for their prey, he was slowly coming out from the ground while holding his short sword from behind one of the apes. "I'm sorry, I was never your daddy." Activating his skill, ratio technique, he eyed the red line at the center of its back and thrust his sword into it, deciding to quickly finish it off. The ape was pushed forward by Felix into a bush as the green leaves turned bloody. It tried to resist but could only struggle under Felix, who twisted the sword in its heart, leaving behind only one of the 2 to survive. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. As he had handled the kill in silence, the other apes didn't notice a thing. Without wasting a second, he again swam into the ground and sneaked behind the other apes, taking their lives one by one. Near the cave where the fanged apes were gathered, a group of nasty green goblins appeared, slowly approaching the other monster tribe while hiding behind the many trees. Alas, a confrontation was inevitable as some apes finally noticed them and started screeching loudly, alerting all the other apes. The goblins revealed themselves with a snarky grin on their faces and ran ahead, attacking the group of apes. Both monster tribes erupted into a clash of battle as the colorful forests started turning red from all their blood. ROARR. A loud roar echoed out from the cave as a more muscular ape who was 2 meters tall came out while drumming its chest. GREWW. As if replying to the big ape from the side of the goblins, a large dark green monster walked over holding a giant wooden club in its hand. The two strong leaders of both the tribes stood at the back, waiting for the weaker monsters to end their battle. You have killed a being higher than your own rank, X4. You have gained 10 skill points, X4. 4 more messages from the system came by as Felix stood in the midst of the dead corpses of the remaining apes. He took out a vial from his pocket and spread it over a slight wound that had appeared on his arm when he accidentally swung it around an ape's fang trying to push it away. I cannot make such silly mistakes, because if not for this potion, then the wound would have grown a lot without immediate care. Felix looked in awe as the part where he had applied the potion slowly closed back and healed itself. He kept the remaining half vial back in his pocket and swung his arm, feeling no pain at all. Amazing, to think only a small amount of that liquid could heal that wound. He smiled looking at his arm and thought it was not a bad choice to have brought those potions even at the cost of the mission's reward. I should hurry back and look for some other group of apes to kill, or else it'll get late and they'll notice something unusual. Adding 50 more skill points to his collection, he started his skill and swam into the ground going back toward the cave. Killing these apes one by one takes a lot of time, so should I try taking a crowd head-on? But if they surround me on all sides and attack from long range by throwing stones, then I won't be able to react quickly. Deliberating on whether he should change his strategy to save time or remain to do the same even if the apes may start getting suspicious of the lost members, Felix continued to move while keeping his eye on the area. Suddenly, after a few minutes, he started hearing roars and shrieks of several monsters from the front when he had almost reached the cave. Wait, what's happening? His mind became alert, and he started to swim faster before he arrived at the bloody scene of 2 different monster tribes fighting for their lives. Poking his widened eyes out from under the ground, he gazed dumbfounded at the group battle taking place in front of him. The goblins grinned evilly and slashed their blades, letting out snarky chuckles, while the fanged apes screeched in anger at the invaders and swung their claws. Fucking hell, what the fuck are you doing to my skill points? Felix could only grit his teeth in pure wrath as his ruby eyes gleamed furiously in madness looking at the carnage that was happening before him. It doesn't matter, now that you brought yourself in front of me, then be ready to get killed. Taking some deep breaths, he calmed himself down after a few seconds and started planning to add the filthy goblins to his skill points collection. He went into deep thought and calculated how he should take part in the battle in front of him. First of all, he knew that jumping right in was suicidal, and moving in and out from the ground to steal a kill in the chaos was also hard. Should I try creating a skill now, or is there another way for me to approach the battlefield? Sneaking around the area, he gazed at the scene when his eyes finally fell on a horrible monster 2 meters tall. Wait, that looks like. He took a gulp in dread as his throat felt a bit dry looking at the monster that was just standing straight while radiating a strong pressure in the surroundings. With a muscular body reaching taller than 2 meters, the monster was dark green in color and held a giant club in its hand while standing at the rear of the goblins. Felix turned to stare at where the monster was looking and saw another big monster standing at the cave's entrance. System, tell me their ranks, he quietly thought. There are 2 monsters of rank 2 in front of the host. He already knew that would be the case, but looking at the pressure they were emitting, his previous spirits slowly calmed down. There's no way I can go against the 2 of them. Taking out weak monsters of rank 1 was his limit by using his skills, and he didn't want to try testing whether he could fight a rank 2 monster the same way because they for sure didn't look like dumb prey. What should I do? Wait if there are 2 enemies fighting then. Suddenly, he remembered Steve's advice and thought for a second before going back to the ground. Moving around the area, he searched if there were any other rank 2 monsters hiding somewhere. Inspecting the area from a little distance, he didn't notice anything strange until some slight movements in a bush caught his eye. What's there? He frowned and slowly moved in from behind trying to take a look at the hidden figure. Sneaking at the battlefield from the bush, a slightly taller but thin goblin hid there holding a black staff with some bracelets on it. Unlike the muscular 2-meter goblin who only wore a cloth to hide his lower body, this thin goblin wore an old robe of gray color with several ornaments on its body. Felix stared speechless at the goblin, who was excitedly hiding in the bushes waiting for its chance to appear on the battlefield, and asked the system, what is its rank? The monster in front of the host is of rank 2. He stared at the unguarded goblin and pondered on his next course of action. This goblin is not emitting any strong pressure and is also not holding any close combat weapon, so it should be most likely a mage. Most of the mages didn't train their bodies, so they were inherently weaker to physical attacks, but their magical attacks were explosive, which could flatten the earth and blow away trees. Should I try killing it? He didn't know if it was safe for him to try taking out a rank 2 mage, but looking at the careless back of the thin goblin, he couldn't help but get greedy for those skill points. Let's do it. I won't be getting any more chances like this if I waste this one. Making up his mind, he took a deep breath and activated his skill, glancing over at the red lines that appeared on the monster's body. His body moved underground and slowly neared the rank 2 goblin, making no sound as he had already activated silent steps. The skill had no effect on beings that were more than 2 ranks higher than him, which was the 3rd rank, so it was still usable on the goblin. Focusing his vision and targeting the red line that indicated a weakness in the side of its neck, Felix held his sword tightly and came out from the ground. The goblin was staring intensely at the battle ahead and had absolutely no idea of a silver head coming out from the ground behind him. It had made sure to use some spell earlier and check whether there were any living beings in its surroundings, but it seemed there was no one nearby, so it was not that cautious. I should try using a stronger attack. When Felix arrived just a meter away from it, he thought of trying the technique written in the Black Horizon sword arts and arched the short sword sideways, making it reach his other side from behind. Black Horizon first technique, singular slash. He held the sword tightly with both his hands and sidestepped, pushing his body's weight in a circle, while bringing the sword in a quick manner as it slashed the goblin's neck. Felix felt pain in several parts of his body as he performed the unfamiliar yet strong technique, but the result was good as a cracking sound could be heard. Krishk. The short sword had moved in a straight line and cut the goblin's neck, almost coming out from the other side. Feeling a bit of flesh and bones left to be cut, Felix exerted more force while bringing the sword completely out from its neck. Thud. The goblin's eyes remained narrowed when it was spectating the battle, like a fisherman waiting for its fish, but its head fell down on the ground, losing the cunning light that was flashing in its eyes. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 100 skill points. Felix took deep gasps as he held his aching body, but a victorious smile surfaced on his lips. His mind was still under pressure for having taken a risk to attack the rank 2 goblin, but looking at how easily he had killed it, he sighed in relief and happily clenched the sword. Holy fuck, I just took out a rank 2 while still being a rank 0. It was unbelievable now that he realized what he had done. Remembering the message from the system, he called to ask, "System, how many skill points do I have?" Skill points, 290. There was a smile on his face as he glanced at the increased skill points. A whole 100 points, that's sick. Should I try killing the other rank 2 too? In his madness, he thought of taking the lives of other rank 2 monsters too, but shook his head as that seemed to be a lot stupid idea. No, I was only able to kill it because it was a mage who had a weak body, but those monsters are warriors who can most likely use aura, so I'm not their match. Rejecting that plan, he looked at the dead corpse of the goblin and bent down to hold the black staff that seemed to have fallen aside when it was killed. Is it a magic weapon or something? He glanced at it for a while and thought about what to do with it. ROARR. Suddenly a loud roar came from near the cave, which prompted Felix to quickly hide behind a tree and peek out stealthily. He also kept the black staff hidden under the bush as he could not carry it with him. GREWW. Another shout replied to the roar as he stared at 2 monsters who were moving toward each other, dividing the way as the weaker monsters moved away and made a path for them. The leaders of both groups seemed to have finally decided to take action. While gawking at the fight that was about to start, Felix decided to once again survey the surroundings for any other hidden monsters who would try to take advantage of the battle between the 2 tribes. Circling around the area quickly, he couldn't find any other monsters. Thus, he peeked out from under the roots of a tree and stared at the spectacular battle scene with an intent look in his eyes. So this is the power of rank 2 beings. The big ape swung its thick arms and strong claws at the tall goblin, tearing apart the air as the wind made the surrounding monsters push back. Blocking the ape's attack with its giant club, the muscular goblin didn't rush to strike as it was waiting for its partner, the mage, to appear and attack the ape with its long-range attacks. They had already planned their strategy to take out the leader of the apes in surprise, and it was excited for their victory that was already in the bag. But the goblin didn't know that the mage was lying inside some bush with its head separated from its body. The battle continued on as Felix remained hidden, trying to find some opportunity to kill some more monsters and collect more skill points. Should I directly start killing those wounded monsters, or is there a need to create a skill to help me in this situation? He started pondering if there was any skill that could help him easily collect skill points by taking the lives of these monsters without gathering any attention. Many skills went by in his mind as he slowly narrowed down the list and decided to choose the one requiring the least skill points for not emptying his hard-earned collection. It doesn't have to be flashy and should let me quietly take their lives even from some distance. He glanced at the many fallen monsters who were at their last breath but were protected by some of their tribe who weren't taken down yet. If he had to count, then the number of monsters on the battlefield easily surpassed more than 200, with half of them already dead and the rest of them still alive while keeping a distance from the stronger two monsters. Felix looked in deep thought at the monsters, who were lying down on the ground and moving away sneakily. Their whole body was touching the ground, and some monsters couldn't even move, resting while taking their last breaths. If I swim underground, then reaching them won't be a problem, but coming out and attacking them would be hard as my whole body needs to be out if I have to deal them damage. Then what about an attack from underground? He narrowed his eyes and came to a conclusion on which skill he needed at the moment to start farming monster lives. That may be the only option. System, create this skill. Affirmative. Processing the skill's power scale. Grading the skill. Estimating the possible points required. Skill successfully moduled. Ding. Skill name, Earth Spikes. Description allows the user to project out rocky spikes from the ground. Can create 6 spikes for every minute. The power and number of the spikes can be increased by using mana. Cost 120 skill points. Felix looked at the skill details he had imagined and widened his eyes in doubt. System, are you sure about that cost? It's not even that strong with just projecting spikes from the ground, and it costs 120 points. Answering the host, the skills that are directly related to damage dealing in combat inherently need a lot of skill points to create, while skills that are auxiliary and non-combat require lower skill points to create. Hearing the rule for pricing the skills, he got confused and asked about it. And why is it so? Is there an important reason for it? There was no reply from the system, which resulted in a groan that escaped his lips. GHH, fine, don't answer me, but at least create that skill. Do you wish to use 120 skill points and create the skill Earth Spikes? Am I a joke to you? Of course yes. He rolled his eyes that were peeking out from the ground at the system for asking him that when he already agreed to it. Ding, successfully created a new skill. After the skill was created, he calmed down and completely went underground. Earlier, he was about 10 meters away from the battlefield, so he had to move near them before he could start his attacks. He swam forward and made sure he had covered the proper distance before slowly poking his narrowed eyes out to take a look. Just when he had pulled up, a goblin came and stomped its skinny leg on his head before staggering weakly and falling down on its back. Felix stared at the stupid goblin in surprise and decided to test his new skill on this fucker. Earth Spike. The ground beneath the fallen goblin wobbled a bit, and suddenly a small rocky pillar quickly ejected from there. It happened so fast that the goblin couldn't even react before an earth spike impaled into its back and came out from its chest. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. Felix grinned at the quick death of the monster, who had dared to step on his head, and nodded inwardly at the power of his new skill. Not bad. I can control its size and speed, and it should be able to reach around 1 meter in height. The earth spike that killed the goblin was not that tall, just reaching 50 centimeters like how he had wanted to create it, so it went unnoticed by the other monsters. He turned his head to glance around and made sure that no other monster accidentally stepped on him, before looking for other monsters that had already fallen in the battle. Only fallen ones can be taken out easily, as most of the monsters ignore them and instead focus on the standing and fighting ones. Quickly finding another poor prey, he swam and neared it before stealthily taking its life, and continued to do the same around the battlefield. Taking the lives of the weakened monsters, he slowly reduced their numbers without them noticing. If a monster ever happened to notice him, then an earth spike would impale him from below. Unlike the battle between the weaker monsters, the two leaders of the group had a large space in the middle reserved for them where no other monster would even dare approach. The muscular goblin was growing increasingly anxious during the fight while getting furious at its partner, who must have decided to just act as a spectator and let it deal with all the damage. It couldn't remember if it had done any wrong for the goblin mage to do this to it. As more and more wounds appeared on it from always being on the defensive, the goblin gave up on waiting for any long-range attacks from the mage and decided to start attacking the strong ape. GAWWRR. It roared out loud to show its dominance, only for the ape to shove a punch in its face. The goblin wiped the blood from its mouth and furiously looked at the big ape, who started drumming its chest. Grabbing its giant club tightly, the goblin jumped ahead, bringing its weapon and swinging at the ape's head. Their battle had finally started to get serious, with both of them having their full attention on each other, which let the small silver head that was poking out from the ground have a crazy hauling. Damn, I hit the jackpot. With eyes full of excitement, the unnoticed Felix took the last light out from the weakened monsters, both goblins and apes alike. His emotions in jolly as he traversed throughout the battlefield, impaling his spikes into several parts of the unaware monsters, including their as. The messages from the system kept on buzzing inside his head, but his thoughts were purely on killing more and more without a rest. Creating 6 spikes every minute was enough for him, as he needed time to find and locate his prey before waiting for an opportunity to strike. Gradually, most of the monsters were falling down with the light inside their eyes turning off. The colorful forest was dyed in a bloodbath, as only a few beings remained alive on the battlefield who were tired from all the fight, one of them being a silver-haired boy who was calculating the profit from today's hunt while eyeing the 2 stronger monsters. Should I? Oh no. Felix stopped his carnage and gaped at the battle between the 2 ranked 2 monsters. Their fight had suddenly reached its peak, with both of them showing anger at each other. The big ape was furious at the goblins, who had invaded their home and killed many members of its tribe, while the huge goblin was angry at its partner, the mage, who had failed to do as they had planned, and thus unleashed all of its wrath on the ape. Wind crashed in the surroundings from their powerful attacks, making the spectators squint their eyes for a better look. There were about a dozen other monsters left, who had no strength to fight anymore, and were only waiting for their leaders to end the battle, hopefully making them win. Felix ran his eyes over them and shrugged his shoulder, not wanting to waste more skill points. Well, nothing is more expensive than some missed skill points. He swam underground and continued to move around the area, stealing the lives of the monsters who had no knowledge of their predator. Leaving some of his attention toward the 2 monsters, he collected 60 more skill points with 6 of his spikes every minute. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 10 skill points. Taking advantage of the spectacular scene on the battlefield, which stole their focus, he harvested the monsters' lives, until a few minutes later there were no spectators left except for him. In the end, with his head out from the ground surrounded by the corpses, his eyes finally focused deeply on their battle and noticed the reason behind their power. So they were using aura in their attacks. The big ape's fists and the goblin's club glowed a dim color of white every time they attacked. It was the result of applying aura in their fists and weapons, and obviously they could not manifest it out from their bodies. Red eyes and twisted expressions were etched on both of their faces as they crazily attacked one another without glancing around them. After some time, the goblin landed a decisive hit on the ape's head with its club, and its wooden weapon finally broke apart. But the attack had damaged the ape a lot, upon which the goblin didn't ruin the chance and took out its hidden knife from under its cloth before stabbing it into the ape's chest. The knife penetrated deeply, making the ape fall on its back as it struggled to move. Chance. Felix's eyes lit up when he noticed the ape fall down on the ground. He quickly swam underground and moved ahead before using his skill, Earth Spike. Instead of 1, he had used 3 spikes this time, which impaled the fallen ape's back from underground. The ape was already feeling helpless when a knife was stabbed into it, but before it could try to get up, 3 sharp objects plunged into its back, with one of them reaching just above its butt. Even though it sighed in relief for not getting pierced inside his hole, the pain that followed made it frown. It raised one of its arms upward, hoping to get the body out of the sharp spike, when another spike ejected out from the ground and punctured into its neck. You have killed a being higher than your own rank. You have gained 100 skill points. A victorious smile emerged on his face when Felix heard the system's notification. His eyes gleamed in a dark light for a while as he glanced at the ape's corpse, and later turned to look for the other rank 2 monster. Where did it go? Felix frowned in confusion and looked around the area, but he could not even find a trace of that huge goblin's shadow. A few seconds earlier, just after it had stabbed the ape, the goblin surveyed its surroundings to see what had happened to the other monsters. Its eyes widened in horror, looking at all the dead corpses, without a single monster left breathing. The fear of knowing all of its group members had died, and feeling its growing weak body, the goblin decided that escaping this place was the best option before the other monsters of the forest approached, smelling the thick blood spread around the area. Giving the fallen ape a last look, it turned around and quickly limped away, cursing its partner for their downfall. The goblin promised it would crush that traitor's skull if it was ever encountered again. Felix finally realized that the goblin had escaped and could only sigh in losing the huge number of skill points. Sigh, it's not worth it to follow that guy. Even weakened, that monster is still strong enough to easily defeat me, so there's no need to risk myself. In fact, Felix could himself feel getting weak right now. It seemed that using the skill, Earth Spike, repeatedly had made his mind slightly overloaded. He slowly came out from the ground, clutching his head, and walked toward the goblin mage that he had killed previously. Parting the bushes, he bent down and picked up the black staff which he had hidden there. What should I do with this? Felix stared at the weird weapon but didn't know how to use it, so he shrugged his shoulders and decided to sell it in the city. Whatever, I'll think about it later, but before that I'll have to hurry and leave this place. He didn't forget Steve's advice, which was to retreat after killing the monster, as that would make the other monsters in the area gather from the smell of the blood. Giving the battlefield one last look, he turned around and ran in the direction from where he had first come at the cave. The whole struggle had taken 2 hours from when he had come here, and followed the several groups of apes to finally participating in the battle, albeit without making his presence known. Rushing back in the same direction, Felix escaped from several other monsters who were arriving at the scene, as he couldn't afford to waste his time fighting, which would only make more of them gather. On the way, he could finally not hold back his curiosity and asked the system in excitement, "System, show me my status." He had killed many monsters this time, so he was expecting to save all those points and use them in the war to aid him. Affirmative. His eyes read the status information before arriving at the skill points. Nice. With these many points, I can create some strong skills. Clenching his fists in joy, he continued to run in the forest, moving toward the city. Back at the battlefield, several monsters gathered and excitedly looked at the dead corpses before coming closer and feasting upon them. It was rare for such a big battle to occur in the forest, so the monsters didn't waste the opportunity to fill their stomach with dead bodies. They distanced themselves from each other, but still growled when another one came near to them. Suddenly, they felt a strong pressure descend in the area as a figure wearing blood-red robes appeared on the scene. It was not walking on the ground, but instead floated a bit above the earth. The figure had its face covered with the hood of the robe, but the monsters could still see those grayish eyes that made them terrified to not even make a move. Arriving at the middle of the scene, the figure glanced around before speaking in a low, cracky voice. Ah, the delicious smell of blood. The figure swayed a bit while rubbing its shoulders, but then turned serious the next moment as a dark presence revolved around it. Too bad I came a bit late. I wanted to see the one who ruined the plans of the Great One. Moreover, that goblin proved itself to be weak, so it should be better used for the ritual. Shaking its head, the figure raised its head and stared above at the slowly rising moons. No matter what, our plans won't change. This world will need a new ruler, and we shall be the ones to sit at the top. Its words seemed to be molded with power, as the monsters couldn't handle the sheer pressure the figure was releasing and fainted in their spots. Let's go, we have a lot of work to do. The enigmatic figure uttered the words to itself, ascending weightlessly into the air before abruptly vanishing at breakneck speed, leaving behind not a single trace of its presence. Sprinting toward the city, Felix remembered the mission that he had accepted from the guild. I almost forgot about that. He scratched his head and took out the mission scroll to look at the small monster drawn on it. Glancing at the drawing of a small white rabbit with a red horn, he kept it back and eyed his surroundings while moving on. Sometime later, as he reached the vicinity of the city, he finally found a bunch of those rabbits. Bringing out his sword, it didn't take him much effort to take their lives and hang them all together with a rope he had brought. He carried the few monsters and rushed to the city as the horizon slowly darkened, with 3 moons rising out in the sky. 20 minutes later, he could finally see the city walls. Jumping out of the bushes, he joined the other travelers on the main path and followed them toward the city gates. His appearance was a lot different than when he had come out of the gates. Blood was scattered on various parts of his clothes, making the other pedestrians twitch in fear. But some of the people in the crowd raised their brow and nodded, having thought that the boy must have gone for hunting monsters. Felix didn't mind them all and continued walking, entering the gates by showing his ID card. In the Twilight Chaos Guild building, Elsa was walking around in the same line repeatedly. Her steps hurried with her face deep in worry. "Where's that boy Felix? I told him to come back before it gets dark." Her voice was laced with concern. The sky outside had darkened with 3 moons reflecting their moonlight. She glanced at the clock in the reception hall and saw that it was already past 8. He was just going near the city gates and hunting the small animals, then he would have already arrived by now. Should I send a team to search for him, or should I go there myself? Her eyes looked around the hall as she glanced at the other members who were leisurely sitting on the lounge, but suddenly a voice came through. "Hey sis, what's troubling you?" Rovan walked down the stairs along with his teammates and asked Elsa curiously. She turned to look at him and his 2 troublesome teammates before saying in worry, "It's about Felix. He had taken a mission to catch some small animals out of the city, but he's not back yet." Steve, who heard that, interjected quickly. "Oh, so it's about Felix. I suppose he's taking his time hunting those monsters," he said somewhat proudly. There was a sudden decrease in temperature as Elsa released her pressure directly on him and asked with a cold voice, "Did you just say monsters?" The 3 of them jerked up and backed away a few steps as Steve raised his hands and spoke with a pale face. About that, I think. He stuttered and realized he had spoken something he shouldn't have said after remembering what Felix was about to do there. Elsa suddenly vanished and appeared right in front of him as she slightly floated above the ground and looked down on him with her frosty blue eyes. "Tell me, where is Felix and what is he doing?" Rovan and Eric had already run upstairs, leaving Steve, who gulped and trembled under her cold pressure before trying to answer her. That Felix had gone to. All of a sudden, the main door of the guild building opened, revealing the slight moonlight that was shining behind the shadow of a figure. Felix, who had just entered, had a smile on his face after he had successfully sold the black staff at a weapon store and had gotten a bit rich. He didn't think the weapon was useful for him at any moment now, and bringing it to the guild building would make Miss Elsa doubt about what he had said earlier, so the only option left for him was to sell it, which made him arrive back a bit late. Steve, who saw that Miss Elsa's focus had changed from him to Felix, took the chance and ran upstairs without looking back. He silently prayed for the boy and cursed himself for ratting on him unknowingly. The moment Felix stepped inside the guild building, he tensed up when he felt a tremendous pressure descend upon him that was much stronger than those rank 2 monsters. A silhouette appeared in front of him with quick speed, prompting him to reach out for his short sword. But suddenly, a soft body tightly hugged him, making him take 2 steps back. "You rascal, where did you go? I was so worried about you." Elsa pressed her body against his while he was surprised at the close distance and could only stiffen up. His heart started to beat faster, only for it to jump when she pulled him by his ear and scolded him in an angry voice. "Did you forget what I said to you? The nighttime is dangerous and you should be back before it, but here you're coming back this late." She left the hug and looked him in the eyes with her brows frowning. "Ouch, ouch, Miss Elsa. I got lost in the city and had to search my way through." He rapidly came up with a lie and held her hand that was pulling him by his ear. Elsa let go of his ear and hit his head with a chop softly before walking toward her desk. "Enough, I already know you were hunting monsters." His face changed as he hurried to follow her and stood at the desk. It seemed that she was not really furious when he had gone to do that. I caught those animals from the mission." Removing the bunch of corpses whose blood had already dried and were tied hanging to his belt, he placed it on the desk. Elsa looked at them and asked for the scroll, which he gave her back. She opened the drawer and took out the reward before handing it to him. Deducting the price of the potions, which was 1.5 thousand for each, the 4 of them cost a total of 6,000. And the reward of the mission is 14,000, so here you go, the rest 8,000. The potions had helped him a lot in the battle, with none remaining, so he didn't feel bad paying for it. He took the money and kept it in his pocket before turning to go back. "Also, listen, this time I may have let it go, but you won't be able to go out of the city again unless you break through to rank 1, Elsa said as she glared at him, who could only helplessly nod with a dejected face. "I won't be able to gather more skill points now." Later, she let him go as she had work to do, so he could only walk upstairs back to his room dejectedly while thinking about what to do now. "Should I spend the remaining days meditating and training? But I won't be getting any more experiences before the war, which will make me weak." He pondered about it and entered his room. Keeping the sword and money in the closet, he took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a nice bath and remove all the blood from his body. After coming out, he felt his hunger rise to the peak as he didn't have lunch today, so he hurriedly wore his clothes and went out to the dining hall. Coming inside, he took a plate full of dinner and searched for a seat when a dark green-haired boy came into his vision who was deliberately dropping his head to look discreet. Felix walked toward the table and sat nonchalantly, calling out to him. "Hey Steve, I think we need to extend our training session." The boy, who was trying to hide, twitched in surprise at the sudden approach and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Felix, I didn't mean to say that, but it just came out of my mouth when Miss Elsa asked about you. She must have beaten you, right? I'm really sorry." Well, I kind of suspected you would do that, but she didn't beat me or anything, just reprimanded me a little." Steve's mouth opened wide at the preferential treatment, as he remembered how she had beaten the 3 of his team when they made any trouble. He shook his head and sighed in envy. "Is this what you get for being handsome? There's no justice in this world at all. We ugly boys can only hope women don't hate us for being who we are. In fact, I could get many ladies to fall for me." "The trick for that is to..." The chatterbox seamlessly started his rambling without showing a bit of delay, but Felix wasn't in the mood to listen to his crap, so he interrupted. "Wait, Steve, like I said earlier, we should do more training." He raised his brow and asked, "Are you worried about the war?" He had guessed it right. "I mean, I've never taken part in it, and I don't know anything about it, so I wanted to train and get stronger as much as I could before taking part in it." Steve nodded, hearing the reason for his unease, and suddenly his eyes lit up, thinking about a way to get stronger quickly. "I suddenly got a nice idea to grow strong quickly, but it'll be a bit dangerous." "What do you think?" Felix frowned at his answer and thought for a second. "The war takes place in about 18 days, and I'll be able to participate only if I reach rank 1. The usual meditation and training are not proving to be able to do that either. Then whatever idea he is saying may be the only way for me to get stronger now." With a determined gaze, his serious eyes met with Steve's excited eyes. "And what's that idea of yours?" Steve took a deep breath and turned around to see if anybody was eavesdropping on them. After he had made sure of it, he brought himself closer to Felix from across the table and spoke with a hushed voice, almost as if telling something forbidden. "What I'm about to say to you must be kept between the 2 of us, okay? The only reason I'm telling you this is because I know you won't reveal this to anyone. Felix gulped hard and nodded solemnly. Go on, I'm listening. Steve again made sure no one was hearing them talk and coughed twice before revealing the plan to him with an intense look in his eyes. Cough, cough. The plan that I'm talking about is participating in the underworld battles that take place in the most secretive and hidden parts of the city. Underworld battles. His voice seemed eager at the thought of fighting. Yes, taking part in it does not need much qualifications or verification of our identities, as it's a way of entertainment for the people from the underworld. The winner of every battle will get rewards from the arena, and the public may also gift them if they were impressed with their performance. His breath got hurried with desire in his eyes as he continued. What makes it even more enticing, he explained with enthusiasm, is that the rewards you amass through battles can be used to buy treasures, including rare medicines, powerful battle arts, and an array of coveted items typically exclusive to the hidden black market of the underworld. Felix was intrigued when he heard he could buy treasures that could help him get stronger, including taking part in battles that would help him gain experience. His thoughts roamed around, then asked him a question he was puzzled about. If it's such a secretive matter, then how is it possible for you to know about it? Steve was surprised at the inquiry, then his face turned troubled on how to answer that. Well, you see, there was this friend of mine who's familiar with the underworld, and he was the one who introduced the place to me. Anyways, what do you think about it? Are you interested in taking part in the arena battles? Made an excuse and quickly diverted the topic by asking him. Felix took his time and pondered about it while he ate the food. If what he says is right, then I'll be able to improve my techniques to fight with a sword in those battles. Also, my average talent may not allow me to advance to the first rank that easily, so buying those medicines and treasures is a must. After some minutes of deep thought, he resolved himself and answered to the awaiting boy. I'll take part in the underworld arena battles. Steve nodded as a smile surfaced on his face, including an excited look in his eyes for the upcoming fun they were going to have. Tomorrow I won't be having any missions, so we'll be going there after breakfast. Is that okay? Felix agreed, as even though he could hardly stop himself from going there right now to take part in the fights, he was exhausted from today's mission. So going there tomorrow after resting for the day was the best option. The both of them had their lunch while quietly discussing their plan and parted from the dining hall, going back to their rooms. Laying on the bed, Felix thought about today's gains and happily hummed a song while imagining various skills he should create in the future. Some skill points must be saved for the upcoming war, but tomorrow I should analyze my shortcomings in the battles and create a skill that will help me fight well with the sword. I can't be using skills like earth swimming and earth spikes in front of the spectators. The battles in the arena would be under the public's vision, which would hinder him from using some of his skills. That was why he had thought to create a skill that would prove to be useful in the battles, without raising any suspicions. His tired mind gradually succumbed to slumber, eagerly anticipating the wonders that awaited him in the mysterious underworld of this strange and unfamiliar world. The next morning, on the second floor's staircase, two figures could be seen fidgeting sneakily while whispering to each other. They were keeping an eye on the floor they were in while slowly going downstairs. Steve bent his head below and surveyed the surroundings, trying to look for a figure. It's safe. I've had calculated in the past about Miss Elsa's schedule, so she must be in her room about right now. He sighed in relief and proudly boasted. Feliz rolled his eyes and also sighed in relief. Their only obstacle to participating in the underground battle was Miss Elsa, who had warned him from leaving the city and getting into dangerous situations again. Steve waved his hand and motioned to follow him before taking sneaky steps toward the reception hall. The two boys tiptoed into the hall, moving all the way to the main door without alerting any of the guild members. They pressed the card at the door and rushed out before it could fully open, making the people sitting in the hall tilt their heads in confusion at the sudden opening of the door. Sitting in the lounge, the crowd looked at each other with pure confusion. Some of them got up and checked if anyone was there at the door, but the two boys had already run out to the streets without wasting any time. A few minutes later, in the middle of the street, Felix and Steve blended into the crowd and made sure no one had noticed them sneaking out of the guild building. They eyed each other and continued walking further before joining together. Let's go, I'll take you there. Steve led the way and walked ahead, patting his chest like he was some travel guide. The duo went on walking in the streets, traversing many narrow streets, and suddenly taking a turn into a path that was going deeper into the dark alleys. Felix looked around and remembered when he had stumbled upon a tent that looked like a circus. The dark alleys were giving the same vibes as that time, but he was sure this was a different path. Their footsteps and the slight caws of the birds were the only thing they could hear right now, as the silent alley made him alert. Steve, are you sure we are on the right path? His question seemed to have made the boy smirk as he replied. I know I may act stupid sometimes, but make sure to remember that I never forget my way. His tone confident. He could only shrug now and follow him as they traveled in a zigzag manner around the streets. Damn, aren't we just moving around in circles? I also forgot to bring my map. Sigh, I just hope we don't get lost. They continued walking for some more time, and just when he was about to start cursing the boy for forgetting his way, he heard him say out loud, "Huff." Finally, we reached our destination. He sounded exhausted but also a bit relieved. Getting surprised, Felix stopped in his spot and looked around at their surroundings, before showing a stunned expression and blinking to make sure he was seeing right. What the hell? He couldn't help but let out a string of colorful curses, utterly flabbergasted by the absurd place they had stumbled into. Felix could swear that he had never seen such a deserted place before. On all sides, the buildings appeared weathered and decrepit, their walls marred by time and neglect, while a motley crew of rats and other creatures skittered about. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the narrow alley, rendering it a forsaken place that hardly seemed fit for human presence. A slight hot wind blew away, picking up sand and dust in the area, with absolutely no human in sight. Glancing around the place, Felix scratched his head and questioned the only person that was present there. Steve, did you really not forget the way?" The boy only smirked and walked ahead toward a sewer manhole that was laid just in front of them. He bent down and rotated the manhole cover in a specific manner. Then a pop-like sound came from it before he pulled out the cover and kept it to the side. Turning around, he pointed to the hole that revealed itself and grinned at the confused boy. "Look. We can enter the underworld from here." Felix nodded awkwardly as he thought they were literally going into the underworld right now. Staring at the dark hole, Felix took a deep breath and slowly stepped down following Steve. "Also, be sure to close the cover after you get in." His voice came from below. Felix reached out and firmly gripped the cover, sliding it above him and sealing the entrance once his entire body was safely inside. Although their vision turned dark, it didn't stop them from climbing down the steel bars. Cling, cling. Steve descended to the ground level, and Felix followed suit, finding themselves in a long and narrow corridor. They walked ahead for a few minutes before a door appeared in front of them. Steve pushed the door open, leading Felix into a square-shaped and closely sealed room where they were greeted by the sight of two men in brown robes seated around a table. "Stop right there." One of them stood up and strode forward with a guarded expression on his face. "What do you think about art in the form of blood?" Felix got confused. Meanwhile, Steve flashed a knowing smile at his question and winked before answering. "It makes me want to choke you to death." The man nodded and relaxed before going back to his seat and signaling to his partner. Nodding, the other man stood up, walked toward one of the walls, and whispered a chant at it. Suddenly, the wall on the opposite side of the door from where they had entered started to glow slightly. The red-bricked walls started to morph and change before taking the form of another door. The man gripped the door's handle and swung it open with a grand gesture, inviting them inside. "Welcome to the underworld. We trust you'll have an unforgettable stay," he said with a sinister grin, gesturing for them to step forward. Steve grinned and elbowed Felix. "Having second thoughts, are you?" he inquired, a mischievous tone to his voice. Felix drew a deep breath, dispelling his nervousness, and confidently shook his head. "No, I'm all right. Then let's go," he replied and boldly strode forward into the door. Felix glanced around at the room one last time before he chased after him and walked past the door. Once they were both inside, the man closed the door behind them and began to chant incantations once more. The door began to morph and shift until it seamlessly blended back into the red bricked walls, as if the door had never existed in the first place. Felix and Steve found themselves in a wide hallway with many doors like the one they'd just come from. Occasionally, the doors would swing open, allowing other people to enter the space. These people moved in silently, treading softly as they continued on their way. "We've finally made it into the underworld." This location serves as the main entry and exit point, connecting to the numerous doors leading to the network of sewers that converge here. He gestured towards the surroundings, then continued to stride forward, following the flow of people who were gradually dispersing from the area. As they exited the wide hallway, they found themselves in a vast, dimly lit area buzzing with chatter. The ceiling soared high, about 10 meters up, and there were some cool artifacts hanging up there, providing bits of light. The whole place had this mysterious, dark vibe going on, and this is the black market. Felix widened his eyes at the strange scene and wondered, "Wow, so this is how the black market looks." The place had vendors, cloaked in shadow, peddling their wares with hushed voices and discreet gestures. Stalls and more stalls of rare and illicit merchandise stretch into obscurity. Colorful and mysterious trinkets hang from makeshift canopies, casting eerie, dancing shadows on the cobblestone pathways. Mysterious potions simmer in ornate vials, each promising unattainable powers. Haggling customers and elusive patrons negotiate beneath hooded cloaks and behind masks, their identities shielded by the shroud of secrecy. In this thriving den of iniquity, anything can be bought or sold: forgotten artifacts, cursed relics, forbidden scrolls, and even secrets that could topple kingdoms. Felix looked around in awe as he could not see an end to the market as many people walked about. Remembering something, Steve pulled him to a short distance and stopped in front of a quirky stall with many strange objects on display. Felix, we should buy some masks to hide our identities for safety purposes, he said in a serious voice. Felix liked that idea and nodded before looking around the stall for some masks. The stall had an old and ugly man who was reading through some notes without glancing at his customers. There was no need to be scared of someone robbing the shops, as the rules of the underworld were very strict, making anyone hardly escape from there after stealing. Both boys cast curious glances around the assortment of objects, their eyes drawn to an array of masks. After a moment of contemplation, each of them made their selection, choosing a mask of their liking. Steve had chosen a full-face green mask with two small horns atop it to go well with his same colored hair. On the other hand, Felix pondered a lot and chose a black mask with red designs that covered the upper part of his face, including his hair. There was no need to mention that his silver hair was already striking in attention, so he had chosen a mask to hide it, as anyone could easily tell it was him from his hair alone. They paid for their purchase, which wasn't much, and walked into the crowd looking around at the various stalls and people. Should we look around more in the black market or head straight to the arena? Steve asked as they were just looking at all the items around them and wasting their time. Felix glanced around at the amazing and strange pieces of stuff being sold at the stall and thought for a second before agreeing. We should head to the arena. While these items are cool, my wallet's feeling a bit light, he said with an empty tone, observing the generally high prices and unusual nature of the merchandise on display. Nodding at him, Steve walked ahead and turned toward a different path where numerous people were going. Felix followed him, not losing his way in the crowd, and walked for a few minutes before stopping. A strange and massive entrance could be seen at the end of the path, where everyone was entering with bated breaths. Up above the entrance, bold and menacing letters spelled out arena, exuding an aura of bloodthirstiness and cruelty that sent shivers down the spines of those who gazed upon them. Steve turned towards him, his usual light-hearted behavior replaced by an uncharacteristic seriousness. Remember, Felix, after entering, make sure to not get into fights with anybody unless you're in the arena, because most of the people who come here are wicked and cruel who may not even care about the rules and attack if they get angry. Felix thought of what he said and glanced around. There were many figures wearing masks and hoods compared to others who were showing their faces. And even among the people who were showing faces, some of their faces looked strange with additional objects and makeup to conceal their identities. Everyone, including them, had dark-colored clothes and moved silently without causing any trouble, but their eyes revealed slight caution and alertness as they kept a distance from the surroundings. Seeing the boy nod, getting the gist of the situation, Steve did not delay any longer and pulled him slowly into the giant entrance of the arena where they were going to take part in the underworld duels. As they crossed into the entrance, the thunderous roar of cheers assaulted their ears, causing their hearts to race in response. The pungent odor of blood permeated the air, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that it threatened to overwhelm the faint-hearted. Felix drew in a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the crazy spectacle before him. Holy fuck, I'm going to fight there. The entrance they occupied granted them an elevated perspective, overlooking a sprawling scene below. Multiple arenas stretched out before them, bathed in some artifacts' lighting, drawing crowds of spectators to gather around each one. A stairway led them downstairs to the ground level from where they could walk toward every match happening there. People rushed here, and they're taking in the sight of numerous fights and grouped around the battle that seemed to be the most intense. At some corners, there were cubicles where a lot of people lined up to bet their money on the fights in hopes to earn a fortune. While the black market section was already a chaotic hub, the arena took it to a whole new level. Here, you could witness actual combatants duking it out, making their blood mingle with their sweat and fall onto the stage, and sometimes even the spectators themselves getting into brawls for all sorts of stupid reasons. Making sure their masks and robes were perfectly hiding their true face as a lot of people eyed them the moment they entered, the two boys treaded downstairs and moved toward one of the arenas. Felix, before taking part in battles, I think you should look around the many arenas and see for yourself the rules and methods of this place. Steve spoke while glancing around the place like he was looking for someone. Frowning as he could not seem to find the one, he rubbed his chin and told the boy, I'm going to meet with someone for now, so how about you spectate alone until I come back, he suggested. All right, you can go while I'll be watching the fight in that arena. Felix nodded and pointed toward an arena with a large number 4 written at the side to identify the many arenas. I'll be back in a few minutes, so wait there for me, Steve replied and swiftly blended into the bustling crowd, his presence disappearing in a matter of moments. Left all alone, Felix silently walked toward the round arena and took a seat, eyeing the battle that had not yet started. The moment he set his eyes on the stage, his eyes widened at the strange yet familiar clothing of a person standing in the middle there. You have that here too, A man wore a black suit like the one a groom would wear at his wedding, and also the kind of formal suit he was wearing just when he died in his previous life on the way to his workplace. Wearing a black suit with a white shirt inside and a black tie around his neck, the man also wore black sunglasses standing in the middle of the arena stage holding a red and green flag in his hands. He must be the referee, he mused and turned toward the other two people on the stage, a huge man with a big axe and a slim man grasping a sword. These were the two fighters that were about to start their battle. They wore light armor on them and also had masks hiding their faces. Both of them were stretching and getting ready. Seeing that they had finished, the referee moved forward and announced, "On the left side we have the axe-wielder Drabby, while on the right side we have the sword-wielder Ramasai." He bellowed as the crowd too raised their voices shouting praises and curses. "Go get that thin asshole, Drabby. You can do it, Ramasai. That fatty's gonna be an easy win. Shut the fuck up, you bastard. Look at that axe, it's gonna crush that small sword. You shut the fuck up, moron." "Don't you know that bigger makes it harder?" Felix almost let out a laugh hearing them shout out loud, but held himself back and just slapped his forehead with a wry smile. "That's the first time I've heard someone curse so casually in this world." Already used to the way of the crowd, the referee eyed the two of the fighters and asked, "Are the both of you ready?" His words made them stop their stretching and take a battle stance while nodding at him. Seeing them nod, the referee raised his hand with the green flag, brought it down in a swift motion, and declared, "Then let the battle begin." The moment his words ended, both the men jumped ahead with the huge guy swinging his axe downwards while the slim guy turned his body to dodge that. Their battle seemed to have made the crowd go crazy as they hurriedly started placing bets. With every clash of the weapons, they cheered and booed according to the situation. Felix watched in fascination as both fighters clashed, displaying an array of techniques and expertise. It was evident that they were seasoned combatants, their movements and tactics revealing years of experience in the arena. They didn't seem to be in a rush, but were also not wasting their time as the spectators whistled and cheered at the fight they were watching. "System, what are their ranks?" he asked to make sure if he was right. "Both the men who are fighting on the stage are of mid-rank 1, while the referee is of late rank 1. He raised his brows in surprise. He had guessed both of them right, but could not figure out the referee's rank, as the man looked more like a civilian than a cultivator. Do the referees use an artifact to conceal their strength? He thought in amazement, as those artifacts must be expensive. Thinking that the pockets of the underworld were quite deep for using them so easily, his mind was brought back to the fight as they started to get serious. He continued to watch the match in silence, remembering their methods of fighting and knowing the overall situation. Oh, they started using aura. Both the fighters had their weapons glowing slightly, as even their bodies started to get stronger and faster. Strengthening the body in their weapons was the basic use of aura, while manifesting it out of their bodies was one of the challenging ways to use aura, as most of the warriors couldn't do that. Talent, hard work, bloodline, fortuitous encounters, and many other factors may help a warrior in learning to manifest aura. But newly advanced warriors with no proper foundation and experience may not even come close to feeling aura leaving out of their bodies. Felix looked on seriously, frowning his brows, and made sure to not forget a single detail on the way they were battling in front of a crowd. Knowing he would get to fight on the stage with a huge crowd watching him, he felt a budding excitement. In his previous world, there were no such fighting competitions, where two combatants would fight without holding back, and with the use of weapons and techniques that could easily kill. With the battle instincts and experience from his past life, Felix could dare say he could defeat a dozen warriors of the same rank unless they used weapons. In his past life, he used to fight mostly with just his hands and body, that too without using any professional techniques like boxing, karate, or any other. So when weapons came into question, then the situation would get dangerous. His only hope would be to use his various skills if the opponent was a skilled weapon user, since he was still a beginner with swords. Felix had his eyes lit up the whole time as he watched the battle with pure focus, so much so that he didn't even notice an unusual man sitting beside him with a slight smile on his face. Drabby the axe user had forced his opponent to the arena's edge, creating a tense moment in the match. Frowning seriously, Felix eyed the match, contemplating what would the thin man do with his current situation when a voice near his ear jolted him up. "I can see it in your eyes," rumbled a deep and coarse voice, an insatiable thirst for battles and chaos. Hurriedly turning sideways and backing up a little, Felix was startled to find a man sitting right beside him, his presence having gone unnoticed until this moment. What? Felix blurted out in panic as his hand quickly moved toward his sword scabbard while his mind rapidly processed the situation. "This guy is dangerous. I could not even notice how he sneaked up on me." Trying to act calm, he took a silent gulp and narrowed his eyes on the stranger, all the while gripping his short sword's hilt. Who are you, and what do you want from me?" He tried to make himself calm, but there was this unsettling vibe the man was emitting that made him feel uneasy. The man just rested his back comfortably on the seat while crossing his legs and turned back to stare at the match on the stage. We'll converse later for now. You should see how the battle ends. Getting no answer to his question from the man, Felix did not put down his guard, but he was also curious about the match and thus turned back to the arena while still keeping an eye on the man. In the arena, Drabby was walking to the kneeling Rumasai, who could barely take a breath. The fight seemed to have reached the end with the axe user grinning and raising his weapon above him. Who do you think will win the match? The stranger asked as the battle neared its end. Felix was brought out of his daze as he remembered there was still this strange man he had to deal with before getting confused by the question. Why do you ask that question? Isn't it clear that the fighter with the axe is going to win this match? He asked with a frown. The man just shook his head and curved up his lips. It seems you did not notice it. Felix's frown got deeper as he turned back to the fight and pondered. What is he saying? Notice what? As he watched the fat man bring down his axe onto the thin man, his eyes caught the reflection of a light. Suddenly, a sword moved at a fast speed before it reached the axe user's neck and stopped letting out some blood. The attack was so fast that Felix remained rooted on the spot, utterly flabbergasted and confused at the sudden increase in speed of the sword user, who attacked his opponent with a strike that signified the end of the battle. Wait, what just happened? He shouted out loud just the same as the crowd did. And the winner of this match is Rumasai. The referee raised the red flag and announced loudly as the crowd who were vouching for the thin man cheered in victory, while the fat man was rained curses for losing the match and making the people who had bet on him lose. Staring at the scene with confusion, Felix turned to the side and looked closely at the strange man. Is that what you meant when you asked if I noticed something? Also, how did that guy strike so quickly? He couldn't help but ask. With one leg crossed above the other, the man sat on the seat reclining his back with a slight grin on his lips. He wore a dark trench coat over a checkered blue suit with a fedora hat atop his head. His light beard made him look young yet also mature. His deep gaze turned away from the stage as he took out a silver pocket watch from inside his coat, making a few paper bills fall off, but he quickly kept it back and glanced at the watch. Felix right. If you want me to answer your questions, then you'll have to win your first battle, he said, pocketing his watch before getting up and walking off into the distance but not forgetting to bid him farewell. I'm sure you're going to find me, so until we meet again. Staring at the man who appeared elegant but was quick with how he walked, Felix was left pondering inside his mind. Wait, how did he know my name? The whole situation was confusing to him, making him think that what happened just now was more like a dream. Felix sat on his seat frowning until he heard the crowd cheering again as different fighters came upon the stage. He shook his head as he couldn't figure out what to do now. The man didn't appear harmful, but there was this strange feeling every time he looked into his eyes. With a deep, calm pair of eyes that hid a slight trace of evil, Felix could feel that he was no match for the man. Although he was concealing his face and hair with the mask, he felt that it didn't have any effect on that man. Yet he didn't think the man would harm him with how he spoke and acted like a gentleman. What the hell is even going on? Instead of looking at the new match that had started on the stage, he turned around to see if he could look for the man again. But unfortunately, he couldn't even find the man's back, almost like he disappeared into thin air. As his eyes roamed over the crowd, he caught sight of a grumbling green-haired boy wearing a similar green-colored mask walking toward his side. Oh, it's Steve, he thought, and waved his hands, calling the guy over. Noticing the boy waving his hands, Steve walked over, leaving the crowd, and sat beside him. How did it go, Felix? Do you understand the methods of fighting in the arena now? He asked, somewhat tired. Felix nodded and shook his head later before saying, I did kind of understand how they fight, but I was still confused about some things. Steve looked at the new match that was about to start and understood that one battle had already finished, so he replied, What were you confused about? Maybe I can help. Felix rubbed his chin while frowning and said, That you see, the huge man had almost ended the battle while his opponent was on his knees. But then suddenly, his opponent slashed his sword with an incredible speed that he hadn't used in the entire battle. By the way, there was also this strange man wearing a hat who sat beside me and said something weird. Steve listened and nodded with understanding when he heard the boy describe the battle, but then his face turned dumbfounded as he quickly asked him back in a hurry. Wait, about the man you're speaking about. Did he wear a dark coat with a suit inside and carry a silver pocket watch on him while speaking in a roundabout manner? Felix raised his brows at the perfect description of the man that even he didn't take proper notice of, but then nodded and replied, Yes, he also had deep black eyes while behaving like a mysterious gentleman. His face looked impressed at the strange man who appeared like a calm lake in the chaotic underworld. Steve's face twisted sourly at the boy's reference to the man as a gentleman, and he couldn't help but scoff with a hint of annoyance. Gentleman, my ass. That bastard is nowhere near what you're taking him as. He clenched his hands in anger. Do you know who that guy is, Steve? Wait, if that's so, then you were the one who told him my name, right? Felix asked helplessly as the guy just blabbered everything unnecessarily. Steve scratched the back of his head awkwardly. That I'm sorry, Felix. You know, I always get excited when someone talks with me. His tone did not seem apologetic at all. Felix had a fed-up expression as he shook his hand and continued. Anyways, about that guy. Mind telling me who he was and what's the matter with him? Steve stopped his awkward behavior and sighed as he started talking about him. That guy, you see, is an asshole through and through. He suddenly turned angry as he recalled what had transpired earlier. First, he asks me to buy him bet tickets and then runs the fuck off the moment he gets his hands on it, making me have to pay for every goddamn thing. Steve grits his teeth and curses. Hearing what the man had done that was so unlike how he behaved in front of him, Felix couldn't help but make a silly face and wonder. Damn, did that man just act mysterious to play with me? It was hard to believe he was fooled so easily. In the end, I had to spend all the money I had and I also couldn't find him in the whole arena. But to think he had already met you. Steve sighed again in frustration and finally told who the man was. As for who that man was, even I don't clearly know about him. He approached me some years ago and told me to take part in the underworld fights, promising me lots of treasures and riches. He shook his head at this part and showed an angry face. Turns out that he wanted to earn some money by betting on me losing, knowing I was a clear newbie at fighting back then. Later, I got to know about it, so he just made me a part of his small gang, and we made trouble sometimes. His voice seemed happy at how things ended. Not going to lie, but being with him made me learn a lot of things, and I also got a lot stronger than I used to be. So even though he is kind of abnormal and acts like a prick most of the time, he can at least be trusted a bit in this crazy underworld. Felix nodded, hearing it all as the chatterbox revealed everything without a stop. His mind became complicated knowing about the man, but he could feel that meeting him again would surely result in some better possibilities. And what is his name? He asked. Steve smirked as if he was revealing a secret and told him in a hushed voice. Well, nobody knows his real name, but everyone calls him Mr. Dealer. Hearing that name, Felix narrowed his eyes and thought in his mind. WTF, why does that name make me feel like he's some drug dealer? Shaking off his unnecessary thoughts, he stared back seriously at Steve and asked, "What do you think he wants from me?" Steve was left speechless as he was not sure what the man nicknamed Mr. Dealer wanted from the boy. Even though he had said to him that Felix was a battle enthusiast and had wanted to participate in the arena as well as the upcoming guild wars, he wasn't sure why the man would approach and interact with him. Maybe he wants to see how well you can fight and improve here at the arena. That guy has a strange hobby of making contacts with several talented people, so I guess he saw something in you that made him want to befriend you. He answered, not sure of the reason himself. Felix too wondered what could be the reason that man approached him. Seeing that Felix was in deep thought, Steve shrugged and turned to stare at the match happening on the stage. He was sure he hadn't met that person before, so what made that man so sure that he would come to find him? That man said that he'll answer my questions after I win my first battle, but where will I meet with him? Even Steve seemed clueless about the man's whereabouts. Felix rubbed his forehead and decided to think about all this later. Whatever, guess I'll have to focus on what I can do right now. He stood up from his seat and started walking out of the sub-arena they were in. Steve looked at the boy leaving and called out quickly, "Hey, wait, where are you going?" He did not stop and continued walking as he replied, "I'm going to take part in the arena battles." Hearing that, Steve also got up from his seat with his arms folded and asked strangely, "And where do you think you're going to do that?" Felix all of a sudden stopped and turned around before walking back stiffly. Steve, so how can I take part in the arena battles?" He asked with a polite smile, forgetting how coolly he had walked out just now. This crazy guy, the poor boy who had lost all of his money, sighed, wondering if everything was going to be all right or not. The boy who was etching to start his first battle on the stage was taken away by Steve towards a corner of the arena. Felix looked around at the many stages where fighters were duking out with the never-ending cheers and shouts from the crowd. They headed in the opposite direction of the arena entrance, eventually arriving at a spot with underground stairs, where a handful of individuals had gathered. Two bulky guys stood at the gate of the stairs with their hands folded and stopped anyone other than the required people from entering the place. Steve went in front of them and pointed toward Felix. "He wants to take part in the arena fights," he said lightly. The two bulky men stared at each other and looked at the little boy before laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha, another sheep trying to be a hero. This is crazy. Do the kids not want to live anymore? Heh." Felix frowned and turned to look at Steve, who only shrugged, having no idea what they were talking about. He again called at the both, this time a bit annoyed. "Hello, can you please move to the side? We got to go and apply for his entry." Surprisingly, the two men just shook their heads and moved to the side, indicating the boys to enter. "Go on, it's your life anyway. Just don't regret later." They had gloating expressions on their face as they didn't care what happened to the boy. Steve ignored the both of them and entered the underground stairs along with Felix. They walked ahead, making many other people inside look their way, surprised that another kid had come here to throw away his life. Felix got suspicious of their behavior, but followed Steve regardless until they arrived at an office-like place that was called Arena Management. Steve bent down on one of the main counters present there and called out to a worker. "Excuse me, can you apply for his entry into the arena battles?" The worker who was doing his work got up and turned behind to handle them, but then frowned strangely when he looked at the boy. Are you sure you want to take part in the arena battles? Because I don't think you're strong enough to handle other fighters. Also, what rank are you?" Seeing that they were looking down on him because he looked like a kid even though he was 23 years old in his previous life, Felix sighed helplessly and answered, "I'm still a novice warrior of rank 0, but I can already fight early rank 1 monsters on equal." The worker appeared surprised as he stared at the boy up and down before shrugging. "Well, whatever you say so, not like you're the first," he muttered under his breath and turned back to take a parch of paper before starting to write down in it. "What's your name?" he asked with his head down. Felix turned to stare at Steve, who nodded at him and whispered, "Don't worry. They have strict rules, so they won't reveal your name to anyone except their superiors." There was nothing he could do now, so he told them his name. "It's Felix." The worker wrote that down and asked a few more basic questions like sex, age, and others. Felix answered all of them accordingly. "Is there an alias you want to use in the arena?" He eyed the boy interestingly. Felix pondered for a few seconds and told him a name while raising the corners of his lips. Steve's face looked confused when he heard the name but kept quiet. After getting the unusual name, the worker stood up and placed the piece of paper on an orb. It glowed for a bit and later dimmed before producing a card which he handed to Felix. "Take this card. It'll record all the matches you've fought and calculate the amount of money you've won, including other rewards. You can go toward that other counter and submit this card to start participating in the battles." Taking the card, Felix swiftly moved toward the other counter while Steve hurriedly followed behind. "Wait, that name doesn't make sense at all. Are you really going to use it in the fights?" The name that Felix had applied for at the counter to be used in the arenas was something Steve had never heard of. It was kind of a strange name to use considering it didn't make much sense. Felix turned around and raised his lips into a smirk. "Well, the world makes sense only if you force it to." Steve stopped in surprise as he recounted what had been said and couldn't help but feel impressed at the saying. It seems there was no need for a name to make sense if anything can be named as per your wish. Walking in a swift manner, Felix arrived at a different counter and told the worker there, "Excuse me, I want to participate in a battle." This worker too frowned strangely and stared at him up and down before sighing and taking the boy's card. "How many battles do you want to participate in?" Just one for today." The worker then scanned the card on an orb and did some work before handing it back. "There, I have applied your entry into the artifact, which is the arena information tool. You only have to use this card on any of the artifacts over there, and it'll show the details of your battles." Taking back the card, Felix nodded and went ahead toward the many artifacts which looked like a booth stall but with orbs. Steve followed behind and instructed him properly. "Press that card on the black orb over there and then type in your name." Felix did as he said and pressed the card on the black orb. Another orb on the side, which was a bit bigger and white in color, glowed a bit before a holographic screen appeared above it. Felix was amazed to see such futuristic yet medieval-style screens and objects. So instead of TVs and computers, this world has these orbs of different kinds. He was yet again fascinated with this world, as it not only had magic, but also several amazing gadgets that people of this world called artifacts. After the information on the screen was displayed, he could see that his battle would take place at arena number 23 in about 10 minutes. Arenas with lower numbers like 120 are where strong fighters of higher ranks fight, whereas arenas of numbers higher than that are where no ranks fight. Felix and Steve left the arena management office and went back upstairs to the underground arena while discussing the rules of the battles. It was mostly Steve who had started blabbering. "See, there are basically two types of battles. The first one is the random battles that you have applied for, where two random fighters of about the same ranks battle each other. The other type is the challenge battle, in which you can choose to fight any of the fighters in the whole underground, but only if they agree." Felix listened attentively on the way as they walked out, and near the exit, they again encountered the two buff guys. Just when they were about to pass by them, the two guys moved forward and blocked their way, taunting, "Hey kid, try not to die, because if you do then your corpse will be thrown into the sewage. Also, don't piss your pants if you get scared. The spectators hate that, and they may come and directly hit you." Steve and Felix paused their legs and glanced at each other. Staring into Felix's eyes, Steve could not find a speck of anger or rage, only pure calmness, as if the situation did not faze him at all. Steve nodded inwardly, as being angry in this situation was not the correct choice. If he was alone, then he might have started a fight with them or something, but staring at the calm Felix made him think that there was no need to get into a fight with some idiots for a simple reason such as this. Even though they didn't speak while staring at each other, their eyes were communicating. What the hell do they even want? Felix squinted his eyes. No idea, but I don't think we got time to waste on them, Steve indicated by touching his non-existent watch. Seeing that they were being ignored, the two buff guys clenched their hands. You fuckers. One of them had a twisted expression on his face while the other smirked in mockery. Steve turned to look at them with narrowed eyes for a few seconds, several violent thoughts running inside his head before shaking his head and saying to Felix, "Let's go. We have a few minutes remaining before the match starts." He sidestepped and avoided bumping into them, something he had never avoided before. Giving them an uninterested glance, Felix walked away toward the various arenas. Now that they were totally ignored, the two men had veins popping out of their heads. Fuck them. To think they could ignore us. Both of them clenched their hands and spat out hatefully. One of the two stared at the two boys walking away, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He turned to the side and whispered something into the other man's ear. The other man's eyes gleamed in a dangerous glint when he heard his partner's plan. Steve and Felix had reached at the arena number 23. The arena was surrounded by little to no public, as the previous battles were not that exciting, just brawling between weak fighters. This allowed them to quickly arrive at the stage of the arena. Steve led Felix toward a corner of that specific arena, where there was a path underground. That path directly led them under the arena area, from where they had to take stairs and enter the stage. The end of that path had bright lights turned on, which was the lighting that shined on the arena stage. Stopping at the end just below the stairs where there was a gate with an orb, Steve turned around and said in a serious manner, "Remember, if you think you're not able to fight any longer, then you can always admit defeat. And don't think that admitting defeat will make you weaker or something, because only if you survive can you continue to grow stronger. Survival over pride always." He could surprisingly say such good words. Felix closed his eyes for a few seconds and took a deep breath. Breathing out slowly, he opened his eyes while grinning wildly at Steve and spoke. "Don't worry, I'm going there to win." Steve smiled in response and patted his shoulder. "Go on, time to show the results of our training." Nodding his head, the silver-haired boy took confident steps and pressed his card on the orb, which made the gate open. He continued to walk upstairs to the stage with his blood boiling at the mere thought of a duel. The bright lights from above made him narrow his eyes in resistance as a slight pressure enveloped him all around. He took that final step and finally strode onto the stage, officially kicking off his journey into the brutal and lawless arena, where fighters clashed without any rules holding them back. Equal. PS, if you like it, then vote or write a review. Felix finally stepped out from the stairs and adjusted to the bright light illuminating the whole stage. His visions returned, which made him able to see the situation on the stage. There were two people standing on the white-colored floor. One was the referee in the middle, who could be identified by the black suit uniform, and the other man on the left side of the arena was his opponent in this match. The man had brown short hair with a scarf covering the lower part of his face and wore commoner clothes inside the blue lightweight armor on his body. He gripped a mace-like weapon in his hand and stood straight. When his opponent entered the stage, he was alert, but when he glanced at the boy, his stiff shoulders loosened. "Che, so it's just a kid I'm fighting with." The man spoke out arrogantly while smirking at the thought that he had already won the match. Felix remained calm and observed his opponent, analyzing various factors that may affect the battle that was about to happen. Thank heavens he's not a rank one. That would have made my first battle tough. Plus, the way he's acting all nonchalant, he's definitely underestimating me, which works in my favor. He already started to think of various strategies to win. Both of them then began to stretch on the stage. Even though 10 minutes had elapsed since Felix applied for the match, there was still some time allocated for the combatants to prepare before the fight. Outside the Arena 23, two muscular men arrived, having followed behind the boys sneakily after giving their jobs to other workers temporarily. They glanced at the match that was about to start and hurriedly discussed. "Do it according to the plan, all right. Don't worry, today we'll surely teach that arrogant kid a lesson." Both of them grinned maliciously and parted in different directions, heading toward the various arenas in the vicinity. They carefully chose from their memories and approached some shady-looking people who were roaming about the place and whispered something in their ears. Upon hearing the words of the man who appeared to be an arena guard, their eyes lit up with a greedy gleam. If anyone else had said this, they'd have dismissed it as a scam or fraud, but coming from an arena worker, it carried some trust. So these people who thought it was a great chance left the arena they were spectating, altogether moving toward Arena 23. Gradually, in a few minutes, the spectator seats started to fill in, making the two men smile evilly, but they did not stop and brought more people to the place where the boy would fight. And these people happily moved there, thinking it was a rare chance for them to finally get some good deal. Back on the stage, Felix did not notice the growing crowd and only focused on his body to be in the perfect state. Sometime later, the referee walked toward the middle of the stage and told both the fighters, "Time to start the battle." He took out a small orb from his pocket before announcing loudly in it, making his voice reach the corners of this particular arena. On the left side, we have the mace user Demiro, who had won about 3 matches consecutively. He spoke out enthusiastically. While on the right side, we have a complete beginner who uses a short sword and goes by the name. Confused, he tried to pronounce the name properly. As Phantom. Feli's grinned slightly when the referee announced his name, but a commotion outside the stage disturbed him. Go fight go. Demiro, and who was it? Phantom. Huh, that's an unusual name. Demiro. Beat up that kid who came up with such a stupid name. The crowd below shouted and cheered in exhilaration and confusion for the first time together, making their presence known in the arena. People who were already there from the beginning appeared surprised at the big crowd, while Felix, Demiro, Steve, and the referee raised their eyebrows at the unusual situation. Looking at the large crowd, Steve muttered to himself, "What the fuck? Even I didn't get such a big crowd in my earlier matches. Is it because of that name, Phantom something?" Even the referee, who was familiar with such things, got confused but shook his head, getting no answers as to why a crowd had gathered at some newbie's fight. He looked at both the fighters and asked, "Are the both of you ready?" Felix and Demiro broke out from their surprise and nodded at the referee before taking a stance. Demiro had a grin on his lips, thinking he was going to win in front of a big crowd and get popular among the people, while Felix took a deep breath and made sure to not let the commotion disturb his mind again. Without wasting any more time, the referee raised his green flag and swung it down, starting the match, and the fight begins. The moment the match started, Felix took off forward and unsheathed his short sword while activating the skill ratio technique. Several lines appeared on Demiro, who was standing around casually waiting for the boy to get near. When the boy was a bit away, he gripped his mace hard and brought it above his head before swinging it downwards with a lot of force. The mace moved against the wind and targeted Felix's head, but he quickly dodged to the side instinctively and approached to the right side of the man. Felix had his eyes focused on the conspicuous red segment of the line and slashed his sword directly at it. Demiro felt his mace passing through the air and not hitting anything, which made him widen his eyes and panically step backwards. The sword finally made contact with the body and grazed the man, making a long wound appear with blood escaping out without stopping. "Ah!" The man screamed at the unexpected pain. His eyes bloodshot. The man became angry when a small kid could injure him. In anger, he started swinging his mace around to hit the boy. Felix hurriedly retreated a few steps back and watched the man getting calm. The crowd had turned silent when they saw how the boy attacked the man, who was much bigger than him. They had already thought that this match would be a quick one and they would get some good returns from this battle. But glancing now, they were not sure whether their decision was right or not. Steve smiled when he saw that Felix was not the first one to get injured, because getting wounds in a fight would make a person weak in due time. Demiro looked at his long wound and realized that he had underestimated the boy. "Why, you punk, I'll be using my full power against you now," he said hatefully and gripped his mace tightly while taking a serious stance. On the corner of the arena, 2 buff guys looked on at the battle that was about to get serious, with both sides being equal in power. Bloody hell. "Didn't you say that boy would be dead in the first strike? What the heck is going on then?" One of 2 shouted at his partner in anger. The other man, who had devised the plan, panicked and answered, "This. I'm sure the kid got lucky. There won't be other chances for him now, and he'll surely get defeated soon." He clenched his hands in fury, seeing that the boy was starting to clash with his opponent without any fear. "Phantom, or whoever, don't think you'll be able to get off this stage that easily," the man thought as he decided to start the next part of his devious plan. On the stage, Felix and Demiro were having a battle so serious that they could not afford to pay any attention to the public. They clashed their weapons relentlessly without a pause. Every time Demiro failed to attack Felix, the crowd would go on cursing him. "This mace-using fucker can't even defeat a kid. Bastard named Demiro, end the battle already. Bloody shit, how much longer is that Phantom going to resist?" They didn't know that Demiro was finding it hard to fight, as Felix was always attacking his weak points, which made it difficult for him to counterattack and always stay on the defensive. As the fight went on, 2 burly men at the edge of the arena discussed their plan and stealthily made their way into the arena, approaching the seated individuals they had invited. The crowd, who were here due to the idea of the buff guards, were unhappy when they found out it was not as what they had said. When the man approached them earlier, he had said to them that there was a match, with one side being a complete newbie who would surely get defeated by a fighter having 3 consecutive wins. This made them think of this as a good deal to win some money by betting on Demiro, as he could easily defeat the little boy. So they emptied their pockets and placed their bets, spending all their money in hopes of earning it big today. But the situation right now seemed hopeless. While they were getting frustrated, the buff men arrived beside them and whispered something again before leaving to the others. The crowd stared at each other and realized that it was the only option left, so they did it. The battle continued, although in an unexpected manner. Shit, what the hell is happening?" Demiro shouted inside his head. He could not even come close to landing a hit on the boy who was fighting like a zombie. And it was true. He was really fighting like a zombie with only one thought. Felix had his full concentration on the battle, as he knew the person in front of him was not weak, but just a bit unprepared for the situation. The surroundings couldn't break his thoughts anymore as his focus was purely on the battle. Blocking another attack from the mace, Felix leaned backward and retreated a few steps. None of us can attack the other. It seems we're equal in power and strength, he thought. Demiro rushed ahead and started attacking by swinging his mace all around. Again blocking the moves and dodging them like he had done many times now, Felix started thinking of a plan. It's time to create a new skill. He pondered and asked the system, "System, how many skill points do I have?" Ding, skill points, 650. So it is 650, huh? Felix didn't stop fighting and swinging his sword as he started contemplating what skill he should create. The kind of skills that he had in mind was something that could boost his overall stats or increase his proficiency in swords, but he was confused about which he should choose. Should I increase my strength and speed or try creating a skill that complements my sword attacks? His thoughts wandered about, but suddenly, a strange commotion from the audience disturbed him, making both the fighters on the stage retreat back and observe the crowd. What the hell? Felix couldn't help but curse hearing what the crowd was shouting. Go die, Phantom. You're a pussy little boy. Fucking kill the boy Demiro. Phantom loser. Phantom loser. Just kill yourself, kid. Felix frowned hearing all the profanities that were directed towards him. He scanned the crowd below and found Steve in his seat looking around with anger. Ha, kid, it seems you've displeased the audience somehow. Now there's no way for you to win this battle anymore. He turned away from the crowd and glanced at his opponent, who had a huge smile on his face. Demiro was especially pleased that the crowd was cheering for him and cursing at the little boy. He thought they were impressed by his might, but what he didn't know was that inwardly they were cursing even his ancestors for not winning against the boy already. Felix didn't mind the man and just observed the public. I get that their plan is to demoralize me, but for what reason? I've never done anything wrong that could make the crowd come to hate me, so why are they doing this? He was confused, but there wasn't any answer that came to his mind. Why could it be? Felix glanced intently at the audience, who were not stopping their shouts like their life depended on it. His crimson eyes roamed over all the people trying to find an answer, until his vision caught some familiar figures. Two buff guys who looked pleased with what was happening could be seen moving around the arena, still inciting more people to start shouting profanities. When Felix saw them, he immediately understood the situation and gritted his teeth in anger. Those motherfuckers. His eyes started to glow in a dangerous light, staring at the two men. Sigh. However, he took a deep breath and regained his composure, preventing anger from clouding his judgment. Fine, so that was your plan, huh? Then don't blame me for what happens later. After getting to know what was actually happening all this time, Felix regained his bearing and did not let their plan of demoralizing him take any effect. The earlier attempts to unsettle him by the buff men had been momentarily disconcerting, but now he understood that their intention was to undermine his confidence. Turning back at his opponent, he thought to take the battle to the next level. Without wasting any more time, he ran forward, bringing his short sword in front of his chest. He had decided on which skill he had to create and thus dashed ahead, meeting his opponent while calling inwardly to the system. System, create me this skill. Felix imagined the skill he wanted to create in his mind. The skill that would possibly help him win his first arena battle. Affirmative. Processing the skill's power scale. Grading the skill, estimating the possible points required. Skill successfully moduled. Ding, skill name. Just moments before Felix met his opponent's attack, a voice sounded inside his head, and a message from the system appeared before his vision, confirming the creation of a new skill. Ding, skill name, Agility Burst. Description, allows the user to instantly double their movement speed with a slowed down mind, but it comes at the expense of increased stamina consumption. Note, excess use of this skill may result in dizziness and could potentially faint the user. Cost, 110 skill points. You wish to use 110 skill points and create the skill, Agility Burst. Yes, he shouted inside as the opponent's mace almost reached his sword. Ding, successfully created a new skill. Right after he heard the last chime from the system, he subconsciously tried to activate the new skill, Agility Burst. Suddenly, Felix felt some energy getting absorbed inside his body, and his surroundings started to slow down. He could see with his eyes the nearing mace from his opponent, who had a twisted smile on his face. So slow, it was right. The mace appeared very slow to him. In fact, the whole world looked slowed down as he could hear strange buzzing noises from the crowd. As he surveyed the situation, a growing sense of energy depletion swept over him, jolting him out of his stupor. I can't waste any time or else I'll only harm myself. Coming back to his previous serious mode, Felix tightly held his short sword and dodged the incoming attack. He deactivated the skill and time returned to normal. Demiro lost his balance as his attack missed its target, causing him to stumble. Felix retreated a few steps and dashed forward again toward his confused opponent, simultaneously activating his new skill. Agility burst. Time again slowed down, and Felix could feel only his body moving faster. He also activated the skill ratio technique, which showed various red lines on Demiro. Let's end this. Grasping the short sword, he decided to finally end this battle. Felix dashed ahead and approached his opponent at a quick speed, finding the perfect spot to attack. Demiro and the audience were stunned to find the boy moving faster than he was before. What is? And before they knew it, he was already a meter away from Demiro, slashing his sword at his chest. Demiro tried to block the move with his mace, but the short sword moved in a zip-zap manner easily and made contact with his body. Slash. A deep wound surfaced on Demiro's chest, making him grunt in pain. Felix did not waste the chance and kicked directly at the wound itself, pushing him down onto the ground. This made Demiro shout in more pain. Ag! Felix stood on the stage and gazed down at his fallen opponent, a bit breathless from having his energy depleted. Silence. The entire audience was stunned, watching the sudden turn of events as they couldn't even come to comprehend what just happened. Ha, ha. Only the exhausted breaths of a boy wearing a black mask could be heard. Felix turned to look at the referee, who still looked surprised, and spoke. The match is done. Hearing the boy, the referee broke out from his surprise and nodded at him. He walked toward Demiro and checked his condition. The man seemed to have fainted and was not suitable for fighting anymore. Giving the man a last glance, he walked back to Felix and raised his hand while announcing loudly, "And the winner of this match is Phantom." The silence was broken by the announcement as the crowd erupted in shouts, not in the form of cheers but in the form of curses. What the fuck just happened? Holy shit, did I just lose all my money? No, I don't believe this. How can this weak kid win? Oh my god, this Phantom is very strong. About 80% of the audience who had come to watch this battle were people who were called by the two buff men, and they were betting on the kid named Phantom losing. While the rest were people who were attracted by the crowd and joined in the fun. So most of these people were not happy that Felix won, as that made them lose money from the bets. Shit, how is this possible? The buff man who had planned all this cursed as his face turned twisted in anger. The other man too clenched his hands and wondered how the kid won when he remembered the consequences of their actions. Hey, don't you think we should run? Both of them glanced at each other before looking at the restless crowd. Their face turned pale as they slowly started to move backward. Oh, are you thinking of running? A mischievous voice made them jolt in surprise as a boy with a green mask appeared before them. Why, you are that? They stuttered. Yes, I am who you are thinking of right now. Steve spoke out while rubbing his wrists in an aggressive way. The two men panicked but tried to act calm and replied, What do you want from us? Pausing, Steve tilted his head and pondered. What do I want? Well, he turned his head around and noticed the crowd getting restless. Abruptly, a thought entered his mind, making him give a sly grin. Good luck saving yourselves. The two men got confused with what he said, but he didn't explain further and cupped his hands on his mouth before shouting toward the crowd. Hey everyone, they are the ONES who tricked you. His shout echoed out loud, making everyone in the arena turn their heads toward him. All from the crowd noticed the boy who was jumping about and pointing toward two buff men with an excited pose. Wait, that man. He's the one who told me. Wasn't he the one who lied to us about this match? One by one, all of the people who had bet realized the reason they lost all their money. It was all because of them. Those fuckers wait for me. You dirty liar. It was a bizarre scene. Everyone from the audience started to run in a single direction, jumping on the seats and pushing others while making their way toward the two buff men. Fuck this. I'm running. Wait, I'm coming too. The two of them lost their brains, their face pale and figure sick. They ran away from the arena with a huge crowd hurriedly chasing behind. Steve stared at the chaotic situation that slowly left the arena 23 and shook his head. So this is what it means by, you reap what you sow, huh? He turned behind to look for Felix and found him leaving the stage with a smile to the underground path. Steve's face turned strange when he saw the smile on his face. What kind of smile is that? Did he lose his brain too or something? He shrugged and didn't give it much thought. Giving a last glance at the retreating crowd who were like hungry wolves chasing their prey, he walked to the place where both of them would meet. In the underground path that led out from the Arena 23 stage, Felix took short steps, still holding his sword tightly in his hands. His face was slightly red from excitement and madness, thinking about how he had won his first battle in front of a crowd. That felt amazing. He clenched his hands, remembering the adrenaline feeling he got from fighting before a huge number of people who were mostly demoralizing him. The emotions overwhelmed him when he fought without caring for the crowd's criticism and made them shut up from the final outcome. He felt that he could get addicted to it. I want to battle more. His words carried detectable unsatisfaction. Felix exited the underground path and found Steve leaning against the wall, waiting for him there. There was a proud smile on his face, like a teacher looking at his favorite student. He pushed himself away from the wall and spoke. Nice battle out there. I want to do it again. Just when he was about to congratulate him, Felix interrupted. Steve tilted his head in confusion and asked back, What do you want to do again? Felix licked his slightly dry lips and told with a hungry look in his eyes, I want to battle again. Staring at the boy's eyes, Steve felt hopeless. He sighed and reminded him, Felix, are you forgetting we have to go back somewhere now? Nodding his brows, Felix thought for a few seconds and remembered. Oh, it's time to return to the guild already. I couldn't even realize, he exclaimed in surprise. Nodding in understanding, Steve replied, In the underground, the people don't care about the time. They sleep when they want, eat when they want, and fight when they want. There was a wry smile on his face as he continued, The matter of time is irrelevant here, mostly because the sun and moon are basically not visible here at all. And the most important reason of all is because many of the people don't want to go back to the world above the ground, which is completely opposite of the lawless world here, making them not give any care of the time. Felix had a thoughtful expression on his face as he understood what Steve tried to convey. It must be understood that the people who were part of the underworld and roamed around in this lawless place were the notorious of the humans. The very reason they walked into the various manholes and entered here was to escape from whatever they had done in the surface world. While some may have different intentions and motives for coming here, the most basic thing they all have in common is that they had realized the consequences they had to face in the unfair treatment of the underworld, where the strong preyed over the weak. Turning around, Steve called out to Felix, Come on, we can go back for today. From what I've seen in your fight, there's still so many things you've yet to learn. He sounded unimpressed, but was actually a bit angry when the boy had interrupted him earlier. What do you mean, did I make a mistake in the battle? Felix was really curious to know what he had done wrong. Steve began to walk away, waving his hand to signal for him to follow. Let's return first. We can discuss everything later in the guild. Turning around, Felix took a last look at the arena where he had fought and muttered, It seems I'm still not strong enough. I'll have to come back tomorrow and battle again. He clenched his fists in determination and went back, following behind Steve as they started to leave the arena hall. While walking, he could feel some people glancing at him from time to time, remembering the boy who had just battled and won against a person much stronger than himself. Gossip and rumors about a person named Phantom who defeated an opponent 3 times bigger than him began to spread around, making the people in the underground excited to witness a newcomer in the upcoming battles. Steve and Felix were unaware of the talks going on as they walked out. They exited the entrance of the arena and walked in the black market streets for a few minutes before arriving at the entry and exit point. Steve led the way to the same door they had come from and knocked on it. Sometime later, there came a clicking sound from the door as it slowly opened from the inside. Felix could see the room where the 2 guards were sitting by peeking inside the door. The guard who opened the door glanced at them briefly and motioned them to come in. Steve and Felix swiftly entered the room, with the guard closing the door and chanting an incantation at it to make it disappear. The other guard checked them for a few seconds for security purposes and let them go. Both of them then exited the room and traversed the sewage passageway to the manhole from where they had come from. Climbing the steel bars, Steve went first and rotated the cover before putting it aside. After Steve went out of the manhole, Felix climbed up and surfaced to the ground. The bright sunlight of the afternoon shined on the surroundings, making him raise his hand and block his eyes. See, we went there in the morning after we had our breakfast, and now it's noon already. Make sure you don't forget that there's no meaning of time in the underworld, or else you'll be coming out the next day. Felix nodded as he gradually adjusted to the blazing sunlight. Closing the manhole with its cover, Steve looked around before removing his mask and hiding it in his robe. Felix saw it and did the same. Searching around, they checked the way before walking into the alley they had come here from. As they were walking through the alleyway, Felix remembered something and asked Steve, Hey, about that guy with the name Mr. Dealer something. Do you think I should approach him? He told me that I would surely go find him after my first battle, but I still don't have any idea why I would do that. Steve stopped all of a sudden, almost tripping down, but he held himself and turned around with a flabbergasted face. You can't be serious, dude. That man was just bullshitting whatever came to his mind, so you don't have to mind what he says. He shook his head and sighed in exasperation. I'll be honest, if you ever start believing in him, then that will be when you'll start losing your everything. I was almost tricked by that guy, but the smart me somehow. Felix nodded and then looked strangely at the boy who had started his nonstop rambling. Sigh, here we go again. Anyway, it was boring to walk in silence, so he didn't actually care if the boy talked a lot right now. But Steve's words were flying above his head because his mind was on something else entirely. About 13 days left till the guild war. Until then, I'll have to get as much as strong as I can. With a strong sense of resoluteness, Felix decided to meditate, train, and battle for the coming days until he grew a lot stronger and advanced to the first rank before the guild war, because only then will he be allowed to participate in the war. The duo traversed the streets and finally reached back to the guild building. They entered the gates and checked around before pressing their card on the main door. Kriak. Steve pushed open the door slowly and glanced around at the main hall. Finding nobody there, he showed a thumbs up to Felix and sneaked inside. Felix followed behind like a soldier doing a crime and entered too. They hurriedly ran toward the stairs without making any noise and went to the first floor. Stopping in front of his room, Steve turned sideways and reminded Felix. "Oh yeah, Felix, we can't go there again for a few days as I have some missions to do. Don't worry, we can go when I'll have some free time." Felix paused, opening his room's door, and stared speechless at the green-haired boy. "Am I a kid for you to always be there beside me? I'm gonna go there alone tomorrow anyways." Nodding at him, he went inside his room. He locked the door and started removing his clothes before entering the bathroom and taking a bath to refresh himself. Coming out, he wore different clothes and went out to the dining hall to fill his stomach. After a satisfying lunch, he came back and started to meditate for the rest of the day. I should meditate for now and then do some training after dinner. Spending the whole day in his room under the sunlight, he meditated until the moon came out. Later, Felix went for dinner and took his sword to one of the training rooms to practice his swordsmanship. Completing the day with exhaustion, he went back to his room and fell asleep all tired. Let's sleep for now. There'll be a long day tomorrow in the arena. The next day, Felix came out of his room wearing a robe on himself. He slowly moved downstairs and checked around the main hall. It was 5 in the morning, so there was no one in the hall. Good. He still sneaked cautiously toward the main door and opened it with his card. The door opened and he swiftly went out. Coming out of the gate, he took a deep breath and relaxed his excited state of mind. Today I'll have to fight until I can't. With a motivated and resolute mind, Felix took steady steps moving toward his destination. He had made sure to remember the way when they were going and coming back from the underworld, so he did not forget the way. Moving on the almost empty streets as it was still before dawn, he continued traversing in the fresh and cool atmosphere with slightly dark surroundings. He walked across the streets and entered an alley before going deeper until he found the manhole they had entered yesterday. Felix looked around at the place and made sure no one was there in the area. Bending down, he rotated the cover of the hole in a certain way and took it out after a click sound came from there. He went inside the manhole and covered the lid back on the top before climbing down the steel bars to the ground. I should wear this now. Taking out the black mask he bought yesterday from inside his robe, he hid his face with it. The mask covered the upper part of his face and his silver hair, leaving his chin and red eyes visible. It's better now. After making sure his identity was perfectly hidden, Felix walked ahead in the sewageway for a few minutes and stopped at the door of the room. Opening the door, he stepped inside and moved toward the guards. There were 2 different guards than yesterday, but they did the same checking. "What do you think of blood in the form of art?" one of the guards asked, narrowing his eyes. Felix coughed twice to hide his embarrassment and replied with the Chunabu-type answer. It makes me want to choke you to death." His expression looked really strange when he said that, but the guard just nodded and went back to his seat. The other guard stood up and chanted an incantation near the wall, making a door appear there magically. Felix stared at the scene excitedly, as it was not every time he would get to witness such a magical scene. The guard then opened the door and welcomed him just like the last time. "Welcome to the underworld. We hope you have an enjoyable stay." Giving the guard a nod, Felix walked ahead and stepped across the door, making his way into the underworld all alone, unaware that he would one day become the most important person in the hidden underworld. After entering through the door, Felix arrived at the entry and exit point from where he walked out of it toward the black market. The black market was ever bustling, with stall keepers shouting praises of their items and customers haggling for lower prices. "We have potions, drugs, and many other things. Come here and buy the strongest of the medicines that can even revive the dead. Can you reduce the price by 20%? I have a harem to feed." "Huh, what do you mean you won't sell it for free? Do you even know who I am?" The never-ending conflicts and disputes that riddled the area were, without a doubt, the fundamental traits of this lawless place, clearly identifying it as a black market. With interest and a bit of caution in his eyes, Felix roamed around the streets under the dim lights of the artifacts hanging from the ceiling. "There's so many things they're selling out here that I can't even identify," Felix thought as he glanced around at the items that were being sold on the stalls. The treasures were all shining in different colors, attracting people like moths towards them, but he didn't have the slightest inkling of what they were used for. "I should hurry and create that skill, inspect, but I won't be left with many skill points left if I create it now." He mused, wanting to create the many skills he wanted, and thought of how he could obtain skill points for that. Pondering, Felix walked in the streets of the black market and reached the entrance of the arena. Upon stepping through the entrance, his heart quickened its pace, stirred by the resounding cheers of the exuberant crowd at the peak of their excitement. Even the air inside felt charged, filled with bloodlust and tension, setting a serious tone in the atmosphere. Felix carefully walked, keeping a distance from the people around, and went downstairs from the entrance to the ground level of the arena hall. There were fights going on with a huge crowd in the area all around regardless of the fact that it was still just 5 in the morning. It made him wonder what Steve had said yesterday. What he said was true. The people in the underworld really don't care about the time of the outside world. Glancing at the many arena stages, he made his way to the end of the arena hall and reached the underground stairs that led to the arena management office. He had expected to encounter the two buff guys from yesterday, but it seemed they were not here as two different people were present here. The guard stopped him and asked for his identification, to which he showed them the card he had obtained yesterday from inside the office. They checked the card on an orb and handed it back, giving him entry inside. Just after he entered inside, a voice from the side called out to him, "See, didn't I tell you that you'll come to find me after your first battle?" The man spoke as if he was some fortune teller. Felix was surprised when someone spoke to him, but when he turned to the side, he became much more surprised, almost feeling dumbfounded. "Mr. Dealer." Felix paused his steps and turned to the man who was leaning against the wall and smiling mysteriously. It seems that Steve Boy has already told you who I am. Did he also tell you that what I say is always bullshit and you shouldn't ever believe me?" Mr. Dealer pushed himself away from the wall and neared toward Felix while speaking in his ears. "So, what will you do? Believe in me or not?" Taking a few steps backward, Felix had an apologetic face as he said something entirely different from what the man had expected. I want to participate in a battle right now, so I don't have time to talk with you. I'm sorry." Giving the man a slight nod, he turned around and went deeper into the office toward the counter. Mr. Dealer stood stunned in the place as if he couldn't understand what had transpired just now. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and blinked in a frenzy. "Wait, did I just get rejected by a kid?" The man scratched his head while letting out a laugh and shrugged hopelessly. "It seems I have to build a nice reputation for myself, huh?" He spoke some sensible words, but he knew it was going to be hard if he wanted to do that, as his previous actions had already made his reputation reach the bottom. While he was lost in his thoughts, a man completely covered in a gray robe and a gray mask approached him from behind and whispered in his ears, "We have dealt with the matter of those two guards." A smirk stretched at the corner of his lips as Mr. Dealer replied while scoffing, "HMPH, this is what happens when you make trouble with anyone I have my eyes on." Giving Felix, who was hurrying inside, a last glance, he walked out with the other person obediently following behind. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll come to me later." While the man remained firm in his thoughts, Felix arrived in front of the counter and asked the worker there to let him join in some arena battles. The worker there checked his card on an orb and asked him, "How many battles do you want to join?" Felix's eyes gleamed at the question as he asked back, "How many battles can I join in maximum? Also, how much time do I get to rest between each match?" The worker nodded as he knew he was dealing with a newcomer and answered patiently, "You can participate in as much as battles as you physically can. After winning a match, you'll be getting about 10 minutes to rest before your next battle starts. Also, if you lose a match and faint on the stage, then the referee will check your condition and automatically cancel your next matches there and then. Any more questions?" Felix nodded understandingly and asked a few more questions about the rules of the arena battles. In the end, he thought for some time and told the worker, "I would like to participate in 6 battles. A bit surprised, the worker looked up at the resolute face of the newcomer and shook his head. "Fine. But if you find that you're not ready for the next battle, then you can just not go there and the battle won't take place." Felix nodded at him, and the worker entered the details of the match to his card before handing it back. He moved away from the counter and walked toward the artifact booth before pressing his card on the orb. Several information about his battles were displayed in the form of holograms above the orb, which he made sure to remember. "So my first battle starts in 10 minutes at the 27th arena," he muttered. Felix then kept his card inside and left the booth. He exited the arena management office and walked back upstairs to the various arena grounds. Not wasting his time anywhere, he directly went ahead toward the arena with the number 27 and walked down the underground stairs to the arena stage. He took out his card and pressed it on the gate at the end of the underground path. The gate opened after it scanned the card, letting him step up onto the stairs and enter the arena stage. Felix blinked his eyes, adjusting to the contrasting brightness of the stage from the previous dark path. He took a deep breath, making his heart calm down, and looked around the stage. Other than him, there was only one person there wearing a suit, who was the referee of the arena. It seemed that his opponent had not arrived yet, which made him feel a bit relaxed. Felix turned around and stared at the audience, finding that it was much smaller than yesterday with barely a dozen people. With still some time remaining, he decided to stretch his body to warm up his body. A few minutes later, a person walked up from the opposite side and entered the stage. Felix turned toward him and stared at him carefully. "So that's my first opponent today." The man straight ahead of him stood at a height of 2 meters and wielded a rapier in his hand. He wore green warrior clothes and armor with a brown mask covering his face. Swinging his weapon, the man stared at his opponent and revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Looking at your clothes, you must be a kid of some rich family. But this is a match in the underworld arena, so don't expect me to go easy on you. Felix knit his eyebrows and thought, what the hell is up with this idiot? Does he think he's some detective or something, mistaking me an orphan as a kid from a rich family? Shaking his head, he didn't care much about it, and instead focused on getting ready as there were only a few minutes left before the match. Seeing that the kid was ignoring him, the man frowned and harumphed angrily. It seems you don't understand the difference between us. Then I'll show you how it's done. The man remained standing and didn't mind doing any stretching as he felt it would be too much for handling a weak kid. After a few minutes, the referee walked to the middle of the stage and asked the both of them, "Are the both of you ready?" Felix stopped and took a stance while nodding at the referee, while his opponent did the same but still stood in his relaxed position. The referee saw that both of them got ready and thus raised the green flag before announcing, "On the left side we have the rapier user Orchida who had come here just after winning a battle," he said, hyping up. Turning to the right side, he continued, "While on the right side we have a beginner who joined the arena battle just yesterday." There was a bit of strangeness in his voice as he told his name, and his name is Phantom. The referee loudly announced the names of the combatants, making a stir with the small audience. "Wait, I think I've heard that name somewhere. Huh, Phantom. Is it the same guy that won a match yesterday? You're right. It was said that there was a newcomer who defeated an opponent much stronger and bigger than him. This boy must be him." There were surprisingly many people who remembered about the match that happened yesterday. This was mostly because the name of the winner was quite unusual, and the fact that he had won against an opponent several times stronger had also made the match have many rumors. Orchida raised his brow when he heard his opponent's name, a bit surprised, but that was it. He didn't feel scared or have any fear knowing what accomplishment the kid had done because he was stronger than that man. Narrowing his eyes, the man looked at Felix and said in a low voice, "Are you feeling confident after winning a single match? I won't be giving you the chance to win like your previous opponent did." Felix turned to look at the man and shook his head before telling the referee, "I'm ready, please start the match." He sounded hurried. The referee nodded, knowing why the kid seemed in a hurry. This boy really applied to participate in 6 matches. Knowing extremely well how exhausting and challenging it would be to participate in so many battles in a small schedule, the referee felt impressed. He turned to look at the other combatant and asked him, "Are you ready?" The man who was ignored by the kid showed a furious expression on his face but nonetheless politely replied to the referee, "Yes, I'm ready." His voice reeked of anger. Nodding, the referee brought down the green flag he had raised this whole time while announcing the start of the battle. And the fight begins. Just when his words ended, Orchida dashed with his rapier to defeat his opponent, but someone else was faster. Agility burst. Felix directly used his new skill at the beginning of the battle because he didn't want to waste a lot of time on each of the fights. Both the combatants rushed toward each other, with one being faster than the other. Already activating the skill ratio technique, Felix got to know the weak points of his opponent, and that was where he moved. Getting to Orchida's blind spot in a flash, Felix hacked his sword at one of the red lines that appeared on the man's shoulder. The movement was so fast that Orchida remained confused about the whereabouts of his opponent when he suddenly felt pain coursing through his shoulders. Turning his head, he was surprised to find blood gushing out of his right shoulder. Aghh. His rapier fell down from his right hand, as the horrible pain on his shoulder made it impossible for him to even move his arm. Clutching his shoulder in pain with widened eyes, he felt something sharp touching his neck as a cool voice reached everyone's ears. "You lose." Taking a difficult gulp, Orchida turned to look at the boy standing beside him with fear. The boy's face was covered with a black mask, but he could make out those crystal red eyes in the gap of the mask. Orchida could swear that he had never seen such an intense look in someone's eyes before. Those blood-red eyes terrified him more than the sword at his throat. In a daze from the whole situation that transpired so quickly, he couldn't even reply, making the boy ask again, "Do you admit defeat?" Those words seemed to have made him come out of his thoughts as he took in a deep breath, not coming to believe that he had lost. Felix didn't want to waste time anymore in this battle, so he turned to the referee and asked for his interval. Referee, including the crowd, was flabbergasted by the whole battle that took just a few seconds to end as they remained frozen in their place. Upon noticing that Felix was looking at him, the referee came back to his senses and quickly raised the red flag announcing the end of the battle. The battle ends and the winner is Phantom. It took a few seconds more for the crowd to realize that the battle had already ended, as after that, they all went crazy shouting in frenzy, What just happened? Did the battle just end? No way, I didn't even see anything. That was so quick. Is he really at the 0 rank? The crowd could hardly believe what they saw as the battle ended so fast that they could not even whistle or start to cheer looking at the fight. Most of the people who were present in the audience wanted to call their friends to watch the battle of the recently famous newcomer, but they stood still in their position, wondering how they could even explain what happened here. Felix kept his short sword in the sheath, and started walking back to the stairs that led him out of the arena. With a thud, Orchida fell to his knees and stared at the back of his opponent with listless eyes. Did I just lose to a kid? That too within a few seconds. He thought he was dreaming, but the deep pain in his shoulders told him otherwise. It was the first time in his life that he had ever been defeated so quickly in his whole time of fighting other warriors. The amount of shock he received today couldn't even come close to when his wife cheated on him. The referee glanced at all this and shook his head as a strange gleam passed through his eyes. It looks like there'll be huge waves in the upcoming days of the arena. He looked at the fleeting back of the boy and thought about the more battles he had to participate in today. Crazy kid. Ignorant to the shock that he had spread among the public, Felix entered the underground path from the stage and stumbled, putting his weight on the wall. That was exhausting. He stopped acting all strong and took in large amounts of air, calming down his beating heart. Using the skill, Agility Burst had its own ups and downs, but he wanted to end the quickly, so there was no other choice than to use the skill at the beginning of the match and finish it in a few seconds. He knew it was a bit too much to have defeated his opponent in a mere moment, but the amount of fame he got from the battle was already a plus point, because the more people came to watch his battles, the more reward he would earn. After a few seconds of relaxing, Felix was back to normal, getting ready for his next match. He exited from that arena and walked toward another arena a bit in the distance. There he is. Unbeknownst to him, there was a group of people who were searching for him all around the arena. The group of people were from the crowd who had just watched his battle. A bit curious about him, they had decided to follow him and see what the boy who won so easily was about to do later. And when they finally found him, they started trailing behind him toward his destination. Felix moved away from Arena 27 and walked toward the arena numbered 31. Sneaking behind him was a hectic bunch who thought they had found a good fighter to bet on. See, buddy, I'm telling you, this guy is a lot different than the others. Even his name sounds like someone doing shady things in the dark. A lanky, bald guy wearing a vibrant green robe exclaimed to the other guys while looking discreetly in the crowd. Another man who had his big tummy falling out from his robes rubbed his hands and frowned, looking at him. What crap are you on about, doofus? We don't care what the guy got in his name or pants. What we really do care if he's winning or not. The other men nodded, revealing their wicked smiles, while Doofus wore a thoughtful expression. Oh, you're right, Henry. It's fine as long as we get some money. Doofus smiled sheepishly. The fat man Henry jumped about and pulled Doofus closer, his face turning alert. He scolded the guy in a low voice. Are you retarded? Wait, you actually are. His face twitched, but he continued. Anyways, don't talk about money out loud. Don't you know what kind of cheap fuckers roam around these places? The other men too frowned, looking around if anyone had heard them or not. Sorry, maybe I got a bit excited, Doofus scratched his head, making a stupid face and yet not realizing anything about it. Henry just shook his head and wondered when this guy was going to get himself sink in the infamous underworld sewage. Let's stop making a scene here and quietly follow that guy, he told all of them who nodded at him. A few meters in front of them walked Felix, who was searching for Arena 31 by asking other wanderers. Oh, you mean I'll have to go straight from here and then take a left? Felix asked a harmless-looking man who was taking puffs out of 2 sticks. Come on, Puff. How many times, Puff, do I have to tell you? The man took deep breaths off his stick and replied, rolling his eyes dramatically. Take a damn turn from around the corner here and walk down till you see a fucking board. You got that? It seemed he didn't really like giving directions. There was nothing Felix could do but give a forced smile and walk away. Crazy man, he told me different directions 4 times. Letting out a sigh, Felix glanced around the place and searched for some boards until a few minutes later he found the way to Arena 31. Putting everything at the back of his mind, he walked toward the underground path that led to the arena stage. Making his way straight to the gates, he displayed his card to the orb nearby, allowing him access to the stairs leading to the stage. With his glowing red eyes, Felix stepped up and entered the arena stage. You're finally here. There's only 2 minutes left for the match to start. The referee glanced over and reported. Felix nodded at him and started to get ready, meanwhile taking a look at his opponent. What the fuck is that? He widened his eyes, looking at the fat man that towered almost 2.5 million tall and weighed more than a few hundred. The man didn't wear a mask, revealing his hairy face and violent look in the eyes. Wearing loose clothing, the man revealed most of his fat body parts and held no weapons except for a pair of boxing gloves. Am I going to fight with this giant? Felix took a step back as he felt that there must have been a mistake allowing this man to fight him, who looked as if he was stronger than most ranked warriors. The huge man turned to look at the small opponent that had entered the stage and gave him a crooked smile. Felix shivered, feeling like he was back at the farm when the pervert guy was going to assault him. You bastard, don't smile like that. Gritting his teeth, Felix looked away from the man and took deep breaths. Calming him down, he decided to not think about the past and started to do some stretches. At the audience seats, a group of people entered there holding betting tickets in their hands. They looked especially confident, as if they'd already won the bet, and sat on the seats while turning to look up at the stage. When their eyes fell on the huge man standing tall on the stage, they immediately felt something break apart in their minds. Henry, isn't that the man you said to be careful around? Doofus stuttered, recalling the horrors that this man could do. Henry took a gulp and nodded, his expression a bit pale. Why, yes, to think we placed a bet against him. Everyone made a regretful face and sighed at their upcoming loss. Henry twitched, thinking what the guy they had bet on would face in this match against that monster. That guy, Phantom was it? He won't be coming out of that arena in one piece. There was fear in his voice, showing what that fat monster could do. Back on the arena, the referee walked to the middle of the stage and turned to look at both the combatants. On the left side, we have Phantom, who has won 2 consecutive matches and is still going on. The crowd looked around, feeling slightly strange about this new name, although some of them frowned remembering the name. The referee faced to the side and continued, while on the right side we have the Gracia, who has not lost even one match from the beginning of his participation in the arena matches. Felix didn't mind any of this and instead focused on how to fight and win this match. The new skill can make me faster, and I can also find the weakness of my opponent. So this battle will not be much different from the other ones. He made up his mind to end this battle quickly, just like the last match, and held the hilt of his sword, getting into a stance. The referee asked the both of them, "Are you two ready?" Felix and his opponent Gracia nodded, making the referee raise the green flag in his hand. He brought the flag down and announced loudly, "Then let the match begin." As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Felix rushed ahead using both ratio technique and agility burst skill. His speed increased a lot, and several red lines appeared on his opponent, Gracia. The crowd could only see afterimages of his figure as he ran across the stage holding his short sword. When Felix reached his opponent, he didn't hesitate and directly slashed his weapon at the indicating weakness of the man. The short sword hacked at the man's arms, resulting in a deep wound to take place. Felix smiled, seeing that he had injured his opponent. Now that his weakness is dealt with, he won't be able to fight properly the whole match. This was what he had wanted to do and also had done in the previous matches. Once he had attacked his opponent's weakness, then they would be fatally wounded and thus wouldn't be able to exert their maximum effort in fighting. While he was thinking that he had already wrapped this match around, a gloved hand came flying through the air and hit his stomach before he could react. Felix was dumbfounded, finding himself getting punched hard, then flying across the stage and crashing into the edge of the arena stage. He spurted out blood from his mouth and felt his ribs hurting all over. What the hell? Raising his head, he saw the giant man cracking his neck and finger letting out popping sounds. There was a disgusting smile on Gracia's face as he looked down on Felix, making him feel terrible. How can he be all right after I attacked his weak point? Did it not faze him at all? He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. The audience was cheering out loud, making a lot of noise, and those who knew about the cruelty of Gracia had a look of pity on their face, sympathizing with the guy who had to deal with that zombie-like giant. Henry, Doofus, and the group were feeling the most grieved because they had bet all their money on the Phantom guy, and looking at the match, they knew there was no chance of them winning the bet. If only it wasn't that giant he was up against. Henry lamented with a sigh. Back on the stage, Felix held his stomach and tried standing up while getting into a stance. He could not believe his attacks were not having any effect on him, and thus dashed forward again, this time using the skill to increase his speed, as the giant was kind of fast even with such a large body. Reaching him, Felix again slashed his sword at one of the weaknesses near his torso, and blood spurted out from there, but the man didn't care at all and again punched him away. Felix tried again and again, but the man remained standing without even frowning, as if all those attacks didn't hurt him at all. A bit tired of attacking, and then getting punched by the giant who didn't try blocking and instead just hit back, Felix retreated near the edge of the stage. Frowning, he pondered what to do about the situation as his opponent casually walked toward him like he didn't notice all the blood escaping from his body at all. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Does he not feel any pain at all? Felix felt his mind go blank, wondering what kind of opponent he had gotten who could not feel pain even after getting attacked at his weak point. Staring at his opponent coming closer, he rapidly tried thinking of a plan to deal with him. What should I do? If I keep on using agility burst to attack his weak points, then that'll be too much energy draining, and later I'll be too exhausted to battle. Felix kept a distance from Gracia while coming up with a strategy to defeat him. If my attacks don't pain him at all, then what am I supposed to do? Create a skill that'll increase pain. He shook his head as that wouldn't be a good idea and rejected it. I should try to save as many skill points as I can, and for that, I should opt to create non-combat skills over combat ones that would cost fewer skill points. When his thoughts reached this point, Felix didn't waste any more time and quickly tried coming up with a skill that would help him in this situation. But it seemed that his opponent had waited enough as he started to rush ahead, making his steps spread tremors across the stage. Come on, think. he grits his teeth while retreating and forces his brain to come to a conclusion when his eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. Felix quickly thought of a skill and called out to the system to create it. System, create this skill. Affirmative. Processing the skill's power scale. Grading the skill. Estimating the possible points required. Skill successfully moduled. Ding. Skill name, corrosion. Description, allows the user to coat his body or weapons with a baleful energy that corrodes and degrades anything that comes into contact with it. The process is very slow and gradual depending on the target. Cost, 50 skill points. Does the host wish to use 50 skill points and create the skill corrosion? Felix quickly went through the details of the skills, checking whether it was all right. Seeing that it was what he wanted, he quickly accepted it. Yes, create it. Ding. Successfully created a new skill. Even though this skill was not the best for the situation, it was what he could come up with in a short amount of time. Now that he had created a new skill to face his opponent, Felix decided to attack again. He took a stance and waited for Garcia to reach near him. Calculating the steps, he quickly dashed ahead using the agility burst skill and arrived behind him. Holding his short sword tightly, he jumped above and stabbed at the red line that had appeared on Gracia's torso. Squelch, the sword entered deep into Gracia's body, soaking his clothes with blood, but as usual, there was no reaction of pain from him as a slight smile remained on his face. Looking at his opponent's carefree appearance, Felix raised the corner of his lips into an evil grin and used his new skill, corrosion. Suddenly, Felix felt something invisible eject from his body, which he controlled and moved to his weapon that remained deep inside Gracia's torso. A pained groan escaped from Gracia's mouth as he quickly turned around in panic and threw a punch. Felix had already anticipated the attack and thus swiftly backed away, taking out his short sword from his opponent's body. Feeling a slight discomfort at the back of his body, Gracia frowned and glared at Felix before speaking for the first time in the whole match. How did you hurt me?" he asked, as it was the first time for him feel that kind of pain. Felix swung his sword, shaking off the blood, and replied back sarcastically with a smirk. "With my sword, of course." Gracia's face twisted in anger when he didn't get the answer, and he clenched his hands before rushing towards Felix. "Okay, it's time to end this." Gracia took large steps and made his way toward Felix, who was glancing all around the stage looking for the perfect opportunity. There, just when Gracia had raised his arm to launch a punch ahead, Felix quickly reacted and dashed forward using agility burst. He bent his body down and went through under Gracia's arm, reaching his back. Gripping the short sword tightly, he didn't try anything fancy and just stabbed it deep inside the red mark that had appeared on Gracia's underarm. As soon as he inserted the sword, he swiftly channeled the baleful energy of corrosion and made it seep inside through his sword. Gracia's face changed when he again felt the horrible feeling that was going through his body. He swung his arms in a frenzy, wanting to push away the hateful guy that was putting him through this horrible pain. Felix was already ready for the counterattack and had planned ahead. Before Gracia could hit him, he had taken out his sword and quickly moved around him to his blind spot. Gracia's mind was a bit unstable due to the corrosive pain that was coursing through his chest, and he failed to notice his opponent going for another strike. Not wasting the chance, Felix reached behind Gracia holding his sword, and this time aimed for his legs. Using both hands, he gripped his sword facing the blade downwards and stabbed it at the back of Gracia's right knee. The short sword quickly entered deep inside his body, and Felix simultaneously used his skill corrosion, letting the baleful energy move all over Gracia's leg. It seemed that this time the pain Gracia was feeling was the most terrible of all, considering his out-of-shape legs that were slightly improportional with the rest of his body. Gracia fell down on his knees, the short sword still stabbed in his legs, but he tried to get up, taking large amounts of breath in. Felix saw that his opponent was still trying to resist and decided to end the battle. Deftly removing the sword from the giant's body, he brought it backward before strongly stabbing deep into his back and also turning on the skill corrosion. Khagh. Gracia screamed loudly, his voice reaching the edges of the whole arena and moving toward the other nearby arenas. The audience had goosebumps crawling on their skins as they heard the horrible scream that they hadn't ever heard in their whole life living in the underworld, especially knowing that the scream was coming from the man who was dubbed as the zombie giant by everyone, as he was infamous for not feeling any pain at all in any of his battles. The referee looked at the middle of the stage, where a fat giant was kneeling on the ground screaming for his dear life, while a guy who was much smaller than him was holding the stabbed sword with a crazy look in his eyes. Frowning, he decided to intervene and end the match, even though he felt it was unbelievable for Garcia to lose. It seemed that his intervention was unnecessary, as the fat giant banged his arms on the stage and cried out, "IIG, give up, Og. Please stop, AAGH." Seeing that his opponent had already surrendered, Felix backed to his senses and stopped using the skill of corrosion. Taking his short sword out from Gracia's back, he gave the man a kick, pushing him down onto the floor. "Well, that's for giving me that pervert smile." Shaking off the remaining blood from his sword, Felix sheathed it and turned around to look at the referee. Pausing in his steps, the referee shook his head and raised the red flag before bringing it down. The battle ends and the winner is Phantom. At the audience seats, it was pure silence with confusion in the minds of everyone in the crowd. Doofus, who was not believing what he had just witnessed, broke the silence by shouting out loud, holy shit, did you guys see that? The battle's already finished." There was unconcealed excitement in his words as he kept jumping around. Henry turned his eyes away from the stage and looked at Doofus in a stupor before reality finally sank in. Fuck. That Phantom really defeated the zombie giant Garcia. He actually couldn't even believe what he was saying, but the truth was before him, as his stupid friend was dancing like an idiot for their betting victory. The other men too came out of their daze and started to shout out loud happily for winning the bet that they didn't have any hopes for. The whole audience joined them and started to make a commotion as the battle they had watched today was so different, unlike any they had ever seen. The huge commotion sparked the interest of the many people who were moving about the arenas, making them approach and ask about the situation. Upon getting to know the reason for all the ruckus, the people were flabbergasted and found it hard to believe. A newcomer fighter defeated the cruel zombie giant. That was unbelievable for them, and they didn't take the words of the audience to their hearts. The audience people got annoyed, and instead of telling more, they just pointed to the stage where the zombie giant Gracia was kneeling down with a small person slowly walking away from there. After personally seeing the truth, the new people widened their eyes and started to get excited at the arrival of a new arena battle challenger. That was all they wanted, to have more amazing fights to watch with more and more strong fighters coming out from every corner. The gathering of all these mighty fighters would lead to the start of another crazy era of arena battles that would blow away all the usual boredom and bring back the hype of the previous underworld. Unaware of the chaotic spark that he had lit up, Felix walked down to the underground path of the stage. Ha, this is killing me. He took deep breaths, leaning his back against the wall, and relaxed his body from the overexhaustion of repetitively using the skill agility burst, which basically sucked all his stamina to produce the increase in speed. Felix closed his eyes and gradually recovered his body's stamina after a few minutes. There were lots of wounds on his body, but they were not that critical as his opponent had not used any sharp weapons. He opened his eyes, letting out a deep breath, and made an emotionless face. Let's go, there's still 4 battles remaining. Coming out from the underground path, Felix walked away from there before the crowd could gather around and spot him. But what he didn't know was that a group of people led by a fat man and a lanky bald man were secretly waiting for him near the entrance. And just when it exited from there, they sneaked behind and followed him while eyeing him as if he were a beauty. Felix didn't know how much time was left for the next match, but he immediately made his way through the arena grounds, searching for the arena numbered 23. His win in the recent match against the zombie giant had already started to spread among the masses, and people were getting enthusiastic about the upcoming match where they could truly witness his fight. The people who felt the most lucky today were Henry, Doofus, and their gang, who were trailing behind Felix with happy smiles on their faces. Doofus couldn't stop a joyful laugh from escaping his mouth as he said, "Yeah, this guy even defeated that terrible giant, and I don't think there's anyone who's gonna put a challenge to him." Henry nodded with a smile and replied, "And that means we're gonna keep on winning our bets from now on." All of them felt delighted and glad to have found this guy who was like their lucky charm, from whom they would earn a lot by betting. They followed Felix in curiosity until he moved around and reached another arena. Wait, is this guy participating in another match? Henry stopped, frozen in his steps, his face a mix of shock and confusion. His words made the other men stop in their tracks as they all suddenly realized something. Doofus made a stupid face and stuttered when he got to know what Henry was on about. Didn't he just win 2 matches within this hour? And he's already joining another battle now. All of them felt their minds blow up when they came to know that the guy named Phantom was still able to fight after battling 2 matches, especially with one of them being with the giant zombie. They wondered if the guy didn't feel exhausted at all, or if he was becoming crazy after getting introduced to the arena battles. One of the men asked, staring at Henry, "What do we do now? Do you think we should still bet on him now? After 2 battles, he must be feeling tired by now." The man's words made Henry ponder about what to do as he frowned deeply. The man was right. It would be a lot more difficult to still win after taking part in 2 matches, also taking into account that the last battle was very brutal with lots of blood getting spilled. As Henry continued to think about the matter, Doofus suddenly started to pull at him and jumped about. "Henry, hey Henry, listen to me. I think we should definitely bet on him. That guy is a monster and he'll absolutely win this battle." There was unwavering confidence in his voice, as if he had already predicted who would win the match. Henry and the other men looked at Doofus in puzzlement and wondered what had suddenly happened to him. Doofus was not someone who would give such a guarantee to his words and would always say things like maybe or I think so. So it was the first time they had seen him say words that were like, "Trust me, bro." Taking his hand away from Doofus's hold, Henry looked at him and asked, "And why do you think so? You should know that if we all bet on him and lose, then it'll be a huge loss for us. What reason do you have for convincing us to bet on him?" At Henry's question, Doofus scratched his head and replied, About that, you see. I saw something in that guy's eyes when he was about to walk toward the next arena." Doofus frowned and spoke in a low and deep voice that was a bit unusual of him, prompting the others to pick up their ears. And that something didn't look as if it was about to get defeated by anyone. Instead, that look appeared as if it was unstoppable. Letter 1b9 Ka Cyrillic letter 4bd, Ya Epsilon Pes Cyrillic letter 4ab, Epsilon. Henry and others frowned, looking at each other, thinking if Doofus had lost his mind or something. They didn't want to try and believe in his words, for that may put them in a loss of their recent gains. Doofus saw that they didn't take his words seriously and scratched his head before saying, "Well, whatever, if you guys don't plan on betting on him, then I won't force you, but I for sure am betting all my money on him." He smiled stupidly and waved at them before moving toward the betting booths to place a bet. Henry and the others eyed each other and shrugged helplessly. What can we say about this guy? Sometimes he's just acting weird, but anyways, it's not like we're getting any lose with him betting in this match. Yeah, maybe that'll be a lesson for him, teaching him not to waste money on his intuitions. They laughed it off and made their way following the path Felix took to the Arena 23. By now, Felix had already entered the arena stage and was starting to do stretches. In front of him stood a man with average height and build, practicing swinging his sword. A few minutes passed and Doofus returned to the audience seat, making his way to the group. They all welcomed him back and teased him of his upcoming win. Doofus just sheepishly smiled at them and sat down, glancing at the stage where the match was about to get started. The referee moved to the middle of the stage, shouting out the combatants' names to the public and asking them if they were ready. Both nodded at him, making him announce the start of the battle. He brought down the green flag and shouted, "And the battle begins." The moment he ended his words, the crowd saw an afterimage of a person rushing toward the other side of the stage. Doofus, Henry, and the others shockingly stared at the guy they had been following around in the arena move at a very high speed and arrived behind his opponent. He raised the sword with both of his hands and slashed at his opponent's back, spilling out large amounts of blood on the ground. They remained stunned as the guy gave a kick at his unmoved opponent, throwing him onto the floor where he stayed motionless. "Huh," Henry exclaimed stupidly and rubbed his eyes, not believing what he just saw. The whole crowd remained silent for a while until they all erupted when they heard a man shout out loud, "See, I told you guys that he would win." Doofus jumped up from his seat, screaming out loud while swinging his betting ticket at them. The other men, including Henry, stared at him speechless before they too jumped out, cheering at the victory that they had not expected at all. "Holy fuck, he really won. I can't believe he just won another match. That stupid Doofus actually guessed right." The referee finally came to his senses, hearing the crowd go crazy, and quickly announced the end of the match. Swiftly putting away the green flag that he didn't even have the time to put away from his hand, he brought out the red flag and swung it downwards, announcing the end of the match. The battle ends and the winner is Phantom. Equal. Felix slowly walked out from the arena stage through the underground path. He could hear the crowd out there cheering, shouting, and chanting his name as he moved ahead in the dark path. Even though he was feeling quite exhausted from using his stamina-draining skill, Felix had a slight smile on his face, getting happy from his recent win. He moved on and came out from the path before quickly making his way away from there, so as to not get caught up with the excited crowd. There were still 3 matches remaining and he wanted to quickly end them, so wasting time here was of no use. After he walked away, a group of men arrived there and started searching for him. "Where did he go? Quick search for him. We must follow him to see if he joins another battle," Henry excitedly said to the other men, who nodded and spread out looking for the man who they had thought as their lucky charm. They all moved around the crowd in search of him before one of them suddenly called out, "There. I see him going there." All the men gathered around him as he pointed at the back of Felix, who was walking in a different direction. "Good, don't lose him. He's our only way to get rich. Come on, we must definitely bet on him this time." Henry and Doofus led all the men to trail behind Felix. They traversed the crowded arena grounds, eyeing him as the rest of the people glanced at them strangely. Felix walked on and reached another arena numbered 34, where he didn't hesitate and made his way towards there. "He's joining another fight. Yes, I'll bet on him this time for sure." The group of men got excited at that sight as they all hurriedly ran to the betting booth of that arena. They rushed to the man selling the betting tickets and quickly placed their bets on Phantom without even looking at who he was up against. After placing the bets, they rushed to Arena 34, where they saw that Felix had already walked onto the stage and was doing stretches. The group found some seats and sat there eagerly waiting for the fight that was going to start. It didn't take long before the referee asked both fighters to get ready and started the battle. And the battle begins. Doofus, Henry, and the group kept their eyes wide open to properly see for themselves what would happen in the match before it even began. That made them finally able to realize how fast that guy actually was. Similar to the last match, Felix dashed ahead right at the moment when the referee brought down the green flag. His speed quickened all of a sudden, flashing off afterimages at the scene as the crowd gasped at the spectacle. Seeing that the guy had started to take action, a certain group in the crowd started to cheer out loud, making a commotion with the audience. "Phantom, you can do it. You're the fastest, come on. That's right, finish him." Their life actually did kind of depend on him, as they had bet all their life savings in hopes of winning a large sum of money. His eyes glowing a deep red like that of a hunter, Felix moved across the stage. Appearing behind his opponent like a ghost, he unsheathed his weapon and attacked at several of the red weakness marks which could only be seen by him. Blood spurted out, dyeing the stage red, and the audience gasped at the quickness. As usual, targeting the weak points always gave good results, and that is what happened as the guy, whose name Felix did not even take note of, fell headfirst on the ground. Thud. Sheathing his short sword back into the scabbard, Felix slowly started to walk away. It didn't look as if he had just fought against an equally powerful opponent of the same 0 rank. Instead, it appeared more like he was taking a stroll around the park. Watching the man leave the arena stage after defeating his opponent, the referee woke up and looked around before taking a gulp and announcing the end of the match. The battle ends and the winner is Phantom. Poor referee, he couldn't even change the flag he was raising and became confused for a second there before doing it while still being in a state of shock. The audience was in complete silence, but then it was again disturbed by the same group of men who excitedly cheered out, showing their joy. Yoo-hoo. He did it, he won again. This time it was Henry who started jumping first, and looking at him, the other men too started celebrating the victory. Yes, I knew he could do it. He won once again. The whole audience had started to cheer too after witnessing the fastest battle they had ever seen, but the group who were making the most of a scene was without a doubt Henry and his friends. Doofus smiled looking at them when he suddenly remembered something. Wait, guys, stop. We have to go behind him. What if he's joining another battle? All of them stopped their actions and stared at Doofus for seconds without blinking. Would he still join? I really doubt that. I mean, it's been 4 battles already. One of them said, slightly holding back his intentions as he didn't want to sound like a prick. Henry looked at Doofus intently and asked, "Doofus, what do you think? Do you still think that guy's going to battle another match?" Doofus was surprised at the question he was asked, but he didn't back down and nodded his head rapidly before answering. "Yes, I'm sure of it. I saw that same previous look in his eyes when he was leaving the stage." When they heard him say that, all of them looked around at each other before nodding. Henry smiled and patted his shoulders. "Well, this time we'll believe you. Let's go see what that guy has to show us." Widening his eyes, Doofus stared at all of his friends who actually believed in him, and he felt his eyes teary. Rubbing his eyes, he nodded while smiling. "HNN, yeah, we have to go before he disappears into the crowd." The group of them agreed and quickly left the audience area, again searching for their lucky charm that would lead them to become a successful bettor. They quickly found the guy who was wearing a black mask and robe, making his way to some other arena stage. There he is. Doofus pointed at the guy they were finding while the rest of the group nodded and revealed a slight smile. Henry twitched his lips looking at the guy searching for his way to another arena and shook his head in a daze. "I can't believe this guy. He's really going to join another battle." All of them nodded while one of them replied, "But hey, isn't that the best for us?" The group eyed each other sneakily before breaking out into a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're right. If he wins, then we win." "Let's go, guys, can't be getting late for the bets." With smiles on their faces, the group of men followed behind Felix to witness another win. He won again, and that too with the same quick battle. That's fucking crazy. Betting on him was the best decision I made in my entire life. This guy's not just winning, he's literally dominating all the battles. Bro, we've not even sat down and he already ended the match. Henry, Doofus, and the group who had hurried to the audience seats after placing their bets found that the battle had already. Even though they had won their bets in a few seconds, they were kind of annoyed for not getting to look at the battle. They watched as Felix walked down the stage to the underground path and quickly turned around, still clutching their betting tickets that they had just won from. "Go quick, we must hurry if we want to actually see how he fights in the next battle. That guy really cannot be stopped. He's literally bulldozing through the battles." The group ran out of that arena, their expressions of delight and excitement, and they saw Felix moving out from the underground path. They quieted down and waited until he started to move in a different direction. Glancing at each other, they took a gulp and smiled somewhat speechlessly. There he goes again, walking toward another arena after winning a match in a few seconds. "Are you sure that guy's a human? I've really not seen anything like in the arena in my whole life. Whatever, why should we complain? We got such a nice opportunity and we'll be fools to lose it." The group discussed among themselves before Henry calmed them down. "Stop it, guys. We'll discuss all this later, because if we don't hurry behind him, then he'll win the match before we can even place our bets." His words woke them up as they all nodded agreeing at that fact and stopped their discussion before chasing behind Felix. They made their way across the crowd and saw Felix walking down the underground path of another arena. Just when they were about to hurry to the betting booth to place their bets, they saw another group of men arrive at the scene with a greedy shine in their eyes. Huh, why are they here? The two groups of men suddenly stood at the entrance of the betting booth, surprised at encountering another group of men who were just like them and were quite famous around the arena for betting on a lot of matches. Both of the groups were not on friendly terms with each other as seen presently, because of the usual conflicts between them in the matters regarding betting in the arena battles. As the two groups stood there staring and scrutinizing each other, a man from the opposing group walked up. The man was a bit on the shorter side at around 1.6 million, but the arrogant smile on his face made everyone think that he was some big shot, when actually he was just some betting addict in the underworld. There were not many gambling dens in the underworld this man had not visited, and all of those that he had visited were forced to stop this man from entering because of the stupid luck he had every time. Walking with his hands behind his back like some educated scholar, the man approached them with a smirk on his face. Well, look at who we got here. The group of losers who are desperately looking for a way to survive. And why are you losers blocking our path? He asked, mocking them like he had done all the time. Why you? Doofus clenched his hands in anger, almost walking ahead and slapping that arrogant piece of face, but Henry was quick and stopped him from doing it. Wait, Doofus, this is not the time. In fact, Henry too wanted to punch that asshole in the guts for always mocking and looking down on them, like all the members of their group were thinking, but this time they were in a hurry. So instead of starting a fight, Henry walked forward and forcibly smiled. Oh, look, it's Giovanni and his puppies. Wonder what you guys are doing here. Also, we arrived here first, so aren't you guys the ones who are blocking our paths? Even though he didn't want to start a fight, that didn't mean he would back down when the short guy insulted him and his friends. Giovanni raised his brows before narrowing his eyes and turning to his gang. Would you look at that? Fat Henry is trying to speak back. Guess he doesn't care about his image in the future. Ha ha ha, you're right, Giovanni. This guy has guts for talking back. We should teach him a lesson. Doofus couldn't hold back any longer seeing his best friend getting insulted, and he blew up pointing at the short man who was 2 heads shorter than him. You small midget. What the fuck did you eat before coming here, huh? Your mama's milk. Get the hell out of our faces if you don't want your ass handed to you, he shouted, making a scene at the place. PFF. Henry and the men standing behind him could barely hold back their laughs when they saw Doofus literally insulting the guy on his face. Giovanni stood stunned, staring above at Doofus, his mouth wide open as he could not believe that he was just mocked in front of everybody. Why you? How dare you insult me? His eyes turned slightly red as he stepped back to his group. He was not that great of a fighter, and that was why he would spend most of his money to bring some men to work for him. The group of men saw that their leader was getting mocked, and they guarded him while starting a verbal fight with the other group. What the hell are you barbarics doing? Do you want to fight with us or something? Doofus harumphed in anger and crossed his arms, replying, Not something or anything, it's just that little leader of yours doesn't know shit and he's talking as if he knows everything. Giovanni got angered and snapped suddenly at him. What the hell did you say? I don't know shit. Well, at least I know better than you guys who have never won a bet in your entire lives. Instead of shouting back, Doofus just smiled and shook his head. See, you really don't know shit. Clenching his jaws, Giovanni looked ready to make his minions fight when suddenly he got an idea looking at the betting booth at the side. He smiled like some scammer and quickly changed his angry expression into a friendly one before talking out in a persuasive tone. Well, how about we not fight like some stupid people and decide on who's right by placing a bet like how we do it as usual? His words surprised the two group men, especially Henry, who thought the small guy was thinking of a dirty scheme. Henry moved ahead and stopped Doofus from doing something careless before asking in doubt, You can't fool me, Giovanni. I'm sure you're plotting something. Giovanni waved his hands harmlessly and shook his head, denying the accusations. Oh, come on, why would I do that? See, we've both come here for betting, and instead of wasting time fighting, why don't we compete with each other and see who's going to win? MV la MP or com story. He tried to make them fall into his trick, while putting all his efforts into acting as if he didn't mean any harm at all. Henry, Doofus, and the group glanced at each other confusedly, before they all gave a knowing smile when they remembered their lucky charm. Doofus walked forward and mocked again, this time with a purpose in mind. Are you sure you want to bet with us? You can't go crying to your mama if you lose the bet. He didn't know why, but insulting the little dude always made him feel good. Giovanni suppressed the thought of killing the tall man who kept on dissing him and replied, Of course, I want to compete you because only then we'll know who's the best between the two of us. Doofus and Henry smiled, looking at each other for successfully making the short guy fall for their crap. Henry asked, And how do we do this? Giovanni had a discreet smile rising at the corner of his lips as he replied to them on how they'd be competing with each other. Well, the rules are simple. Your group and mine will bet on the different fighters of the battle at this betting booth that'll start in a few minutes. Exclusive to MV La MP. We will be betting all our money that we have right now, and the winner will be taking everything. How's it? Do you dare to bet? Giovanni looked straight at Henry as he knew the other guys would listen to him. Henry had a thoughtful expression on his face that he tried hard to make while holding back a laugh. Seeing that the guy was hesitating, Giovanni continued, "Are you scared? Well, what can you expect from some lows?" "We accept." Before Giovanni could call them losers again, Doofus stepped ahead and shouted. Giovanni stared at Doofus before turning towards Henry. "You accept?" he asked patiently. Henry glanced at everyone in his group and seeing all of them nodding at him, he replied, "Yes, we accept to bet against you." A smile quickly formed on Giovanni's face, but he tried to suppress that. "There's no time to waste then. The fighter I'll be betting on is called Warren, and you guys can bet on another one." "Is that all right with you?" Henry frowned, showing some displeasure, but he nodded, acting as if he didn't care about that. "Sure, we'll be betting on the other guy." Both groups gave each other a last look and entered the betting booth together, placing their bets on their chosen fighters. Giovanni sneaked a glance at them as he thought, "Fuckers, want to go against me? Then you'll have to pay the price. The one I'm betting on, Warren, is the son of a member of one of the strongest guilds in Edinmont City. With the resources and the training he has done, there's no way some average fighter in the underworld can defeat him." This was the reason he was so confident of winning the bet and had tricked them into falling for it. After they lose their bet, he'll be getting most of their money and then he'll show them who's the best. After they had done placing their bets, both groups walked out and separated from there, walking in different directions to find some seats in the audience. Seeing that they had gotten far away from Giovanni, Doofus, and the group glanced at each other and grinned evilly. "Hehe, we tricked that asshole. To think he's betting against Phantom. That guy will have an eye-opener today, that's for sure. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he finds out the result of the bet. Come on, men, we gotta hurry or that guy will end the match before we even arrive there." The group of men made their way to the audience seats and found a place to sit. They saw that Phantom was already on the stage, and the match was about to get started. Walking to the middle of the stage, the referee looked at the two fighters and announced their names. On the left, we have Warren, who has won more than 10 matches already, while on the right side, we have Phantom, who joined the arena battle just yesterday. This referee wasn't well informed about the feats Felix had done and was familiar with Warren, so he did what he could and glorified one party over the other. The audience here was also not sure of who Phantom was, except for a few whose eyes gleamed at the mention of his name. Felix stood on the stage while waiting for the referee to start the match and glanced at his opponent. With brown curly hair, the guy was not wearing a mask showing his tan face and skin. There was a grin plastered on his face as he waved all around at the audience, to which they shouted and cheered his name. "Warren, Warren, Warren." It seemed that he had a bit of popularity here by the way the crowd was cheering for him, but Felix didn't care about any of it and instead got into a fighting stance. The referee gave Warren some time to show off his fame and some time later asked both the fighters, "Are you both ready?" He looked at Warren only, and when he saw him nodding, the referee swung the green flag down without even glancing at Felix, then let the battle begin. This time Felix didn't rush off quickly, because using the agility burst skill multiple times had drained him of his stamina. His opponent also didn't seem to rush things as he hopped and jumped about the stage while smiling at him. "What happened? Not gonna attack me?" he asked while moving sideways on the stage. Felix didn't answer and remained in a defensive stance while moving along with him on the opposite side. In the audience seats, Henry and the others frowned when they saw their champ not fighting like he had done in the previous battles. They got anxious at the sudden change and discussed it among themselves. What is happening with him? Is he not going to end the match quickly? I don't know, maybe he's taking it slow. Doofus saw that they were getting worried, so he calmed them down. "Guys, don't worry, so what if he didn't end it quickly? We all know that he's still going to win." Henry added too. "Yeah, Doofus is right. Maybe he's taking his time in this battle and will get serious sometime later." These words eased the group's worry a little, but they were still a bit confused about the situation. While sitting opposite them, Giovanni had a victorious smile all along, watching the start of the battle and taking a little peek at the others. "Heh, we'll see how you'll still be insulting me after you lose everything in this bet." There was no worry in his mind regarding the current match at all, as he had never heard of the other fighter, and when he came to know that the guy had started to fight only yesterday, he was more than delighted. Giovanni mocked the other group for a while and laughed with his gang before turning to look at the stage as the fighters had finally clashed against each other. The whole crowd cheered out loud, watching Phantom and Warren start their fight. Under the eyes of the many spectators, Warren smiled and dashed ahead wielding his long sword. He ran across the stage and reached Felix before attacking him. Felix was already in a defensive stance, and seeing his opponent approaching him, he stepped forward blocking the attack. Their clash of swords sparked the beginning of their battle as the crowd started yelling out words of encouragement. Henry looked on at the battle and remained confused as to what Felix was doing. He could finish this battle instantly, so what is making him hold himself back? There was no one to answer his doubts, so he sat still, intently watching the match go on. On the stage, Felix and Warren had already exchanged a few swings and were starting to get a little serious. This man's not bad. Felix was slightly surprised to find that his opponent was actually a good swordsman, fending off all the attacks and not showing any form of blind spot in his movements. While he was getting impressed by his opponent, Warren was feeling the same way. This guy is kind of different from the rest of them. Warren was tired of fighting those lunatics of the underworld who didn't even know how to take a proper battle stance. Having gotten used to them, this new guy's fighting style was making him feel a bit better, so Warren decided to go all out and fight to his heart's content. Retreating a few steps after an attack, he grinned, looking at Felix's eyes. "You're getting me all fired up, not gonna lie, so let me show you my real moves." Taking a deep breath, Warren moved his sword in a strange rhythm and started concentrating on a strike. When the crowd saw Warren performing something unusual, most of them got confused, but some of them quickly shot up and exclaimed, "Holy fuck, is he going to use a battle technique? Look at that, he's doing a battle technique." The other people who didn't know what the guy was doing were stunned and exclaimed out too. "Wait, did you just say a battle technique? No way, I've never seen something like that before." Henry and Doofus had worried expressions on their face as they glanced at each other. "Is that guy going to be all right? He better be." While they were getting anxious at Felix's situation, Giovanna was laughing out loud, staring at the man he had betted on. "Ha ha ha, that right, there is something those fools would have never thought of. But still, for him to use a battle technique on that guy makes it a bit interesting." As the crowd raised a ruckus about the growing tensions of the fight, Felix frowned, looking at his opponent. He's thinking of using a battle technique. Unlike normal attacks of slash and stabs, a battle technique was a lot stronger way of using a weapon. They gather the energy present in the body and combine it with the will of the practitioner before performing extraordinary movements, bringing the power out of the body in various forms. Instead of simply using aura to strengthen their body or manifesting it out onto their weapons, warriors create and use battle techniques to fight. Seeing that Warren was starting to come to an end of his strange movements, Felix suddenly had a thought and he acted on it. "Well, not on my watch," he smiled evilly. Quickly activating his skill agility burst now that he was quite recovered from the drained state, he flashed forward toward Warren. The Warren guy was unaware of his opponent suddenly appearing behind him, and he continued to focus on his battle technique. But the crowd, who were seeing everything, froze in their spots. They saw the black-masked fighter disappear from his position and appear right behind his opponent in a second, making them completely silent. Warren, who was finally coming to an end of his grand movement, found it strange that the buzzing surroundings had calmed down. He turned his head sideways to look at the crowd with a confused face, but what greeted him was the sharp gleam of a short sword, which made his pupils turn into a point. Watching the blade getting near to him, he tried to move his body and get into a defensive position, but the sword was faster as it swiftly reached him. Quick, the short sword slashed into Warren's shoulder, where Felix had seen a red mark appear. Looking at the sword that was still lodged into his shoulders, Warren finally felt the pain moving through his arms. Ag! Shouting out loud, he retreated away from Felix while pulling his arms out from the sword. But Felix had already fought 5 battles and wanted to end this one too, so he didn't give the guy any chance to recover from the attack and quickly followed. He dashed ahead and kicked at Warren's chest, making the guy fall down onto the floor with a grunt. Moving quickly, Felix appeared above him and placed his sword on the guy's neck before saying softly, "And that's the end." Silence. Except for the faraway noises of the different arenas, there was no sound in the surroundings as everyone remained stunned at the rapid change in the scene. Felix was not someone to waste time, so he turned to the referee and called him out. "I won. Can you end this battle now?" Breaking out from his daze, the referee nodded absent-mindedly and announced the end of the battle. The battle ends, and the winner is Phantom. Suddenly, as if a tsunami flooding a town, everyone started to roar out loud, turning the silent place into the noisiest place in the arena. What the fuck just happened? How did that guy move like that? Did anyone even see what just happened? Guys, where's the battle technique you talked about? The audience was confused, but most of them were out of their minds, witnessing something they had never seen before. As everyone remained in a state of clamor, Doofus and the group of men who finally saw their champ end the battle cheered out loud, making their voices take over the crowd. He did it again. All glory to Phantom. Phantom, Phantom, Phantom. The resounding cheers of his name picked up momentum and everyone started to repeat after them. Felix stood tall on the stage listening to the cheers of the crowd and felt something deep inside him that made him feel strange. Was it excitement, happiness, satisfaction? He didn't know that, but it made him feel good. Shaking his head with a grin on his face, he walked off the stage and entered the underground path, deciding that he had enough battles for today. "Let's go. I'll have to collect the rewards of all the battles and buy some medicines or potions to help me advance." He had not forgotten the reason he had come here, to get combat experience, including money and resources, to make it easier for him to grow. With a determined face, he left the arena stage, planning what had yet to come. Coming out of the underground path, Felix sneaked away before a crowd could approach him and made his way to the arena management office. While he walked away, Henry, Doofus, and the group staggered toward the guy they had bet against with sarcastic smiles on their faces. Giovanni was still sitting on his seat with his eyes wide open as if he couldn't believe what just happened. But Doofus didn't feel any pity looking at the saddened face of the guy. Rather, he felt good seeing him in this state. "Look at this little guy, is he going to cry now?" He added salt to the already bloody situation of his and mocked. There was finally a reaction with the man as his face twisted into an ugly expression. Giovanni turned to look at the men who had come to mock him, while his own hired group remained sitting beside him a bit hesitant. Seeing that Giovanni kept quiet even after getting insulted, Doofus's smile widened as he started to mock again. "I had already said before that you didn't know shit. And that remains the same, you still don't know shit. What else do you have to say, huh?" Doofus felt as if he could still continue, but a red-faced Giovanni jumped up from his seat and shouted at him. That's enough. If you dare to say even one more word then." He stuttered, but he couldn't think of what to say now. "Then what, you'll go to your mom and cry? Well, at least tell her that Doofus sends greetings." He added the last comment, which everyone started to laugh out about. "Hee, that was a nice one, Doofus. Stop it, guys, our little guy's gonna cry now, haha." Giovanni couldn't listen to their insults anymore, but instead of fighting it out, he quickly got up from his seat and ran away with an expression full of hate on his face. His hired group saw that their employer had run away, and they quickly chased behind him, for he had not yet paid them for today's job. "Wait, catch that fucker. Don't let him get away." Henry and the group saw everything unfold and shook their heads with victorious smiles on their faces. It felt as if it was them who had won the battle and were feeling very proud of it. But nonetheless, they had earned a lot from betting on their champ and were feeling as if they were some chosen ones. Suddenly, Doofus looked at everyone and asked a question he was curious about. "Guys, about that guy Phantom, do you think he'll participate in another battle?" His question silenced the whole group as they speechlessly glanced at each other. Then one by one they replied, There's no way, right? I mean, he already fought like 6 battles today. I don't think so." Even Henry was against the idea of him joining another match. Doofus just tilted his head and pointed it out. "Well, you guys said the same last time, but then he went ahead and fought another battle." Suddenly, everyone's eyes gleamed in a strange light and they started to act chaotic. "Holy fuck, there's no way that's possible. What do we do? What do we do?" Henry acted quickly and gave them the answer. "Is that even a question? Of course we have to find him. Right, we have to find him. Let's go, let's go." All of them reacted swiftly and separated from there, moving in different directions searching for their champ, in hopes of making their greedy wishes of winning more bets come true. Later it was brought to the notice of the guards of the arena that a group of crazy men were acting as if on drugs and were running all about disturbing the little piece of the underground arena. On the other hand, Felix walked away from the arena management counter after receiving his reward of 7 wins. His steps were unusual, as his eyes remained glued on the new card he had in his hand. Even though it was a normal black card, just like the many cards he had with him, what made him stare at it with such intensity was because of what it contained. He was given this card by the employee who was working at the counter, and the words he had said earlier were, "Mr. Phantom, this card contains all the rewards you had won from the 7 battles, including the amount you were gifted by the audience and a part of the betting booth from the battles you participated. In total, it comes to an exact figure of 68,450 tall." Felix was shocked to hear such a big amount and had absent-mindedly taken the card before walking away. Some time later, when he reached a bit distance away, he stopped and took a deep breath before muttering, "I earned 68,000 in just one day. Isn't that fucking awesome?" He couldn't believe it, but looking at the card in his hand and remembering the words of the employee, he knew it was the truth. Holding back the excitement of owning such a large amount of money for the very first time in his life, Felix calmed down and thought about where he was going to use it. "This is good. Now I'll have more money with which I can buy medicines and potions to help me advance. MVL your story source." Thinking about the benefits he could get from all those supplements, his eyes gleamed happily and he smiled at the good progress. When Felix made his toward the entrance of the arena management, a voice from the side called out to him, "Hey there, Felix, it seems you're having a good time winning all the matches here. Honestly, it was a surprise to me when you didn't even get a single wound from all those fights." Felix turned around to the familiar voice and found a man wearing a delicate suit with a hat on his head, leaning against the wall while looking at him. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Dealer. Well, I was a bit lucky at the battle, so I didn't get hurt." He lied without changing his face, but it seemed that Mr. Dealer didn't buy that as he just shook his head with a mysterious smile on his face. He stepped away from the wall and walked near to Felix before saying, "Lucky or not, what I know is that your guild must be pretty happy having you among them." Felix raised his brows when the guy started to talk about his guild. "Oh, you know about my guild, Mr. Dealer," he replied, nodding sagely. "Yes, there's always a way for words to reach me." He smiled strangely. Felix narrowed his eyes, a bit suspicious about the whole thing with this guy, and asked, "So what do you want from me, Mr. Dealer? I'm sure you're here for a reason, right?" Mr. Dealer was surprised when the young man directly asked him for his reason for his approach and scratched his head. "Ugh, how do I do this?" Felix saw that Mr. Dealer was silent for a few seconds, and he asked back, Can you make it quick? I have some work in the black market." Mr. Dealer didn't know how to convince the boy, so he felt a bit hesitant, but he quickly replied, hearing his words. "You have work in the black market. Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you." Felix gave it a thought and didn't find anything wrong in saying what he was about to do to him. "Well, I'm trying to find some potions or medicines that may help me build a good foundation and prepare me to advance to the first rank." Mr. Dealer nodded at his plan and suggested something with a smile. "How about this? I'm pretty knowledgeable about potions and stuff, so why don't I accompany you and help you buy them?" He glanced around before continuing softly. "The people at the black market are always crafty, and they'll easily fool a newcomer who's not careful. So having me with you would be a good idea. What do you think?" What Mr. Dealer said was true, and Felix pondered about it as he remembered what Steve had said about the guy. "Not going to lie, but being with him made me learn a lot of things, and I also got a lot stronger than I used to be. So even though he is kind of abnormal and acts like a prick most of the time, he can at least be trusted a bit in this crazy underworld." Glancing at him, Felix decided it wouldn't be bad to take his help and agreed to the guy. "Sure, it would be great to have someone like you around." Mr. Dealer smiled, seeing the boy agree, and started walking to the entrance of the underground building. "Let's go then, I'll show you around." Felix nodded and followed him out as the man took him to a different route instead of the normal straight path toward the arena gate. "We're not going out from there?" he asked as they walked together. Mr. Dealer turned to him smiling and replied, "There are many ways to go about in the underworld, but not many know about it except for a special few." Felix raised his brows at that reply and asked back, "And you're among those special few?" Mr. Dealer shook his head at the question and walked forward before answering as if it were a matter of fact. "No, I'm better than them." Seeing the man glorifying himself, Felix forced a smile and agreed with what Steve had said. "You were right, Steve. This guy's really in his hole." As they chatted with each other, both of them reached a deserted part of the arena grounds and walked to the boundaries near the wall. There Felix saw a brown curtain attached to the wall with a guard sitting beside it on a chair. When Mr. Dealer arrived, the man quickly got up and respectfully nodded. "Sir," he said, to which Mr. Dealer nodded and gave him a few coins from his pocket. The guard smiled and kept the coins in his robe before pulling the brown curtain sideways, revealing a dark stairway leading above. "Come on," Mr. Dealer indicated to Felix before going into the path and walking upstairs. Felix glanced around at the corner of the arena ground they had reached and followed behind the man. The stairway was dark with a few light artifacts illuminating the place, but there were no problems as they both walked upstairs. Reaching the end of the stairs, Felix found themselves inside an empty room. He walked behind Mr. Dealer as they moved out of the room from the only door. Coming out, he saw a man sitting beside the door to whom Mr. Dealer gave a few coins. Turning around, he said, "Now we're in the black market without anyone back there noticing. Discover MVLA MP, or novels." Felix nodded, looking around and finding that they were back in the black market in some deserted alley. They both then started walking out from there to the streets and slowly mixed in with the crowd. As they were walking around, Mr. Dealer started introducing the various services and facilities that even Steve didn't know of. That stall over there handles many kinds of monster parts, while that one sells good artifacts and accessories. And then if you walk down this path, then you'll find a capable blacksmith who will craft a nice weapon for you. The man pointed here, and they're not minding the people around, and talked about various other things to Felix while he listened attentively and nodded. "You see that shop? There you can find forbidden or ancient tomes, grimoires and stuff, but most of them are lies and are kept there to scam the people, so you have to watch out for them." They walked around the place seeing many different kinds of unusual items, artifacts, and other kinds of stuff, making Felix wonder what he couldn't find here in the black market. As they walked around, Mr. Dealer stopped at a shop and said, pointing at it, "There are many stalls selling potions and medicines, but I recommend purchasing them from here as my friend owns it, and she'll give you a good service knowing you're related to me." Felix looked at the shop with no board or a name and asked a question. "It doesn't even look like a shop, so how do people buy from here?" Mr. Dealer smiled, walking toward the door, and replied, "Well, they don't." Felix tilted his head confusedly and followed behind him as they entered the shop. A thick scent of herbs suddenly hit him, making him raise his hands to cover his nose. He glanced ahead, frowning, and became shocked with what he saw. "Fuck is that?" There were a lot of containers, vials, and bottles around the room, placed, or rather thrown, all about on the shelves, and the counter making the scene a bit messy. But what really shocked him, making him break into a cold sweat, was the huge pot in the middle of the room. It was filled to the top with boiling purple liquid, spilling a bit onto the floor. There was a middle-aged lady dozing off sitting on a chair slightly away with a cane in her hand, not showing any reaction to the customers who walked inside. Dealer shook his head, already used to this, and walked toward the lady before patting her shoulder. "Samantha, wake up, there's a customer you got here." The lady groggily opened her eyes and looked around, taking a few seconds to collect her mind. She glanced up at Mr. Dealer, who was waving at her, and let out a yawn before getting up from the chair. "Ugh, I was having such a good sleep and you just had to ruin it, huh?" she groaned while stretching her body and popping her bones. "Well, sorry for that, but look at what I got you, a new customer." Mr. Dealer motioned his hands to the side at Felix. Felix gave a suspicious eye to the sizzling pot at the side and turned to nod at the lady. I want to buy some potions. But before that, is that not dangerous?" he asked, pointing at the big pot. Samantha and Mr. Dealer turned to look at the side before the lady widened her eyes and quickly rushed to the pot. "Oh no, my herbs." She grieved sadly and hurriedly chanted some spells to stop the liquid from burning. Felix speechlessly looked at the scene and asked the man who was acting calmly, "Why did keep quiet about it when you saw it too?" Mr. Dealer shrugged as if there was no problem with what he did. "It's always the same when I come here. I wake her up, she curses me, then notices the pot and runs off to shut it down. So I just stopped telling her about it." Felix gaped at the scene and became worried about taking her potions. "Then what if she makes a mistake and the potions I eat cause harm?" he asked, thinking it would be dangerous to buy from this shop. Mr. Dealer just smiled and reassured the boy. "Don't worry. Even though she can be a bit clumsy at times, her potions are the best in the whole black market." Seeing him give her such a great compliment, Felix remained hesitant but decided to trust the man's words. It would be sad to win a battle and then die painfully after drinking a potion. Samantha stopped the boiling pot and quickly removed the waste liquid before glancing at the bottom of the pot. There were a few damaged herbs present there, and seeing it made her heart ache. "Ugh, all my herbs, they're wasted," she exclaimed, pressing her head tragically. Mr. Dealer walked forward and nudged at her. "Come on, I know you got a lot of herbs in your stash, so what's with all that drama?" Samantha made an unhappy face and hit his leg with her cane lightly. "What do you know? Whether I have less or more, I still lost my precious herbs there." He raised his hands and nodded, afraid of angering the lady anymore. Yes, you're right. That's a pretty bad loss." Samantha snorted and carried the pot into another room before coming out and walking to the counter. "So tell me, boy, what brings you to my store?" Mr. Dealer eyed Felix and indicated toward her. Felix nodded and walked near the counter, telling her about what he needed. I'm looking for potions or medicines that may help me build a good foundation and advance to the first rank." Samantha nodded, bringing out a book from under her desk and started to write something on it. "What's your current rank and main profession?" she asked. "I'm still at the 0 rank, and as for my profession, I'm a warrior," Felix answered. She nodded and asked some basic questions before going into a room and bringing out 4 vials of potions. "Take this." She kept all the vials on the counter and introduced them to him. "As you're a warrior, then you'll need to reach the limit of your body to advance. So here are 3 potions that help in doing that. Use one every 3 days and you'll be fine," she reminded him casually, but Felix seriously nodded as he didn't want to make any mistake with regard to his body. "And this one potion removes most of the impurities in your body, making it reach a suitable state for easily advancing to the next rank. Use it only after you have absorbed all the power of the previous potions." Felix nodded, happily knowing the uses of the potions, and raised his hand to take the potions, but Samantha quickly interfered and stopped his hand with her cane. "Not so fast. You'll have to pay before taking them." Felix took back his hand and scratched his head, looking at Mr. Dealer, who just returned a shrug. So how much is it?" he asked the lady, to which she started to ponder about it and replied. Those 3 cost about 12,000 per vial, while that one cost 20,000, so the total will be 56,000. She casually told the price, but Felix widened his eyes hearing that and wondered if he had heard it wrong. "So much, that's about all I have right now." Samantha gave a carefree smile and replied to his surprise. "Well, give everything you have then. I've already given you a 20% discount considering that man brought you here. Also, if you go to different shops, then you'll have to spend more than this for those potions." Felix was not sure what to do about it, and he glanced back at Mr. Dealer with questioning eyes. Mr. Dealer softly coughed twice and told him, "She's right. All of these potions are very sought after by every person, and it'll be hard for you to find such a good deal in the whole underworld. But as for on the surface, it'd be twice as much as here." He walked toward the counter and pointed at the 4 potions before turning to Felix. "See, just these items and you'll be able to advance to the next rank with the reward you won in one day. Do you still think that's a bad deal?" He tried to convince Felix, who had no idea about what kind of precious potions he was getting. Samantha was one of the few alchemists in the underworld, and she sold her products only to some of the people as she had no ambitions and just wanted to earn to survive. But her potions were of high quality, unlike the others, making the only few who knew about it come to a deal of appointing her as their private alchemist. She didn't reject that idea as they were willing to pay her even if they didn't need potions, resulting in her potions getting used by only the higher-ups of the underworld and her being protected by all of them. Felix didn't know all this and was hesitating whether to buy all that with the money he had right now. Altogether, I have about 76,000 tal, and if I bought the potions, then I'll be remaining with only 20,000 tal. He pondered about it and thought about how he had earned more than half of that money in one day. Not hesitating, he decided to finally buy those potions as they were the only way a person with an average talent like him would be able to break through to the first rank. All right, I'll buy all of them. He sighed at the money all gone and gave her his black card. Samantha took the card and placed it on an orb before giving it back to him. She then brought out a bag from under the counter, placed the potions in it, and handed it to him. Here, you're welcome to come here again. Felix held the bag and thanked her. Mr. Dealer took out his silver pocket watch and checked the time before saying to the lady, Samantha, it's time we go. Don't fall asleep with your herbs boiling. We can't have them get wasted after all. He reminded her with a chuckle. Samantha just let out a yawn and waved her hand at him. Yeah, I'll be careful about it. You can go now. Well, goodbye then. Mr. Dealer tipped his hat at her and walked out of the nameless shop with Felix walking behind. Felix gave the shop one last look and decided to come back here for more if the potions he had bought just now were as useful as they cost. The both of them came out of the shop and started walking away, but Felix suddenly had a thought in his mind. Right, I still don't know what this guy wants. He stopped all of a sudden and called out to the man walking ahead. So, Mr. Dealer, what exactly do you want from me? He asked seriously and put on a guard as he was a bit skeptical about everything about this man. Mr. Dealer paused and slowly turned around while glancing around the area for anyone eavesdropping. Seeing that their surroundings were fine, he moved back his focus onto the boy who could help him achieve his goals. His calm green eyes stared right into Felix's crystal red eyes as the man finally told what he wanted. Felix, do you want to make a deal with me? Felix, do you want to make a deal with me? Mr. Dealer said. His expression was serious. Felix narrowed his eyes when he heard the man's motive and questioned back. Deal? What kind of deal are you talking about? Mr. Dealer looked right into the boy's eyes and replied, I want you to fight for me. Fight. Felix was surprised and wondered if he had heard it right. No matter what, he didn't think that he was anywhere as strong as the man in front of him. So when Mr. Dealer asked Felix to fight for him, his first thought was whether the man had mistook him for a hidden master. Felix shook his head and rebuked. You're more powerful than me, so why would you want me to fight for you? Mr. Dealer realized that the boy had mistaken his intentions, so he gave a light cough and rephrased his words. What I mean is, I want you to fight in some of the arena battles chosen by me, he said, slightly lowering his voice. Felix had a look of contemplation as he dived deep into the man's words, so the reason he was acting all mysterious was to hook me into fighting battles for him. Suddenly he thought this was similar to something he had heard and remembered what had happened with Steve. Yesterday Steve told me that this man scammed him into fighting in arena battles and had won money from betting on him. Is this the same reason he wants me to fight for him? Felix frowned as he didn't want to be used by someone else to make them money. He replied with a sour tone in his voice. If you're thinking about earning money by making me fight for you, then I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse your deal. He was about to turn around and leave after giving his answer, but Mr. Dealer, who had a confused expression on his face, quickly waved his hands. No, wait, you're misunderstanding me again. He looked around to survey their surroundings and decided it was better to discuss the deal somewhere else where there was a bit of privacy. Turning toward the boy, he conveyed his intentions. I'm not trying to make you fight to win myself money. Instead, there's placated issue that needs to be quickly dealt with. As for what that is, I think we should move to another location and have a proper talk there. Is that all right with you? Hearing him say that the reason was not about making money by using him, and instead, it was something else, Felix gave it a thought. This guy is not showing any hostility. Also, from the way he's been treating me, I don't think he'll try to harm me. Coming to a decision while being slightly curious about the real reason, Felix nodded and agreed with the man's proposal of discussing it somewhere else. All right, I'm fine with talking it out. Mr. Dealer smiled and replied before leading him in another direction, where Felix saw the light artifacts in the black market started to get slowly darker. They walked for about 10 minutes on the streets and into some alleys before stopping in front of a house at the farthest corner of the whole market. This part of the entire black market looked empty and silent, a direct contrast to the lively and busy streets in the market, giving Felix the illusion of having entered a completely different place. Mr. Dealer took out a card from his pocket and pressed it on the handle of the door. After an unlocking sound of the door, he opened it, revealing a dark interior, and entered inside before gesturing at Felix. Felix gave the dark alleyway a brief glance and stepped inside the house. There was a man in a gray robe standing inside the house who immediately stood up when they entered and silently saluted at Mr. Dealer. Mr. Dealer nodded at him before walking to the staircase and going upstairs along with Felix, who was busy looking around. There's nothing here at all. The house was completely empty except for a few chairs and tables, making it unsuitable for habitation and living. He thought that this place must be used by the man and his people for secret meetings and such. The both of them then reached upstairs and entered into one of the many rooms there. Similar to the outside, there were a few chairs and a table in the room where the both of them sat down. Finally, a bit impatient, Felix asked the man about what he truly wanted. "Now can you tell me the reason you want me to fight for you and everything?" Mr. Dealer nodded and started speaking with a serious expression on his face. "Then let me reveal to you my true objective. Story source MV La MP. He paused for a second and started from the beginning. "I want you to participate in some arena battles of zero-rank cultivators where you would be fighting against specific fighters." Felix raised his brows and asked, "Specific fighters, not just random?" "Yes, specific fighters. You do know that there are two types of battle in the arena, right? First is the random battle one and the other is the challenge battle one," he explained. "In the challenge battle, you can directly go and ask for the person you want to fight with to battle with you in the arena, and that is what I want you to do." Mr. Dealer patiently told him everything. Felix listened to the information and asked what he really wanted to know. "That's all good, but who are these people you want me to fight, and for what reason?" Mr. Dealer had a dark look on his face when he thought about those certain people. There were not many people in the world he hated, but the ones that he did hate were only those lunatics. He had always wanted to exterminate these people from the face of this world for committing such vile atrocities and loss, but he was just one person, while they were a whole organization with a large number of members. That was why he was going as far as involving a complete newbie in it, because there were some things that he couldn't possibly do, and there was no other option than using such a thorough and foolproof plan, which was taking small steps toward the goal. There was a sudden drop in the temperature inside the atmosphere inside the room, getting a bit chilled after Felix asked about them. With his voice filled with anger, Mr. Dealer finally told the boy who he was going to fight against. "The ones who we are going against are the Dark Guilds." "Dark Guilds?" Felix raised his voice at the mention of that, as he knew that the people who had kidnapped his body's previous soul were related to the same group. Mr. Dealer nodded and appeared a bit surprised to get such a reaction from the boy. "Yes, the Dark Guilds, and it seems you know something about them." Felix slightly frowned and remained silent, afraid of giving away any information relating to his past. Mr. Dealer didn't mind that, as he always respected others' privacy, and instead continued what he was saying. "The people I want you to fight are the underlings of the members of the Dark Guilds. If they were participating purely in the battles for the sake of fighting and earning resources, then I wouldn't have cared about them. But they have other intentions." Mr. Dealer's voice took a sudden drop as a dark look etched on his face. About now, Felix had already made up his mind to investigate those underlings of the Dark Guilds so as to get some information on the people who had made him a slave, but still, he was curious about their intentions for joining in the battles, so he couldn't help but ask back, "So what are their true intentions?" Mr. Dealer released a short breath and replied while narrowing his eyes, "The Dark Guilds want to take over the underworld." "What?" Felix opened his mouth wide, not wanting to believe such a thing. If the Dark Guilds took over the underworld, then he wouldn't have a place to train and battle and also buy the goods of the black market. Because they were the ones who had kidnapped him to use as a sacrifice in some blood rituals, and if they found out that he was still alive, then he wouldn't be confident to save himself from them. He had guessed that, as even the normal guilds refused to directly fight against the Dark Guilds, then they must be about the same in power, and that would make it more dangerous to him unless he grew stronger. Mr. Dealer's face turned darker as he revealed their final intention, and after they take over the underworld, they would turn their eyes on this whole city. Felix took a gulp and considered the consequences of that. What the fuck? If they take over the whole city, then where will I go? As he didn't want to believe such a future, Felix countered anxiously. But how will they possibly do that? Isn't there so many guilds in Edenmont City, the nobles and the Duke too? There's no way the Dark Guilds can defeat all of them. Mr. Dealer had a mocking smile at the mention of all those people as he shook his head. "You're wrong, Felix. Not all of them are against the Dark Guilds." "You mean that? They too?" Felix slumped back on the chair, finally making sense of the situation, and he felt speechless at the fact that reality was from anything it appeared to be. Mr. Dealer remained silent to give the boy some time to process all the new information, and a few minutes later Felix voiced out, "Sigh, fuck this shit. Anyways, what kind of plan do you have and what's my purpose in it?" Mr. Dealer nodded and elaborated about what he had planned. "As I've said before, many underlings of the Dark Guilds are starting to participate in the underground arena battle, most of them being at the rank 0, as the stronger men are stationed at other posts for their duties. Their purpose of joining the arenas is to make a name for themselves, and then poach off most of the unaware people into their organization, while slowly integrating into the underworld, and at last taking whole control over it with their entire power. Also, this was something I had come up with, taking into account their way of actions from the past, so I'm not completely sure if that's what they'll be doing. Mr. Dealer empathized with those words, as there could be anything happening, and they should not be underestimating them. Seeing Felix listening to him attentively, he finally arrived at the topic of the deal between them. And after watching your battles, I knew that you would be of great help to us. That's why I want you to fight for me. As Felix was about to go into deep analyzing mode to think about the whole situation and make his choice, Mr. Dealer said with a small smile on his lips. And of course, I won't be making you fight for nothing. You'll be getting 3 times the amount of reward you get from any ordinary battle if you battle with them, including receiving discounts at many stalls and shops in the underworld that have our influence. Lastly, you'll also be rewarded with an exclusive membership at most of the facilities present here. Felix raised his eyebrows at the generous rewards, especially considering he was just a rank 0 warrior and didn't think any more before instantly making his choice. Standing up with a smile, he reached out his hand and held it out before Mr. Dealer. Well, I don't think I'll be able to refuse such exciting rewards and deal with my unwanted enemies at the same time. Mr. Dealer also stood up with determination in his eyes and reached out to shake hands with Felix. It's good to have you on board, Felix. I think you're tired for today, so why don't we continue discussing our plan tomorrow? I'll also show you our team and who you'll be fighting against then. Felix nodded, feeling the exhaustion that was coming up to him, and decided to go back for today. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked the man in front of him, "Wait, what's the time right now?" There was a slight panic in his voice. Mr. Dealer tilted his head and took out his silver pocket watch before telling him the time. There's 20 minutes until it hits 6 p.m. Felix's eyes widened in absolute shock as he instantly calculated how he had spent such a large amount of time. What the hell? I left the guild at 5 in the morning and it's already going to be dark now, he screamed in his head. Quickly letting go of Mr. Dealer's hand that they were strangely still holding, Felix started moving out of the room. Sorry, Mr. Dealer, I'm in a hurry, so I'll be going now. Meet you later. He waved his hands and walked out of the room as the man remained standing in his spot. Mr. Dealer was confused for a few seconds before muttering, "Oh, I forgot that guy had made a curfew for his guild. Don't know what goes inside his head." He grinned as he remembered his old memories, but then shook his head and walked out of the room too before ordering the man in the gray robe, "Escort that boy to the surface through the underground tunnels and hide any traces of him ever being here." The gray-robed man nodded without uttering a word before accompanying Felix, who was walking down the stairs out of the house. Mr. Dealer watched intently as they both walked out and turned back toward the room while taking heavy steps. Now, all that's left is to. He paused and narrowed his eyes as a sharp gleam flashed through them. Slowly take out every single one of those motherfuckers. After making the deal with Mr. Dealer, Felix walked out of the house and followed the gray-robed man, who revealed a hidden way of leaving and entering the underworld to him. They made their way to the boundary of the underworld, reaching a place where there was not a single person in sight. Arriving at the farthest wall, Felix saw a similar black curtain attached to it with a person guarding there. The gray-robed man approached the guard and handed him a few coins before calling Felix to follow him. Felix nodded and walked behind the man as the guard opened the curtain and let them enter inside. They made their way upstairs for some time and walked out into a dark room. The gray-robed man opened the only door of the room and motioned with his hand for Felix to exit. Coming out of the room, Felix glanced around and saw himself appearing inside the corridor of some tavern. He looked back as the door closed and remembered the room number. Who knew the way into the underworld would be hidden in a random room of a tavern? While giving his surroundings a surveying look, Felix went to the stairs and walked downstairs to the lobby of the tavern. He had not yet removed his mask, so when he entered there, a lot of people turned to look at him. But strangely, none of them showed a reaction and continued with their work as if it was a daily occurrence. Felix didn't waste time doing anything there and walked out of the tavern before turning around and remembering the place. All of them were part of the underworld. That's why they didn't react when I walked out wearing a mask. From now on, I'll better use this place to travel in, which is much better than those unguarded manholes. He decided and started walking away from the tavern into the streets, making his way back to the guild building, while taking out his map to find the directions there as the sun slowly hid beneath the horizon. When Felix arrived at the guild building a few minutes later, he showed his card at the entrance and entered inside as the door opened with a slight glow. He poked his inside the hall and glanced around to see if there was anyone present at the reception. Oh, there's Miss Elsa. He saw a blonde beauty staring in his direction with a small smile on her lips. Felix couldn't help but take a gulp and release a deep breath to calm his beating heart as he was going to lie his way in. All right, let's go. He was feeling more nervous and scared at the thought of lying to Miss Elsa than he was when fighting in the underground battles with those big guys. Making his way over to the reception, he greeted her with a casual grin on his face. Hey there, Miss Elsa, how are you doing? Elsa, who had been staring at the boy from the moment he opened the door and entered inside, narrowed her eyes and greeted back. Felix felt cold sweat on his back, but he didn't change his expression as he shrugged at her reply. Haha, I don't know what you're talking about. I was just hanging around in the city looking at the many shops and forgot to look at the time as I have no watch with me. He gave a silly reason and didn't wait for her reply before making his way toward the stairs. Well, Miss Elsa, I'm starving right now, so I'll be off to the dining hall. Goodbye. He waved his hands and took quick steps walking upstairs before hurrying off to his room. Elsa watched the boy go inside at his careless behavior. Sigh, Felix, do you really think you can hide that smell of blood with a simple excuse? She shook her head, but felt glad that he was not hurt anywhere from what she had seen on his body. Just don't get yourself into things that you can't handle. Her murmurs remained in the silent reception hall where no one was present. As the day of the Guild Wars was coming nearer, all of the guild members were busy with missions and getting stronger. Even though they were confident in their strengths, they didn't want to hold back their guild and thus were giving them all to make themselves stronger than they already were. When Felix entered his room, the first thing he did was take off all his clothes and take a bath to clean himself in the washroom. A few minutes later, he came out and clothed himself before going to the dining hall. It's time to drink those potions and meditate. He took out the potions he had bought from the underworld and sat down on the floor. Opening the cork of the vial, he felt a dense amount of energy drifting out of it. Sniff, is this mana? He eyed the colorful drink in the vial with amazement and swirled it as it leaked a gas full of energy. Time to drink it. Here it goes. Felix put the drink in his mouth and quickly gulped down everything without leaving a drop of it. The drink had a strange taste like that of a mix of herbs, but it didn't feel unpleasant. Instead, there was a slight bitter feel to it. A few seconds later, he suddenly shivered at the abrupt explosion-like feeling inside of his body. The eyes, which were closed for meditation, shot open as his internal body felt like burning to the extreme. From his mouth, throat, chest, and all the way to his stomach, he felt a powerful reaction going on which made him feel uncomfortable. What's happening? I'm suddenly feeling so hot. Taking a deep breath which hurt more than it relaxed him, Felix remembered what he had to do after drinking the potion, and instead of worrying about the pain he was going through, he turned his attention back to meditation. Using the meditation technique given by the guild, he focused his mind and took the rhythmic breaths, and controlled the energy inside his body to move in a loop all around his nerves. Ugh! Even though the pain was making it hard for him to keep a conscious mind, Felix remained determined and bit his lips until it bled to make him remain focused on the situation at hand. All the energy and the power from the potion moved around his body, along with the meditation technique's rhythmic breath, and slowly integrated with it, making its way into the various pulsating nerves. Coo! Felix coughed out black blood the moment the potion's energy and his breath in the nerves completely joined together. Both of the energies interacted with each other, and started fusing together, making his veins slightly pop out and tremble all over his skin. His body started to slowly release black color, sweat, and steam while he grits his teeth to continue meditating. After some amount of time, there was no energy left to be fused, and every nerve inside Felix's body appeared stronger and thicker than before. Taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly, Felix opened his eyes. That was exhausting. He stood up feeling the new strength inside of his body, but before he could test that, he felt the dirty and sticky black sweat on his body. Well, another bath it is. Walking off, he quickly entered the washroom and cleaned his body, and while doing so, he marveled at the overall change that the potion had brought him. Fucking hell, my muscles got bigger and I also got a bit taller. He turned his eyes down, looking at his little guy that towered above his belly and stood straight like a sword pointing toward the heavens. It seems I'm still full of energy, huh? He grinned and quickly ended his bath, coming out from the washroom. Then let's go release all this energy. He quickly wore his clothes and walked out of the room, heading to the training room on the second floor along with his weapon. Felix walked out of the training room after spending 3 hours in there. He was sweating buckets and gasping for breath from training by pushing his body to the limits to check his upgraded power. But even though he was finding it hard to even walk from all the exhaustion, there was a huge grin on his face at the thought of having got stronger. Damn, who knew only one potion would make me this powerful? His eyes glowed fiercely, remembering the nameless shop and the lady who had sold him those potions. What if I drink all of those potions at once? When I get a whole stronger than I already am? His thoughts got messed up as he felt greedy for more power and strength, but then he suddenly shook his head, recalling what the lady had said. No, I can't do that. She said one potion once every 3 days, and there must be a reason why she said that, so I can't be careless about it. Felix didn't want to do something that would have an adverse effect, so he forgot about trying to do anything stupid and instead limped his way back to his room. Taking one last bath for the day, he jumped on his bed with his tired body and drifted to his dreams. Zzzzz. The boy lay there, quickly falling asleep, and not mindful of the chaos he would bring to the arena of the underworld tomorrow. The next day, Felix woke up early as he had planned and sneaked out of the guild building without anyone noticing. He took out his map and walked over all the way from there to the tavern he had exited yesterday. And while walking over, he did not forget to quietly activate his silent step skill and wear the black mask to hide his identity. Arriving at the tavern, he kept the map and entered the lobby by swinging open the door. Like the last time, the people there only gave him a glance and returned to their work. But among them, one man stood up from his seat the moment he entered inside and walked over. Felix looked at the man approaching him while wearing a gray robe and instantly knew who this man was. I still don't know his name, but he's one of Mr. Dealer's men from yesterday. The robed man neared him and whispered in a low voice. Then the man turned around and walked upstairs. Felix already knew the reason he came to him, so he chased behind the man as they both entered into one of the rooms. There was a hidden staircase path in the room, which the man opened the way to, and they walked inside. After stepping down the stairs for about a few minutes, they arrived at one of the sparsely populated corners of the underworld. The gray-robed man paid the guard a few coins and guided Felix all the way to the lonely house where Mr. Dealer had brought Felix yesterday. Opening the door, both of them entered inside and saw a group of people present in the house. Swoosh! All eyes turned to them, especially on Felix as the gray-robed man swiftly made his way upstairs, leaving him there. Felix kept himself calm and glanced around the hall at the people staring at him. There were a total of 3 of them, all wearing masks and slight armor with their weapons resting on them, ready to be used at any time. Felix slowly moved his hand to his sword and gripped it as he became alert. The hall was in absolute silence as the people there kept glancing at each other without speaking a word, but the silence was abruptly broken as a voice from the stairs reached them. Ahem, now there's no need to be so guarded against each other. You guys will be working together as a team for this task. Everyone turned around and saw Mr. Dealer walking down the stairs with his signature smile on his face. The 3 of them stood up at his presence, while Felix walked forward from the entrance and stood beside them. So these guys will be working together with me. He eyed them with more interest, taking in their details. Of the 3, 2 were men and 1 was a woman, all wearing masks that hid their faces and wearing dark outfits. Mr. Dealer arrived near them and said, "How about we start by introducing all of you?" The 4 of them nodded before one of the men walked forward and introduced himself. "I'm Falcon, a 0-rank warrior using a sword, and I've been participating in the arena battles for about 2 years now." The man wore clothes like a swordsman with only his brown eyes revealed from his mask. Felix raised his brows, knowing this guy had been fighting in the underworld for 2 years, when another man walked forward and introduced himself. "I'm Bellard, a 0-rank warrior, and I fight with a hammer," said the robust man standing 2 million tall with his short hair and wearing a mask hiding his lower face. He wore bulky clothes that could fit 3 Felix in there, and wielded a hammer behind his back that was about the same length as him. The only woman in the room came forward and did the same. "I'm Crystal, 0-rank warrior. The weapon I use is a long sword." She stood at an average height with every part of her body covered in women's warrior clothes except for her pair of shiny green eyes that weren't covered by her mask. Seeing that it was his turn, Felix also went forward and introduced himself. "I'm Phantom, 0-rank warrior, and I use a short sword as my weapon." He went back to silence as everyone turned towards Mr. Dealer. It was normal for them to behave like this because if they didn't, then he would have felt that he had made an error in selecting them for this task. "Good," he praised and continued. "As you all already know, I'm your one and only Mr. Dealer, and you all have been invited here to participate in an important mission." The 4 of them nodded seriously, already aware of the fact that what they were about to do was dangerous and may even cost them their lives. "I've already discussed with each of you the terms and the rewards of this deal, and what's left is to assign you guys your position and the battles that you'll be going to take part in." Mr. Dealer motioned with his hand toward the empty side to his left, when suddenly the gray-robed man appeared like a ghost there. The 4 of them were a bit surprised at the sudden appearance of the man, now knowing that this man was actually not just a worker, but a master who could easily end their lives. The gray-robed man handed Mr. Dealer a set of papers and vanished behind like a ghost, leaving the 4 of them who took a silent gulp. Felix licked his dry lips as his eyes remained at the place where the man was standing just now. To think he could move so fast. No, it didn't feel like he was moving, almost like he teleported. Crazy. What rank even is he? Mr. Dealer glanced briefly at the several parchments of paper in his hand before giving the four of them one paper each. Take this. I've already scheduled your battles. All you have to do is go there and take part in it. Every one of you will be limited to 3 battles a day so that we don't alert them into thinking that we are acting against them, he explained. Of course, they're not so dumb that they won't even notice it, but taking it slow will give us more time to plan and prepare for the next course of action. After saying that, he waved his hands and materialized 4 bags in front of them. Felix's and the others' eyes widened when they saw these things appear out of nowhere, but the only woman, Crystal, showed just slight surprise in her eyes. Holy, is that the legendary storage ring or something? Felix exclaimed in his mind, eyeing the fingers of Mr. Dealer and noticing a strange ring that released a bit of glow. Mr. Dealer smiled seeing their reactions and decided to motivate them. If you complete this task successfully, then I'll be able to secure some of these rare space rings for you guys, so give it your all and win all those matches. The 3 men's eyes lit up at the chance of getting such a rare treasure, and they replied seriously with vigor. Yes, sir. X3 Mr. Dealer smiled while nodding to himself, but then turned serious as he warned them. Also, try not to talk or have conversations with your opponents because they may have ill intentions and may try to misguide your minds into believing their lies. Seeing them nodding at him, he gave one last advice. Let me remind you again, the people you will be fighting against are from the dark guilds, so never ever let down your guard, do you understand me? Hearing Mr. Dealer's warning, the 4 nodded firmly and decided to never show any weakness in their upcoming battles. Alright, you guys can go now. I'll be watching your fights from a distance and will protect you from any ugly tricks that they come up with. Now, good luck in your battles and I hope you win. Gripping the sheet of paper in their hands, the 4 of them slowly moved out from the house while the gray-robed man quietly accompanied them to the arena. Watching them go, Mr. Dealer let out a tired sigh and shook his head. There's still a lot of work to do. I can't be getting tired now. The man went away to deal with various problems that needed to be handled for their missions to get completed without a hitch. But hitches were not so easily taken care of because they came at the time when it was the least expected. As Felix and the other 3 came out of the house, they glanced at each other and didn't try interacting much. Instead, they turned towards the gray-robed man who motioned them to follow him. Walking away, the man guided the 4 of them through the puzzling streets of the underworld all the way to the arena grounds. After reaching there, the gray-robed man nodded one last time at them and disappeared within the crowd. The 4 of them were left there on their own, so they took out their parchment paper to look into the information of their battles. Glancing through, Felix found that he had his first battle in about 20 minutes with an opponent whose name or alias was Butcher. Then he had a break of a long 1 whole hour, after which he had his second battle. The same was true with the third battle, giving him much time to rest and prepare for the fight. Looking up, he saw that the other 3 were also having no problem with the arrangements of their battles. The 4 of them had not talked with each other at all from the beginning, and knowing that they were on the same boat with the same enemy to defeat, Felix decided it wouldn't be bad to have a talk. Stepping ahead, he called out to them in a friendly yet low tone. Hey guys, how's your battle schedule looking? I got my first battle in about 20 minutes. What about yours? Seeing him talk to them, the 3 of them appeared a little surprised as they gave each other a glance. The man who wore the swordsman outfit, Falcon, briefly looked at the other 2 and answered Felix. Mine's different. I have my first battle in about 30 minutes. It seems he gave us battles with different timings. Well, getting us matches at the same time wouldn't be that easy. Falcon then turned to the other 2 for them to answer. Bellard, the huge guy, looked at his paper before telling his schedule. You're right. For me, the first battle starts in about 10 minutes, it seems. Then I have an hour break before the other battles start. Felix and Falcon nodded as they had similar schedule, and they turned to the only woman in their group. Crystal contemplated what she should say and decided to keep it short. My first battle starts in 40 minutes. She spoke in a soft and low voice, not saying more than necessary. Everyone nodded, and then Falcon said, garnering their attention. So as I've been around here in the underworld arena for a long time, why don't I show you guys around and give some useful information before we move to Bellard's arena, as his battle starts the first in 10 minutes. Felix didn't mind with that, and actually wanted to know what this man knew about the various information about the underworld. Bellard and Crystal also nodded at that as they agreed with him. The 3 of them then followed behind Falcon as he used his expertise and knowledge from his experience in this shady place to give them a more clear picture of the underworld. As they walked around in the arena grounds, Falcon muttered in a low voice as the rest listened attentively. Just to make it clear, but what I'm about to say may not be the truth because there has never been something called truth in the whole underworld. He warned them at first and then continued. So there must be many things that you guys are curious about regarding the workings of the underworld, but the most important thing that you all must know is that this place is controlled by a group of people who have power to even influence the surface world. Falcon acted cautious as he revealed some open secrets of the underworld that many didn't know about. Bellard and Felix perked up their ears hearing some new information, while Crystal remained silent. Falcon moved alongside them and continued. The people in this group belong in different professions, and even just one among them has the capability to go head-to-head with a guild in Edenmont City. He spoke with enthusiasm at this point. They are the ones who hold the underworld together and protects this criminal society of lawless people with their power and strengths. Felix got surprised knowing there were people who had the capabilities to go against a whole guild. It must be known that a single guild had more than a few hundreds members who were all above the First Order, and to have the might to stand on the same level as them, a person would need a lot strength, resources, and followers. Now it makes sense how the underworld survives in this city, where a lot of powerful forces gather and rule. They were also a part of it, being quite strong at that. Felix thought as he subtly nodded. He turned back to Falcon as they walked and talked. Most of the members of this group are unknown and secretive, but I know that Mr. Dealer is one of them. Felix nodded as he agreed with that. That man moved around like he owned the place, and looks like he actually really did. Falcon and the rest moved about talking and discussing until it was time for Bellard's battle to start. We should get going now. They walked toward the arena where Bellard had his first match for today, and then when they arrived there, they watched as he waved at them before going into the path for the stage. Good luck there, Bellard, Felix wished him. Yeah, handle it well, Falcon too said while Crystal turned to look at their teammate's opponent. Standing on the stage, a man with his scarred face exposed could be seen grinning savagely at the crowd. The man was moving around the stage, swaggering and showing off his muscles, not a least bit cautious or tensed of the upcoming battle. Felix and Falcon too turned to stare at the arena as Bellard finally reached there and walked onto the stage. The moment Bellard stepped inside, his opponent paused his actions and turned serious, glancing at the huge fellow. Oh well, would you look at this? We got a big fat pig on our plate. The man laughed weakly, trying to make the scene humorous, but Bellard remained quiet as he always was and simply held out his giant hammer. Gulp. The scarred man took a nervous gulp but then held his weapon tightly and waited for the referee to start. Seeing that both of the fighters were ready, the referee swung his flag and started the match. The battle begins. The scarred man decided to strike first and dashed forward, shouting out loud, his eyes bulging out from the rush and adrenaline. But his efforts were met with a heavy metal surface. Swoosh. A large hammer came flying through the wind and hit right on the man's chest. KHU, his body bent weirdly with his spine backwards. The man spurted out blood and flew out like a sack of meat, then landing and rolling at the corner of the stage. Bellard flicked away some of the blood from his hammer and kept it back, before glancing at his opponent to check if he stands up or not. He waited a few seconds, and seeing no reaction, he turned to the referee and nodded at him. The referee couldn't do anything else than swinging the different flag to end the battle, and the winner is Bellard. The quiet crowd that remained in their seats rose up at the mighty show of power and cheered up at watching such a quick end of the battle. Behind the crowd, Felix smiled strangely, watching someone else win a match so quickly, as he earlier thought his case was rare. Falcon seemed to have noticed his smile as he shook his head and said with narrowed eyes, "You're surprised at that?" "Well, you shouldn't be, as Mr. Dealer chose us knowing we're the best of the zero rank in the entire arena here." The three of them waited there for a bit and saw Bellard coming out from the arena's path. "You did good, Bellard. You're very strong." Both the guys praised Bellard, making him scratch the back of his head with an awkward grin. "Ahaha, it's not much. That guy was just weak," he replied, trying to sound humble, but it was the truth. Some cannon fodder from the Dark Guild's grunt was not that much of an opponent to them. After a bit of chat, Falcon clapped his hands and pointed to the other arenas. "Let's get going. Phantom got the next battle in a few minutes." He then turned around with the rest following behind and started walking toward the arena chosen for Felix's battle, as if he knew the entire place like the back of his hand. While they moved, Crystal stayed at the back of the group and eyed Bellard with her calculating eyes, recalling his fight. Not bad.